Chapter 1. Destiny Part 1. If a person has no dreams, how do they differ from salted fish? Dad. Lu Dongdong awoke, his gaze immediately captured by a football suspended in a net. The stark contrast of its black and white leather momentarily held him in a trance. Outside, a fine drizzle fell, while his fellow workers, much like him, either buried themselves under their blankets in deep slumber or lay in bed engrossed in their mobile devices. The narrow, damp space was infused with the distinct scent of rust that permeated the container. Dong, you're awake, a man said, pulling aside the cloth curtain and hastening to Lu Dongdong's bedside. With a rugged physique and a face marked by roughness yet adorned with a simpering smile, he said, Dong, your aunt has just made some bone soup this morning. When you visit your father at the hospital, be sure to bring it along for him to nourish his health. As he spoke, he presented a stainless steel thermos before Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Uncle Zhang has some matters to attend to, so we'll take my leave. Please extend my regards to your father, the man observed Lu Dongdong's silence, concocting an excuse before departing as abruptly as he had arrived. Sitting up, Lu Dongdong stared blankly at the gleaming thermos resting on the bed, only to feel an arm drape over his shoulder. Can't quite fathom it, can you? Wang Pengzi, a fellow worker from his hometown, flashed a broad grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowing teeth as he plopped down beside Lu Dongdong. Country is renowned for its conglomerate politics. Your father saved Miss Zhang Yuna's life a few days ago. With that connection, your father, Zhang Dashan, a mere contractor, wouldn't dare to show you any disrespect. Bringing you soup now is clearly an effort to curry favor. At 17, Lu Dongdong grasped only fragments of the conversation, responding with a simple, "Oh, enough of that. Your father has turned misfortune into fortune this time. Given the weather today, it's likely work is canceled. Take the soup to him while it's still warm." In China, Xiangbei City, brilliant sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. "Let's rest for a moment and enjoy a cup of tea to warm our stomachs," Wang Zia remarked as she entered the room, gingerly carrying a cup of freshly brewed ginger tea. Approaching her husband from behind, her smile vanished upon reading the contents of the envelope. "Tea has been so long, can you not let go of this matter?" Confronted by his wife's inquiry, Qian Feng gripped his pen tightly, his head bowed in silence. "Dear, stop overthinking it. You have done all that you could. Can't we just turn the page on this chapter? I have repeatedly convinced myself that it is all in the past, but do you know what Dong is doing now? He spends his days hauling bricks and cement on the construction site, engaging in various arduous tasks, yet he possesses the potential to become a professional football player. It is all because of me." Qian Feng slammed his fist on the table, his face alight with fervor. "Is it truly all because of you?" Qian Feng, do you perhaps overestimate your own significance?" Wang Zuya crossed her arms, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. "You are merely a minor coach in the Chinese Football League too. Can you defy the orders of your club's manager? Or do you possess the acumen to secure an investment of 30 million? Chapter 2. Destiny Part 2. Qian Feng's complexion oscillated between shades of green and white as he stubbornly replied, "But if I had persisted back then, perhaps Dong would still have had a chance." "What chance does he possess? Your club has dismissed numerous staff in recent years due to poor management, and even the star players have resorted to unfurling banners to demand their wages. Now, a significant investor has emerged, willing to inject millions to rebuild the team, with the sole condition that his son replaces a player in next year's League 2. Any rational individual would not refuse such a request. Yet Dong has trained under my guidance since childhood for over a decade. It seems an utter waste to let all that effort go to ruin. Darling, I understand the sorrow in your heart, but you yourself have acknowledged that compared to Bin, Dong's talent is rather average. While he might meet your expectations and evolve into a professional football player, consider the multitude of professional athletes nationwide. Are they not scarce? Moreover, reflect upon your teammates, each of whom underwent systematic football training from a young age, yet many have retired due to injuries or other circumstances, living in destitution due to a lack of specialized skills. Perhaps Dong's sudden departure from football could present him with another opportunity." Without allowing Qian Feng any chance to counter, Wang Zia interjected, "The situation is already settled. Dong's replacement is a fait accompli, and the 18,000 sponsorship fee he previously paid has been fully refunded by the club. I recall their family's financial situation is not particularly favorable. Even if you could indeed facilitate his return to football, can you guarantee with certainty that he would become a professional athlete, making it to the China League One or the Chinese Super League? What if he were to fail?" Qian Feng's lips moved as he struggled to find words, ultimately bowing his head in despondence. "My love, I know you're passionate about football and wish to contribute to altering the current state of Chinese football as much as you can. But have you considered the consequences if this letter you wrote were truly delivered to the Chinese Football Association? Wang Yaji placed her hands on Qianfeng's shoulders, her tone earnest. Mimi will be taking her college entrance examination next year, and the costs of 4 years of university tuition and living expenses are no trifling sum. If you were to lose your job, what would become of our lives? At this juncture, she pressed her lips tightly together and embraced Qianfeng from behind. A wise woman knows the art of restraint. Husband, if you truly wish to contribute to the advancement of Chinese football, now is the time to cast aside all frivolous distractions and dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to training your team, guiding them to successfully ascend to the China League One next year. Moreover, regarding Gao Binbin, you have mentioned that with his talent, joining a prestigious team in the Chinese Super League or European League is merely a matter of time. If he indeed achieves remarkable success, as his mentor, your own reputation will undoubtedly flourish. Perhaps it is only when you accumulate sufficient fame and influence that you will be able to genuinely make a difference in the world of football. To be honest, I believe the leaders of your club possess a certain discernment. Why would they opt to replace Dong Dong rather than Gao Binbin or other key players on the team? Chapter 3. Surprise. It is because they clearly understand that these individuals are indispensable to the team, while Dong Dong, ultimately, is merely an optional presence. Wang Shuyuan calmly concluded her statement. After a long silence, Qianfeng lifted his gaze to the Xingzhibao Xing on the table. After much hesitation, he extended his arm and forcefully crumpled the letter into a tight ball, clenching it in his palm. After a prolonged moment, Lu Dongdong shook off the droplets of water from his hair, carrying a thermos, and entered the spacious and brightly lit VIP ward. As he surveyed the room, he found the bed linens and pillows in disarray, several unopened bags of intravenous medication hanging from the four-stand, and the room conspicuously devoid of any occupants. Where did Dad go? Peering out into the corridor, he scanned left and right, but found no sign of him. He pulled out his phone and dialed his father's number, but the incessant ringing yielded no answer. He hurried to the nurse's station to inquire about his father's whereabouts. The petite nurse, adorned with delicate makeup, appraised the handsome and tall Lu Dongdong, blushing slightly as she swiftly checked the computer records and responded in fluent Korean. It seems the patient left early this morning. We are unable to reach him. What? Lu Dongdong's expression turned to one of surprise, struggling to comprehend where his father, with a fractured arm and bandaged, could possibly be at this moment. Could he have returned to the construction site? He quickly contacted his fellow townsman, Uncle Wang, who informed him that his father had not returned. Xiaodong, would you like me to bring a few workers over to help you search? No, thank you, Uncle Wang. It's mealtime, and my dad might have gone to the cafeteria on the first floor. He'll check down there first. We can contact each other later. He hastily took the elevator down, meticulously searching the first floor, but found no trace. Returning to the fourth-floor ward, anxiety gnawed at Lu Dongdong. In a foreign land, with his father severely injured and inexplicably vanished, could something unfortunate have occurred? He took out his phone and pressed 112 to call the police, but hesitated, considering his illegal status. We cannot delay any longer. If something were to happen, it would be too late. After 10 long minutes, Lu Dongdong, standing at the door of the hospital room, finally steeled himself and pressed the dial button. At that moment, a crisp chime from the elevator rang out. A middle-aged man, his arm wrapped in conspicuous bandages, emerged that IT was none other than his father. Who else could it be? Lu Dongdong was overjoyed, quickly hanging up the phone and rushing forward. Dad, where have you been? Why haven't you answered my calls? Did you call me? Lu Gang pulled his phone from his pocket, glancing at the screen that displayed several missed calls, sheepishly chuckling. I was on the bus earlier and didn't hear it. It's pouring outside, and you're still bandaged up. Where on earth did you run off to alone? At the very least, you should have called to let me know. I was a bit too happy and forgot. His gaze suddenly fell upon the thermal container Lu Dongdong was holding, and he curiously inquired, What's that? Did you bring me food? This is bone soup that Aunt Zhang made for you. Uncle Zhang came to our dorm around 10 this morning to deliver it, and I rushed over to find you right after. Lu Gang let out a nonchalant "oh," patting his son's shoulder, which was a whole head taller than him, and smiled mysteriously. Chapter 4. I want to play football. Don't just stand in the hallway. Let's go inside and talk. I have the most incredible news to share with you. You won't believe it. With that exclamation, he left Lu Dongdong, who was stunned in place, and swiftly entered the hospital room. There was not a hint of a patient's demeanor. Miss, although that Chinese man saved your life, there's no need to agree to his request. A generous reward would suffice. In a spacious, bright, and luxurious office, a male assistant wearing black-framed glasses carefully placed a cup of coffee on the table and glanced up at Zhang Yuna, who was gazing out the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Assistantly, do you have dreams? The tall and elegant Zhang Yuna suddenly turned and asked. Dreams? Assistantly was taken aback, scratching his head sheepishly. I have dreams, but they are all from my childhood. Does your daughter have dreams? Yes, her dream is to become a dancer. If you could help your daughter achieve her dream, would you do everything in your power? Of course. Assistantly replied without hesitation. Zhang Yuna smiled faintly, revealing two shallow dimples, her gaze drifting to the sofa beside the coffee table, the spot where the Chinese man had just sat. Thus, I cannot refuse a father's plea to fulfill his son's dreams. With that, her eyes returned to the bustling metropolis below, filled with a myriad of vehicles, her expression revealing a complex emotion. Assistantly stood there, blinking, as if he understood yet didn't quite grasp it. Really? Lu Dongdong abruptly rose from his chair with a sudden whoosh, his hands firmly gripping Lu Gang's knees, his body trembling slightly as he implored, Father, is this truly the case? You are not deceiving me, are you? My foolish boy, I am your father. Do you think I would stoop so low as to fabricate a tale merely for amusement? Lu Gang, seated upon the hospital bed, took a few gulps of his soup before setting down the thermos. He then pressed Lu Dongdong back into his seat, locking eyes with him as he continued, Son, listen attentively. I shall reiterate. Ms. Zhang Yuna has assured me in person that not only will she resolve your status as an illegal immigrant, but she will also introduce you to a professional football team under the auspices of GL Company. Your dream of pursuing a career in football can now flourish. Father. Lu Dongdong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. He was not a weak individual, rather. He was simply unable to contain his elation. In fact, we owe gratitude to your Uncle Wang. Had he not enlightened me, I would not have had the humility to approach Ms. Zhang Yuna at GL Company myself. Reflecting upon it now, the sacrifice of my arm was indeed worthwhile. Enough of the tears. A grown man should shed blood, not tears. Your aspiration is to become a professional footballer. Where has your mental fortitude gone? Despite his stern words, Lu Gang extended his arm, gently wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his son's eyes with a tender expression. From a young age, under Lu Gang's influence, his son had developed a profound love for football, receiving formal training since elementary school. Even when financial constraints loomed, both he and his wife persevered to support their son's passion. Little did they know that after waiting over a decade, a long-awaited opportunity to step into the professional league would be thwarted when he performed poorly on assessments, leading to his dismissal from the team. Chapter 5. The Burden of a Useless Individual. This incident served as a grave blow, not only to Lu Dongdong, but also to his parents. Your visa and letter of recommendation will be personally delivered by Ms. Zhang Yuna next Monday. She mentioned that I should take you directly to the team's training base to report, Lu Gang informed him. Son, give it your all. The level of football in South Korea far surpasses that of China. Strive diligently, and one day return with a transfer fee that astounds them, proving your worth to those fools in the club, giving your mother and me a sense of pride. Yes. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, his fists clenched tightly. Although the club had officially terminated his contract due to poor performance, he was aware through friends within the team that he had been replaced in the starting lineup. Necessitating his departure to spare his parents from distress, he had intentionally concealed this information. Now, with a chance to reclaim his place on the field, he vowed not to relent until he achieved recognition. Under the azure sky adorned with white clouds, a young boy clad in a yellow vest skillfully juggled a football on the lush green grass, diligently executing dribbling sprints and maneuvering around obstacles as instructed by the assistant coach, who held a tactical board in his arms. A man clad in a white polo shirt emerged from the dimly lit corridor, his dark hair contrasting against the glaring sunlight overhead. He squinted for a moment before unleashing a tirade of expletives, exclaiming, Are the scouts of this club merely living off idle privileges? How could they bring someone of such mediocre caliber for a trial at the facility? With a dismissive wave of his arm, he pointed at a man dressed in black athletic attire beside him and commanded, Inform the staff below to expedite the departure of this individual. Furthermore, deliver a stern warning to those scouts who merely collect a paycheck without contributing. Should they continue to present subpar candidates, they shall forfeit any bonuses for the latter half of the year. Coach, this individual was not brought by our team scouts. He arrived on his own with a letter of recommendation from Ms. Zhang Yuna, the assistant replied cautiously, retracting his neck as if anticipating a rebuke. Ms. Zhang Yuna? Coach furrowed his brows, responding with a tone of incredulity. Is she the young lady from the GL group? Indeed, Coach, the opposing party possesses a handwritten letter from Ms. Zhang Yuna. If we were to dismiss him outright, it might be rather inappropriate. Our club's annual expenditures are entirely sponsored by GL Corporation, and I have heard that Ms. Zhang Yuna has officially taken charge of the group, conveniently positioned as our superior. The assistant whispered softly, while Cochin gazed down at the trial players on the pitch, who were performing abysmally, and with a pained expression, he covered his forehead. The unique political climate of Country H has nurtured an immensely powerful conglomerate, to the extent that even the president of Country H must choose between dependency and compromise. GL Corporation stands as a top-tier conglomerate, rivaling Samsung. If he can lead the team to victory in both the league and the AFC Champions League this year, with the support of GL Corporation, he may have the opportunity to coach the South Korean national team next year, an honor coveted by many. Offending Ms. Zhang Yuna over an inconsequential player is simply not worth it. However, retaining such an individual in the team would only hinder our progress. It would be preferable to reassign him to the youth team. This way, we would not offend Ms. Zhang Yuna, nor would he occupy a position that could adversely affect our squad depth, the assistant suddenly proposed. Coach N's eyes brightened as he extended his hand and said, "Show me his information." Chapter 6. The unremarkable. The assistant respectfully handed over the documents with both hands. He is already 19, a dual citizen of China and Korea. Cochin quickly skimmed through the information before glancing at the trial player on the pitch, drenched in sweat, and with a sardonic smile remarked, "So, he has undergone Chinese youth training from a young age. No wonder his skills are so lacking. He hasn't even participated in a single official match in the Chinese league. Yet he dares to come to our Jianbuk Hyundai with just a letter of recommendation from Miss Zhang Yuna. Does he hold himself in such high regard? Or does he think our team operates under the notion that money or connections can grant one entry at will? Cochin, are you implying that?" With his level of ability, if he were to be relegated to the youth team, it would only foster a negative atmosphere, leading everyone to believe he entered through connections and backdoor means. For the healthy development of the youth team and to uphold our responsibility to every player who has poured sweat to join our ranks, this precedent absolutely cannot be set. But how shall we account to Ms. Zhang Yuna if we refuse? The assistant leaned in, his expression filled with concern. Coach N pondered for a considerable time before responding. "Transfer him. Let him go to the K2 League, our affiliated modern youth. This lad should possess some self-awareness. Our K-League in the Republic of Korea is not a place where just anyone can participate. But will Coach Choi Se-ju accept him, given his temperament? This lad has a recommendation letter from Miss Zhang Yuna. Along with our club's official letter, they have no grounds for refusal." Cochin wore a sly smile as he replied, "Moreover, if Coach Choi rejects this lad, that would no longer be my concern." Their gazes met, and an understanding smile emerged on the assistant's face. At that moment, a resounding whistle echoed from the field below, signaling that the trial players had successfully completed the various technical assessments set by the assistant. Wiping the sweat from their brows, they made their way towards the locker room. Lu Dongdong and Lu Gang walked shoulder to shoulder out of the stadium. "Dad, I didn't perform very well today. Will it affect my assessment results?" Lu Dongdong glanced back at the magnificent modern stadium, his tone laden with concern. Having received formal football training from a young age, he possessed a certain understanding of the football cultures across the globe. He had initially thought that the team introduced by Ms. Zhang Yuna was merely an ordinary one. But to his astonishment, it turned out to be Jianbuk Hyundai Motors. This team has won the H-Country League Championship and the League Cup numerous times, and it is also a frequent participant in the AFC Champions League, having claimed the championship in 2006 and 2016. Its status in South Korea is akin to that of Evergrande, truly a powerhouse. Lu Dongdong, on the other hand, was merely an obscure player in the Chinese second division. Having never participated in an official match, it would be a lie to say he was not nervous during the recent trial. "Don't worry, my son. Wasn't the head coach there to speak with you personally? He even praised your performance, indicating that your display was commendable. Let's return home with peace of mind and await good news." Lu Gang patted Lu Dongdong's shoulder with vigor, a broad smile illuminating his face as he shook his head and remarked, "Indeed, in H-Nation, the Chaebols wield unparalleled influence. In less than 2 days, Miss Zhang Yuna has managed to secure you an H-Nation identity card. This is fortuitous. It will undoubtedly ease your experience playing football in Korea, as an identity card is far more convenient than a visa." Chapter 7. The carp leaps over the Dragon Gate. "Father, they've increased my age by 2 years. Will that pose an issue? Is there any problem?" Lu Gang assessed his tall and robust son with a playful gaze, chuckling, "You have always towered over your peers. No one will doubt your true age. Furthermore, you're merely older, not younger." Domestic players often adjust their ages downwards by 6 or 7 years for competitive advantage. If you succeed, accolades will follow, not disdain. Cool me. Today, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast to celebrate your successful trial. Modern youth? K2 League? Indeed, that is commendable, Dongge. Observe, the Korean K-League corresponds to the Chinese Super League. Thus the K2 aligns with the China League 1. You have truly leaped over the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, I am still muddling through in the China League 2. It is quite shameful. I feel quite embarrassed. All right. It is not as exaggerated as you suggest. Holding his phone, Lu Dongdong chuckled for a while before asking earnestly, Bin, how is that fellow who is replacing me? That lad is all about showmanship, indulging in flashy tricks like bicycle kicks and Marseille turns, yet he cannot even juggle a ball. He merely deceives the untrained eye. Old Chien has no interest in him, always wearing a stern expression. Dongge, rest assured, I will reclaim your honor and training. By the time I finish with him, he won't even recognize himself. Bin, please do not resort to such measures. I was merely curious and meant no offense. The past is behind us. Focus on your own game. Very well, I shall heed your advice. A frustrated sigh escaped from Gao Bin on the other end of the line. All right, let us end our conversation here. I must return to work. Work? What work? I am merely in a trial. Whether I officially join the team depends on the evaluation at the end of the month. Moreover, from what I gather, the salaries in the K2 League are not particularly high. I have evening shifts at the construction site, which will help supplement our household income. Lu Dongdong rubbed his nose and laughed heartily. Dongge, let us dispense with unnecessary words. Take care of yourself. Together, we shall strive and meet at Hongda. Absolutely. We shall unite at Hongda. Lu Dongdong emerged from the container dormitory, donning a yellow safety helmet. Before him, the construction site was ablaze with light. Bustling workers weaving through the scene, while the air was filled with the deafening roar of machinery. He deftly maneuvered a handcart, commencing the unloading of bricks. Before long, he found himself drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. That little rascal, ever since he started playing football, he has been brimming with energy for work, remarked Wang Pengzi, his face adorned with stubble, as he approached and plopped down on a towering pile of bricks. Glancing around to ensure the foreman was absent, he discreetly lit a cigarette and began to smoke. Lu Dongdong grinned foolishly a few times, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he set down the bricks and turned to retrace his steps. Xiaodong, give it your all, and let those Koreans witness the prowess of the Chinese. Wang Pengzi exhaled a puff of smoke, raising his arm and clenching his fist as he declared, On the day you officially step onto the field, my father and I will bring all our fellow workers to the venue to cheer you on. Chapter 8. The stern coach Lu Dongdong remained silent, merely lifting his sweat-drenched youthful visage and nodding vigorously. Wang Fatty, stop idling and come help me with a line, bellowed a co-worker from the third floor, who then tossed down a hefty bundle of black wire with a plug attached. You rascal. You just don't want me to enjoy smoke, do you? Wang Fatty grumbled, taking a couple of hearty puffs from his tobacco before lazily rising. However, Lu Dongdong dashed past him, saying, Uncle Wang, you sit and rest. I'll handle it. Heh, you little rascal. It seems my care for you has not been in vain, Wang Fatty replied, displaying a hint of satisfaction, propping his leg up and savoring his cigarette with delight. Lu Dongdong rushed to the base of the newly constructed building, receiving the power strip that was slowly lowered from above. He picked up the electrical socket that had been left on the ground and plugged it in directly. A burst of blue-green sparks erupted from the socket, and initially, he paid it no mind. However, when his arm began to tingle, he sensed something was amiss. Before he could react, his vision blurred, and he lost consciousness. To the onlookers, including Wang Pengzi, Lu Dongdong's grip on the power strip suddenly erupted in a flurry of sparks, followed by a plume of black smoke. His body convulsed violently before he collapsed to the ground. This is bad. Someone has been electrocuted, shouted a worker from the upper floors. Wang Pengzi, witnessing the accident firsthand, didn't he even have time to discard the cigarette but from his mouth and hurriedly rushed forward. Surrounding workers, alerted by the cries, quickly converged from all directions. In the distance, Lu Gang, who was cutting steel pipes in another building, heard the commotion and sprang to his feet. Noticing the crowd gathering densely in the southwestern corner of his site, he immediately recognized it as his son's work area. A sense of foreboding arose within him. Could it be that Dongdong had met with an accident? Chapter 4. The Green Football Field Modern Youth Football Arena. Head coach's office. Knock. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed as a tall man clad in black athletic gear entered the room, a bright green whistle hanging around his neck. Coach Shui, you called for me? The man stood with his hands behind his back, chest out, his chin and cheeks adorned with a thick stubble. His features sharp and resolute, exuding a raw, masculine charm. Sitting behind the desk, Shui Shimin lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the man for a moment before tossing a document onto the table, his tone icy as he inquired, "What is the situation regarding this trial player named Lu Dongdong? Given his skill level, how did he manage to join our team?" At 62 years old, Shui Shimin had previously coached the South Korean youth national team, earning remarkable accolades. In the realm of South Korean football coaching, he was known for his integrity and strictness, allowing no room for error. Recently, in preparation for the upcoming professional league season, he had been diligently collaborating with the club's technical department to identify players suitable for the team's tactical style, aiming to bolster the team's strength and lay a solid foundation for securing the championship next season. However, just one day after his return, he heard whispers from his assistant about a player who had supposedly gained entry into the team through connections. Such behavior was utterly intolerable to him. Chapter 9. The Awakening of the System, Part 1. Coach Shui Xianbin, do you have anything to say to me? Shui Shimin asked, arms crossed, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the man who had remained silent. Yes, everything regarding him was orchestrated by me. However, this situation is rather special. He was directly recommended by Coach N from Jianbuk Hyundai, and there is also a handwritten letter of recommendation from Miss Zhang Yuna. Shui Xianbin remarked, another individual relying on nepotism. A knowing smirk graced Shui Shimin's face as he replied, regardless of who he is or what connections he possesses in my team, one must rely on genuine talent to establish a foothold. Immediately inform him to refrain from joining my team. Coach Shui, that is unacceptable. What did you say? Shui Xianbin hesitated momentarily. Then, through gritted teeth, said, Coach Shui, you are more aware of Ms. Zhang Yuna's status than I am. If we proceed in this manner, we shall certainly offend her. Furthermore, to my understanding, this player initially went to Quanbei Modern, yet Coach Shioji directly assigned him to us, clearly wishing to avoid offending Miss Zhang Yuna, thus leaving this hot potato in our hands. If we act as you suggest, we will be playing directly into his hands. And what of it? Are we to retain someone lacking in skill? Shui Shimin retorted. Youth football represents the future of a nation. If we allow a diligent player to be replaced simply due to another's power and influence, it is an egregious injustice. While some may choose to compromise, I will not permit such occurrences within my team. With a pause, he fixed his gaze upon Shui Xuanbin's eyes, speaking with an undeniable authority. Even if Ms. Zhang Yuna were to hold me accountable for this, I am willing to bear the consequences. Coach Kui. Shui Xianbin began, but faltered, having stood by Shui Shimin's side for many years. He understood his temperament better than anyone else and realized that no amount of further discussion would sway him from his decision. Make the call, immediately. Understood. Shui Xianbin retrieved his phone and dialed, his mind racing to formulate the most tactful words to convey the message. In the next moment, the call connected, but as he opened his mouth, his expression shifted abruptly. After exchanging pleasantries, he swiftly ended the call, looking towards Shui Shimin, who sat in his office chair. He spoke with an odd expression. It was his family who answered. They said he accidentally suffered an electric shock last night and is currently in the hospital fighting for his life. He may not be able to come to the base for some time. Jiang Hospital in Jiangsu. Liu Gang and Wang Pengzi stood in the corridor of the hospital, engaged in an ongoing conversation with a bespectacled doctor. Behind them, the patient room was shrouded in darkness. As the heavy curtains were drawn shut, Lu Dongdong lay motionless upon the bed, his fingers and body adorned with an array of specialized medical examination devices. Beside him, on the bedside cabinet, sat a cardiac monitor, its fluctuating lines illuminating various values. Suddenly, Lu Dongdong's fingers twitched ever so slightly. The data on the cardiac monitor began to fluctuate dramatically, the once steady lines now erratic, accompanied by the incessant beeping of warnings. Where am I? Lu Dongdong abruptly opened his eyes and found himself enveloped in a complete void of darkness. Chapter 10. The Awakening of the System, Part 2. He glanced around, unable to perceive even a sliver of light, as if he were utterly lost in an abyss of shadows. Just then, an eerily cold voice echoed in his ears. Welcome to the Greenfield Stadium. The Greenfield Stadium? What manner of place is this? Lu Dongdong turned his head, straining to locate the source of the sound. This is a realm where your dreams can be realized. Dreams? Clang, clang, clang. Lu Dongdong furrowed his brows, suddenly noticing a brilliant light shimmering directly ahead. Following that, a series of dazzling beams illuminated the space around him. These were none other than radiant spotlights. The blinding glare compelled him to squint slightly, but as he discerned his surroundings, his expression drastically shifted. He found himself within a colossal, cylindrical structure, surrounded by tiered seating that cascaded downward from all sides. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of lush green grass. The sight before him was strikingly familiar, as he had long dreamt of standing in this very place, kicking a ball. This was an immense stadium, capable of accommodating nearly 100,000 spectators. Though he had never visited the Bernabéu, he was convinced that this venue could rival its grandeur. "Who are you, and why am I here?" Lu Dongdong inquired, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. What matters is whether you are willing to become the master of this arena. If you choose to embrace this destiny, I shall guide you on a journey to greatness, to become a legend in the annals of football history. Will you accept the mantle of legend?" "Legend? I?" Lu Dongdong's mouth fell agape, his face a canvas of astonishment. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, I am willing. Thus, come forth, ascend to your rightful throne, and embark on your verdant legend." A cylindrical beam of light suddenly illuminated Lu Dongdong, revealing a podium in the shape of the letter T at the very center of the field. A dazzling radiance focused on the highest point of the podium. Chapter 5, Becoming an Exceptional Defender. Lu Dongdong stood in a daze, inexplicably stepping forward, ascending the podium step by step until he reached the pinnacle at its center. The two most radiant beams of light converged upon him, enveloping him in a brilliant glow, causing everything else to instantly fade into obscurity. The Greenfield Legend system was officially activated. Loading. 20, 60, 90. Initiating. Boom, boom, boom. A dazzling array of fireworks suddenly erupted in the sky. The red and green lights reflected upon Lu Dongdong's face as he lifted his head. Entranced by the resplendent night sky and utterly bewildered by the voice that had just resonated in his ears. Doubt not what you see and hear. It is all genuinely occurring. The reason I stand before you is that I have sensed the profound longing within your heart. I shall assist you in becoming the world's foremost football star, a legend of your generation. The cold voice interjected before Lu Dongdong could voice his questions, shifting its tone to say, in this green field. Chapter 11, Becoming a Legend here. I will guide you through the most elite training in the world, teaching you to confront the myriad challenges and adversaries on the pitch. Detailed revelations will follow in due course. Now, let us discover what exceptional qualities you possess that will forge you into a legendary superstar. As the words settled, a gentle luminescence emanated from Lu Dongdong, visibly cascading from his chest to his arms and legs at a remarkable pace. He raised his glowing hand in awe, feeling a warm current flowing through his body, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. In the next moment, a ripple of water appeared directly before him. The waves gently oscillated, gradually revealing a virtual figure, strikingly identical to Lu Dongdong himself, vividly lifelike, as if sculpted from the same mold. "What is this?" Lu Dongdong exclaimed, eyes wide with curiosity. "Do not question why. Observe closely." All right. Beside the apparition, a series of elongated bars began to materialize, each identical in length, but varying in the expanse of white within. From the first row to the last, they bore an array of seemingly random numbers, 58, 68, 48, and so forth. At the forefront of each bar, several words shimmered with golden light, denoting speed, stamina, agility, strength, explosiveness. Lu Dongdong furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings meticulously, a vague realization dawning upon him. Indeed, precisely as you surmised, what you are observing constitutes a comprehensive evaluation of your physical attributes. A detailed data analysis of your various metrics has been conducted, allowing you to clearly discern your strengths and weaknesses. To become a professional athlete, one must possess a lucid understanding of their advantages and shortcomings, enabling one to capitalize on strengths while ameliorating weaknesses. Currently, your performance indicators are quite average, bordering on subpar, yet your offensive drive is notably robust, scoring a 68. So what does that imply? Lu Dongdong inquired urgently. Although the information presented before him was somewhat difficult to digest, he felt it resonated profoundly with his physical condition. Particularly regarding speed, reflexes, and physique, it echoed the sentiments frequently expressed by his former coach. Thus, as a professional football coach, my positional recommendation for you is to play in the forward line or as a center forward. Lu Dongdong paused, responding, but throughout my upbringing, my coaches have always assigned me to the defender position due to my height. Is your height truly sufficient? A voice retorted with a scoff. Your coach is quite misguided. Positions on the football field are not solely determined by height. It is essential to consider each player's unique characteristics. Only by occupying the position that best suits you can, one, unleash their fullest potential. But I've always played as a defender. Now asking me to suddenly switch to a forward or center forward is simply unfeasible, Lu Dongdong expressed with concern. A professional football player essentially undergoes specialized training for a fixed position from a young age, making offensive and defensive maneuvers second nature. Chapter 12. The underdog, a sudden shift. Akin to a meteorite colliding with Earth, could yield unimaginable consequences, barring those versatile players, of course. I am well aware of this. Hence, I do not expect an immediate transformation. Moreover, as a professional athlete, the fundamental requirement is to adhere to the coach's tactical arrangements. Since you are currently playing as a defender, let us first strive to make you an exemplary football defender. Very well, Lu Dongdong nodded gently. As a world-class defender, what do you believe is most essential? Physicality and awareness. Lu Dongdong replied instinctively. After a brief contemplation, he added, speed, particularly the ability to pivot quickly, and most importantly, synergy with teammates and mutual understanding. Is that so? The voice chuckled enigmatically. Is it not? Lu Dongdong responded cautiously. No, you are not mistaken. You are merely overthinking it a bit. Among the attributes you mentioned, if a defender possesses even one, they can ascend to the ranks of the world elite. What I wish to convey is this. Before you become a top-tier global player, refrain from lofty aspirations and coveting too much. Instead, remain grounded in progress step by step. Do you comprehend? I understand. Observe your current physical data. With regard to the aspects you just enumerated, all are maintaining a score of 4,055. Particularly your physical confrontation ability, which stands at a mere 48. As a defender, this is utterly inadequate. However, rest assured under my guidance. You will surmount these challenges and rise to legendary heights. Really? Lu Dongdong lifted his head, his gaze radiating fervent intensity. Dongdong, you are awake. Lu Dongdong slowly opened his eyes and was startled to find the faces of his father, Lu Gang, and Uncle Wang Fatty directly before him. He glanced around, his expression bewildered, and stammered. What are you doing here? Where am I? You are in the hospital, Lu Gang replied with concern. You accidentally touched an electric wire while working, but fortunately, Uncle Wang Fatty rushed you here immediately. You've been in a coma for 3 whole days. Are you feeling all right now? I'm fine, Dad, I'm okay. Lu Dongdong gently shook his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed dramatically as he urgently exclaimed, You said I've been in a coma for 3 days. What about the team? Chapter 6. The South Korean nurse. Hyuna, rest assured. I already contacted your assistant coach and requested a leave of absence. They are very understanding and said that you can participate in the practical training once you have fully recovered. That's good, that's good. Lu Dongdong sighed in relief and lay back down on the bed. Beside him, Uncle Wang Fatty perceptibly elevated the pillow, making Lu Dongdong's rest more comfortable. Lu Dongdong expressed his gratitude to Wang Pengzi several times, then spoke in a hushed tone, Dad. I have truly been lying in the hospital for the past 3 days without going anywhere. Lu Gang had yet to utter a word when Wang Pengzi, grinning with his yellowed teeth, placed his hand on Lu Dongdong's forehead and feigned surprise, exclaiming, Xiao Dong, could it be that your head has been singed by 220 volts of alternating current? Chapter 13. The nurse after your electric shock. You were rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Where else could you possibly be? Off playing football on the field? Lu Gang chuckled lightly as he poured a glass of water and brought it to Lu Dongdong's lips, saying, Dongzi, you have no idea. The very day you were admitted, you were in perfectly good condition. The doctors even assured us that there was nothing wrong. Yet, come the afternoon of the second day, for reasons unknown, the monitor that tracked your heartbeat and pulse began to flicker incessantly, emitting alarming beeps that startled both us and the doctors. And then, Lu Dongdong inquired eagerly. Then you were sent to the emergency room. What else could we do? Wang Pengzi replied. You little rascal, do you realize? Your father was in tears, too afraid to call your mother for fear of causing her distress. Truly, it was divine intervention this time. Dongzi, Uncle Wang advises you. Should you encounter any dangerous situations like handling electrical wires at the construction site again, never lend a hand. Understood, Lu Dongdong nodded earnestly, exchanging a glance with his father. Lu Gang, who could be seen with glistening eyes, evidently moved. It seemed that this incident had truly frightened his usually fearless father. Ah, Lao Wang, let us not dwell on the past. What matters is that Dongzi is safe. Lu Gang turned his head slightly, wiped the corner of his eye, and spoke with a voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. Dongzi, please give your mother a call later. She has been calling incessantly these past few days, and I have told her that you were already asleep. That woman tends to be overly suspicious, and I fear she has begun to harbor doubts. You should call her promptly to reassure her of your safety. All right, Dad. Lu Dongdong's face revealed a hint of a smile as he concluded the call with Lu Gang, pressing the numbers with determination. In the stillness of the night, the vast hospital room was left with only Lu Dongdong. He lay quietly on the bed, gazing through the glass window at the starry sky and the vibrant neon cityscape below. Was it all merely a dream? Yet, why did it feel so tangible? Could it be that the electric shock had inflicted damage upon my neural pathways? He tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. After perhaps 3 days of deep sleep, at this very moment, his mind was wide awake, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. The sound of footsteps approached, and a nurse entered, carrying a stainless steel tray. It's time for your medication, sir, the beautiful nurse said in crisp Korean. All right, Lu Dongdong replied, hastily rising to accept the pills from her hand. He tilted his head back and swallowed them in one swift motion. Perhaps amused by Lu Dongdong's comical and flustered actions, the lovely nurse stifled a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. Lu Dongdong scratched the back of his head and chuckled shyly, suddenly realizing that the nurse before him seemed familiar. Mustering his courage, he engaged in conversation with the beautiful nurse and discovered she was the same enchanting lady he had encountered at the consultation desk during his father Lu Gang's previous hospitalization. The two exchanged pleasantries and introduced themselves. I am Lu Dongdong, he said. Oh mi huyuna. Are you Chinese? Yes, I hail from northern Hunan, China. What brings you to Korea? Hyunya smiled, revealing 2 delicate dimples. I'm a football player. I came here to play, Lu Dongdong replied earnestly. Chapter 14. A return your football player? I have a friend who plays football as well. If the opportunity arises, I would like to introduce you to. Sound good? Lu Dongdong nodded enthusiastically. Which football stars do you admire? Which stars? Hyunya tilted her head, gently tapping her fair cheek with her fingers, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons as she replied. I adore Ronaldo, Kak, and Torres. You like Torres too? Lu Dongdong's interest was piqued. Are you also a fan of his? Yes, when I was younger. I always aspired to be a forward. However, as I grew taller, my coach advised me to play as a defender. Nevertheless, if given the chance, I would love to emulate Torres and strive to become a great forward. Indeed, keep pushing forward. The two chatted merrily for a while. But Lu Dongdong felt a lingering desire to continue the conversation. However, Hyunya shyly shook her finger and, with a hint of embarrassment, stuck out her tongue. I must take my leave. I have other wards to attend to. Let us talk again next time. Of course. Hyunya picked up her tray and walked towards the door. Just as she opened it, Lu Dongdong suddenly called out to her, Hyunya. What is it? I would like to ask, when might I expect to be discharged? Lu Dongdong hesitated before speaking. He had finally secured a trial opportunity with the K2 League, but now, due to an electric shock, he had been lying in the hospital for 3 days and nights. Although his father had taken leave, there was no guarantee that the club's coach would view him favorably. The only way forward was to report to the team as soon as possible. I'm not entirely sure, but Dr. Lee mentioned today that your condition is stable, and you should be able to be discharged in a couple of days at most. That's good to hear. Thank you. Not at all. If you need anything, just press the button next to your bed. With that, Hyunya exited the room. Lu Dongdong reclined on the bed, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling above. Unbeknownst to him, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he slowly closed his eyes. You have arrived. A voice emerged from the darkness, deep and husky, imbued with a uniquely magnetic masculinity, yet devoid of any trace of emotion, exuding an unmistakable air of aloofness. Where am I? Lu Dongdong asked, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing but impenetrable darkness. You were here just yesterday. Surely you haven't forgotten. I have been here. Could it be that this place is? A series of clicks echoed from afar, and one by one, lights flickered to life, illuminating a vast, indistinct outline. It was a colossal football field. Lu Dongdong lowered his gaze to the lush green grass beneath his feet. He stood in the verdant arena, the very place he had visited the day prior. Chapter 7. Tenfold Training Intensity. Had I not just been lying on a hospital bed? I should have been asleep. Why have I suddenly found myself here? Lu Dongdong inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. This is merely a manifestation of your dreams. You can only arrive here in slumber. Ah, now I understand, Lu Dongdong realized with clarity. Very well, let us dispense with trivialities and return to the matter at hand. Do you recall the footage I showed you yesterday? Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment before gently nodding his head. Chapter 15. Let us commence. So, shall we begin our lesson for today? What shall I learn? How to become an exceptional world-class defender. A figure emerged step by step from the shadowy edge of the court. He was tall, clad in a sharply tailored suit, adorned with a tie, and his polished black shoes gleamed brilliantly. He epitomized the image of a professional coach. However, his face remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring any discernible features. Who are you? How should I address you? Lu Dongdong gazed in astonishment. Perhaps sensing the powerful aura of a coach emanating from the figure, he felt a twinge of apprehension. You may call me Coach G. Of course, this is merely a title, devoid of any real significance, and truly inconsequential. The only matter of importance is whether you are prepared to embark on this journey with me. Coach G lifted his head. Though his facial features were indistinct, Lu Dongdong distinctly felt two piercing beams of warmth directed at him. I am ready. Lu Dongdong inhaled deeply, clenching his fists with determination. I initially believed this was merely a dream, yet it has proven to be real. So let us begin in earnest. With Coach G's guidance, I shall aspire to become a world-class top defender. Come here. Coach G beckoned with a wave of his hand. Lu Dongdong immediately rushed forward. After watching yesterday's video footage, what do you believe is necessary to become an exceptional defender, aside from awareness, physique, and speed? It is the relentless pursuit, the unwavering commitment to run tirelessly. Lu Dongdong echoed this notion, his gaze radiating fervent intensity. Indeed, it is this tireless running, this ceaseless vigilance towards your teammates, that is paramount. With the objective clearly defined, you should already comprehend today's lesson. You must accomplish a 30-kilometer weighted run. Coach G gestured with his arm, illuminating a vast, shadowy field with beams of light, revealing a track encircling the arena. Are we starting now? Lu Dongdong hesitated. This method of training was entirely foreign to him. No, this exercise is quite simple. You merely need to take strides and shed a bit of sweat. Moreover, on this verdant pitch, you will experience an intensity of training tenfold greater than that of the outside world. What does that mean? Lu Dongdong inquired, his expression one of confusion. It means that running 30 kilometers here equates to running 300 kilometers out there. Each time you juggle the ball here counts as 10 times that outside. Do you understand? Understood. Lu Dongdong blinked in disbelief, his heart brimming with joy, and a smile broke through on his face. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Perhaps he could attain the status of a Chinese professional player through sheer effort. However, to reach a world-class level, mere diligence would not suffice. At 17, he had already surpassed the prime age for shaping a player, and his playing style had gradually taken form. Chapter 16. Your opponent. The style of play had become entrenched. It cannot be fundamentally altered by a few training sessions. Now, with this tenfold intensity in training conditions, everything becomes achievable. All right, enough of these musings. Let me teach you something else. Coach G, as if perceiving Lu Dongdong's innermost thoughts, continued. What is it? Lu Dongdong chuckled shyly, scratching his head. Defense. Coach G smiled mysteriously, waving his arm as a figure emerged from the sidelines where substitutes awaited their turn. Clad in a yellow jersey and green shorts, with yellow hair and brown skin, the individual took a few vigorous steps in place to loosen up. After receiving a nod from Coach G, he jogged onto the field and approached Lu Dongdong. He is your opponent for today. Do not concern yourself with his name or any of his attributes. All you need to focus on is intercepting the ball at his feet. Do not allow him to breach your defense. In a single moment, beneath the enigmatic fan's feet, a black and white leather football suddenly materialized. With a gentle flick of his foot, the ball adhered itself to his shoe, and with a subtle shake of his calf, it soared into the air. With an air of ease, he began to juggle the ball. Regardless of how he moved, whether using his shoulders or head, the football remained under his command, akin to a toy manipulated by an unseen hand. Such effortless skill revealed an extraordinary sense of the game. Lu Dongdong felt a sudden jolt, and he quickly discerned that the enigmatic player before him possessed formidable skills. Penalty kicks are a fundamental aspect of training for every football player. Nearly everyone can showcase their prowess to some degree. However, the mysterious player standing in front of him appeared to execute an array of techniques with remarkable ease, something Lu Dongdong humbly acknowledged he could not replicate. Furthermore, such finesse is not something that any ordinary footballer can effortlessly attain. Rest assured, today's objective is not for you to match his technical abilities, but rather to prevent him from breaching your defense. Coach G interjected, seemingly perceiving Lu Dongdong's inner uncertainty. The simplest form of defense, what does that entail? Lu Dongdong blurted out, close marking, and then strived to seize the opportunity to intercept the ball at his feet. Close marking. Let us commence, and do not squander everyone's time. The scene shifted. Lu Dongdong and the enigmatic player stood at the center of the field. The mysterious player cast a playful glance at Lu Dongdong, skillfully controlling the corner kick with his foot. He deftly maneuvered the ball a few times, then swiftly approached Lu Dongdong with the football in tow. Prepare yourself, he cautioned. Remember, should you fail to fulfill your task, you shall face my retribution. Let us begin. Coach G blew his whistle. The mysterious player immediately dribbled the football, turning his back to Lu Dongdong, closing in on him. Yes, this is the essence of defense. Close confrontation. The mysterious player's body pressed against Lu Dongdong's. Lu Dongdong's expression morphed into something peculiar, as he realized that the player before him was entirely a figment of virtual imagination. Yet, the figure pressed against him felt as real as any athlete engaged in a physical contest. The incredibility of the situation was overwhelming. The enigmatic player continually nudged Lu Dongdong with his back. Chapter 17. Humiliation, Part 1. With his foot deftly maneuvering the football, Lu Dongdong appeared somewhat restrained. His arms crossed and braced against the back of the mysterious player, as this was his inaugural experience with such an unusual training regimen. He found himself unable to fully unleash his potential. Concentrate. Cast aside the trivial distractions cluttering your mind. This is the pitch, and you are partaking in an intensely competitive training session. Engage your utmost focus, employing every technique you have learned, and strive to intercept your opponent's ball without contravening the rules of the game. Remember, the training I provide is merely a supplementary tool. Becoming a superstar and realizing your dreams hinges entirely on your personal efforts. Each match and every training session will yield greater experience the more proficiently you perform. Should you adopt a lackadaisical attitude, merely going through the motions, or seek to achieve success without effort, I advise you to relinquish your football aspirations and accept a mundane existence. The more favorable my demeanor, the greater the experience I acquire. Does this not imply a significant enhancement in my overall skill set? Lu Dongdong inquired loudly, his gaze fixed on the mysterious player's form. Indeed, provided you exert sufficient effort and demonstrate exceptional performance, your accrued experience will multiply exponentially. Conversely, if your performance falters, while your experience points may not diminish, your overall condition will gradually decline. Even if you shine in the next match, the experience gained will be markedly reduced. How can I elevate my experience points? It is simple. Exert yourself to the utmost, even if it means exhausting every last drop of sweat from your body. Exert myself to the utmost. Lu Dongdong echoed within, his eyes sparkling with determination. No more distractions. Begin your endeavor now. Yes, Lu Dongdong exclaimed loudly, drawing all attention to the enigmatic player. He exerted himself in a physical contest against this mysterious individual, leveraging his own physical advantages to gradually constrict the space in which the player could shield the ball. Perhaps influenced by Lu Dongdong's determination, the football at the feet of the enigmatic player unexpectedly slipped out of control, rolling away several paces. Upon witnessing this, Lu Dongdong felt a surge of joy within him. Now is the moment. He shouldered the weight of the enigmatic player, and as the player bore down upon him with all their might, he swiftly sidestepped, utilizing the element of surprise. In an instant, he pivoted on his feet, executing a clever retreat, and emerged from the right flank of the mysterious figure. Extending one foot, he aimed directly at the black and white football resting beneath the enigmatic player's feet. At that moment, the round ball lay quietly on the ground, awaiting Lu Dongdong's gentle touch to effortlessly send it away. Lu Dongdong's heart soared with joy. Could it be that the first steal came so effortlessly? However, just as he prepared to execute his original plan and strike the soccer ball, the black and white sphere vanished from his sight in an instant. Simultaneously, the enigmatic player standing beside him appeared to perform a delicate waltz, gracefully spinning past him. Lu Dongdong was momentarily stunned, suddenly comprehending the gravity of his situation. It was the Marseille turn. The enigmatic player had executed the Marseille turn. Chapter 18. The Humiliation, Part 2. This mysterious athlete had employed such a visually captivating and technically proficient maneuver, one that left all the defenders who had been outmaneuvered feeling utterly humiliated. He had never envisioned that such a day would come, nor had he anticipated encountering a player capable of deploying the exquisite skill of the Marseille turn against him. In disbelief, he swiftly turned his head. The enigmatic star, dribbling the ball with remarkable agility, surged forward like a gust of wind, mercilessly mocking him. Do you realize? In a genuine football match, a single reckless misstep, like the one you just made, will have left the goal behind you and your goalkeeper utterly exposed to the scrutiny of your adversaries. That blunder was fatal, something no coach could ever tolerate. Coach G's voice was chilling and grave. Lu Dongdong bowed his head in shame, offering no rebuttal. Again, Coach G's voice was devoid of any emotion. Lu Dongdong found himself once again closely pressed against the enigmatic player clad in yellow attire. It is essential to remember that, as a defender, his primary duty is to safeguard his goal. He must refrain from making any reckless moves unless he possesses absolute certainty. Should one fail to grasp this principle, they shall never ascend to the ranks of a competent defender. Lu Dongdong took a fleeting glance at Coach G and nodded emphatically. The confrontation resumed. The mysterious player firmly pressed his shoulder against Lu Dongdong's chest, his foot resting upon the ball, entirely indifferent to Lu Dongdong behind him. Exuding an air of ease as he shielded the ball, Lu Dongdong relentlessly pressed against the enigmatic player's physique, attempting to leverage his towering stature to push him aside. Yet, with every move he made, the mysterious player anticipated his intentions, deftly maneuvering the ball from one foot to the other, leaving Lu Dongdong repeatedly out of reach. How infuriating. He is remarkably skilled. How does he manage to foresee my every intention, as if he possesses an eye at the back of his head? Lu Dongdong felt a mix of anxiety and helplessness. Despite his towering stature, physical strength was not his forte. The enigmatic player before him utilized his agile physique and deft footwork, leading Lu as if on a leash. Foolishness. As a defender, is it merely sufficient to obstruct your opponent? One must learn to leverage one's physical advantages, perpetually pressuring the adversary, inciting their frustration, anger, and discomfort. Coach G's words echoed in his ears, yet Lu remained bewildered and lost. Raise your arms, forcefully press against his back, and use your knees to pin his joints, exerting all your strength to instill a sense of pressure. Observe his dribbling patterns. Do not squander your energy blindly. Your judgment must be swift and your gaze precise. Seize the opportunity to strike decisively. As a defender, you must constantly make your presence felt, not merely a statue standing idly by, but like a fierce octopus, clinging to him and incessantly applying pressure. Your objective is clear: to delay your opponent's offensive pace. If possible, intercept the ball beneath his feet. Coach G's wisdom was profound. Chapter 19. A performance in every sense. The words of Coach G illuminated Lu Dongdong's mind like a flash of lightning, unlocking a door to uncharted territories. He obeyed the coach's counsel, firmly pressing his arms against the enigmatic player's back, raising his knees to incessantly disrupt the opponent's joints, creating continuous disturbances. In an instant, the once composed, enigmatic player began to lose his balance, staggering to the left and right, and the black and white soccer ball at his feet no longer obeyed his command as before. Observing his dribbling patterns, Lu was determined to remember that his task was not to seize the ball, but to hinder the opponent's offensive tempo, thus buying precious time for his teammates in defense. He must not be deceived by any feints. Seeing his actions yield noticeable results, Lu Dongdong's confidence surged, and he instinctively sought to snatch the ball from the enigmatic player once more. But then, Coach G's voice resonated in his mind, jolting him back to clarity. Retracting his leg, just as he was about to extend it, a premonition washed over him. Despite the enigmatic player's apparent struggle, Lu's simple maneuvers would not impose such severe consequences. The truth was singular. He was performing, deliberately luring Lu into an ill-fated attempt, only to strike at the opportune moment. Indeed, as Lu intensified his efforts, each time the enigmatic player seemed on the verge of losing control of the ball, it miraculously returned to his grasp. As if by magic, it was an act. Lu Dongdong's refusal to indulge in complacency, albeit prompted by Coach G's timely reminder, signifies a notable advancement in his development. As a defender, it is imperative to maintain a constant state of alertness and composure. Intercepting the ball is not the ultimate goal, but rather, impeding the opponent's offensive momentum is your paramount objective. Your duty is to steadfastly safeguard the goal that lies behind you. Lu Dongdong seemed to be repeating a phrase in his mind, his expression growing increasingly animated. Suddenly, he felt his arm go slack, his body leaning forward uncontrollably. The mysterious player, who had been standing closely before him, lifted his foot and gently nudged the ball backward. allowing to roll a few times before slipping through Lu Dongdong's legs. In that fleeting moment, he sprang into action, executing a turn and darting past Lu Dongdong's body. The slowly rolling ball seamlessly transitioned into a high-speed motion beneath his feet, and in an instant he sped away with it, whether as a defender or a player. Maintaining absolute focus on the field is paramount. A mere moment of distraction could lead to irrevocable consequences. Coach G's voice was exceptionally grave, tinged with reproach. Lu Dongdong lowered his head in shame. It was all due to his overwhelming excitement moments ago, which allowed the enigmatic player to seize the opportunity and free himself from Lu's control. He lifted his head and steeled himself. I will only say this once. A football match lasts for 90 minutes and until the final whistle blows. Regardless of the consecutive blunders that may have led your team to concede 4, 5, or even 6 goals, you must maintain an unwavering focus of 12 out of 10 at all times. Chapter 20. Everything begins today. This is the arena where professional players strive for excellence. When you stand on that field, it is to give your all for your team, to exhaust every last drop of sweat from your body, leaving behind all guilt and remorse on the sidelines. You must present your finest form to your team, to your coach, and to your supporters. Lu Dongdong, with a dazed expression, lifted his head to gaze at Coach G, whose mouth was tightly shut and whose tone grew increasingly severe. In that moment, he felt as if the years he had devoted to football had been nothing more than a futile endeavor. The confrontation resumed. On the expansive field, a brilliant beam of light illuminated Lu Dongdong and the enigmatic player beside him. Their bodies were pressed closely together, engaged in a fierce struggle, while the black and white football danced playfully across the grass like a mischievous sprite. Standing at the edge of the field, Coach G was nearly enveloped in darkness, his arms flailing as he shouted loudly. At this moment, only sweat fell incessantly. A young man, driven by his dreams, was striving relentlessly towards the pinnacle he yearned for. Dad, I'm off. Xiao Dong, do you truly not want me to see you off in person? Dad, it's all right. You needn't worry. I will certainly put forth my utmost effort. No matter what, I will pass the Team S evaluation training and successfully become a player for Ulsan Youth. With a wave of his hand and a radiant smile, Lu Dongdong exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. He raised his head and squinted at the brilliant sun above, clenching his fist and raising his arm with determination. Let us go. A bus came to a stop at the station. Lu Dongdong exited the rear door of the vehicle, and the entrance to the club was directly across the road. He cast a few quiet glances before swiftly making his way over. As the clock struck 10 under the blazing sun, a verdant expanse of grass hosted a group of men clad in yellow or green vests clustered together. They were arranged in 2 parallel teams, a black and white soccer ball being kicked about at their feet. Each individual was drenched in sweat, with bursts of hearty laughter resonating in the air. Coach Chui had arrived, and everyone quickly assembled. A sharp whistle pierced the atmosphere as the assistant coach, dressed in black athletic attire, waved his hand and advanced. The exuberantly engaged players promptly halted their activities, standing in a quiet line, chests out and heads held high, eyes fixed ahead. The silver-haired Coach Chui, accompanied by Chui Xianbin, who held the players' profiles, approached the group. All the players immediately bowed their heads in respect, greeting them with deference. South Korea places great importance on etiquette, necessitating sufficient respect towards elders or superiors. Coach Chui, maintaining a stoic expression, gently nodded, while Chui Xianbin smiled and acknowledged each player with a nod. Coach Chui, these players joined our team during your absence. Here's their list and detailed information. Chui Xianbin presented a clipboard to Coach Chui. Chui's gaze swept across the faces of each player as he slowly extended his arm to accept the clipboard. Li Huanlong, Jin Jinwan, Lu Dongdong. Step forward, he called out loudly. The players whose names were called instinctively emerged from the lineup. Chapter 21. An Ordinary Training Match, Part 1. Chui Xianbin loudly recited the basic information of each player while Coach Chui, with his head lowered, perused the clipboard. Each time he turned a page, he lifted his gaze to glance at a player. Lu Dongdong. Coach Chui set down the final page, looked up at Lu Dongdong, and meaningfully remarked, "So you are Lu Dongdong, a product of both Chinese and Korean heritage?" Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback, nodding slightly and uttering a soft The information indicated that you play as a defender, and your height should now exceed 188 meters, correct? Yes, Coach Chui. The document you hold is my previous profile. My current height is 191 meters. Ah, splendid. Coach Chui Shizhao remarked with a meaningful tone, turning to address everyone. Let's continue our training. This afternoon, we shall conduct a simulated match between Group A and Group B. This competition is merely to provide me with a fundamental understanding of your capabilities. However, I hope everyone will exert themselves fully and present their finest performance. With that, he pivoted and departed. Cui Xianbin flashed a radiant smile at the team and waved gently in farewell. Once Coach Cui Shizhao's figure had completely faded from view, the players, who had stood rigidly, finally relaxed and began to enthusiastically discuss the upcoming group match. Although Coach Cui Shizhao's tone had been exceedingly calm, suggesting that it was merely a routine practice, all the players understood that since the moment they entered the club, they were not just teammates, but also fierce competitors. On the football field, there are only 11 starting positions. Each individual must exert their utmost effort for that coveted spot. Many gazed at the reticent Lu Dongdong with a hint of envy, perplexed as to why someone of ordinary appearance, yet with notable height, could capture Coach Cui Shizhao's attention. In the team, if one wishes to stand out, attracting the head coach's notice is undoubtedly the most effective strategy, both on and off the field. In contrast to the envy and jealousy of others, Lu Dongdong felt an inexplicable twinge of apprehension. Throughout his life, he had occupied a rather peripheral position within the team, acutely aware of the perceptions held by both the head coach and his teammates. He was uncertain why Coach Cui Shizhao had singled out his name, and even sensed a flicker of discontent in the coach's gaze. At 2 in the afternoon, under the scorching sun that baked the earth, the football match commenced as scheduled. What was intended to be an ordinary contest transformed into a fervent display of spirit, ignited by a single remark from Coach Cui Shizhao, compelling all players to engage with utmost diligence, leaving no room for carelessness. Lu Dongdong took to the field as a member of Team B, assuming his familiar position as a defender, paired with a boy who towered over him by half a head. Their opponents, the members of Team A, comprised the key players from last season's U squad. However, due to the absence of several main players, some substitutes filled in. It could be said that in terms of combat effectiveness and synergy, there was no conceivable comparison between Team A and Team B, rendering the outcome of the match nearly devoid of suspense. Do not be overly concerned with the score. Coach Cui is not fixated on the final result of your game. Chapter 22, An Ordinary Training Match, Part 2. Coach Cui is more interested in understanding the unique abilities and characteristics of each player on the field. Each of you need only to showcase your utmost potential. As for the players of Team A, I caution you not to underestimate your opponents. You are the principal players and key substitutes from last season's youth football team, and should you lose today's match, the consequences will be abundantly clear. Cui Xianbin stood at the edge of the field, his hands cupped around his mouth, calling out loudly to all the players. Upon hearing his words, the previously boisterous group of Team A players fell silent, their faces transforming into expressions of grave seriousness. In contrast, the members of Team B, who had been lacking in spirit, lifted their heads, their eyes igniting with fervent determination. Indeed, while the outcome of this match was predictably foreseeable, should any individual manage to excel or breach Team A's defenses, it would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on the coaching staff and Coach Cui Shizhao. Just a single goal might alter one's destiny within the team. Strictly speaking, as members of Team B, they were likely under far less psychological pressure than Team A. Let the match commence. Cui Xianbin glanced at his watch, raised his arm, and beckoned the players on both sides of the field to take their positions. The warmed-up players promptly settled into their designated spots, and with a long whistle from a coach serving as referee, the match officially began. Give it your all, and present your finest performance. Coach Cui is watching from the upper level, observing your display. Cui Xianbin shouted, his hands cupped around his mouth. All the swiftly running players instinctively glanced towards the coach's building in the distance. In a room on the 3rd floor, the graying Coach Cui Shizhao stood at the window, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the proceedings on the field. A forward from Team A received a pass from a teammate, and faced with an oncoming defender, he chose not to immediately collaborate with his teammate to maneuver past the opponent. Instead, leveraging his robust physique, he withstood the relentless pressure from the defender, leaning slightly to one side. Seizing the moment when the opponent lunged for the ball, he executed a graceful turn and dashed forward. The exquisite display of skill was met with cheers from a group of substitute players on the sidelines. Standing resolutely in the rear as a center back, Lu Dongdong silently applauded the impressive maneuver. The maneuver executed by his companion mirrored the technique previously displayed by the enigmatic player on the verdant pitch, executed with remarkable precision and finesse. In a fleeting moment, he He not only showcased his formidable physical prowess and resilience, but also demonstrated an exceptional sense of the ball and remarkable agility, undoubtedly poised to achieve a high score. In stark contrast to his inner admiration, Choi Hyun-bin, who silently observed the unfolding events from the sidelines, could only smirk coldly. Indeed, the player who had just evaded his marker exhibited remarkable skill. However, it is essential to note that all players admitted into the youth club, with few exceptions, possess outstanding capabilities. Venturing alone against Team A's defensive line was an utter folly. As anticipated, the forward, having successfully eluded his previous defender, perceived an unobstructed path ahead and, without hesitation, surged forward with the ball, akin to a sword piercing deep into the heart of Team A's territory. Chapter 23. An Ordinary Training Match, Part 2. The defensive midfielder, tasked with being the last line of defense, charged forward with the ferocity of a fierce tiger, intercepting the ball before the advancing forward could attempt to dribble past him, decisively bringing both player and ball crashing to the ground. The forward fell heavily upon grass, emitting a pained gasp while the ball rolled away, landing at the feet of a Team A player. The referee hurried onto the scene, arms flailing in an emphatic gesture, signaling to all players that the preceding attack had not incurred a foul. The fallen forward expressed his strong dissatisfaction to the referee, yet no one paid him any heed. The midfielder, who had executed the tackle, approached him directly, wearing an expression of derisive contempt. Choi Hyun-bin observed the scene with quiet contemplation, reflecting that the attacking forward was still too inexperienced, without enduring some hardship. He remained oblivious to the notion that there are always greater heights and superior individuals beyond one's own realm. Lee Dong, ignore him and press forward with the attack, he urged. Captain A, adorned with a yellow armband, exuberantly waved his arms, vociferously calling out to his teammates. Lee Dadong, with a sheepish smile, joined his comrades from the back line, swiftly advancing towards Team B's half. At that moment, the majority of Team B's players remained stationed in their own half, dismissing A's full-scale assault, convinced that the opponents posed no real threat. Unexpectedly, a midfield player from Team A, while dribbling forward at pace, unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring towards the left sideline. The strike was formidable, and as all Team B players turned to glance, they assumed the ball would inevitably sail out of bounds. However, in a surprising twist, just as the ball struck the ground, bouncing high and nearing the edge, a flash of green suddenly entered their field of vision. With rapid footwork, akin to pedaling a stationary bike, the player deftly flicked the ball back, which had nearly crossed the boundary. At this juncture, most of Team B's players were positioned in the middle and backfield, leaving the flanks unguarded. Seizing the opportunity, the players skillfully maneuvered the ball across the center, merging seamlessly with it, and surged into the penalty area with the swiftness of the wind. Hurry back on defense, shouted Nyo Dong Dong, as his defensive partner immediately pivoted to sprint towards the penalty box. The remaining players of Team B quickly reacted, rushing back in a concerted effort. Jin Shanha, the center back paired with Lu Dong Dong, was the first to confront the attacking player, diving to the ground in a desperate attempt to intercept the ball with a sliding tackle. His movements were sharp and decisive, and he extended his arms, utilizing his towering stature to block the attacking player, thereby buying precious time for his teammates to regroup. Yet, aspirations do not always align with reality, and what seemed a certain success faltered as the attacking player unexpectedly halted, allowing the ball to slip past Jin's outstretched foot. As Jin lifted his head in disbelief, the attacker deftly nudged the ball laterally, bypassing his body and dashing into the small penalty area in a flurry of steps. It became evident that the attacker had anticipated every one of Jin's moves. Without a moment's hesitation, the attacker elevated his right foot, delivering a fierce strike. Chapter 24. Sprint. Sprint. Suddenly, Jin noticed a blue figure racing towards him. Before the ball could escape the grasp of the attacker, she fell to the ground, executing a sliding tackle. Like a cannonball, the ball struck her shin, ricocheting sharply in a zigzag towards the midfield. The crowd erupted in cheers for the defender's spectacular interception. As Choi Hyun-bin stood at the edge of the field, a spark ignited in his eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly kick the ball out of bounds." His commanding voice jolted the B team players, who had only just begun to relax, back to reality. A few of them quickly regained their senses and dashed towards the ball's direction. However, after just a few strides, they spotted a green figure hurtling towards them. Before they could cover the distance to the ball, the figure had already reached it, unhesitatingly lifting a foot to strike the ball with precision. The ball sliced through the air with fierce momentum, whizzing past their ears. Instinctively turning their heads, they witnessed the B team's goalkeeper leap high into the air, his arms outstretched to their utmost limit, yet still unable to thwart the ball as it soared into the far corner of the net. Goal! The A-team players erupted in jubilation, swarming towards the hero of the moment, overwhelming her with their elation as they celebrated her achievement. Meanwhile, the B-team players hung their heads in despair, their spirits plummeting. Don't dwell on it. You played exceptionally well, Zhao Yaoding, the captain of the B-team, said as he approached Lu Dongdong and extended a hand to help her up. The scorer, Zhao Donghai, had been a pivotal player for the youth team in the previous season, renowned for his astute game reading, exceptional long-passing ability, and a formidable long-range shot. With a thoughtful pause, he pointed towards a speedy winger who had just been dispossessed by Lu Dongdong, and remarked, "This is Jin Shihe, another key player from our last season's youth team, famous throughout the league for his pace on the flanks. Had it not been for injuries, he would have undoubtedly been a top contender for assists last season." With a smile gracing his face, he added, "Thus, the goal we conceded was not entirely unjust. You performed admirably. Let us strive together." Gently patting Lu Dongdong on the shoulder, he leisurely jogged towards the front line. Lu Dongdong turned his head and cast a glance at the despondent goalkeeper before shifting his gaze towards the jubilant players of Team A. He silently vowed that he would not allow them to score again. The match resumed. Pay attention to teamwork. Football is a sport of 11, not a solitary endeavor, shouted Chui Xianbin from the sidelines, hands cupped around his mouth. The recent goal conceded by Team B was not solely due to the fierce offensive of Team A, but also attributed to the selfishness of the forward in possession. Had he opted for an immediate pass, it could have initiated a promising attack, potentially resulting in a goal, while simultaneously safeguarding his team from conceding. Upon hearing Chui Xuanbin's words, all players on the field reined in their fervent emotions and embarked on a fresh tactical confrontation. "Receive it," called out a midfielder from Team B, glancing ahead with intent. Leaning forward, he lifted his right leg high and executed a powerful kick, sending the ball, which lay quietly on the grass, soaring into motion. The sphere spun rapidly, akin to an intercontinental cruise missile with a keen eye, effortlessly traversing the midfield, soaring over both teammates and opponents alike, and landing at the feet of a swiftly advancing teammate in the upper left corner of the field. Except for the differing direction, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous scoring maneuver by Team B. This precise pass tore through the entire defensive line of Team A, throwing the team into disarray. Defenders scrambled desperately to recover, while midfielders hastily advanced, closely monitoring their assigned opponents. The players stationed on the flanks surged forward, determined to collide with the ball carrier, aiming to utilize their height and long legs to swiftly nudge the ball out of bounds. Yet, the player in possession of the ball, despite his diminutive stature, exhibited remarkable agility, his feet moving with astonishing rapidity. He bore the brunt of the defensive player's physical pressure, resolutely maneuvering towards the baseline and charging near the penalty area. As the defender realized he could not disrupt the play, he made a decisive choice, collapsing to the ground and unhesitatingly extending his legs to bring down both the ball and the dribbling player. Given that this was merely an internal friendly match, he evidently restrained his strength, allowing the dribbler to awkwardly land on the ground. The coach officiating the match swiftly approached, firmly brandishing a yellow card at the defender. The defender, in a gesture of sportsmanship, extended a hand to assist the attacking player up, uttering a few polite apologies before leisurely returning to the penalty area. As teammates of the same squad, and with the defender's actions not crossing any egregious boundaries, it was merely a technical foul. No one lodged complaints or grievances. Under the referee's direction, a highly threatening set piece was executed by a player from Team B, sending the ball soaring with a rapid spin, descending towards Team A's penalty area. Within the box, players jostled for position, each one craning their necks, fixated upon the slowly descending ball. As it continued its descent, a ripple of anxiety surged through the area. Two defenders from Team A, misjudging their positions, collided with one another. The goalkeeper from Team A, who had been vigilantly tracking the ball's trajectory, made a resolute advance, arms poised to strike the ball away. However, he was thwarted by the fallen teammate, leading to his own untimely tumble. Yet, before hitting the ground, the seasoned goalkeeper, with composure, extended his arm, determined to exert every ounce of effort to propel the ball away. Yet, despite the outstretched arms reaching desperately, the distance to the slowly descending ball remained just out of reach, leaving one to watch helplessly as it fell before them. In the next moment, the towering goalkeeper charged into the chaotic throng, sending the already jostling crowd into disarray. The ball, fiercely contested, fell to the ground and rebounded from the grass. A player from Team B, adorned in a blue vest, was the first to scramble to his feet. Chapter 26. Strikingly similar. Part 2. A player from Team B, garbed in blue, sprang up from the ground, shaking off the grasp of an opponent from Team A, and executed a swift shot that connected with the ball. The black and white sphere rolled out through the only narrow passage amidst the tumultuous crowd, leisurely making its way toward the goal line. The players from both teams, entangled like a human pyramid, could only watch in anticipation. The Team B player, his face alight with excitement, clenched his fists, ready to erupt in celebration. Conversely, the Team A players wore grave expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding drama, silently praying that the ball would halt just before crossing the goal line. However, it seemed that fate was deaf to their fervent pleas as the ball's momentum, though gradually slowing, continued its trajectory toward the goal, eventually rolling in. At that moment, a foot clad in green suddenly pierced through the crowd's view, darting past with remarkable speed, and the robust figure collided with the net. Yet, maintaining a commendable level of professionalism, he managed to kick the ball away just before it completely crossed the line. It was on Ki-hyun, the defensive linchpin of the youth team. On the sidelines, several substitute players erupted in cheers, exhilarated by the spectacular save. Not far off, Choi Hyunbin nodded approvingly, having witnessed the entire sequence unfold. As the defensive core of Team A, On Ki-hyun had inadvertently collided with a teammate while attempting to thwart an attacking player. Had a goal been scored at that moment, it would have been entirely attributed to his lapse. Nevertheless, with a wealth of experience and an indomitable spirit, he refused to concede defeat, managing to rectify his mistake at the last possible moment by clearing the ball before it crossed the goal line. What defines a core defender? What embodies a defensive leader? This is it. The substitute players on the sidelines rejoiced, but their laughter abruptly ceased as they realized that the ball, having been cleared by On Ki-hyun, had tragically landed at the feet of a forward from Team A. This scene mirrored the earlier goal scored by Team A with uncanny resemblance. Surely, the divine would not play such a cruel trick twice. Everyone, including Choi Hyunbin, felt a tightening in their hearts. At this moment, chaos reigned within the penalty area, with most players, including Team A's goalkeeper, sprawled on the ground. And Chi Xuan, the leader from the back, had just propped himself up on his hands, having fallen into the net. Anyone who was not a professional basketball player could effortlessly score with their foot. Meanwhile, all members of Team A's defense could do was watch helplessly, their eyes wide open, with no means to intervene. Was it really this easy to score? It seemed like an unbelievable stroke of luck. Choi Hyunbin sighed softly, his eyes suddenly brightening as he noticed a figure rushing in swiftly from behind. Just before the attacking player from Team B could lift his foot to shoot, Chai Zai, Team A's midfield mainstay and the absolute core of the youth team, lunged forward with a slide tackle. The timing and angle of his attack were impeccably precise, completely obstructing the shooting line of the attacking player. Should the opponent attempt to shoot forcefully, the ball would inevitably strike him. Seizing this opportunity, all of Team A's defensive players swiftly rose to their feet. After all, they were seasoned professionals who had battled in the K2 League for years, the steadfast mainstays of the youth team. They would never allow anyone a second chance so easily. All players from Team B felt a sense of dread, particularly Lu Dongdong, who, stationed in the rear, had clearly witnessed everything unfold. In the midst of the chaos in Team A's penalty area, as players were thrown about, the ball fortuitously rolled to his teammates' feet. As the absolute core of the midfield, Chai Zai, without wasting a moment while his teammates were still in a daze, rushed back to defend. His speed was remarkable. Lu Dongdong had intended to shout a warning, but before he could utter a word, Chai Zai had already dashed behind his teammate, decisively sliding to the ground, leaving no room for adjustment. Chai Zai's slide tackle was fierce, yet instinctively, as he reached halfway, he retracted his foot slightly, ensuring he could disrupt the ball while also bracing himself for the impact. After all, this was merely a routine internal training match, and he wished to avoid accidentally injuring a teammate. However, in the next instant, both he and Lu Dongdong, along with everyone present, were taken aback. The attacking player, who had lifted his foot high, suddenly lowered it at the moment Chai Zai lunged, gently nudging the ball backward with his toes, effortlessly evading the determined slide tackle. How is this possible? The attacking player had anticipated Chai Zai's move, executing a remarkably clever and simple feint to deceive him and everyone else. It was hard to believe that this was a player who had only just joined the youth team. It is indeed remarkable to witness such a composed and tranquil mind. One must acknowledge that his opponent is none other than the finest midfielder of the K2 League. The collective intellect of the spectators momentarily faltered, astonished beyond measure. With an effortlessly executed feint, the attacking player deftly nudged the ball, making minimal adjustments before flicking it with the back of his foot. The sphere arced gracefully, resembling a willow leaf swept swiftly by the wind, soaring into the net. And Chi Hyun, the core defender, scrambled to his feet, stretching his neck in a futile attempt to intercept, perpetually a step too slow. The eyes of the crowd widened as they beheld the ball glide past, lifting the sagging net skyward. A goal was scored. Team B had equalized. The arena fell into a profound silence, with not a single voice to be heard. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Dongdong raised his arms triumphantly and let out a fierce roar. Following suit, all players from Team B surged towards Team A's half, embracing the goal scorer in an exuberant display of camaraderie, shoulders locked together as they exuberantly cheered towards the spectators. At that moment, the exhilaration and excitement surged to a pinnacle. On the field, nothing brings greater joy than scoring a goal. In stark contrast, Team A was engulfed in despondency. The midfield maestro, Che Zai, hands on hips, cast a glance at the jubilant huddle of Team B and shook his head in resignation. Chapter 28. Beautiful, Part 1. He turned around and clapped his hands vigorously to attract the attention of his teammates, vocally rallying their spirits. He then dashed towards the small penalty area and exchanged a few hushed words with Chi Hyun, who bore an undeniable burden of responsibility. Before long, the previously disheartened teammates, invigorated by his encouragement, rekindled their fighting spirit, extending their hands to intertwine in a thunderous cheer for themselves before dispersing to their respective positions on the field. Observing today's match, one might find it surpassing all our expectations. Standing at the sidelines, Choi Hyunbin stroked his thick beard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With 25 minutes elapsed in the first half, run, came a resounding shout, and the two wingers of Team immediately dashed forth, piercing through the wings of Team B's half like twin blades. Confused by the sudden turn of events, the midfielders and defenders quickly retreated, tightening their defensive formation. Under the commanding voice of the captain, adorned with a yellow armband, all players surged forward to Harry Che Zai, who was skillfully dribbling the ball. The two forwards of Team B, one tall and one short, were both swift and agile. Yet, as they faced the ball at Che Zai's feet, they resembled children vying for a lantern held by an adult. Each attempt fell just short, perpetually out of reach. Their frustration mounted, and their movements grew increasingly erratic. Determined to intercept the ball at all costs, even if it meant committing a foul, the player known as Che Zai was suddenly struck on his outer foot, causing the ball to roll away just before two defenders from Team B could intercept it. It landed directly at the feet of another player from Team A. The two forwards from Team B exchanged knowing glances, seamlessly abandoning Che Zai to charge forward. Just as they took their first two steps, the ball handler deftly passed the ball diagonally, sending the black and white sphere rolling across the lush green grass, perfectly landing at the feet of the swiftly approaching Che Zai. It turned out that he had surged forward, forcefully breaking through the gap between the two center forwards just as the ball was kicked. Alongside his teammates, who flew down the wings, they transformed into a trident, piercing directly into the heart of Team B's half. His sudden presence caused the midfielders of Team B to feel a sense of impending doom. The two defensive midfielders instinctively advanced, eager to pressure and disrupt Che Zai's smooth passage. However, another player from Team A stood nearby, darting back and forth. Any reckless attempt to close in could result in losing their position and exposing a fatal flaw. Thus, as the unequivocal midfield linchpin of the youth team, Che Zai effortlessly carried the ball straight toward the center of Team B's half, drawing ever closer to the penalty area. Should he approach from the flank or head directly down the middle? The forward Jin Xion's ability to seize opportunities was not particularly stellar. Relying on a cross from the flank would yield minimal chances for a goal. It seemed he would opt for the wings and engage in a positional battle. Standing at the edge of the field, Choi Hyunbin clasped his arms, his unwavering gaze fixed on the evolving dynamics of the game. In the next moment, as Che Zai continued his intricate dribbling, he glanced up to assess the positions occupied by his opponents. His eyes suddenly darted to the left wing, where a teammate was vigorously waving his arms and sprinting with fervor. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot. The flank? A miscalculation. Choi Hyunbin paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly, struggling to comprehend Che Zai's approach. Chapter 29. Beautiful. Part 2. Simultaneously, all players from Team B swiftly compressed toward the left wing, with the defending fullback rushing forward at the first opportunity. He firmly positioned himself in front of the speedy player on the flank, completely severing the passing route. If Che Zai were to execute a high ball, given the flank player's speed, he would undoubtedly reach it, though he would immediately fall into an offside trap. The fullback lifted his head, casting a smug glance at the defensive line aligned parallel to him, exchanging knowing looks with Lu Dongdong, the center back. The moment Che Zai lifted his foot, the two forwards immediately leaped up, attempting to use their bodies to intercept the ball. In the next instant, suspended in mid-air, the two players, arms crossed, watched helplessly as they brushed past Che Zai, while the ball at his feet remained utterly still. It was a feint. A fleeting thought traversed the minds of two individuals. Before they could utter a warning, the ball, nestled beneath the vehicle, suddenly darted in a straight line, skimming the verdant grass at an astonishing speed, akin to a swift arrow, piercing through the space between a teammate and an opposing player from Team B. Under the watchful gaze of a bewildered crowd, the ball landed precisely at the feet of the forward, Jin Xiaoan, who stood at the forefront. Standing at a modest height of 172 centimeters, Jin possessed remarkable agility, and his most notable attribute was his extraordinary speed, particularly his acceleration, which left even the fastest winger on the team trailing behind. The pass from the vehicle took everyone by surprise. However, Jin seemed to have anticipated this moment. With his slender frame, he braced himself against the defender who was marking him. As the ball descended at his feet, he deftly nudged it in the direction of its trajectory with the sole of his foot, then, in a flash, executed a swift turn and surged past the defender in pursuit. The ball, maintaining its speed, glided effortlessly between the defender's legs. At that instant, having already initiated a sprint, Jin saw nothing but a vast expanse of lush grass ahead, along with the solitary white goal and an isolated goalkeeper. A splendid one-on-one opportunity was about to unfold. With the weight of the goal resting upon his shoulders, the forward faced a feeble goalkeeper, akin to a mighty tiger confronting a lamb, never deterred and never forgiving. Come forth. Let me showcase a remarkable one-on-one maneuver. Jin Xiaoan's lips curved into a confident smile, as if the ball had already found its way into the net at that very moment. All the substitute players watching held their breath, fixated on Jin Xiaoan, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of his imminent performance. Choi Hyun-bin, arms crossed, watched intently, his face reflecting a mix of astonishment and admiration. He was in awe of the seemingly effortless pass from the midfield maestro, and equally impressed by the seamless synergy between Jin and the passer, as well as the astute manner in which Jin handled the ball. Such a flawless collaboration and breathtaking display of skill would be unforgivable if it did not culminate in a goal. Yet suddenly, a flicker of confusion crossed Choi Hyun-bin's face, swiftly transforming into surprise. Chapter 30. The Splendor, Part 2. For he witnessed the defender, who had been subjected to the embarrassment of being nutmegged, abruptly topple to the ground. Before his entire body could lose balance, he turned and forcefully kicked the ball, which had swiftly traversed beyond his control, sending it soaring with a whoosh, drawing a white arc as it crossed the boundary line. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. This clean and decisive clearance had not breached any rules. It merely signaled to all that it was a throw-in. Remarkable. For a moment, I almost believed that he had truly sent you over. The tall center back approached with swift strides, his face radiant with a brilliant smile, reaching out his arms to lift the fallen Lu Dongdong from the ground. Several players from Team B also hurried over, giving Lu Dongdong a thumbs up in commendation for his remarkable performance. Lu Dongdong scratched the back of his head, smiling shyly and exchanging a few casual pleasantries. To be honest, Jin Xiaoyan's handling of the situation was exceptionally astute, particularly when coupled with the inexplicable sudden pass from Che Zai, which almost rendered any signs of forewarning undetectable. Lu Dongdong's ability to intercept the ball was entirely attributed to his instinctive reaction developed during his previous close encounters with the enigmatic player at the Greencamp Stadium. Having been skillfully eluded through various deceptive maneuvers, he had cultivated an almost innate reflex. This enabled him to calmly fall to the ground at the first moment, utilizing his height and long legs to deftly nudge the ball out of bounds. Indeed, Coach G's training proved to be invaluable. On the surface, Lu Dongdong wore a simple and honest smile. Yet within, he was aflame with excitement, his blood coursing with fervor. Jin Xiaoan, having missed a one-on-one opportunity, walked past him with a sullen expression. Nevertheless, as a teammate, he raised his thumb in commendation, offering a few words of praise for Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong chuckled innocently, at a loss for words to offer consolation. Unable to say, "You were splendid just now." The match resumed, with players from Team B standing on the sidelines to serve. Perhaps due to their earlier offensive failure, Team A swiftly altered their strategy, adopting a man-to-man marking approach. The serving player and his teammates darted around the field, attempting to coordinate their efforts, but finding no favorable opportunities, they could only launch the ball forcefully toward the midfield. In that direction stood the towering center back, Li Shengli. Perhaps distracted or due to the first-time coordination in the match, Li Shengli stared blankly as the ball rolled slowly toward him, showing no inclination to advance and receive it. In that moment, a chorus of a team players surged forward, their numbers overwhelming as they broke through from behind the rapidly retreating Team B players. With unparalleled speed, they seized the ball, dominating it beneath their feet, and charged directly toward Li Shengli and the goal behind him. It was the lightning-fast winger. His speed was astounding. Just as he had taken a few steps back to align with his teammates, Lu Dongdong, while compressing the defense, found himself face-to-face with the winger. With a deft feint to the left, he easily threw off the off-balance, albeit tall and clumsy, Li Shengli. As Li Shengli tumbled to the ground, the winger surged past him like a bullet, propelled by a whirlwind of motion, straight into the penalty area. Chapter 31. Another goal scored. The winger sped toward the small box, directly aiming for the goalkeeper. His velocity was extraordinary. As he entered the penalty area, the goalkeeper instinctively prepared to intercept him. However, just as he hesitated for a brief moment, the winger was already upon him. At that moment, any rash attempt to challenge would leave the goal wide open behind him. The goalkeeper's face betrayed a flicker of panic. After all, he was merely a substitute, struggling to maintain composure against a one-on-one with such a formidable opponent. Not just any player, but the fastest winger in the K-League. He raised his arms, rhythmically moving up and down, attempting to impose some intimidation on the winger. Yet, the seasoned winger remained unfazed, displaying no emotion as he faced the flustered and disoriented goalkeeper. Without hesitation, he struck the ball at his feet. The goalkeeper lunged to the left, stretching his arm out, but the ball rolled leisurely into the net from the right side. He misjudged it. Goal! The referee blew the whistle, declaring the goal valid. The swift winger raised his hands in triumph. Each finger pointed skyward, resembling a sovereign surveying his dominion, towering over the goalkeeper and all the players of Team B. In that moment, he embodied supreme glory, unmatched by any adversary. The players of Team A erupted in jubilant celebration, rushing forth in a collective surge. One player knelt before the swift winger, placing the foot that scored the goal upon his knee, raising both hands in a gesture reminiscent of polishing shoes, expressing profound admiration for the exquisite strike. In stark contrast to the exuberant cheers of Team A, the goalkeeper of Team B sat despondently on the ground, pounding the turf in frustration. Although the goal had resulted from a teammate's lapse in coordination as the last line of defense, the goalkeeper not only failed to intervene, but also committed a humiliating error in judgment. It was indeed a deeply disheartening scenario. The captain of Team B, adorned with a yellow armband, helped the distraught central defender Li Shengli to his feet, also lifting the dejected goalkeeper, offering quiet words of solace. And after a vigorous clap of his hands, he rallied the two, urging them to regain their composure. Lu Dongdong approached, offering a heartfelt apology to his partner Li Shengli. He had exerted himself in the recent sprint. However, the speed of the opposing team's swift flankers was overwhelming, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. While the responsibility for the conceded goal was not entirely his, as a teammate and a defender, he felt compelled to shoulder his share of the blame. Nevertheless, the moment had passed, and it was time to move forward together. We had conceded a goal, yet we could certainly reclaim one. Having conceded a second, we could naturally recover from that as well. The captain of Team B gently patted Lu Dongdong on the shoulder, offering further words of comfort to the trio before gesturing for all teammates to take their positions and commence the next phase of the match. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the players of Team B deftly passed the ball to a teammate at the center circle, signaling the resumption of the game. Although Team A soon scored again. Chapter 32. A tense atmosphere, Part 1. Undeterred by the additional goal conceded, Team B's players displayed no signs of trepidation. With a synchronized effort, the two forwards surged from the center circle into the heart of Team A's midfield. Under the leadership of their captain, the defenders, including Lu Dongdong, gradually advanced, applying pressure. Facing Team A's relentless pressing strategy, they remained resolute and unafraid. The match intensified with fierce physical confrontations. Players were frequently brought down by tackles, and others were yanked to the ground in attempts to break through. The atmosphere on the field thickened with tension. How intriguing. Having conceded a goal, they were determined to equalize. Their courage was commendable, but caution was warranted. They were up against a team that had secured a top-4 finish in the K2 League last season. Standing at the sidelines, Chui Huanbin wore a suave, confident smile, watching the unfolding drama on the pitch with keen interest. There was an air of recklessness, a sense of daring that bordered on foolishness. A group of substitute players nearby exhibited bright eyes, each eager to impress in the match, fueled by Coach Chui's personal encouragement. However, no one anticipated such an intense contest in what was supposed to be a routine training match. Surprisingly, before the match began, it was hard to believe that this newly formed Team B, comprised of fresh recruits and bench players, could hold their own against the seasoned mainstays of Team A from the previous season. As professional footballers, none could resist the allure of a thrilling game. Back on the pitch, the fierce battle for midfield dominance raged on, with Team A employing tight man-marking tactics to deny Team B's players any opportunity to claim possession easily. However, the players of Team B were equally relentless. Upon losing possession due to close marking, they promptly converged in groups, denying Team A's players any opportunity to transition a ball. Like a pack of wolves, they reclaimed possession with ferocity. Thus, the entire half of Team B resembled a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, where the struggle reached an intense and feverish climax. At this juncture, it became imperative for someone from either side to emerge as a beacon of hope. Their prowess could potentially alter the course of the match. Xia Zai, after several unsuccessful attempts from his teammates to regain the ball, the swift winger surged forward unexpectedly from behind, deftly dislodging the ball from the tightly guarded feet of a Team B player. Anticipating the encroaching blockade of 2 or 3 Team B players, he swiftly executed a back pass to the midfield general of Team B, Xia Zai. As Xia Zai received the ball, several Team B players stationed nearby immediately charged toward him with fierce determination. Prior to the match this afternoon, every player on Team B, under the captain's guidance, had come to understand Xia Zai's formidable capabilities, coupled with the impact he had demonstrated throughout the preceding minutes of the game. No player on the field was more acutely aware of the lethal threat posed by the ball at Xia Zai's feet. Simultaneously, while Team B's players advanced to pressure him, the rapid winger made a lightning-fast break, darting across the center line of the field in the blink of an eye. Chapter 33. The Intense Atmosphere of Gunpowder. Part 2. A few attacking players from Team A initiated their advance at the same time, like swords piercing in various directions toward Team B's half. This was a testament to trust, absolute trust. They believed in their midfield linchpin, their captain, Xia Zai, who possessed the full capability to handle the 3 pressing players from Team B and decisively deliver a precise pass, potentially orchestrating a breathtaking assist. "Quickly fall back," shouted the Team B captain, wearing a yellow armband, his arms gesturing emphatically for his defenders to retreat swiftly, lest Xia Zai seize the opportunity to execute a splendid counterattack. Niu Dongdong immediately sprang into action, pivoting and sprinting rapidly towards the direction of the penalty area. Alongside him, Li Yishengli lagged slightly. By the time he fully engaged his speed, Lu Dongdong had already extended the distance between them by a good 4 or 5 meters. At that moment, the swift player on the flanks had charged directly into his path. Should a single high-quality pass arrive, it would effortlessly dismantle the defenses of both parties, combining with the astonishing speed of the flank player to execute a lethal counter-offside maneuver. Of course, such opportunities are fleeting. Not every player possesses the awareness to recognize them. And even if they do, they may lack the extraordinary technical skill required to deliver the ball accurately to the feet of the player in need. Owever, Kidzai, the core of the midfield, was precisely the individual endowed with both attributes. Faced with 3B team players swiftly advancing from the left and right, he exhibited no signs of panic, unlike his teammates. Calmly, he nudged the ball backward, evading the first B team player charging towards him. In the split second that the 2 opposing players reached out to intercept, the black and white ball danced perilously between their feet before Xia Zai deftly slid it forward, wobbling his body as he forcefully maneuvered between the 2B team players. By the time the 3 of them regained their composure and prepared to reclaim the ball, he had already surged ahead. Lifting his head, he cast a decisive glance forward and raised his foot with determination. "Here it comes, my midfield maestro. Let me witness just how much you have grown since last season." The smile on the face of Chui Quanbin, standing at the edge of the pitch, deepened as he fixated on the focused Xia Zai, eagerly anticipating the brilliance of his impending pass. With his right leg raised high, he swiftly brought it down. At that moment, a B team player clad in a blue vest rushed toward Xia Zai. It was the forward responsible for the first goal conceded. His speed was impressive, though not on par with that of the flank's lightning pace. Yet he could easily outpace an ordinary player by a significant margin. The ball at Che Zai's feet was mere seconds away from being launched. The forward seemed to grasp Che Zai's intent, charging in with determination, seemingly intent on intercepting both the player and the ball. But would Che Zai allow him to succeed? No, he certainly would not. Just as the forward dashed into proximity, Che Zai suddenly pivoted left with his elevated right foot. In the instant the forward reached out to intercept, Che Zai executed a graceful lateral move, slipping past him effortlessly, leaving the forward grasping at thin air. Chapter 34. The Intense Aroma of Gunpowder, Part 2. As the target vanished completely from his view, the forward suddenly realized his mistake. Instinctively, he reached back in a desperate attempt to grasp Che Zai's shirt, willing to commit a foul just to bring him down. However, the moment his fingers barely brushed against Che Zai's garment, Che Zai shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. He could only gaze in despair as the vehicle sped away, infuriatingly out of reach. The forward, feeling both frustrated and helpless, watched helplessly as his team's goal seemed destined to suffer yet another heavy blow. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly came into view. This man, clad in a teal vest like the forward, dashed towards the vehicle's side, lifting his right leg and using his shoulder to push forward, attempting to intercept the ball at the vehicle's feet. Despite facing a relentless stream of defenders, the vehicle maintained a rapid pace, slightly out of breath, yet undeterred, calmly nudging the ball to the left. In the midst of this motion, as a pursuing defender extended his leg to poke at the ball, the vehicle abruptly halted, firmly planting his foot on the ball and stepping back, glancing once more at the position of his teammates ahead. With a decisive lift of his right foot, he struck the leather of the ball with conviction, although the defender's aggressive pressing had cost him precious time. The fleet-footed player on the flank and the attacking players from Team astutely widened the gap between the two central defenders of Team B. At that moment, the speedy player stood between Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, skillfully maneuvering with agility and speed, leaving Lu Dongdong unable to determine his intended direction of attack. If the vehicle could deliver a high-quality lofted pass, it would easily create a situation to exploit the offside trap, allowing the speedy player to surge forward with astonishing speed. Breaking into the penalty area, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. On the sidelines, a group of substitute players held their breath, fists clenched, uncertain if the vehicle, positioned far behind, could seize this precious opportunity presented by the speedy player. The dynamics on the field shifted in an instant. Once this chance slipped away, it would be lost forever. No matter how dazzling previous dribbles had been, failing to execute a decisive assist or a brilliant pass rendered them futile. Amidst the collective anxiety, Choi Hyunbin stood with arms crossed, a smile gracing his face, confident that the midfield linchpin, the vehicle, would seize this rare opportunity and deliver another significant blow to Team B. Should this goal find its mark, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy psychological blow to all players of Team B. On the field, once a player loses confidence, the momentum can shift drastically. At that point, Team A would dominate the match, emerging as the unequivocal victor. Come on, vehicle, showcase your worth as the midfield maestro and the league's most valuable player. Just as the fresh recruits have done. Choi Hyunbin wore a profound smile as he quietly observed the ball, striking it firmly with his foot. Chapter 35. The Veteran's True Colors. The ball gradually departed from his foot, rising inch by inch, soaring gently into the sky. Just when everyone believed the outcome was settled. Anticipating a splendid pass, a figure suddenly darted out from his side, leaping high to intercept the swiftly traveling ball with his robust chest. The sunlight cast upon his back shrouded his face in shadow until he landed, raising his head, at which point the crowd recognized the conspicuous yellow armband on his arm. It was Guanggu. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the spectators. Had he not just been completely outmaneuvered? How had he managed to intercept the ball so suddenly? Choi Hyunbin, equally astonished, widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that, carried away by his own underestimation, Guanggu lifted his head, casting a glance at the slightly bewildered carried away, and, like a gust of wind, sprinted to seize the ball that was rolling slowly on the grass. His previous actions had merely been a ruse. He understood carried away all too well, having spent several years as teammates, studying his playing style in depth. To intercept the ball from carried away's feet, one must anticipate his moves and synchronize with his performance to seize that fleeting opportunity, catching the ball off guard. Just moments ago, he had accomplished that. The ball rolled slowly on the grass as Guanggu dashed forward, a swift figure appearing behind him in an instant. Guanggu, your performance just now was indeed remarkable, but it's still too early to claim the ball. Carried Away's voice rang in his ears. Guangu caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and noticed Carried Away accelerating, rapidly closing the distance from behind. At this moment, the slowly rolling ball lay 3 to 4 meters ahead of them. Relying solely on speed, he could never outpace Carried Away. Yet, the football field was not solely dictated by speed. Guangu maintained his composure, and as Carried Away's body surged past him, he suddenly took a decisive step to block Carried Away's path. He halted Carried Away's momentum. The two ran shoulder to shoulder, engaged in a fierce struggle. The somewhat slender Carried Away, hampered by Guangu's steadfast positioning, ultimately lost his footing and stumbled to the ground, completely forfeiting his chance to chase the ball. Guangu stumbled forward a few meters, steadying himself and bringing the ball under his control. "Well done. Go for it, Guangu." A series of continuous shouts erupted from the sidelines, emanating from the bench players who were intently watching the game. The recent display of dazzling dribbling, composed demeanor, and solid technical skills by Che Zai had garnered applause from everyone present. However, Guangu's performance was equally commendable, and, as his opponent, he emerged as a victor in his own right, deserving heartfelt encouragement from all. Indeed, it was truly remarkable. Chui Xianbin stood with his arms crossed, his gaze unwavering as he watched Guangu sprinting rapidly across the field, a glimmer of complexity evident in his eyes. Both Guangu and Che Zai were midfield players for the youth team, yet compared to the extraordinarily talented Che Zai, Guangu could only be regarded as an ordinary professional player. In Chapter 36, Youth, it became apparent that, relative to the metronomic core of the team, Che Zai, Guangu was merely a diligent and unsung defensive midfielder. Moreover, Guangu was nearing the age of 33. As the saying goes, youth is feared by the strong, and not every footballer can maintain their vigor past the age of 30. With advancing age came an increase in injuries, and in recent seasons, Guangu had fallen from a key midfield player to a primary substitute, and even to the reserve team. Before the onset of this season, he had privately discussed with Coach Chui the possibility of transferring him while he still held value, in exchange for a promising young player or perhaps a direct financial transaction. In hindsight, their decision appeared to be astute. Despite his advancing years, Guangu still possessed an unwavering determination to conquer the pitch. "Run forward." A shout jolted Chui Xianbin back to reality. He focused intently and observed Guangu in full sprint face an approaching defender from Team A. Suddenly, he halted, lifted his gaze forward, and without hesitation, struck the ball with force. The black and white sphere skimmed along the lush green grass, rolling out in a straight white line towards Team A's goal. It was an unremarkable through pass. Along the trajectory of the ball, apart from the central figure in Kihian of Team A, there were no players from Team B in sight to receive it. Such a splendid opportunity squandered by a mere passing error? What a pity. A hint of regret crossed Chui Xianbin's face as he watched the ball glide past the team, a midfielder, who wore an expression of relief. Just then, a swift figure suddenly emerged, gently guiding the rolling ball underfoot. The forward from Team B seemed to share an unspoken connection with the football itself, as if they perfectly converged at a singular point. This was a beautifully precise through pass. Although Guangu was merely a hard-working, unsung defensive midfielder, it did not define him. He could not deliver lethal and effective passes like the midfield maestro, Che Zai. Experience speaks volumes. The young must not be overly proud. Chui Xianbin shook his head subtly, seemingly mocking himself for doubting Guangu's pass, while also critiquing Che Zai for conceding a goal. As the ball approached, On Kihian, firmly positioned on its trajectory, focused intently. Initially intent on seizing the ball at the first opportunity, he suddenly noticed the advancing forward from Team B, assessing the opponent's dribbling speed. His seasoned instincts prompted him to swiftly retreat, establishing himself in the inevitable path of his adversary, patiently awaiting the encounter. Soon, the two stood face to face. The forward, already showcasing his blend of speed and agility, confronted On Kihian, the seasoned defensive stalwart, with an air of youthful confidence devoid of any hint of panic. His feet danced rapidly, eyes fixed on Kihian's face as he engaged in a back-and-forth motion, slightly bending at the waist and lowering his center of gravity, shoulders subtly swaying. Chapter 37. One-on-one with every moment, he poised himself to exploit an opportunity, ready to break through. His footwork was rapid, and his skills were formidable. The black and white ball remained in a state of high-speed motion, seemingly magnetically attracted to his feet, always within his control. The duel between the two resembled a fierce confrontation between two tigers, each eyeing the other warily. B team's attacking player and a team's defensive player swiftly maneuvered past each other, while teammates on the flanks raised their arms, incessantly calling for the ball. Yet, the forward paid them no mind, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Kihian. Intriguingly, was he preparing to force his way through? Kihian, an astute and seasoned defender, would not be easily outmaneuvered. However, the young must learn through failure and adversity, which often yields more benefits than drawbacks. Chui Huanbin watched intently, filled with anticipation. As the forward from Team B and Kihian engaged in their intricate dance, they gradually approached the penalty area of Team A. The B team's attacking players surged forward, closely followed by a defensive player from Team A, while several others weaved and repositioned themselves in search of openings. Meanwhile, a team's midfield defenders rushed up from behind. Although the forward of Team B has reached the penalty area, his attempts to shoot or break through are firmly thwarted by Kihian, who stands like an impenetrable iron gate, making it exceedingly difficult for him to escape. They sprint swiftly and with the security of defensive coverage forming a pincer movement. No matter how skilled the forward of Team B may be, he is akin to a fish in a barrel destined to have the ball seized from him. The defenders have advanced, and it is imperative to resolve the situation promptly. If confidence in breaking through is lacking, it will be prudent to pass the ball to the flanks. Playing football requires strategic thinking. One cannot always rely on brute force. Choi Hyunbin glanced around and noticed the A-team defender swiftly approaching from behind. With his wealth of experience, he quickly assessed the situation. The B-team forward, hesitating to penetrate, lacked the confidence to surpass Kihian. However, delaying any further would squander a rare opportunity to score and might even lead to a counterattack from Team A. After all midfield and forward players from Team B had surged forward. Time was of the essence. As they drew closer, a gleam of delight appeared on the faces of the Weifang players. At that moment, he was merely 3 or 4 meters away from the B team, forward, controlling the ball. With just a couple of steps, they could easily surround Kihian. Noticing his teammate rushing in, Kihian remained composed, exemplifying the poise expected of an experienced defensive linchpin. The forward standing before him, despite deliberately lowering his center of gravity and shaking his shoulders, was easily discerned by Kihian as someone merely attempting to bluff. He had no real intention of outmaneuvering him, only seeking to bait him into committing. Such a simplistic feint, if one believes I would fall for it, is a grave underestimation, rookie. Kihian narrowed his eyes, unwaveringly staring into the forward's face, his inner contempt palpable, yet as a seasoned professional, he maintained intense focus and vigilance. As the A-team defender inched closer, the joy on his face became increasingly evident, perhaps due to the heightened intensity of the moment. The B-team forward seemed utterly oblivious to his approach, allowing for an effortless strike to disrupt the ball without requiring Kihian's assistance. Too easy. Come on, kid. Let me show you why we are the core players of the youth team. The distance continued to close, and the B-team forward appeared entirely unaware. Everyone on the field, including Choi Hyunbin, held their breath in trepidation. 3, 2, 1. The A-team player, sprinting back, finally arrived before him and unhesitatingly reached out his foot. Blocking his path was the stalwart defender of Team B, Jihyun, who stepped forward in perfect synchrony with his teammates to compress the available space. At that moment, the forward from Team B, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on Jihyun, finally sprang into action. He feigned to the right with a slight shift of his shoulder, then swiftly pivoted to the left. This series of deceptive movements convinced the spectators along the sidelines that he would charge through with the ball. Indeed, in the next instant, he leaned left and made a sudden lateral move, darting past Jihyun with the speed of a startled hare, just before the defender's toes touched the ground. Foolish boy. With such a trivial ruse, he thinks he can outsmart Jihyun. Such an endeavor is utterly futile. Choi Hyunbin shook his head inwardly. As the assistant coach, no one, aside from head coach Choi Si-jaw, understood the capabilities of each player better than he did. Jihyun, now at the prime age of 29, epitomized the ideal central defender. Boasting unparalleled experience and skill, tall and robust, he possessed formidable physical prowess, yet unlike other tall defenders, he exhibited remarkable agility. Particularly, his ability to turn and recover was among the top 10 in the entire K2 league. Merely relying on a feigned upper body movement would not suffice to elude Jihyun. True to form, as the Team B forward initiated his advance, Jihyun responded in kind, retreating swiftly and matching the forward's pace with seamless agility. When their shoulders collided with considerable force, the forward, despite his commendable physical attributes, found himself overmatched by the seasoned and powerful Jihyun. his balance faltering as if he might tumble to the ground at any moment. Onlookers shook their heads, convinced that the Team B forward was no match for An Ji-hyun, and this solo break would inevitably end in failure. Yet, as they contemplated this, a grave realization struck them. The ball was missing. No, to be precise, it was not under the control of the Team B player at all. Eyes darted, searching frantically, only to discover the black and white ball rolling slowly toward the center of the penalty area. What had transpired? The scene rewound to the moment the Team B player attempted his breakthrough. As he swayed his upper body, aiming to feign a dribbling maneuver that might deceive the experienced and stalwart An Ji-hyun, he inadvertently kicked the black and white ball through the defender's legs, while his own body veered in an entirely different direction. What purpose could this serve? The spectators on the sidelines wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Although the B team's forward had deceived Chi Xuan with his handling of the ball, the sphere had slipped away from his feet and was slowly rolling towards the penalty area of Team A. All the goalkeeper needed to do was dash out and effortlessly gather the ball. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, the B team's forward, gritting his teeth and engaging in a physical tussle with Chi Xuan, remarkably burst forth from beside him, with an increasingly rapid pace. He traced a beautiful arc as he charged into the penalty area. How could it be? And Chi Xuan had been outmaneuvered. The astonishment was palpable among all, including Choi Hyun-bin. A previously unremarkable rookie had, through sheer speed and physicality, managed to overpower the core defender, and Chi Xuan. Reacting swiftly, and Chi Xuan gritted his teeth and desperately pursued, his seasoned instincts prompting him to extend his arm and grasp the jersey of the B team's forward. Utilizing the force of his pull, he sought to hinder the B team's advance. Meanwhile, the A team's goalkeeper, wholly focused, made a decisive move, racing towards the black and white ball that had come to a halt at the center of the penalty area. The three converge upon the ball almost simultaneously. The experienced A team's goalkeeper chose not to collect the ball, but instead executed a sliding tackle, aiming to deflect it away. And Chi Xuan remained tightly on the heels of the B team's forward, employing subtle tactics to tug at his jersey, preventing the forward from breaking free of his grasp. Despite engaging in various fouls, he was acutely aware that this was the penalty area, and to avoid a penalty call, he executed his maneuvers with utmost discretion. The B team's forward raced like an unbridled stallion. Just as the A team's goalkeeper's toes made contact with the ball, propelled by tremendous explosive power, he charged forward, lifting in Chi Xuan with him. Before his body toppled, he instinctively directed the ball towards the goal. Struck by the force of the kick, the black and white ball slid past the B team's goalkeeper, who could only watch in disbelief as it rolled rapidly towards the unguarded goal. Every eye on the sidelines fixated on the ball, unblinking as it raced towards the unprotected net, inching closer to the white goal line, before striking the post and ricocheting diagonally out of bounds. Beep! As the whistle sounded, a group of spectators at the side of the field and Choi Hyun-bin shook their heads, not in disappointment over the B team's forward's performance, but in profound regret for the goal that was missed by mere millimeters. Just a fraction more, and the ball would have found the net. It was truly a shame. Such is the nature of football, for it is precisely that minuscule margin that separates one from scoring. The attacking players of the B team, stationed in the A team's half, also shook their heads in resignation. This scenario is one that every player dreads. When the ball soars away or rolls out of bounds, they are left to lament their technique. However, in this instance, they are overwhelmed with a sense of deep regret. For this situation, to put it bluntly, is simply a matter of misfortune. With heads hung low, they began their walk back when suddenly they noticed the referee, whistle in hand, rushing towards them, blowing the whistle and raising his arm to point towards the A team's penalty area. Could it be? A thought simultaneously crossed their minds. A penalty kick. The referee hastily approached the A team's penalty area, pushing aside the encroaching team players and without hesitation pointed decisively to the spot, declaring loudly. In an instant, the crowd erupted. Only the B team's forward and a team's defensive stalwart, An Ji-hyun, remained silent. Choi Hyun-bin did not speak, a hint of confusion crossing his face. His attention had been wholly captivated by the ball, leaving him unaware of what transpired in that fleeting moment before the B team's forward had nudged the ball. It was indeed a legitimate penalty. A familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Upon turning, he was delighted to see the team's head coach, Choi Se-jong. "Coach Choi, you came down?" It was rather dull watching from up there alone, so I decided to come to the sidelines for a closer feel of the match, Coach Choi replied, his gaze fixed intently on the field. At the moment the B team forward struck the ball, An Ji-hyun had indeed exhibited a clear pulling motion, causing the B team forward to lose his balance. This shot had an 80% chance of rolling directly into the net. So that was it. Choi Hyun-bin nodded, his gaze following Choi Se-ju as they both turned their attention to the field. Within Team A's penalty area, a throng of players encircled the referee, vociferously voicing their objections. Yet, the referee remained resolute, unwavering in his decision, declaring it an unequivocal penalty. The matter was settled, as the captain, Cha Jae, swiftly intervened to calm his impassioned teammates, urging them to respect the referee's ruling. On the other hand, the players of Team B erupted in jubilant celebration, gathering around Guanggu, who, after a brief discussion, designated the forward responsible for the foul to take the penalty kick himself. "Go on, show them your prowess," Guanggu encouraged, patting the B team player on the shoulder with fervor. The forward, however, displayed an impassive demeanor, merely nodding slightly before striding confidently toward the penalty spot. The goalkeeper from Team A stood at the center of the goal, arms outstretched, his piercing gaze fixed on the B team forward, exuding an aura of menace akin to a fierce tiger poised to pounce. As a seasoned goalkeeper in the K2 League, he understood better than anyone that a penalty kick often boiled down to a psychological duel between the keeper and the striker. The B team forward regarded the goalkeeper with a stoic expression, revealing little of his inner turmoil, be it anxiety, excitement, or elation. On the sidelines, Choi Se-ju and Choi Hyun-bin stood with arms crossed, their stances mirroring each other in perfect synchrony. With a sharp whistle, the referee raised his arm, signaling the commencement of the penalty. Chapter 41. The offensive battle players from both teams positioned themselves just outside the penalty area, adopting a stance ready to charge at a moment's notice. Should the ball fail to find the back of the net, they would be the first to rush in for a rebound or to clear it from play. The B team forward pressed his lips together, glancing down at the ball resting on the penalty spot. He then raised his gaze to the goalkeeper, who was bouncing and swaying in the goal, unable to extend his arms. Coldly, the forward scrutinized the goalkeeper's face, then retreated a few steps before embarking on a measured run-up, lifting his foot with unwavering determination to strike the ball with immense force. In that instant, the entire stadium held its breath. The vast expanse of the field was dominated solely by the B team forward, the A team goalkeeper, and the stark black and white soccer ball poised at the penalty spot. As the forward unleashed a powerful shot, the ball soared off the grass, hurtling toward the goal. Simultaneously, the goalkeeper leaped high, arms outstretched, striving to reach the lower left corner of the net. The swiftly moving ball surged towards him, more precisely, aimed directly at his hands, under his watchful gaze. A smile flickered across the goalkeeper's face, only to freeze the very next moment. The starkly black and white ball collided with his palms. Yet the sheer force propelled it at an angle, slipping away with a resounding thud against the goalpost before it tumbled to the ground. At that moment, the ball had entirely crossed the white goal line. "It's a goal." "Yes." The B team's players erupted in joyous celebration, their hands raised high, exulting in triumph. Several teammates dashed into the penalty area, embracing the forward who had scored. Meanwhile, the A team players could only shake their heads in resignation. The most exhilarating experience on the field is witnessing a goal scored by oneself or a teammate. Conversely, the most disheartening is seeing one's own goal breached by an opponent, watching them revel in their victory right before one's eyes. How infuriating it was so close. The A-team goalkeeper slammed his fist into the grass. This is the common reaction of every goalkeeper when their net is breached. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of deflecting the B-team players' shot away from the goal. Alas, the opponent's shooting power was simply too formidable. He raised his head to glance at the B-team forward, now surrounded by teammates, turning his back to the goal as he slowly walked away, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Perhaps this rookie, who had just joined the team this year, possessed extraordinary skill. After the initial jubilation and despair, players from both teams resumed their positions, and with the referee's whistle, the match recommenced. A flurry of sweat and fervent competition ensued, their shouts echoing across the field. With the black and white ball soaring through the air, goals were scored in rapid succession, only to be equalized in kind. Both teams had ignited their competitive spirits, launching relentless assaults, each convinced of their capability to triumph over the other. Chapter 42. The coach's insight. How intriguing. I never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary practice match would unfold so fiercely. If this trend continues, today's scoreline is bound to be quite substantial. Coach Choi Hyun-bin glanced up at the exuberant group of substitute players on the sidelines. As previously noted, one of the most exhilarating aspects of being a football player is witnessing a thrilling match. Coach Choi, I had not expected that such a simple phrase from you could ignite such fervor in each player. I believe that if there are future graduations, you should feel free to express yourself more often. Choi Hyun-bin turned his head, a smile gracing his face as he gazed intently at Choi Se-ju on the field. Chui Seju remained silent, merely adjusting the transparent frames perched on his nose, seemingly captivated by the fierce competition unfolding on the pitch, unable to divert his gaze. After a moment of silence, Chui Junbing glanced at the unwaveringly focused Chui Seju, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and remarked, "Coach Chui, to be candid, I initially harbored some concerns regarding our team's signings this season. However, after witnessing today's match, I realized my worries were unfounded. Every player on the field is performing exceptionally well. Particularly, the speedy winger has virtually monopolized the team's offensive maneuvers. If he can avoid injuries and illness this season, I believe he can reclaim the best assist title in the K2 League that he missed last season. Che Zai's performance has also become increasingly seasoned. Today, his handling of the ball has completely shed the hesitation you often mentioned, with each of his touches being decisive and precise. As for Guanggu, though he is only 33 this year, I believe he can firmly secure a position as a key substitute. With a bit more effort, he might even contend for a starting role. Of course, apart from them, several players from B Team have also shown brilliantly, truly a delightful surprise. Especially the B Team forward who just scored. He embodies the youthful vigor and fearless audacity that one expects from a young. When facing on Ji Hyun, he displayed no timidity, boldly using his physicality and speed to challenge his opponent, and most importantly, his efforts earned us a valuable penalty. I can't help but think, if the few guys still on vacation were to watch the highlights of today's match, they would likely rush back to the team. By the way, Lu Dongdong seems to be performing better than we anticipated, showing commendable skills. Chui Haiyanbin spoke almost in one breath, all the while discreetly observing the changes in Chui Seiju's expression. The shouts from the crowd rose and fell, with players from both sides fiercely contesting, creating a spectacle that was difficult to behold. Coach Chui, do you agree with my assessment? Noticing Chui Seiju's silence, Chui Haiyanbin smiled and asked again, Hui Seiju? His eyes fixed on the unfolding action, shook his head slightly and replied without turning. Most of what you just said is fairly accurate. However, I must emphasize that a football match lasts 90 minutes. A momentary performance does not reveal much. Moreover, both teams are currently engaged in a fierce offensive exchange. Chapter 43, A Clash of Titans. Both teams are relentlessly attacking, engaged in a fast-paced and intense confrontation, where the performance of a defensive player does not hold as much significance. Furthermore, as the head coach of team, I have never judged an individual's true capabilities in the midst of favorable circumstances. What truly matters is how he can perform when confronted with various challenges and completely immersed in adversity. Chui Shizhao shifted his gaze, deliberately or inadvertently scanning the B team's defense, and continued, I concede that Lu Dongdong's performance in the recent match was commendable. However, his shortcomings are equally apparent. Despite his towering stature, he lacks physical resilience, particularly in terms of turning speed, rendering him indistinguishable from Li Shengli. Chui Shizhao spoke slowly, while Chui Xianbin listened intently, a wry smile gracing his lips. He acknowledged the accuracy of Chui Shizhao's remarks. Indeed, Lu Dongdong possessed a myriad of flaws. Yet he was acutely aware that Chui Shizhao's assertions were tinged with evident subjective bias due to preconceived notions. Consequently, he remained internally dissenting, yet, as a subordinate assistant coach, he opted for silence. During the nearly 40 minutes of play, Lu Dongdong had made several crucial interceptions and tackles, showcasing commendable skill. However, in comparison to his teammates on the field, his overall capability, as Chui Shizhao noted, still fell short of qualifying him as a suitable member of the youth team. The match progressed, and the team's midfield linchpin, Che Zai, deftly evaded two B team players' attempts to intercept, decisively launching a series of exquisite passes toward the forward line. This particular pass mirrored the previous direct through ball from Guanggu, swift and precise, skimming the grass to reach the feet of a team's forward stationed at the forefront. This allowed his teammate to effortlessly control the ball with minimal exertion. Upon receiving the ball, a team's forward firmly braced against the marking Lu Dongdong. As the ball rolled between his feet, should Lu Dongdong reveal even the slightest vulnerability, he would rely on his agility to break free. Yet, unexpectedly this time, Lu Dongdong did not choose to remain static as he had in previous instances. Instead, he bent his knees, applying pressure and harassment, then inclined his shoulders to the left, slipping past the team's forward. Leveraging his physical advantage, he effectively pushed aside the slender forward, intercepting the ball at his feet with decisive precision and without hesitation. Advanced the ball forward. As the forward of team A lay sprawled on the ground, he could only extend his foot in vain, watching helplessly as his opponent effortlessly departed. Upon gaining possession, Lu Dongdong did not linger. He glanced at his teammates ahead and, with a powerful kick, sent the ball soaring to Guanggu, who was positioned in the center circle. Under Guanggu's orchestration, a throng of B team players swiftly surged into Team A's half. In the final moment, B team's forward struck the ball, and had it not soared too high, they would have almost scored again. The forward, frustrated by the missed opportunity, shook his head and raised his hands in a gesture of gratitude and apology towards the assisting Guanggu and the orchestrator Lu Dongdong. Chapter 44, A Clash of Titans, Part 2. On the sidelines, Cui Xianbin wore a smile, casting a glance, either intentionally or unintentionally, at Cui Shizhao, who was quietly observing. Perhaps due to personal experiences, despite Lu Dongdong's overall abilities being far inferior to his competitors, his relentless efforts on the field endeared him to Cui Xianbin. Kui. This is the fourth time, each time he has executed a clean interception. I personally believe we should consider giving him a chance, Cui Xianbin remarked, tilting his head slightly. Cui Shizhao's expression was contemplative as he focused intently on the field. I have stated that certain aspects of his performance are indeed commendable. However, his overall display falls significantly short of my standards. He raised his arm, pointing at Lu Dongdong, who was racing towards their defensive area. Did you see that? His turning speed pales in comparison to Li Shengli's, and his off-the-ball movement awareness is almost alarmingly poor. Especially his positioning. He consistently lags behind, showing no understanding of how to collaborate with his partner, Li Shengli. Of course, much of this could be attributed to the fact that it was their first time partnering together. A lack of synergy could explain it. However, as a competent center back, one must grasp the nuances of the game and comprehend their teammates. With the first half nearing its conclusion, Lu Dongdong had shown no signs of adaptation, remaining oblivious to the issues at hand. Moreover, and most critically, he had already faced off against Team A's forwards multiple times, yet still failed to discern the type of forward he was up against. Nor did he recognize the appropriate defensive strategies required to counter his opponent. In my eyes, such a center back is utterly unqualified. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, a football match lasts for 90 minutes. A competent defender should prioritize consistent performance over fleeting moments of brilliance throughout the entire match. His current display does not inspire my trust. Cui Xianbin listened quietly, expressing some disagreement as he spoke. Coach Cui, I acknowledge the validity of your statements. However, he is merely a rookie who has just joined the team, having just turned 19. He undeniably possesses various shortcomings. Yet I firmly believe that if he continues to exert himself with this level of determination, there remains considerable potential for improvement. Xianbin, you are mistaken. The reason your perspective diverges so significantly from mine is that you are still anchored in your previous experiences. We are not a youth team. We are a professional football club in the K2 League. As head coach, it is our duty to discover and nurture talented players, while also being accountable to the club. Cui Shizhao spoke slowly, turning to look at Cui Xianbin. If Lu Dongdong were only 13 or 14 years old, he might indeed be considered a promising prospect. However, he is now 19, and his technical skills have already solidified. Both you and I are well aware that there is little room for alteration at this stage. Therefore, in light of a head coach's expectations for the team's performance in the league, his current abilities do not qualify him as a true player for us. He shared a deep glance with Cui Xianbin before turning back, seemingly speaking to himself. At present, both teams on the field are fiercely competing, employing an all-out assault strategy, eager to establish dominance. However, once this fervor subsides, with Che Zai's experience, the vulnerabilities in Team B's defense will undoubtedly become apparent. That will be the moment of Team B's complete collapse and ultimate defeat. This year, every team in the K2 League has bolstered their ranks with a plethora of strong reinforcements. If we wish to stand out and clinch the championship, his ability to read the game must advance further. Yet, his current performance. Cui Shizhao shifted his gaze to the center of the field, observing Che Zai, who was engaged in an intense struggle with Team B's players, squinting as he remarked. To be honest, during these 40 minutes, his performance has been quite remarkable. However, he has failed to recognize such glaring opportunities, which is truly disappointing. Coach Cui, I understand your expectations for Che Zai, but I personally feel you are being overly demanding. After all, this match has only just reached the 30-minute mark, and it is our first practice match of the season. Each player inevitably undergoes an adjustment period. I believe that with Che Zai's abilities, his performance will improve after a few games. As his words settled, both men suddenly heard a loud shout from the field. Run. Turning their heads, they witnessed Che Zai with the ball, swiftly breaking free from the encirclement of two Team B players. With a powerful swing of his foot, he sent the ball flying, Their gaze followed the soaring, spinning ball as it rapidly descended towards Team B's half. The ball soared over everyone's heads, heading straight for the penalty area of Team B. The bull raised its head, staring intently at the soccer ball as it soared overhead. At that moment, a figure darted past him, catching his peripheral vision. He instinctively cursed under his breath, realizing he had no time to think as he turned and sprinted, stretching out his arm in an attempt to grasp the opponent's jersey. However, the adversary had already surged ahead, evading his grasp. Upon closer inspection, the forward from Team A, clad in a green vest, resembled a cheetah galloping across the vast grassland, dashing into the penalty area with the swiftness of the wind. Just before the ball touched the ground, he deftly flicked it down with the tip of his foot. Simultaneously, the goalkeeper from Team B, recognizing the impending threat, made a decisive move, lunging forward with outstretched arms and legs, attempting a sliding tackle to intercept the forward shot. As the two were on the verge of colliding, the B team forward, unable to halt his momentum, executed a remarkable maneuver. With the ball caught on his shoe, he applied an upward force, sending the black and white ball soaring high into the air. Propelled by a sprint, he twisted at the waist, launching into an elegant backflip kick, releasing the ball just a heartbeat before the B team goalkeeper reached him. The two players, unable to stop in time, crashed into one another with a heavy thud, groaning as they fell to the ground. All eyes were fixed on the ball as it descended from above. Chapter 46, A Spectacular Goal. The ball plunged downwards, plunging into the white net. It was a goal, an exceptionally brilliant goal, executed with a backflip kick. Goal! Everyone momentarily froze, and then the stadium erupted in cheers. All of Team A's players surged forward, and the just-recovered forward was once again toppled to the ground. As teammates piled on him like a tower of blocks, their faces radiant with joy. The speedy winger was overjoyed, like a child, playfully tousling the forward's slick hair into a messy nest. A chorus of laughter erupted among the men as they pumped their fists and waved their arms, shouting encouragement at the dejected players from Team B. The B team goalkeeper, holding his cheek, rose from the grass. His face had collided directly with the forward shoulder, leaving it bruised and swollen from the impact. Yet at that moment, he scarcely noticed his physical pain. His eyes were fixated solely on the white soccer ball, quietly resting in the net. As a goalkeeper, nothing is more disheartening than conceding a goal to an opponent. Furthermore, to have allowed 3 consecutive goals in a match, resulting in a hat trick against him, was particularly disheartening. There was no denying it. He had done his utmost with that last shot. He could only lament the exceptional skill of his opponent. Guangu approached and firmly patted the goalkeeper's shoulder. This marked the 3rd time he had done so during the match. The goalkeeper, feeling disheartened, lowered his head and, alongside Guangu, directed his gaze toward the A team's forward, who had just risen from the grass. In stark contrast to their own feelings of frustration and desolation, the A team forward beamed with joy after scoring a splendid goal, a moment that dispelled the pent-up emotions he had endured for over 40 minutes. His dwindling confidence surged in an instant, multiplying exponentially. The challenges in the forthcoming match would undoubtedly intensify. Lu Dongdong approached, expressing his apologies to the goalkeeper and the others from Guanggu. A group of people chose to forgive him, smiling and assuring him not to take it to heart. They huddled together for a moment, exchanged a few words, and then dispersed as before, preparing to resume the ongoing match. Before departing, Lu Dongdong was seized by Guanggu, who advised, "Be more mindful of your positioning next time. I know Chai Zai well. He will undoubtedly target your blind spots. Ensure that the forwards from Team A do not successfully exploit the offside trap again." "Understood, Captain." Lu Dongdong earnestly nodded, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Guanggu patted his shoulder and sprinted towards Li Shengli, standing at the opposite end, whispering similar counsel. The match then resumed. At this moment, 6 minutes remained until the conclusion of the first half. Once again, Chai Zai had exceeded our expectations. Wouldn't you agree, Coach Chui? Coach Chui Xianbin turned to Chui Shizhao, stationed at the edge of the field. "I suppose so. It hasn't he been completely disappointing?" Kui Shizhao, who had consistently held a dismissive attitude, finally nodded gently, a flicker of brilliance flashing behind his glasses. No head coach would fail to harbor high hopes for the core of their team. The more remarkable his performance, the greater the confidence the coach would feel within. Chapter 47. Striving for the championship this year, as a formidable contender in the K2 League, they not only aimed to secure a spot in the top 4, but also aspired to ascend further and clinch the championship. This was a solemn promise made by Chui Shizhao to the club's leadership last month. Naturally, the potential to win the K2 League title was crucial for his future endeavors. Thus, failure was not an option. "What is wrong, Coach Chui?" inquired Chui Xianbin. What? Nothing. I just noticed that you seem a bit distracted. Chui Xianbin murmured, a hint of confusion on his face. It's nothing. I was merely contemplating a few matters. Let us focus on the match. Chui Shizhao replied nonchalantly, his gaze returning to the field. As the game continued, it became evident that, after tasting success, a team as defensive stalwart, Chai Zai, decisively initiated high passes following every interception, just as Guanggu had predicted. The increasingly confident forwards of Team A darted around Niu Dongdong like slippery eels. Upon sighting the ball approaching, they would surge forward like a gust of wind. Had it not been for Niu Dongdong and the goalkeeper, who had prepared in advance, several one-on-one opportunities could have emerged from offside traps. Although they thwarted a team's forwards from scoring, their efforts left them disheveled and fearful. Consequently, B team's midfield and defense were thrown into disarray, lacking support for the forwards, resulting in a series of isolated confrontations. The situation on the field gradually tilted in favor of Team A. As key players in the K2 League, endowed with a wealth of experience, they quickly established their footing, launching an incisive offense that thoroughly suppressed Team B, leaving its players with scarcely a moment to catch their breath. The halftime whistle pierced through the fervent clashes, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Team B's players, while those of Team A wore expressions tinged with lingering dissatisfaction and a hint of unfulfilled ambition. Faced with their relentless onslaught, Team B, which had been steadily contracting its defensive formation, found itself riddled with vulnerabilities. Had the halftime whistle been delayed by just a few seconds, Team A might have breached their goal. Yet, the match had concluded, leaving only a sense of resignation. A throng descended from the pitch, each person drenched in sweat, gasping for air. The relentless back and forth over the course of those intense 45 minutes was a trial that few could endure. Did you know that throughout the match, Coach Choi stood at the sidelines, intently observing? Lu Dongdong and a group of B-team players sat in a circle by the court, tilting their heads back as they fervently gulped down water from their bottles. After a substitute player distributed the remaining water to each of the players on the field, he curiously leaned forward. Upon hearing his words, the fatigued expressions of everyone instantly brightened. Yet, one forward from the B team remarked persistently, Coach Chui Xianbin has always been by the court. He has never left. What's the big deal? His teammates immediately nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Oh, if it were Coach Chui Xianbin, do you think I would need to remind you all? It's not him. A teammate raised his head in confusion. Yet a flicker of recognition in his expression betrayed his inner thoughts. He was already aware of which Coach Chui was being referred to. Chapter 48, High Aspirations. It was Coach Chui Shizhao who personally descended during halftime. He even stood alongside assistant coach Chui Xianbin and conversed with him for quite a while. Perhaps they were discussing your recent performance on the field. Upon hearing this, the players, who had been drinking water with their heads tilted back, promptly set down their cups, exchanging glances filled with a complex mix of emotions. The reason for their vigorous effort in today's match was undoubtedly the words of Coach Chui Shizhao. Naturally, each individual yearned to know what impression their recent performance had left on Coach Chui Shizhao. Did you hear anything from Coach Chui? Of course not. I was far away from where they stood. I couldn't very well sneak up and eavesdrop on their conversation. The substitute player immediately shook his head. A wave of disappointment washed over the group. One player glanced enviously at the forward of the opposing B team and lamented. You performed so well just now and even scored a goal. Coach must have been quite impressed with you. I felt utterly invisible during my time on the field. I surely messed up this time, another chimed in. Indeed, at the beginning of the match, I felt I was performing well, but as time progressed, it deteriorated. I lost possession several times. I fear this will be my downfall. A chorus of sighs erupted among the group, each player engulfed in self-doubt while simultaneously lauding their teammates. Lu Dongdong, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head as he received a few compliments from the self-proclaimed underperformer, Li Shengli. He courteously remarked that everyone had performed admirably. It was merely that the opponent was exceptionally formidable. Indeed, the A team comprised nearly all main players, each a celebrated star in the K2 League. A player noted, we were only a goal behind at halftime, which is already commendable. Just as Coach Choi Hyunbin mentioned to us before the match. Coach Choi Seju is not solely focused on our game results this time, but rather on the unique abilities of each of us. As long as we exert ourselves to the utmost, I am confident he will take notice, another added. Guanggu clapped his hands vigorously and addressed everyone with fervor. Now that the first half has concluded, regardless of our previous performance, we must strive in the second half to showcase our full potential. I acknowledge that our opponents are indeed strong, yet our display in the first half was equally impressive. I believe everyone shares this sentiment. Therefore, we must not surrender. Let us unite our efforts and surprise Coach Choi Se-chow, allowing him to witness us triumph over Team A. With that proclamation, Guanggu extended his arms, his gaze fervent as he looked at each individual. The B team players exchanged glances, until a forward from B was the first to extend his hand, followed by others who placed their palms together with determination. In unison, they declared, "Let us go," accompanied by a resounding cheer, their hands pressed down firmly, dispelling all traces of fatigue and despair from their faces, replaced instead by an overwhelming confidence. Chapter 49. Elevated Heights. Ha ha ha. It seems our little group retains its spirited momentum and has not been subdued by us after all. In the second half, we shall give it our all, remarked a speedy winger with golden hair, glancing back at the B team players situated at a distance, a mischievous smile adorning his face. "You cheeky lad, Guanggu is right there. How dare you call him a child? Such a lack of decorum." Chazai scolded playfully, smacking the thigh of the winger, though a smile lingered on his face. "Oh, when I said little friends, I certainly did not include Guanggu. He remains as formidable as ever and shows no mercy. He has knocked me down several times in the first half, leaving my legs aching," the winger retorted while seated cross-legged on the grass, lifting his thigh. "Well, it's your own fault for always opting to go solo. You had opportunities to pass, but chose not to," the B team forward teased. "I don't relish playing alone. I merely intended to seize this chance to impart a lesson to these little friends. However, I did not anticipate that these lads would be unfazed by my feints, and Guanggu would charge at me immediately. What could I do? Refraining from your footwork, could you hasten the release of the ball? Do not persist in a stubborn manner, lest you find yourself failing to attend the lesson, only to be taught a lesson by others. That would be an immense embarrassment." The vehicle turned to gaze at the spirited opposing players and stated, word by word, "Within this team, there are several newcomers whose performances have been remarkably outstanding. It is conceivable that they may pose a threat to our starting positions. Indeed, especially that forward from their B team, when he faced me one-on-one, he displayed not an ounce of trepidation. Moreover, his footwork is undeniably swift, nearly rivaling that of the speedy wingers." And Chi Hyun furrowed his thick brows, observing the forward among the B team crowd. A teammate seated cross-legged beside him nodded in agreement. "Come now, do not let his prowess diminish your own spirit. Although he performed admirably, our forwards have also displayed commendable skills. For instance, both Jin Shioga and I have each scored a goal. Particularly, Jin Shioga executed a spectacular overhead kick. You may not have noticed, but the expressions of the A-team players were utterly astonished," remarked the speedy winger with a grin. "Indeed, that goal was truly remarkable. I initially thought the goalkeeper would surely save it," the vehicle responded, giving a thumbs up to the A-team forward who scored the brilliant goal. And Jinsi, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and humbly stated, "I was merely improvising in the moment. If you were to ask me to replicate that kick now, I would genuinely struggle." Pausing for a moment, he turned his gaze toward the distant B team players and earnestly remarked, "Among this group of youngsters, many possess exceptional abilities, especially that B team forward who scored. If he can maintain this form, he might indeed pose a formidable challenge to our starting positions in the future." A serious expression suddenly transformed into a smile as he looked towards the speedy winger seated diagonally across from him, saying, "Especially you, my friend, this year, do make an effort to avoid injuries. Otherwise, by the time you recover, your position may have been taken by the opposition. As for me, I will never allow anyone to usurp my rightful place." Jin Shioga, what are you saying? "You may not, but do you think I will?" As the conversation continued, the A team erupted into laughter, in stark contrast to the B team's determined ambition. The seasoned team players regarded today's match with a more relaxed demeanor. Many had not even unleashed their full potential. When the second half begins, we shall continue our offensive strategy along the mid-long range. The two central defenders of the B team possess slow-turning speeds, and they lack synergy, leaving ample space to exploit. You two need only be mindful of your positioning to avoid offside. I shall undoubtedly supply you with opportunities." In the vehicle, Chazai nodded, glancing sideways at Lu Dongdong and the others with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "These two central defenders are quite young. Must we be so ruthless with them today? Won't this shatter their confidence entirely?" With that tone, it sounds as though you could score under their defense, Chazai teased, prompting a chorus of laughter from his teammates. The impetuous winger, feeling indignant, snorted defiantly and raised 3 fingers, proclaiming with unwavering conviction, "In the second half, I intend to score 3 goals. to show these youngsters what it truly means to be the king of the flanks. As anticipated, the second half commenced. True to Che Zai's words, Team A adopted a strategy of long passes and offside traps, fully unleashing the speed and capabilities of their forwards, and Jin Xiu and the swift winger. The dynamics on the field tilted uncontrollably. Every pass from Team A posed a lethal threat. The defensive line of Team B was in disarray, with Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, among others, flustered and overwhelmed. Had it not been for the seasoned Guanggu, who made several brilliant saves, Team B's goal would have been breached multiple times by Team A. Despite this, the players on both sides, as well as the substitutes observing from the sidelines, including coaches Choi Hyunbin and Choi Suk-ju, recognized that Team B's defense was riddled with vulnerabilities, teetering on the brink of collapse, without an effective means to restore their confidence. Scoring seemed merely a matter of time. Che Zai's analytical prowess was indeed sharp. However, their frenzied offensive exploits, exploiting Team B's positional weaknesses with offside traps, appeared rather merciless. Choi Hyunbin remarked with a smile, "Football is a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. It's either your victory or my defeat, with no room for sympathy." Furthermore, effective offense hinges upon seizing the opponent's weaknesses and delivering a decisive blow. Even in a seemingly mundane training match, one cannot fault the opponent for being too ruthless. The blame lies solely with one's own lack of skill and experience. Choi Suk-ju, with a stoic expression, added, as the head coach of the youth team. He had been at this field for 3 years. Chapter 51. An elder at home, Choi Suk-ju is renowned throughout the K2 League and even the realm of Korean football for his stern demeanor. Choi Hyunbin remained silent, maintaining a gentle smile on his face. He clearly understands that the divergence in opinions between him and Coach Choi Se-jo is rooted in their fundamentally different coaching philosophies and perspectives on players. Such entrenched beliefs cannot be easily swayed by mere words. On the field, both sets of players engage in an intense battle, fiercely defending their positions. The experienced Guanggu, after assisting the center back in several clearances, finally discerned Team A's unwavering commitment to executing an offside trap. He immediately shouted out, rallying his teammates to closely mark Che Zai, the midfield linchpin of Team A, through whom every ball must pass. As soon as Che Zai gained possession, 2 players from Team B rushed forward without hesitation, driven by a singular intent, to prevent him from distributing the ball effortlessly. They aimed to thwart any potential for him to deliver a decisive assist, akin to those provided to his forwards. Team B's focused marking strategy quickly bore fruit. With Che Zai effectively contained, Team A's opportunities to pass diminished significantly, and the quality of their passes deteriorated markedly. The roaming forward and the speedy winger found it increasingly difficult to receive comfortable balls, despite their numerous attempts. Leveraging their speed and experience to exploit offside traps for a rare one-on-one opportunity, they ultimately fell short due to the poor pace and accuracy of the passes. Helplessly watching as the goalkeeper effortlessly gathered the ball, frustration mounted, particularly for the winger, who incessantly grumbled and impatiently kicked at the grass. Their relentless sprints became a draining endeavor, and if this continued, even if Che Zai were to provide a precise pass later on, they might lack the stamina to capitalize on it. As the saying goes, an elder at home is a treasure. Guanggu's indomitable spirit and wealth of experience are immensely beneficial to our team. Coach Choi Hyunbin observed Guanggu, drenched in sweat on the field, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Guanggu is a quintessential late-blooming player. Had he encountered me a few years earlier, I could have potentially guided him to Europe. His style of play is strikingly reminiscent of Gattuso. The only regret is that he has remained underappreciated, lacking a platform to showcase his talents. Coach Choi Se-jo let out a soft sigh. This was the first time during his long observation that a flicker of emotion crossed his face. If you had uttered this sentiment to me 3 years ago, I would have merely laughed dismissively. Yet now, I can comprehend your feelings. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals can be infuriating. Perhaps a seemingly trivial choice can alter the course of one's destiny forever. Kui Xianbin spoke softly, pausing momentarily to take a deep breath, revealing a hint of helplessness mingled with a resigned smile. Although we cannot alter the fate of Guanggu, I believe that in the future Republic of Korea, we will encounter an increasing number of Guangus. Through our efforts, we can guide them onto a distinctly different path. Chapter 52. The Encirclement Tactic, Part 1, Perhaps. A deeply entrenched coaching philosophy is not something that can be transformed overnight. Chui Shizhao turned his head, casting a meaningful glance at Chui Xianbin. However, with the concerted efforts of many, The atmosphere surrounding football in Korea is indeed progressing towards a brighter future. Perhaps one day, those in positions of authority will understand that a commendable football team is not solely defined by an outstanding forward or an exceptional midfielder, but rather by the overall capability of the entire team, where every position boasts a remarkable player. Even behind a pair of spectacles, the brilliance in his gaze could not be concealed. At that moment, a wave of fervent cheers suddenly drew their attention to the field. There, in the center circle, Chazai was fiercely engaged in a contest with two defenders from Team B, who were resolutely surrounding him. The movements of the two players indicated their intent to intercept the ball at all costs, aiming to disrupt Chazai's ability to transition the ball and suppress Team A's offensive rhythm. In pursuit of this objective, their hands were equally active, although their movements were subtle enough that the referee continued to observe without blowing the whistle. Meanwhile, in Team B's half, as Chazai wrestled with the two defenders, a swift winger with golden locks, On Jin-soo, was incessantly maneuvering around Lu Dongdong and Lee Sungri. Originally a winger, On Jin-soo, having failed to find good opportunities on the flanks, had directly cut into the midfield area, taking on the Mark B team defender. Lu Dongdong and Lee Sungri have both personally experienced the extraordinary speed of their adversaries, each individual remaining on high alert, steadfastly guarding their positions. To thwart the duo's attempts at executing a counter-offside tactic, they continuously adjusted their formations, retreating their steps until they nearly reached the forefront of their own penalty area. As the final bastion of defense in the midfield, Gwanggu was acutely aware of the threats posed by the rapid wingers and the stealthy Xiao, deliberately minimizing the distance between himself and the duo of Nyo Dongdong and Lee Sungri. Should the midfielder Chazai or any other player from Team A opt for a high, long pass, they would be poised to pivot and rush forward to provide assistance. Observing Chazai being cornered with no opportunity for escape, the flanking defenders of Team A unhesitatingly surged to support him, raising their arms to signal for a swift distribution of the ball. Confronted by the ferocious defense of two players from Team B, Chazai cast a glance at his two forward teammates, deftly dodging them and executing a graceful turn to break free from their grasp. He lifted his foot with determination to strike. However, the two defenders from Team B quickly regained their composure, charging forward in unison to block Chazai's passing lane, forcing him back once more. A group of substitutes watching from the sidelines shook their heads, concluding that in such circumstances, Chazai would have no choice but to minimize his touches and rely on his teammates to deliver decisive assists. Continuing in this manner would merely squander precious time for both sides. The two advancing wingbacks of Team A, realizing that Chazai could not release the ball in time, reluctantly retraced their steps to their own positions. In Chapter 53, The Tactics of Encirclement, Part 2, the reckless advance of the two wingbacks from Team A posed a risk. Without effective collaboration with their teammates to create a significant threat, any opportunity seized by Team B could lead to a magnificent counterattack due to the exposed flanks. It appeared that Chazai had been thoroughly restricted. Nonetheless, he had shown improvement. In the previous season, physical confrontation had been his Achilles heel. Faced with the close marking of two defenders from Team B, he had held his ground admirably, maintaining control of the ball. Chui Xianbin offered a candid assessment. However, Chui Shichao remarked, casting a serious glance at Chui Xianbin upon his return as the core midfielder of the team. One must be prepared for persistent marking and even multiple defenders. If Chazai's performance today remains at this level, I will undoubtedly urge the club's upper management to pursue that player at any cost. The opponents he faces today are merely novices who have just joined the team. If he could be so easily contained, what are our chances of securing the championship this year? He paused, posing a rhetorical question to himself. If this is the extent of his performance, we wouldn't even have a shred of hope. Chui Shijiao spoke rather bluntly, his piercing gaze fixed directly upon Chazai, who was skillfully maneuvering the ball at the center of the field. Chui Xianbing, well acquainted with his character, quickly discerned that despite Chui Shijiao's stern demeanor, he harbored hopes for Chazai's performance. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Chazai, upon whom Chui Shijiao placed such expectations, would rise to the occasion and not disappoint. The fierce tussle in midfield continued unabated. Chazai, in possession of the ball, found himself relentlessly pursued by the two players from Team B, leaving him with little opportunity to make a pass. Reluctantly, he shifted the ball and dashed forward, hoping to execute a 1-2 with a teammate. However, the two defenders from Team B were unyielding, shadowing him closely, their presence indomitable. When Chazai refrained from receiving the ball, it was manageable, but once he accepted a pass from a teammate, the two defenders adhered to him like glue. The situation unfolded much like before. Chazai struggled to maintain control of the ball, entangled in a relentless contest until, in resignation, he sidestepped the ball to the side. Upon receiving the pass, his teammate found himself thoroughly constrained by Team B's players, forced to transfer the ball to the forward with little choice. However, compared to Chazai, whose precision was akin to an intercontinental cruise missile, his teammate's pass resembled a mere toy model, lacking in quality and impact. Not only were passes intercepted by the steadfast Guanggu, who dominated the midfield and defense, but Guanggu also orchestrated several counterattacks, delivering exquisite passes to the formidable forwards of Team B stationed at the forefront of Team A's half. As previously observed, the forwards of Team B exhibited remarkable skill. Had it not been for the shortcomings of their supporting teammates, they would have long since breached Team A's goal and equalized the score. Merely 10 minutes into the second half, the momentum shifted dramatically. The once dominant Team A began to falter, their advantage slipping away like a scale, tilting due to Chazai's lackluster performance. Should they fail to overcome this adversity? Chapter 54. A grave danger if no teammate stepped forward to become a second passing option to replace Chazai. A loss of possession would undoubtedly ensue amidst Team B's myriad of brilliant counterattacks. Chui Xianbin silently observed the unfolding events on the field, watching the ball repeatedly transferred from the feet of Chazai to those of his teammates, each pass inevitably culminating in disappointment. Regardless of whether it was the teammates responsible for passing or the swift wingers and forward station on the flanks, all bore expressions of frustration and helplessness. Chazai's countenance was similarly grim. However, as the core player in the rear, having weathered numerous storms, his ability to maintain composure surpassed that of his fellow teammates. Yet, despite his forced smile, pretending as if nothing were amiss, the entire 8 team remained engulfed in a progressively gloomy atmosphere. This was an exceedingly ominous sign. Chui Xianbin crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Cui Shizhao standing beside him. Regardless of the outcome of today's match, or which player might ultimately rise to turn the tide or deliver a decisive blow to the A team, he believed that coach Cui Shizhao would overlook these elements, as he would be preoccupied with a grave concern, a devastating issue. If the midfield linchpin, Chazai, were to be effectively neutralized, there appeared to be no one else within the team capable of stepping up to provide a secondary passing option. This was a profoundly alarming situation, a catastrophic weakness for a team aspiring for championship glory. Of course, perhaps Guanggu, currently with the B team, could assume this role, but at 33 years of age, he could hardly endure a high-intensity season. He could only embellish an already flourishing situation, but could not provide the necessary support in times of need. Kidzai, devise a solution swiftly, lest we be disappointed in you. Chui Xianbin squinted, unblinking as he focused on Chazai, who was locked in a fierce contest at the center of the field with 2 defenders from the B team. He shared the conviction with Cui Shizhao that their most valued player would surely surmount the present challenge. The match continued, with Chazai thoroughly contained. The pressure on the defense significantly diminished. Lu Dongdong, whose stamina was nearly exhausted, finally found an opportunity to catch his breath, paying little mind to a team's forward and Jin Xiu darting about nearby. For no matter how hard he tried, as long as his teammates in midfield were unable to deliver effective passes, none of it posed any real concern for Lu Dongdong. On the verdant pitch, under the meticulous guidance of Coach G, his natural defensive prowess had seen remarkable improvement. Confronted with the direct onslaught of the forward, he possessed an unwavering confidence and capability, effortlessly intercepting the opponent's advance. Moreover, an insurmountable barrier stood before him. Defensive midfielder Guanggu, positioned directly in his path. In the center circle, Chazai struggled tirelessly, yet found himself devoid of options, resorting to a lateral pass to a teammate. Upon receiving the ball, the fullback dashed forward, effortlessly evading B team's defenders, making a seamless journey to the flanks of B team's half. The B team's fullback, tasked with guarding the wing, trailed closely behind Lu Dongdong. Chapter 55. Danger. They followed the steps of Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, retreating toward the penalty area with the aim of compressing their defensive formation. Vigilantly stationed in the center, Guanggu observed a team's fullback poised to advance, and without hesitation, he surged forward, striving to intercept the ball before a team's teammates could provide rapid support. Faced with Guanggu's aggressive approach, the previously confident fullback, who had skillfully maneuvered past B team's defenders, now appeared somewhat uncertain. Shielding the ball with his body, he controlled it for a moment before gritting his teeth and sprinting, launching a powerful kick that sent the ball soaring toward B team's penalty area, where teammate forward Jin Xiu awaited. The ball descended rapidly, traversing several meters. The agile Jinxiu swiftly assessed the landing point, darting away from Liu Dongdong's side. His speed was remarkable. By the time Liu Dongdong realized the situation, Jinxiu had already advanced 4 to 5 meters. Having grown complacent due to a team's previous erratic passes, Liu Dongdong was caught off guard by this particular delivery, which, despite lacking finesse, was perfectly placed near the edge of the penalty area, granting Jinxiu an opportunity to accelerate. At this moment, a few more strides would allow him to effortlessly control the ball at his feet, leaving Liu Dongdong completely behind, helplessly watching. This pass was particularly intriguing, as it prompted B Team's goalkeeper to consider rushing out. However, the ball had landed precisely at the edge of the penalty area. Should he proceed, he would find himself competing with B Team's forward at an equal distance. The goalkeeper understood that he could not match the speed of B Team's forward. Resigning himself to remain on the goal line, powerless, Guanggu, the final line of defense in midfield, immediately raced back, his pace far exceeding that of Liu Dongdong. Yet, the distance remained significant. Even with gritted teeth and a fervent sprint, he was still out of reach. All eyes in the stadium were fixated on the ball. If it were to find the back of the net, the entire dynamic of the match would be irrevocably altered. A team's prospects of a decisive victory would evaporate. Even as Che Zai continued to be closely monitored by B Team's players, as teammates endowed with passing capabilities. The successful goal will undoubtedly bolster their confidence in their passing techniques. Conversely, Team B, already trailing by a goal, will experience a significant decrease in morale. In their fervent quest to equalize the score, they will likely resort to an all-out offensive strategy. Should they fail to breach Team A's defenses in a timely manner, the outcome is inevitable. Team A will ruthlessly capitalize and score several more goals. Liu Dongdong gritted his teeth and sprinted forward with long strides. However, the forward of Team B was increasingly distancing himself, his footwork resembling the rhythmic pedaling of a stationary bicycle, rendering Liu powerless. He even contemplated that should the opportunity arise to reach the opponent, he would unhesitatingly foul the Team B player, even if it meant receiving a red card. As a central defender, he was the backbone of the team's defense, an indispensable asset. Chapter 56, An Intolerable Mistake, Part 1. Yet compared to conceding a goal, receiving a red card to avert it had become a desperate measure. However, the forward of Team A was accelerating, seemingly intent on denying Liu Dongdong any chance. Gazing at the ball that was so tantalizingly close, the forward of Team B quickened his pace, his eyes sparkling with fervor, apart from the imminent prize of the ball. All that remained before him was the yawning emptiness of the goal. His sole mission was to drive the ball into the net as seamlessly as possible. The goalkeeper, firmly stationed on the goal line, was utterly disregarded. As a forward, he had never acknowledged the keeper, only the perpetually inviting goal ahead. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At last, the forward of Team A, amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, successfully seized the ball. He lightly tapped it with his toes and surged into the penalty area, stealing a glance at Liu Dongdong over his shoulder. Realizing the opponent was still 4 or 5 meters away, a wave of relief washed over him. In that moment, all his focus and energy were concentrated on the goal ahead. Nothing else mattered to him but scoring. A slight smile involuntarily crept across his lips. A habitual gesture before each goal, emblematic of his unparalleled confidence. Suddenly, a tall figure surged in from the left, charging with explosive speed. With a swift tackle, he brought down the unsuspecting forward of Team A, taking both man and ball to the ground. The ball bounced a few times before rolling toward the goal, easily collected by the Team B goalkeeper, who cradled it securely. The towering Li Shengli rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of grass. The fouled forward, Jinxiu, lay on the ground, clutching his thigh in agony. Li Shengli instinctively reached out to help the A-team forward up, but remained motionless, cradling his leg with an expression of pain. The A-team players, observing from a distance, erupted in outrage, fervently waving their arms and appealing to the referee, insisting that Li Shengli's blatant action was clearly a foul. A foul was committed within the penalty area, rendering it an unequivocal penalty kick. The referee raised both hands and made a crossing gesture, shaking his head decisively. He explained that Li Shengli had first played the ball before making the tackle, which constituted a standard interception. The players from Team B, under the guidance of the seasoned veteran Guanggu, promptly gathered around, vociferously articulating their stance. They asserted that the interception had been entirely clear, devoid of any foul play. A throng encircled the referee, engaged in a heated debate for a while, before finally dispersing. The referee waved his arms, signaling for the match to continue. Lu Dongdong lowered his head, retreating to his defensive zone. Although the previous ball had been salvaged by Li Shengli, it was undeniably a significant blunder on his part. The weight of his disappointment was palpable. Observing Lu's disheartened demeanor from a short distance away, Li Shengli hastened to his side, offering words of solace. With a sweeping gesture toward the boundary of court, he encouraged Lu Dongdong, "Do not dwell on it. Focus on your efforts, as Coach Chui and the others are watching us closely. Keep pushing forward." With a determined shake of Lu's hand, he sprinted back to his defensive position. Chapter 57. Upholding the Tactics, Part 1. Lu Dongdong's expression was one of complexity as he quietly glanced at the positions of Chui Shizhao and Chui Quanbin. After a prolonged gaze, Chui Xianbin, who had been conversing in hushed tones, sensed an anomaly and lifted his head, locking eyes with Lu Dongdong for a fleeting moment. Lu Dongdong resembled a bashful young man, immediately bowing his head. This elicited a mixture of surprise and amusement from Chui Xianbin. The match continued. This time, the brilliant offensive, though it did not culminate in a goal, significantly boosted the morale of all the players on Team A. One by one, they grew increasingly spirited, much to the dismay of the already fatigued players of Team B, who were vocally lamenting their plight. A group of newcomers had hoped to capitalize on Li Shengli's impressive interception and deliver a decisive blow to Team A, but instead, they found themselves retreating under relentless pressure. Two midfielders continued to shadow Che Zai closely, yet their newfound confidence allowed for a flurry of passes from various Team A players. They employed the same tactics, which once again left Team B's midfield and defense in disarray. Guanggu, at 32 years of age, despite his unwavering determination, found his physical stamina waning. The considerable toll on his energy during the intense confrontation made it apparent that he was struggling to keep pace. His repeated errors threw the already precarious defense of Team B into chaos, resulting in a disorganized defense that relied solely on sheer strength. The quality of passes from Team A was not particularly high, nor did they replicate the earlier stroke of luck. Guanggu was clearly exhausted. It was time for a substitution. Chui Shizhao adjusted his glasses and remarked calmly. Chui Xuabin nodded in agreement, raising his hand to signal the assistant referee standing on the opposite sideline. The ball was picked up by Team B's goalkeeper, who, upon hearing the loud calls, kicked the ball to Lu Dongdong. Without hesitation, Lu Dongdong launched the ball out of the field. With the referee's whistle signaling the end, the fatigued Guanggu exchanged greetings with Lu Dongdong and several teammates. To the enthusiastic applause of the substitute players, he slowly exited the pitch. A substitute player raised his arm, giving him a quick high five before dashing onto the field. Remember, let us adhere to our previous strategy. Opt for long passes and exploit the offside trap to breach their goal. Their two center backs, much like Guanggu, are likely at their physical limits now. Moreover, with Guanggu absent from midfield, their interception capabilities will undoubtedly diminish. We have ample opportunities, so remain patient. Che Zai whispered a few words to the players on the flanks, signaling the forward in Jingxiu and the speedy winger to advance. The two exchanged knowing nods. Everyone, take heed. Guanggu has asked me to remind you that Team A will certainly continue to employ the offside tactic. You two should be mindful of your positioning. The newly introduced substitute player approached Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, whispering a word of encouragement in each of their ears. Both nodded in acknowledgement, exchanged glances, and retreated to their respective defensive zones. The match resumed with Team A initiating a throw-in. Chapter 58. Adherence to Tactics, Part 2, Without a Shadow of a Doubt. The absence of Guoguang significantly diminished Team B's midfield prowess, resulting in a glaring drop in their interception and passing capabilities, rendering them utterly incomparable to their previous form. As the central figure of Team A's midfield, Che Zai found himself closely shadowed by two midfielders from Team B. However, with the pressure from his teammates markedly reduced, he adeptly exploited the gaps in Team B's defense, compelling the two defenders assigned to him to abandon their attempts to mark him off the ball and hastily retreat to cover. Initially, the back-and-forth running by the two midfielders did not seem overly taxing, but as the match progressed and the intensity of the exchanges escalated, their stamina began to wane. It became increasingly apparent that as soon as they left Che Zai unmarked, a female player from Team A would promptly return the ball to him. They were not machines, incapable of feeling fatigue. There were several instances where Che Zai seized the opportunity to make a pass. Yet, perhaps due to being tightly marked and deprived of quality chances, the quality of his passes was subpar, leaving the poised strikers and speedy wingers of Team to raise their hands in exasperation, clapping in encouragement. However, Anyone with a modicum of football knowledge understood that if this trend continued, Chazai would inevitably provide a high-quality pass, allowing his attacking teammates to deliver a decisive blow. This match had lost its allure. It was merely a question of how many goals Team B would concede this time. Chui Huanbin remarked with a smile, acknowledging that all members of Team B were still novices, displaying a naivety in their ball handling, defensive anticipation, and offensive choices. Their journey ahead was still long. Chui Shijiao adjusted his glasses and stated, "Football is round. It is not guaranteed that expending every ounce of effort will yield rewards. As a true football player, one must always play with intention, conserving precious energy when opportunities are scarce. When a chance arises to convert a play into a goal or gain an offensive advantage, one must unleash all their strength to deliver a lethal strike to the opponent." Currently, Team B was entirely subdued by Team A, with their stamina depleted from the relentless exertion of the first half. I estimate that Team A could easily score at least 3 more goals in this match. Of course, they must also understand the importance of moderation and refrain from crushing the confidence of these newcomers. "Coach Chui, it seems you have little faith in Team B's defense." Someone remarked, "It's not a lack of faith. The disparity in skill is glaringly evident. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengying possess numerous overlapping abilities, with scarcely any areas where one complements the other. Both are tall, imposing central defenders, yet their slow-turning speed has become a significant limitation. Although they once executed a few remarkable tackles, their physical stamina has now reached its zenith. Have you not observed? Every time the entire team advances in attack or retreats in defense, they exhibit a lack of positional awareness, merely moving forward and backward instinctively. This indicates their exhaustion has rendered them incapable of attending to such nuances." In Chapter 59, Adhering to Tactics, 3, their opponents, the speedy flank players, and Injinshio, possess abundant stamina, which, although not traditionally their strong suit, gives them an advantage. After all, they are seasoned professionals who have galloped through the K2 League for years. Despite having endured a lengthy break, their physical reserves far surpass those of the two newcomers, particularly Injinshio, who I believe may surprise us this year. Do you not agree? I share the same sentiment. Chui Huanbi nodded in affirmation, his smile deepening as his gaze shifted towards Injinshio. This forward has oscillated between being a primary striker and a key substitute in his previous youth club, showcasing considerable talent. However, due to Coach Chui Shijiao's tactical arrangements, the astutely perceptive Injinshio often found himself on the substitute list. Yet, in this match, his playing style appears more diversified than in the previous season, and his ball handling has grown increasingly composed. Although he was intercepted several times by Lu Dongdong and Li Shengying upon recognizing that he could not match their physicality, he evidently altered his approach, opting for a more fluid movement strategy. This shift in tactics accounts for Lu Dongdong's diminished brilliance compared to the opening moments of the match. Chui Huanbin observed Injinshio maneuvering around Lu Dongdong, executing continuous sprints that left the inexperienced Lu bewildered. He instinctively followed Injinshio's movements, completely at his mercy. For a central defender, this is a perilous predicament, as their speed pales in comparison to that of forwards. The reason world-class central defenders become the backbone of their teams largely stems from their wealth of experience. This invaluable knowledge, accumulated through countless matches, enables them to anticipate a forward's movements and intercept passes from the midfield. However, as a newcomer, Lu Dongdong remains oblivious to the fact that he is being led into a trap by Jinxiu. Che Ziming had multiple opportunities to deliver a long pass. With both the speedy flank player and Jinxiu already in position, why did he not take the shot? Could it be that they have chosen to abandon the offside trap? Chui Huanbing remarked. The two center backs have completely lost their composure, with just one exquisite pass. Their defensive line can be effortlessly torn apart, and a brilliant counter-offside move executed. Why would they relinquish such a tactic? Che Zai, opting not to pass, likely aims to distract the two center backs while compressing the midfield even further. I surmise that Guanggu will certainly remind each midfielder before the next match that Team A will undoubtedly continue with their counter-preparatory strategy. As they conversed, Chui Huanbing cast a casual glance at Che Zai, who stood in his half, his gaze swiftly shifting to Jinxiu, stationed in Team B's half. Controlling the ball at his feet, Che Zai feigned a pass, skillfully evading a defender from Team B who had been closely marking him. The second defender, immediately following, hurried to close in. Chapter 6, spectacular dribbling this time. Che Zai displayed no hesitation, directly shifting the ball sideways to a teammate positioned on the flank. At the moment of the pass, he surged forward, and his receiving teammate, in perfect synchrony, did not pause for an instant, sending the ball right back. The black and white sphere traced a beautiful triangle in a remarkably brief span, returning accurately to Che Zai's feet. A splendid 2-on-1 maneuver. Upon receiving the ball, Che Zai found himself devoid of any defenders from Team B ahead of him. With the ball at his feet, he sprinted relentlessly into Team B's half. All defenders from Team B stationed in their own half sprang into action, a throng retreating towards their defensive positions, preparing to compress their defense against Team A's onslaught. The forward and the speedy winger from Team A, positioned directly ahead, also sprang to life, continuously weaving around the two defenders assigned to mark them. The winger, with his golden locks, shook off a tightly clinging Team B full back, veering off the conventional path and cutting sharply into the center with the swiftness of the wind. His sudden shift left Lu Dongdong, who had been shadowing in Jinxiu closely, momentarily at a loss. If he chose to ignore the winger, a simple incisive pass from Team A's midfield linchpin, Che Zai, could allow the winger to receive the ball and charge unimpeded towards the penalty area. However, if he advanced to defend, he would have to abandon his mark on Jinxiu, a formidable opponent in his own right. Unattended, Jinxiu was like a razor-sharp blade, poised to strike. What should he do? Lu Dongdong instinctively stepped forward a couple of paces, but soon retreated, deciding it prudent to keep a vigilant watch over his players. However, in the brief moment of distraction, the quietly observant Jinxiu, who had been lingering nearby, leisurely followed Lu Dongdong's advancing steps, then retreated a few paces before launching forth like an arrow released from a taut bowstring. Simultaneously, he dashed into the midfield of Team B, and faced with the rapid approach of defensive players from Team B, he unhesitatingly lifted his foot and struck the ball with considerable force. Although his pass lacked great power and speed, it soared high, cleaving through all the Team B defenders and arced directly towards the center of Team B's penalty area. Guanggu, seated cross-legged on the sidelines, sprang to his feet, waving his arms and loudly alerting the still unaware Team B players that this was a cleverly executed offside pass, urging all teammates to immediately retreat. Upon hearing the call, the group of Team B players wasted no time, rushing one by one towards their penalty area. Li Shengli, playing as a center back, also sprang into action, gritting his teeth as he chased after the play. Meanwhile, Lu Dongdong, standing with his back to Jinxiu, was the last to realize the gravity of the situation. Instinctively turning to pursue back on defense, he suddenly noticed the unwavering gaze of coaches Choi Hyunbin and Choi Seju at the sidelines, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Aware he had made a significant blunder, an unsettling wave of anxiety washed over him, compelling him to remain rooted in place. Chapter 61. An Unforgivable Mistake. Part 1. Lu Dongdong stood inexplicably in place, utterly motionless, quietly observing the two individuals before him. Lu Dongdong, quickly return to your defense. Why are you still dawdling? Guanggu shouted loudly, cupping his hands around his mouth. Lu Dongdong cast a glance at his teammates, who were rushing past him in a flurry, their expressions tinged with a hint of anxiety, particularly the positions occupied by Choi Xianbin and Shui Shichao. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, he quickly turned and sprinted forward. Yet at this juncture, it was already too late for everything. As the pivotal player from the backline, Che Zai might not always deliver a lethal pass that guarantees victory for his teammates. But this time, his pass was remarkably precise. The black and white ball descended gracefully from the heavens, bouncing lightly on the verdant grass before rolling a mere half-meter away. The determined Jinxiu, who had been sprinting with fervor, was nearly upon it, deftly flicking it under his control with the tip of his foot. Meanwhile, the closest player behind him, Li Shengli, still lagged a good 2 to 3 meters away. Before Jinxiu, there lay only the goal and a solitary B-team goalkeeper standing in the center. As an accomplished forward, his focus was unwavering. In his eyes, there was no goalkeeper, only the goal itself. With the ball under his command, he dashed into the small penalty area without hesitation, lifting his foot to strike. Despite the B-team's goalkeeper leaping valiantly and stretching his arms in a desperate attempt to thwart the impending shot, the ball traced a perfect arc, eluding him and plunging into the white net. Goal! The exhilarating cheers erupted, reverberating throughout the stadium. Countless A-team players, alongside the substitutes at the sidelines, surged forward, enveloping the goal-scorer Jinxiu in a jubilant celebration. The B-team players, who had exerted themselves to no end, gradually came to a halt, their faces betraying their disheartenment. The P-team goalkeeper, having faced yet another breach of his defenses, sat dazed on the grass, his fists pounding the ground in frustration. His head bowed low. For a goalkeeper, Conceding 4 goals in a single match is a profound humiliation and immense sorrow. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of the jubilant players embracing one another in ecstatic celebration. He sensed that today, while guarding the goal, he might not merely endure the loss of 4 goals. Lu Dongdong gazed vacantly at the scene before him, as the jubilant shouts of Team A echoed incessantly in his ears, while the somber faces of his teammates flickered in and out of his vision. Prior to the commencement of today's match, he had already come to the disheartening realization of the vast gulf in skill between Team B, to which he belonged, and Team A. Perhaps it was youthful exuberance or a naive belief in his own prowess, having undergone a few training sessions under Coach G, that led him to presume he could astonish everyone and shine brilliantly on the field. Indeed, had the match been confined to a mere 30 minutes, his performance would have elicited no doubts. However, the reality of a football match spans 90 minutes and, sometimes, contingent on the referee's whims, even additional stoppage time. Chapter 62, An Unforgivable Mistake, Part 2. As a central defender, the final bastion of the team, it mattered not if one exhibited brilliance for 89 or even 90 minutes without faltering. Should one falter in the final minute and concede a goal to the adversary, resulting in the team's defeat, one would be deemed an inadequate defender. This was a recurring admonition from Coach G during their brief training sessions. Tragically, in today's match, he had allowed his opponents to score 4 goals, a score that would be deemed utterly disgraceful in any formal competition. Regardless of the extent of blame he could attribute to the goals conceded, he could not absolve himself of responsibility. What was he doing moments ago? Staring into space. Coach Chui Shizhao's tone was somber and devoid of warmth, almost coldly indifferent. Chui Xianbin glanced back at him, opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Having worked alongside Coach Chui Shizhao for several years, he could discern that the coach was on the brink of fury, merely suppressing his ire. The source of his anger was entirely due to Lu Dongdong's earlier moment of distraction. This was not Northeast China, where a casual remark could spark a violent confrontation. Yet Lu Dongdong had stood on the field, a player amidst a team desperately defending, while as a central defender, he had failed to mark his assigned opponent, instead lingering in a stupor. This was an intolerable transgression for any professional football coach. Moreover, the notoriously stringent coach Chui Shizhao had already harbored significant dissatisfaction regarding Lu Dongdong's recent integration into the team. This behavior would only serve to further tarnish his future and deepen Coach Chui's disappointment in him. Coach, I did my best on that play. Perhaps I was simply too exhausted to continue. After all, given his speed of turning, there was no way to catch up with the fully unleashed Jinxiu. Chui Xianbin pondered for a while and could only muster a few conciliatory words. As an assistant coach in football, he too found Lu Dongdong's actions incomprehensible and felt a surge of anger. However, unlike Coach Choi Seju, he did not harbor a preconceived negative judgment towards Lu Dongdong. Based on the entirety of his performance throughout the match, Hyunbin believed that while Lu Dongdong still had significant shortcomings in skill, his on-field display was marginally satisfactory. Though this incident constituted a grave error, it was unjust to dismiss all of his previous contributions on the field outright, for he was merely a newcomer. Observing Choi Seju's expressionless demeanor and silence, Choi Hyunbin licked his dry lips and continued, Coach Choi, I understand that you have always been strict with every player. However, today, many of the players are just fresh recruits who have recently joined the club, and they are bound to make various mistakes on the pitch. Enough. Choi Seju suddenly raised his hand, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Dongdong's position on the field. A match is a match. I can tolerate a player with various flaws and deficiencies, but when on the field, he must at least maintain a heightened level of focus. You may be outpaced by your opponent and left far behind, but you must at least make the effort to pursue. This is a matter of attitude. I will head upstairs now. Please inform me of the match result later. With that, Coach Choi Seju turned on his heel and departed, hands clasped behind his back. Choi Hyunbin observed quietly, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his lips as his gaze returned to Lu Dongdong standing on the field. Reflecting that this match had likely irrevocably tarnished Lu Dongdong's standing in Coach Choi Seju's eyes, he felt that Lu had completely lost any chance of redemption. The absence of such an opportunity signified that his departure from the team was imminent. The subsequent match held no suspense whatsoever. Due to a significant drop in morale, Team B faltered, while Team A surged ahead with unwavering confidence, led by their midfield maestro. The agile wingers and striker Jinxiu executed a series of brilliant goals, culminating in a final score of 7-3. As the match concluded, All members of Team A were elated, their faces beaming with joy, while Team B's players hung their heads in despair, particularly the goalkeeper Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, who were pivotal in the goals conceded. Feeling so ashamed they could hardly lift their heads. Among the dozen or so players, only the forward from Team B held his head high, seemingly in defiance of the disappointing outcome. Choi Hyunbin gathered everyone together and publicly commended a few standout performers in front of the entire team. In order to uplift the morale of all the newcomers in Team B, only a few simple praises were bestowed upon the winged sprinter and Angio, who had just delivered a remarkable hat trick, briefly mentioned in passing. The consistently brilliant midfield linchpin, Che Zai, received a few words of commendation, yet was also met with unflinching critique regarding certain aspects that left room for improvement. For Team B, for Guanggu, and for all the players who displayed commendable performances, words of generous praise flowed freely, particularly highlighting the outstanding contributions of the veteran forward from Team B, Guanggu. Additionally, Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli were also lauded, albeit Lu Dongdong's shortcomings and unprofessional conduct on the field were subtly pointed out. The disheartened Lu Dongdong, upon hearing coach Chui Xiaobin's remarks, was profoundly moved, his spirits lifting slightly from their previous low. In contrast, when Chui Xiaobin's praise seemed to be unfairly directed, the stubborn winged sprinter pouted in displeasure. And had it not been for Che Zai's discreet intervention, he might have openly contradicted the coach in front of everyone. In summary, today's match was an exhilarating display of attacking football, with numerous players showcasing their exceptional talents. Coach Chui Shizhao had been standing at the sidelines throughout the game, and I trust he has gained a profound understanding of each of your unique abilities. Of course, today's match was merely an ordinary training exercise. I hope everyone remains humble and resilient, continuing to nurture our strengths while diligently addressing our weaknesses for the sake of our team and our collective endeavor. Now, everyone is dismissed. Go take a warm shower and unwind. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Chapter 64. Flickering Lights with a Smile. Chui Xianbin bid farewell and made his way to the coaching building. What? Today both Jin Xiao and I scored 3 goals each, performing hat tricks. Yet, Coach Chui merely offered us a few words of praise. That young lad from Team B who scored was practically exalted to the heavens. This is utterly unfair. If you truly believe he is so remarkable, you should start him in the opening match of the league and see if he can actually score. The winged sprinter, with his golden locks, grumbled as he kicked at the grass beneath his feet. Enough of this. Did you not hear Coach Chui Xiaobin's final words just now? Why didn't he praise you? He understands your character all too well and aims to prevent you from inflating your own ego. Besides, Team B is merely a group of fledgling players who have just joined the squad. They naturally require more encouragement than criticism. This is a simple concept that you seem unable to grasp. Kid Zai replied, I do understand, but this is simply excessive. While it is acceptable to commend them, should he not also consider our feelings? His words made it seem as though we were the ones who lost. The winged sprinter retorted, still simmering with discontent. Come now. It was merely an internal training match. Is it truly necessary to take it so seriously? Moreover, if you're truly willing, I can immediately speak to Coach Choi Hyunbin and Coach Choi Seju about having that lad from Team B replace you as a starter. And Jin Soo swiftly removed his shirt, revealing a physique of impressive strength. As he spoke, he lifted his foot and headed toward the coach's office. Hey, I was merely jesting. Just a few steps away. He was abruptly seized by a swift player from the wing who, with a hint of defiance, remarked, the primary positions on our team are contested fairly. Why should I relinquish my spot to someone whose abilities will never surpass mine? A group of them laughed heartily, linking arms as they made their way to the locker room. After Lu Dongdong took a soothing hot shower in the locker room, he followed a group of teammates from Team B as they exited the club's doors. Several of his companions, like him, had recently signed trial contracts, while others earned meager salaries and, like him, relied on public transport to reach the club. Lu Dongdong, do not take it too much to heart. This is merely a practice match. Guanggu approached, gently patting Lu Dongdong on the shoulder as he spoke. He offered a few comforting words to Li Shengli and the others as well. The group nodded with smiles, expressing their gratitude to Guanggu. In contrast to the seemingly unattainable players of Team A, Guanggu, who had just fought valiantly alongside them on the field, felt exceedingly approachable, akin to a friendly older brother from the neighborhood. Lu Dongdong, who had initially been feeling rather despondent, experienced a slight uplift in his spirits. As he strolled along, he exchanged a few casual remarks with those around him. After bidding farewell with a wave, he made his way directly to the bus stop that would take him back to his residence at the construction site. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, a bus finally arrived at the platform. Lu Dongdong boarded the bus. At this moment, the city was bathed in the glow of twilight. The rush hour had subsided, and the bus was sparsely populated, with many seats left unoccupied. Lu Dongdong, having reached the final destination, found a seat by the window. Chapter 65, A Chance Encounter. The bus departed the station slowly, the sky outside shrouded in gloom and darkness. Thousands of households illuminated their lights through the glowing windows. One could glimpse families gathered around the dining table, relishing a sumptuous and delightful dinner. Lu Dongdong quietly gazed at everything before him, suddenly overcome with a longing for home. Yearning for his mother back in China. Today's competition had initially filled him with aspirations of making a remarkable impression. Yet as the match progressed, his performance inexplicably deteriorated, diverging vastly from his original intentions. Particularly in the end, when a Team S forward, Quan An Jingxiu, evaded the offside trap and broke free, he found himself momentarily transfixed. Forgetting to pursue and instead staring blankly at his coaches, Cui Shizhao and Cui Shuabin, standing at the sidelines. He scarcely needed to imagine their thoughts. He could easily discern their assessments of him. Having undergone professional football training in China since childhood, under the guidance of his mentor and coach, Qian Feng, he was constantly reminded that as a professional player, one must maintain unwavering focus for every minute spent on the field, without allowing distractions to interfere. Yet today, he had committed an egregious error. He silently prayed that this day's events would merely be a minor setback and would not prompt Coach Cui to expel him from the team. As the bus rolled to the next stop, several passengers boarded, among them a young woman clad in a floral dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Although she faced away from Lu Dongdong, it was evident that she was a rather demure girl. Lu Dongdong's gaze was momentarily captivated, as he found the silhouette of the girl before him strikingly familiar. He gazed intently for a few moments, and just then, the girl turned around. Their eyes met, revealing a delicate face adorned with two subtle dimples that appeared as she smiled. She approached Lu Dongdong with an eager stride. Lu Dongdong's cheeks suddenly flushed a delicate shade of red, and his demeanor became somewhat constrained. "Mr. Lu, what brings you here today?" "Yes, Lu Dongdong hastily rose, stammering, "I just reported to the club today, and we just finished a match, preparing to take the bus back." "Is today the day you first reported to the club? Is it the same one you mentioned last time?" Xianya's interest peaked as she gracefully settled beside Lu Dongdong. He nodded, feeling slightly at a loss for words. "What's the matter? Have you strained a muscle? Do you need to stand for a while?" Xianya looked up, her expression curious, her eyes shimmering like crescent moons, radiating a mischievous glimmer. No, Lu Dongdong quickly waved his hands, flustered as he sat down again. "How do you feel about your first day at the club? How did your match go?" Xianya asked, her curiosity evident. "The club is quite good, but as for the match, my performance wasn't stellar, huh?" Lu Dongdong offered an awkward smile, unsure how to respond. "Is that so? It's natural to feel a bit out of place on your first day. After spending more time and getting to know your teammates, things will surely improve." "Yes." Perhaps Lu Dongdong replied absently. "The youth club is renowned as the premier team in our city," she continued, "in the K2 League each year. They are strong contenders for the championship. I have a friend who also works at the youth club. I truly never expected you to be a professional football player. The friend you mentioned last time also works there." Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback, surprised. "Yes, he has been there for several years." "What's his name? What does he do?" "His surname is Cui, and his name is Cui Hyunbin. He is a football assistant coach, primarily supporting the head coach. You may have met him today." Assistant coach Cui Hyunbin. Lu Dongdong was left speechless. "Right? Did you meet him today? What are your impressions of him?" "He is a very affable person, and just like you, he can talk endlessly about football. He knows everything about various teams and each player within them." Xianya replied with a sweet smile. "I saw him a few times today, but we didn't converse much." Lu Dongdong mumbled, lowering his head, feeling a flush of warmth on his cheeks. In that moment, he was not merely shy, but felt a twinge of shame. If Cui Hyunbin, being a friend of Xianya, were to recount his performance today, Lu Dongdong could hardly bear to imagine how the words he had spoken during that night in the hospital would be regarded as mere jest. Indeed, the greatest folly of boasting in the world. Really? What do you think he could say? He should be quite easy to get along with. Certainly, before you, he is merely an assistant coach and may maintain a somewhat serious demeanor. However, in private, he is quite a humorous and charming individual. Would you like me to introduce you? I have his number on my phone." As Xianya took out her phone, she smiled sweetly. No need. Lu Dongdong quickly waved his hand, noticing the puzzled expression on Hyunya's face as she looked up at him. He stammered, "After all, today is my first day reporting to the team. It would be better to get to know him gradually." He hesitated. It might lead others to misconstrue our relationship, which wouldn't reflect well on Coach Choi Hyunbin. "Really? But I don't see any issue with it." Hyunya rested her chin on her hand, pouting cutely, and blinked at Lu Dongdong. "If you feel uncomfortable, then never mind. Next time, I will arrange for the two of you to meet." As she spoke, she placed her phone back into her pocket. "All right, thank you for that." Lu Dongdong nodded gently, feeling somewhat shy to meet Hyunya's gaze. His reluctance to meet Choi Hyunbin stemmed not from disinterest, but rather from the fact that his performance today had been quite abysmal. He was uncertain of what Choi Hyunbin might convey in front of Hyunya. As a mere 17-year-old young man, his emotional resilience was rather fragile. The bus moved slowly through the city at night, with few vehicles on the road. It seemed the rush hour had long passed, and the bus driver was leisurely navigating the streets, taking in the nocturnal scenery through the windshield. Chapter 67. Passionate youth to him. This job felt more like a leisurely pursuit. It is a life that all, particularly every man, yearns for. Lu Dongdong engaged in a casual conversation with Hyuna. He had never been particularly sociable, and due to his commitment to playing football at the club, he seldom had the opportunity to interact with women, especially someone as beautiful and fashionable as Hyuna. Nevertheless, Hyuna possessed a remarkably generous and cheerful disposition, often steering the dialogue between them. The two exchanged inquiries and responses, enjoying a delightful conversation. After 20 minutes, the bus gradually approached the station. "This is my stop. I shall see you next time," Hyuna said, rising and waving goodbye to Lu Dongdong. "All right, farewell," he replied, hastily standing up, his movements displaying a hint of awkwardness, anxious that his actions might be perceived as impolite by her. Both Korea and Japan are cultures that place great importance on etiquette. Before Lu Dongdong arrived in South Korea, his father, Lu Gang, had given him numerous earnest reminders. Therefore, he paid great attention to this matter. "I sense that you have been quite anxious during our conversations, your eyes constantly darting around. Next time, you may relax a bit. After all, we are good friends." After Hyuna descended the steps, she squinted one eye and playfully flashed a peace sign at Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong glanced around, offering an awkward smile. As the car door swung open, Hyuna waved once more at Lu Dongdong before stepping down. After disembarking, he did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, he remained in place, waving to Lu Dongdong through the bus window. Lu Dongdong stood there, a shy smile gracing his face as he unconsciously waved his arm. The vehicle slowly began to move, preparing to depart from the station. At that moment, as Lu Dongdong was about to sit down, he noticed a man stealthily reaching into Hyuna's backpack. Hyuna immediately sensed the situation and quickly pulled her bag closer, but the thief was quicker, extracting the wallet from within and sprinting away. "Someone stealing. Catch the thief," Hyuna shouted, and the surrounding passengers looked up in confusion, but the thief had already vanished into the distance. Inside the bus, Lu Dongdong sprang into action. As the bus moved slowly, he climbed out from the window seat and, with his long legs, dashed towards the direction the thief had fled. The thief ran with remarkable speed, showcasing an impressive physical prowess. However, having been trained from a young age and now being a football athlete, Lu Dongdong was not about to let the thief escape under his very nose. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted forward. After a few hundred meters of pursuit, the thief, exhausted, was finally tackled to the ground by Lu Dongdong. The two fell and immediately began to struggle. The captured thief, with a sinister expression, pulled a dagger from his pocket and menacingly threatened Lu Dongdong, warning him to mind his own business. As a spirited youth, Lu Dongdong could not be intimidated by the thief's words. Disregarding the threat, he charged at the thief, swiftly seizing his wrist that wielded the dagger, and executed a flawless sweep of the legs, sending the thief tumbling to the ground. However, in the scuffle, Lu Dongdong accidentally received a cut on his face from a dagger. Just then, a police car on patrol at the intersection, alerted by the pedestrians, sped over. Two officers swiftly exited the vehicle and rushed to Lu Dongdong and the thief. In an instant, they executed a shoulder throw, bringing both Lu Dongdong and the thief down. A crowd of onlookers gathered, pointing and murmuring. Lu Dongdong fervently asserted that he was no thief, but merely an individual acting out of righteousness. The two country police officers, however, paid him no heed. At that moment, Hyunya, clutching her bag, hurriedly approached, eager to clarify the situation to the officers. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Hyunya emerged from the precinct alongside Nyo Dongdong. She bowed deeply, akin to bidding farewell to the officers before stepping out of the police station's courtyard. Are you all right? Is your facial injury serious? Hanya inquired, gently reaching out to touch the scar on Liu Dongdong's face. Liu Dongdong's face suddenly flushed, and he hurriedly averted his gaze, saying, "It's nothing. The bleeding from the wound has already stopped. It's merely a minor injury. How can it be a trivial matter? That wound is likely several centimeters long. Allow me to take you to the hospital for a checkup. In our country, the police must first ascertain the details from both parties. Otherwise, they will take individuals directly to the station. I understand, for they are unaware of the events that transpired and must conduct a thorough investigation. What if they mistakenly release the wrong person?" Liu Dongdong, with an understanding smile, replied, "I assure you, I'm truly fine. It's getting late. I should head home now. Let us meet again next time." "No." Hyuna grasped Liu Dongdong's arm firmly, stating earnestly, "The wound on your face is genuinely not a trivial matter. If you refuse to go to the hospital, at least come to my home. I have a first aid kit, and I can tend to it." Pausing for a moment, she added, "My home is conveniently located near the police station, so it won't be a long walk." Without waiting for Liu Dongdong's refusal, she resolutely led him back to her residence. The two walked side by side, exiting the police station courtyard and making their way down the street ahead. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the mobile building and took the elevator to the 12th floor. Hyuna's apartment, a modest single unit with 2 rooms and a living room, spanned approximately 60 square meters. In the densely populated H country, the price of such an apartment is exorbitantly high. She guided Liu Dongdong into the living space, which was warmly decorated, with soft yellow light enveloping the room. Hyuna instructed Liu Dongdong to sit on the sofa and wait while she entered the bedroom to retrieve a first aid kit. Liu Dongdong sat uneasily on the sofa, a faint fragrance wafting through his nostrils. This was his first time alone in a woman's room late at night, and the apprehension in his heart was palpable. Hyuna paid no heed to his nervousness. She retrieved her phone and gauze from the medical kit, along with some antiseptic solution. With care, she first cleaned the wound on Liu Dongdong's face with a cotton swab, then gently applied ointment before finally wrapping it in a bandage. She knelt quietly before him, her gaze fixed intently on the injury marring his visage. Sitting on the sofa, Liu Dongdong observed Hyunya's earnest expression, his cheeks flushed. In the dim light, he suddenly realized just how strikingly beautiful she truly was. Chapter 69, Invitation, Part 2. Remember, though your wound is not deep, it is quite long. Upon your return, try to avoid contact with unclean water to prevent infection, she said, pausing her actions to address Liu Dongdong with utmost seriousness. Liu Dongdong gazed blankly into Hyuna's eyes, completely disregarding her words. Noticing Liu Dongdong's daze, Hyuna repeated herself once more. Suddenly aware, Liu Dongdong's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "Aren't all Chinese boys particularly fond of blushing?" Hyuna tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Liu Dongdong shook his head in a flustered manner and said, "No, I just feel a bit warm, not shy." As he realized his words were akin to a clumsy denial, his face flushed a deeper shade of red. Hyuna observed Liu Dongdong quietly, her smile growing ever sweeter. After exchanging a few words in the living room, Liu Dongdong suddenly remembered something, sitting up straight and exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot to call my dad. He must be worried." Apologizing to Hyuna, he retrieved his phone and moved to the windowsill, dialing Liu Gang's number. Speaking in hushed tones, he stole a shy glance, his face still tinged with embarrassment, as he hurriedly ended the call while standing beside the living room sofa. "Do you have to call your dad every night when you return home late?" Hyuna inquired curiously. "Not really. It's just that I informed my dad today was my first day reporting to the club. I told him I would come back as soon as training was over. So he is probably waiting for my news. Seeing me come back so late must be worrying him," Liu Dongdong quickly explained. "I see." Hyuna nodded gently, her tone lightening as she added with a smile, "It's already 9:30. Since it's quite late, why not have a cup of coffee before you go?" Liu Dongdong hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to respond. However, Hyuna, beaming with a smile, stood up as if she had received his affirmative answer and walked straight to the bar. She expertly began brewing coffee. The sound of bubbling hot water filled the air as she returned with 2 cups of coffee to the side of the sofa. "Here you go. The coffee is ready. Would you like some sugar? But since you play football, you must be quite strict with your diet and probably don't like sugar much," Hyuna remarked. "Not really. I don't impose any restrictions in that regard," Liu Dongdong replied somewhat uneasily, sitting at the edge of the sofa, his eyes darting around. "What do you think of my home decor?" Hyuna asked with a subtle smile, seemingly sensing Lu Dongdong's discomfort and intentionally steering the conversation. It's quite nice. Much better than my home, Lu Dongdong responded instinctively. Is that so? This apartment was just renovated today, and I moved in less than 6 months ago. However, my parents wish for me to live with them. But due to my work, I often get off late, so I decided to move out on my own. Yes, I believe that is for the best. Working as a nurse, you often have to switch shifts. Living with your parents might disrupt their routine. Lu Dongdong nodded lightly, genuinely at a loss for words. Chapter 70, Invitation, Part 2. Where in China is your home? I've heard from friends that China is vast, much larger than Korea. My dream is to travel to China one day. Traveling to China is your dream, and now there are numerous flights between China and each country, right? Purchasing a plane ticket would resolve the matter. So why is it still considered a dream? Lu Dongdong inquired, puzzled. Of course, it is due to work. Our nurses have a demanding job, and when we do get time off, it is merely a single day. We can never take consecutive days of leave. Even if there are 1 or 2 days available, I prefer to cocoon myself at home and indulge in a leisurely slumber. If only I could have an extended vacation someday, I would set everything aside and joyfully embark on a profoundly meaningful journey to China. A friend once told me that China is an incredibly entertaining country, with each region boasting its own distinctive culinary delights. Indeed, China comprises over 30 provinces, each with its local specialties. Even we, as Chinese, have not experienced them all. If you ever have the opportunity, you should certainly explore China thoroughly. Perhaps it was the mention of her own streaming career that brought a proud smile to Lu Dongdong's face, her tone noticeably more relaxed than before. Is that so? The more you say, the more I anticipate it. I wish I could fly to China right now. Xuanya settled beside Lu Dongdong, leaning against the backrest, cradling a coffee cup in her hands, gazing up at the warm, golden light above. Her exquisitely delicate profile was fully visible to Lu Dongdong, who found herself momentarily entranced, having never encountered such beauty, whether from China or Korea. By the way, you haven't yet told me which part of China you hail from. I am from H province in China. Have you heard of it? H province. Is it true that everyone there particularly enjoys spicy food? Xuanya replied with a look of yearning. I once read about H province on a website. They claim that people from your region are the most adept at consuming chili peppers in all of China. That seems about right. Our area has a rather humid climate, so our diet heavily relies on spicy ingredients. However, personally, I am not fond of spicy food. I find it quite intolerable. Lu Dongdong chuckled bashfully. What you find online is merely one facet. I suppose I am somewhat of an anomaly, as I truly cannot handle chili peppers. Just seeing others consume them makes me break into a sweat. Is that so? Does that mean you miss out on many culinary delights? Indeed, which is why after arriving in Korea, I find the local cuisine quite to my liking. Lu Dongdong smiled gently. Even jesting, of course, each country's kimchi is an exception. It rivals our chili peppers, and I struggle with it. The first time I tried it, I gulped down 2 bottles of mineral water in one go. Really? Is it truly that extreme? Hyuna flipped gracefully, her long, lustrous black hair swaying with an enchanting beauty that was simply mesmerizing. At that moment, a fellow townsman deceived me, claiming that the kimchi from H country was not spicy at all, leading me to take a substantial bite, only to nearly regurgitate it. Chapter 71, A Clear Understanding. However, I have always adhered to a principle of not wasting food, thus I forced it down my throat. Lu Dongdong spoke with utmost seriousness. You, ha ha ha. Hyuna blinked, glancing at Lu Dongdong, momentarily at a loss for words. She found Lu Dongdong to be quite the amusing character. The two continued their light-hearted conversation, filled with laughter, until 10 o'clock p.m. Lu Dongdong felt it was inappropriate for a young man to linger too long in a woman's room and took the initiative to bid farewell. Hyuna personally escorted Lu Dongdong to the elevator, expressing her hope for another opportunity to enjoy a cup of coffee together. Lu Dongdong descended the elevator, and due to the scarcity of buses at night, he opted for a taxi to return to his lodging at the construction site. By the time he arrived home, it was already 11 p.m. His father, Lu Gang, and Wang Fatty had grown impatient and were already sound asleep in bed. Lu Dongdong quietly entered the room and made his way to the bedroom to take a bath. After thoroughly drying his hair, he donned his pajamas and lay down on the bed. With his hands cradling his head, vivid images of Hyuna's enchanting smile danced in his mind. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have developed feelings for Hyuna. However, Hyuna was currently employed as a nurse and was 4 or 5 years his senior. If he were to pursue her, would she accept him? His mother, a very traditional Chinese woman, Would she be able to embrace the idea of him marrying a woman several years older than himself? Lu Dongdong could not help but become lost in thought. After a lengthy period of contemplation, he suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that he had been overthinking the situation. At present, he and Hyuna were merely ordinary friends. Today, he had simply shared a cup of coffee in her room. Moreover, his visit to her bachelor apartment was solely due to his retrieval of her stolen handbag from a thief, during which he had accidentally sustained a minor cut on his face. Otherwise, he would have had no chance to enter Hyuna's apartment today. The reason she invited him for coffee was likely rooted in gratitude. Furthermore, perhaps every girl in country H interacted with boys in a manner similar to Hyuna. Most importantly, it could not simply be because he was a boy from China. Hyuna's curiosity about China and its culture might have prompted her desire to learn more through him. He had been thinking far too much. Lu Dongdong bit his lip with fervor, attempting to expel all thoughts of Hyuna from his mind. In the next moment, a flicker of guilt crossed his face as he recalled his dismal performance in the training match earlier that day. He resolutely admonished himself, reminding that, with his father's unwavering support, he had finally joined the youth club and become a player in the K2 League. What he needed to focus on now was not the frivolities of romance, but rather to strive for success through hard work, to secure his place in the youth football team after the trials, and ultimately to ascend to the K2 Football League. His imperative now was to grow stronger, to develop into the football defender he was meant to be under Coach G's guidance. His thoughts must be centered on becoming a professional football player, rather than indulging in the whims of love. Chapter 72. Self-evaluation this time could very well be the last opportunity of his life. He had to seize it. Should he fail the trials, not only would he bring disappointment to his parents, but he would also be left with no choice but to pursue a career entirely unrelated to football. This was his destiny, and he must give every ounce of his strength to attain it. Lu Dongdong gazed at the ceiling above, gradually succumbing to slumber as his eyes fluttered shut. An expanse of utter darkness enveloped him. It was an immense void of profound blackness. Lu Dongdong stood in place, gazing around in confusion, his body turning incessantly yet perceiving nothing. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and a dazzling beam of light appeared above his head. The brilliance was so intense that he could scarcely open his eyes. As his vision gradually adapted to the glaring illumination, he found himself situated in the center of a vast stadium, standing upon a lush green football pitch. Before him, at the edge of the field, stood a tall man clad in a suit and tie. His hair was slick and meticulously arranged, each strand distinct. The entirety of his face was shrouded in shadow, obscuring any discernible features. Coach G. Lu Dongdong stared blankly at the man before him. "Welcome back. On behalf of the Green Camp Stadium, I extend a warm welcome to your return." The coach's voice, as cold and devoid of emotion as ever, resonated through the air. Lu Dongdong nodded absent-mindedly. "Well, time is precious. Let us not squander it on pleasantries and formally commence our training. What is the agenda for today's session?" Lu Dongdong inquired softly. "We will review your football footage, identify your shortcomings during the match, rectify them, and enhance your skills," Coach G pronounced with utmost seriousness, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his voice. At that moment, his expression, manner of speaking, and gestures were strikingly reminiscent of Coach Choi Shijeo from the youth team. With a flourish of his arm, the coach raised it, pointing to the left side of his body. In the next instant, a screen materialized at the spot where his finger indicated. Approximately 60 inches in size, akin to a household LCD television, the display initially showcased a Verdant field. With a gentle tap of Coach G's finger, the screen promptly shifted to reveal footage from this afternoon's club match featuring Lu Dongdong. The image depicted him drenched in sweat, utterly fatigued, yet unwaveringly focused on the defensive players who closely shadowed him. His performance was nothing short of remarkable. Lu Dongdong gazed intently, his focus unwavering. Perhaps during this afternoon's match, he was oblivious to the true nature of his performance. However, upon reflection, he now viewed his display as remarkably commendable, even surpassing his own expectations. He blinked in disbelief, struggling to accept that the individual on the screen was indeed himself. "How do you perceive your performance in this video?" Coach G inquired with a dispassionate tone. Lu Dongdong remained silent, tightly pressing his lips together. "Do not hesitate for too long. Rely on your own judgment and rate your performance out of 110, Coach G stated. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Dongdong, lacking confidence, replied, "Perhaps a score around 7.5. Admittedly, this rating was not particularly high. Coach G cast a penetrating glance at Lu Dongdong and decisively remarked, "Chapter 73. Dismal, terrible. From a perspective of a professional football coach, I would assign your performance in the recent video an 8. 5. During that segment, your focus, positioning, and anticipation all demonstrated an exceptionally high level of skill. You possess the potential to be a truly outstanding center back. Upon hearing the coach's assessment, Lu Dongdong maintained an impassive exterior, yet internally, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He could scarcely fathom that his performance had garnered such a commendable evaluation from the coach. However, in the next moment, the coach's words sent his spirits plummeting. Do not rejoice too early. What I reference pertains solely to that segment of your performance. Yet, as I have previously reiterated, a football match, excluding extra time, spans a full 90 minutes. As a center back, regardless of how well you perform in the preceding moments, if you make a mistake in the final minute, even the final second before the whistle blows, leading your team to defeat, you'll be deemed inadequate. This afternoon, during the intra-squad training match, you exemplified the myriad errors a failing center back might commit, including the decline in performance as the game progressed. The coach's tone grew increasingly stern as he concluded his statement. Lu Dongdong began to feel increasingly uneasy. With a flick of his fingers, the images on the screen began to shift. The focus remained on Yo Dongdong, yet his performance, once remarkably splendid, had now deteriorated to an abysmal state. He had been caught offside several times by the forwards, allowing them to break through with a clear shot on goal, racing into the penalty area, face-to-face with the goalkeeper. Every misstep by Lu Dongdong almost inevitably culminated in the loss of a goal, particularly during the final instance. After he was successfully outmaneuvered by the forward, he not only failed to immediately pivot and pursue, but foolishly remained rooted to the spot, staring blankly at his head coach and assistant coach. Meanwhile, his teammates desperately endeavored to chase back, while he stood there, motionless and bewildered. At that moment, Lu Dongdong was oblivious to the sheer folly of his actions. Now, from the vantage point of an impartial observer, he reflects upon his performance and realizes it was utterly abysmal, so much so that words fail to encapsulate its inadequacy. Were Coach Cui Shizhao to evaluate Lu Dongdong's display, he would undoubtedly assign a failing grade. So, in light of this particular video segment, how would you rate your own performance? Coach? Lu Dongdong lowered his head in silence. This time, he hesitated not at all. The answer was clear within him. Yet he lacked the courage to voice his score, for it was too embarrassing to utter. Is it difficult to articulate? Do you feel ashamed? The coach took a deep breath and spoke with an air of calmness. During our last training session, I explicitly informed you that as a professional football player, one must remain fully focused on the field. In every minute, every second, you cannot afford to let your guard down. Yet, what was your performance? Faced with the forwards maneuvering and successful offside play, you stood there, utterly unresponsive. Chapter 74. The Test, Part 1. Not only were you unresponsive, but you also remained foolishly rooted in place. Can you tell me what was going through your mind at that moment? Coach G said coldly. I was terrified. I saw my head coach watching me, worried that my mistakes would leave a very poor impression on him. Lu Dongdong mumbled, his head bowed, hesitant to speak. Foolishness. The incident has already occurred. Do you think that by standing there in a daze, your head coach would think any better of you? I can assure you. Your unprofessional conduct has surely left a very negative impression on him. If you were a key player, and I were your coach, I would undoubtedly bench you or exclude you from the roster altogether. Are you saying that Coach Cui is utterly disappointed in me? Does this mean I will not pass the trial and cannot remain with the team? Lu Dongdong murmured, lost in thought. Is this what you should be contemplating at this moment? Coach G raised his head, his eyes emerging from the shadows, bright and cold, filled with an unspeakable severity that left a lasting impression. Shouldn't I consider this? My performance is so poor that I surely cannot stay with the team. My parents will be extremely disappointed, still clinging to delusion. Do you believe that playing football is merely to avoid disappointing your parents? Or that your passion for the game is solely about winning or losing? Have you ever pondered why you chose football in the first place? Lu Dongdong slowly lifted his gaze, meeting Coach G's eyes, and, after a long silence, he spoke deliberately. I chose it because of my dreams. Because playing football is my dream, and I love the sport. Exactly. Since you have chosen football out of love, why then do you concern yourself so much with fleeting victories and losses, or with the feelings of others? What you must do is play your own game well. After each defeat, learn from your experiences, sweat it out, and strive for continuous improvement and advancement. Coach G took 3 steps forward, positioning himself within the boundary of the field. He raised his head and gazed at the distant, bright floodlights, stating, when I was a player, standing on this pitch allowed me to cast aside all distractions from the outside world. In that moment, my mind was solely occupied with one thing, football. My singular purpose was to assist my team and collaborate with my teammates to secure victory. Lu Dongdong looked at Coach G, his expression becoming increasingly complex. It seemed he partially understood, yet some aspects eluded him. As a football player, particularly a professional one, you will inevitably encounter numerous setbacks throughout your career. If this afternoon's match marks the beginning of a new chapter in your football journey, then from this moment forth, you must learn to embrace adversity. Harness your courage, indomitable spirit, and unwavering resolve to forge ahead against the storm. Chapter 75, The Test, Part 2. If your focus during the game is solely on your individual performance or your coach's perception of you, then you are unworthy of gracing this verdant field. I have never taught such inept individuals. Coach G, I do not concern myself with the coach's opinion, but I am acutely aware that my inclusion in the club is not solely due to my footballing prowess. I fear that if my performance falters, our coach will deny me a place on the team. I am deeply anxious about my prospects of remaining with the squad, Lu Dongdong confessed. Is that all? Yes. Lu Dongdong nodded lightly. If your worries are confined to this singular issue, then allow me to assure you that you are overthinking matters. Regardless of how you secured your position in the team, and irrespective of your coach's views on any perceived favoritism, the undeniable truth is that you are now a member of the squad. What you must focus on now is to play your football to the best of your abilities and exert every effort to remain with the team. Do you comprehend? I understand, but my performance this afternoon was truly dismal. Our team conceded 6 goals. Nearly half were due to my shortcomings. Do you still not grasp the situation? Coach G suddenly bellowed. Lu Dongdong shuddered, staring blankly at Coach G. No matter the quality of your performance, regardless of your level of skill, all that is in the past. What you must focus on now is not to wallow in previous failures, but to comprehend what you ought to do in this very moment. What should I be doing right now? Lu Dongdong furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with confusion. As I previously stated, as a professional football player, one must possess an unwavering spirit, the courage to confront various adversities, and a relentless spirit of perseverance. Failure has become a part of history. What you need to do now is to reflect on your shortcomings and work diligently to enhance your weaknesses, continuously striving for improvement. Improvement and further improvement. At this very moment, you should pick up the football at your feet and pour your sweat onto this field, rather than standing idly, gazing at me like a fool, lamenting the multitude of mistakes you have made. Coach G raised his arm, pointing at Lu Dongdong. His voice grew increasingly louder, his tone more severe, resonating throughout the vast expanse of the stadium. Lu Dongdong gazed at Coach G with a look of innocence, his initial confusion gradually dissipating, as a radiant brilliance began to blossom in his bright eyes. What I must do now is to seize the football at my feet and pour my sweat into this very field, ceaselessly striving, perpetually advancing, relentlessly working, and continually improving. Lu Dongdong repeatedly murmured the words spoken by Coach G, his expression growing increasingly resolute, and his gaze becoming ever more steadfast. Coach G, please tell me, what must I do now? How can I elevate my football skills and ensure that I do not commit such foolish errors in the next match? He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with intensity directed at Coach G. The coach remained silent, unwavering his gaze upon Lu Dongdong, until the latter, unable to contain his impatience, posed another question, prompting the coach to finally respond. Chapter 76, The Trial, Part 2. Now, have you comprehended everything? Yes, I have. Failure is an inevitable aspect of life. What we must do is not wallow in past defeats, but rather look ahead. Through our own sweat and relentless effort, we shall improve, ensuring that we do not falter again. Excellent, Coach G exclaimed, clapping his hands with vigor. He then turned and walked step by step to the edge of the field, before turning back to gaze at Lu Dongdong. Congratulations on successfully passing the second trial at our green camp. I hereby declare you an official player of the green field. I am your head coach, and you may call me Coach G. In the time to come, I shall guide you on this verdant pitch to become one of the finest players in the world. As the words settled, Lu Dongdong suddenly radiated a burst of light, with stars of varying sizes and myriad luminous particles erupting from him, akin to a kaleidoscope in full bloom, or a firecracker igniting with a resounding bang, continuously shooting forth brilliant fireworks. Simultaneously, Lu Dongdong distinctly heard a voice resonate in his mind. Congratulations on leveling up. You have gained 5 skill points. Coach G, what is happening? I just heard someone mention leveling up. Lu Dongdong raised an arm, pointing to his ear, his face a picture of bewilderment. Do not doubt that voice. What you see and hear is real. You have just passed the second trial of the green field, and now you have acquired the eternal heart. Your experience has surpassed level 2, and the system has rewarded you with 5 points of capability. These 5 points can be allocated to your various attributes. With a wave of his arm, a shimmering light appeared beside him. The physique, appearance, and attire were identical to Lu Dongdong's. Beside this interplay of light and shadow, a circle emerged, emanating a faint glow reminiscent of a television screen previously encountered. However, this time, the circle displayed not an image, but a diamond shape. Roughly the size of a palm, disproportionately small in relation to the circle, occupying merely a tiny portion at its center. Above each corner of the diamond, several lines of text materialized, reading, strength, speed, jumping, shooting, technique. These words flickered with a subtle luminescence in a myriad of colors, akin to a dark night sky adorned with distant, blinking neon lights, captivating and eye-catching. Coach G, what is this? Lu Dongdong blinked several times, instinctively stepping forward to gain a clearer view. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that beneath each line of text, there were corresponding numbers: 46, 48, 52, 37, 36. Previously, on the verdant pitch, I had showcased your overall qualitative abilities. The values you encountered were detailed representations of your physical capabilities. What you now behold is, in essence, identical to what you observed last time. However, this iteration has been simplified for your convenience in understanding your physical condition. Coach G gestured towards a circle, stating, "The 5 values you see now represent an analysis of your physical ability metrics. As the name implies, the higher the value, the more pronounced your corresponding ability." Chapter 77, Upgrade, Part 1. For instance, regarding strength, a higher number signifies enhanced physical resilience, which also implies greater force. Speed pertains to your running velocity, the swiftness of your turns, and your pace while dribbling. Though only an average is provided here, the relative values indicate your true speed capabilities. So that's how it is. Lu Dongdong stared blankly, feeling as if the scene before him was somewhat surreal, akin to a simulation in a soccer video game. If not for the vivid imprint in his mind of physical confrontations with soccer players and various defensive maneuvers, he would undoubtedly perceive this all as a mere dream, an absurd dream. To be blunt, your current abilities, when placed among professional footballers, are quite rudimentary. Your present level may not even match that of a proficient amateur player, Coach G remarked coldly. Lu Dongdong, filled with embarrassment, lowered his head, his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. However, there is no need for concern, now that you have arrived at the Green Camp Arena and stand before me. I shall assist you in overcoming various obstacles. With time, your 5 attributes will steadily increase, ultimately allowing you to stand shoulder to shoulder with world-class athletes. Of course, as I mentioned previously, everything hinges on your own diligence. It is only through your unwavering effort in each training session and every match that you will significantly and continuously enhance your experience. Lu Dongdong nodded emphatically, his fist clenched tightly. All right, we've dwelled on this for too long. Let us return to the matter at hand. Coach G continued, you have just received a reward of 5 points from the system, which you may allocate to the 5 attributes. Each point you invest will correspondingly enhance your abilities. Lu Dongdong paused momentarily, advancing several steps until he stood approximately 1 meter away from the luminous circle. Furrowing his brow, he cast a few inquisitive glances at the diamond shape within the circle and queried, Coach G, do these 5 distinct values correspond to varying requirements based on each football player's position? As a central defender, should my primary focus be on enhancing my strength? The question you posed is precisely the focus of our impending training. Here, I can provide you with a brief response. For a central defender, undoubtedly, strength is paramount among these 5 abilities. However, it is essential to note that, globally, alongside world-class central defenders endowed with formidable physical prowess, there exist many exceptional defenders who possess remarkable speed. Some central defenders exhibit astonishing agility, allowing them to adeptly counter forwards utilizing offside tactics. Typically, central defenders are perceived as tall and robust, often clumsy in their footwork. Yet, in the realm of football, particularly among Brazilian defenders, there are many who demonstrate exceptional technical skills, with some even excelling at executing stunning free kicks. Thus, while the 5 metrics are indeed closely related to each position, they are not absolute. What do you think I should focus on enhancing now? Lu Dongdong humbly inquired. Having absorbed Coach G's elucidation, he felt he had gained a clearer understanding. Yet, with an expert before him, why overthink the matter? Chapter 78, Upgrade, Part 2. Your current average across the 5 metrics is 10 points below par. If we consider the average, it does not signify any substantial improvement in your abilities. Moreover, your current position as a central defender indicates that physical confrontation has always been your weak point. My personal recommendation is to increase your strength by 3 points and your speed by 2. As for stamina, it depends on your personal priorities. Then I shall allocate 3 points to strength and 2 points to speed, Lu Dongdong declared without hesitation. He did not doubt his capabilities. But in contrast to his initial encounter with this extraordinary system, he placed greater trust in Coach G's expertise. Are you certain? Once the attributes are set, they cannot be altered, Coach G stated with seriousness. I am certain. Very well, Coach G nodded lightly, snapping his fingers. Instantly, the values for strength and speed, suspended beside the luminous circle, erupted in a dazzling display. The numbers below the attributes surged, with strength increasing by precisely 3 points and speed by exactly 2 points. As the brilliance faded, everything returned to normal. Now your skill points have been fully utilized. Let us commence our formal training session, Coach G proclaimed, stepping towards the sideline and directly into the heart of the field. Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly caught up. The two individuals arrived at the center of the basketball court. With a swift motion of his arm, the coach summoned a screen, which began to display footage of Lu Dongdong's afternoon match, showcasing his relentless defensive maneuvers against the team's forward, and Jin Xiu. Let us view this segment in its entirety before uttering a word, the coach interjected. Lu Dongdong, seemingly in a state of partial understanding, nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the screen above, watching diligently without blinking. 5 minutes later, the recording concluded entirely. What is your objective assessment of this player's abilities? The coach inquired. In the initial stages of the match, I perceived his skills to be rather unimpressive. I was able to easily intercept several of his passes. Employing the tactic you previously taught me, I persistently harassed him during close marking and for the first 30 minutes of the first half. His offensive maneuvers posed little to no threat to me, Lu Dongdong reflected earnestly. He continued, however, in the second half, perhaps due to a shift in my mindset, I found him increasingly challenging to defend. Particularly during those few instances of exploiting the offside trap, I felt utterly helpless. I truly exerted myself each time. Coach G remained non-committal, asking, what characteristics do you observe in his offensive style? Was there anything that left a lasting impression on you? Speed. Lu Dongdong replied without hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, he elaborated, during the second half, or rather, beginning 15 minutes before halftime, I sensed a change in his attacking strategy. He ceased to engage in direct confrontations with me and instead began to move fluidly, collaborating with their midfield players to consistently create opportunities for offside attacks. When you engaged in physical confrontation with him, did you feel at a disadvantage? No, strength is not his forte. If I were to confront him head-on, I believe I would have a 70% chance of completely overpowering him. However, his positioning is exceedingly troublesome, compounded by the accuracy of their midfielders' passes. Chapter 79, for distinct types. The precision of those passes afforded me no opportunity for defense. By the time the ball landed, he had already sprinted at least 4 to 5 meters beyond my reach. Speed is not my advantage, and I simply cannot keep up. Now, let me ask you, if you had to choose a label that best fits this player between speed-oriented and technically skilled, which would you select? Speed-oriented. Although this player also demonstrates commendable technical skills. Strictly speaking, I would categorize him as straddling the line between the two types, Lu Dongdong hesitated to say. Very well. The coach nodded gently. By the way, Lu Dongdong suddenly tapped his forehead. What is it? Having faced this player in a match, I was left with a profound impression. What impression? Confidence. Each time he handled the ball, he exuded an aura of unwavering self-assurance. Even though I intercepted his attempts during the first 30 minutes, he displayed not a hint of trepidation or fear. Particularly after he scored his first goal, I sensed his spirit and energy surging to remarkable heights. Indeed, it appears that this player can be deemed a top-tier forward. A forward may lack certain abilities or technical prowess, yet what he must possess unwaveringly is an unshakable confidence in his scoring potential. Coach G let out a rare chuckle, pausing momentarily before stating, well, I shan't elaborate any further. As you have mentioned, the most striking impression he leaves is his speed, complemented by commendable footwork. Today, I wish to convey to you that all players in the world can essentially be categorized into 4 principal types. For types, a hint of confusion flickered across Lu Dongdong's face. Indeed, they can be classified into 4 distinct categories. Those who excel in speed, those who are primarily skilled in technique, and those who rely on strength. Furthermore, there exists a type that harmoniously integrates all 3 attributes, possessing commendable capabilities in each realm. Many coaches favor such players, as they can seamlessly substitute for any player on the field. We collectively refer to them as utility players. Utility players. A smile graced Lu Dongdong's face as he nodded gently. Do not be amused, although the term may sound somewhat humorous. Players of this ilk are indeed essential for every team. Not every player possesses this versatility. To become such a player necessitates extensive experience across various positions. Whenever he steps onto the pitch, embodying different roles, he understands precisely what is required of him. Of course, due to the necessity of adapting to different positions. While he may excel in all three aspects, his abilities in each will not be particularly pronounced. This is why many utility players often serve merely as substitutes or secondary players. However, exceptions do exist. A player who accumulates sufficient experience or attains a high level of capability can transform into the most formidable presence on the field. You will witness him during offensive plays, see him in defense, observe him in midfield, and even spot him in the back line. He is, in essence, omnipresent on the pitch. Lu Dongdong listened quietly, a slight frown creasing his brow. Chapter 80. Recognizing the problem. As someone who has undergone training in Chinese professional football from a young age, he sought to comprehend the concept of a versatile player. Although the protagonist holds a particular fondness for such players, it is indeed, as Coach G remarked, their multitude of positions renders them generalists rather than specialists, leading to a lack of outstanding abilities. His formative coach had once confided to Lu Dongdong that to become a professional footballer, one must be specialized and proficient. Only by excelling in a particular facet of skill can one secure a place within the team. It was unexpected that a versatile player, often underestimated by many Chinese coaches, would receive such high praise from Coach G. We shall delve deeper into the topic of versatile players in subsequent lessons. For now, we will leave it at this. Coach G paused, speaking earnestly. Aside from versatile players, players in the global football arena can generally be categorized into three types. At this moment, I intend for you to gain a thorough understanding of these three types, so that you may learn how to effectively contend with such players on the field. Lu Dongdong's spirits were lifted as he realized that Coach G was about to impart crucial insights. Speed-oriented players, as the name suggests, are characterized by their remarkable swiftness. Typically, they fulfill roles as forwards, wingers, or fullbacks on the field. The forward you are marking this afternoon is a quintessential example of such a speedster. Your current speed capabilities are insufficient to compete with them, which explains why, during the second half of the match, you fell victim to their repeated successful offside traps, ultimately leading to conceding goals. What should I do to defend against such players? Lu Dongdong inquired with a hint of impatience. When facing such speed-dominant players, attempting to match their pace is a grave miscalculation. What you must do is to capitalize on your strengths while exploiting their weaknesses. Speed-oriented players generally lack physical resilience. So when you engage in direct defensive maneuvers or close-quarters confrontations, you are likely to intercept the ball from them. Therefore, your defensive strategy should focus on preventing them from successfully executing their offside runs. Lu Dongdong remarked, however, when I lost the first ball, our midfielder informed me that they would undoubtedly employ an offside trap. I was quite clear about their tactics in my mind, yet each time their midfielder delivered the ball, that forward would skillfully surge past me. On several occasions, I had already anticipated and dashed forward to create an offside situation, but my partner, the center back, lingered behind. I comprehend your point. A significant portion of your team's defeat this afternoon stems from the serious lack of synergy between your two center backs. This issue cannot be resolved with mere words. It requires continuous practice and a gradual build-up of understanding between the two defenders. This is also why, in many matches, if one center back is absent and a substitute takes their place, there often arise substantial gaps in defense when paired with the other starting center back. Sometimes, this has little to do with their technical abilities or experience. It is simply a matter of timing and coordination. Coach G stated. Chapter 81. Clarifications and Answers, Part 1. Lu Dongdong gently nodded. Regarding your match this afternoon, the goals conceded were primarily due to miscommunication with your teammates. I do not wish to dwell on that. What I wish to convey is that when you next encounter a speed-oriented forward, you must strive to maintain a certain distance from him. Avoid positioning yourself directly in front of him or too closely beside him. While marking him, it is imperative to remain vigilant of his teammates who are responsible for delivering passes. Such speed-oriented players possess velocity as their advantage, yet in certain aspects, it can also be perceived as a disadvantage. Beyond their speed, they lack other means to evade you. Lu Dongdong nodded gently. Regarding the match this afternoon, the goals resulted from the miscommunication with your teammates. I do not wish to dwell on that. What I wish to impart is that when you encounter such a pacey forward in the future, you must strive to maintain a certain distance from him. Do not position yourself directly in front of him or too close beside him. While marking him, it is imperative to remain vigilant of his teammates who are responsible for passing the ball. For players of this speed, their swiftness is their greatest asset, yet can also become a liability in certain aspects. Beyond speed, they possess little else to evade you. The coach lifted his gaze and glanced at Neo Dong, saying, different types of players exhibit distinct styles and characteristics. As a central defender, with the accumulation of matches, your experience and knowledge will enable you to easily discern their attributes. Only by understanding their weaknesses can you gain the upper hand and secure an invincible position in the game. Of course, there is one crucial point, he added. What is it? Lu Dong inquired with curiosity. Prepare in advance. Before each match commences, delve deeply into the study of your opponent. Watch recordings of their previous games. This practice will provide you with a holistic understanding of their capabilities and how they are likely to handle the ball under various circumstances. Once a person's thought patterns are established, they are not easily altered. Football follows the same principle. Lu Dong listened intently, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Are you suggesting that I should, like the head coach, review videos of the players I am tasked with marking before each match? Indeed, the coach affirmed with a nod. This approach is undoubtedly a commendable suggestion. Given the advanced state of today's internet, relevant materials are readily accessible. However, Lu Dong glanced at the coach, hesitatingly replying. In a football match, each coach selects different players to take the field based on the unfolding situation. And I cannot guarantee that the video I watch will feature the starting forward. What a foolish question you pose, the coach scoffed. Every team generally has a steadfast principal player. Naturally, that is the individual you should focus on observing. Furthermore, as a competent center back, you must dedicate time to scrutinizing the other forwards of the opposing team. This is akin to a meticulous job that brooks no negligence. Do you think that so-called world-class center backs achieve victory solely through their own abilities? Behind the scenes, they have thoroughly comprehended their opponent's strengths. For instance, when facing a one-on-one breakthrough. Chapter 82, Clarifications, Part 2, they possess a heightened success rate of anticipation. Understanding whether their adversary will opt to pass or attempt to break through in such situations. Additionally, when confronted with a free kick from 20 or 35 yards, the goalkeeper will discern whether the player taking the shot intends to strike directly at the goal or loft the ball into the semicircle to execute a splendid assist. All of these aspects come with a wealth of detailed data. Although they may not be identical in every instance, they are fundamentally accurate in principle. Lu Dong listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. He realized that the training regimen presented by Coach G before him was fundamentally different from the traditional Chinese football training he had received since childhood. These were two distinct philosophies. Domestic football coaches merely encourage players to enhance their basic skills, breaking through, collaborating, and controlling the ball, among other aspects. He had never heard a coach suggest that one could employ data analytics to comprehend an opponent. I understand that you may find my words somewhat perplexing at this moment. Yet I urge you to attempt this approach a few times. I assure you, you will discern its efficacy, the coach asserted with unwavering confidence. Lu Dong nodded with a mixture of skepticism and belief. All right, let us commence our formal training. What I shared with you earlier is merely one effective approach. The ultimate success relies on your own true capabilities. Without the requisite skills, my dear, no matter how thoroughly you comprehend your adversary, all efforts will be in vain. The coach declared emphatically, clapping his hands with vigor. Lu Dong cast a penetrating glance at the coach, furrowing his brow as he quietly inquired, Coach, may I pose a question? Speak. The coach replied decisively. According to your earlier statement, if we thoroughly comprehend our opponents, we stand a considerable chance of completely overpowering them. However, pausing slightly, he continued with a hint of hesitation. Aside from exceptional world-class defenders, there exist numerous outstanding world-class forwards in the realm of football. I have rarely witnessed a team that can entirely neutralize such formidable adversaries. For instance, in the Champions League final or the World Cup final, prior to these grand events, each team's coach meticulously analyzes their opponents. Yet, when a match commences, these remarkable players remain virtually uncontainable. Does this not suggest that your earlier assertion may not hold true for them? The coach fixed his gaze upon Lu Dong's eyes, seemingly discerning the doubts festering within him. With a cold smile, he confidently retorted, if it were indeed effective, would you truly believe my words? Lu Dong chose to respond with silence. Do you know that when you uttered that sentence, you completely overlooked a crucial question? What question? Lu Dong inquired, his face etched with confusion. is the fact that your opponent will also thoroughly understand you through videos and related materials. Understanding me, Lu Dongdong's brows furrowed deeply, gradually revealing a dawning comprehension. As a professional football player, any distinguished athlete will invariably engage in the preparatory work I previously mentioned before every match. In numerous games, many newcomers have the potential to outperform seasoned veterans, yet there are instances when experienced players find themselves bewildered by an obscure rookie. Now, do you grasp the reason behind this? I understand, Lu Dongdong affirmed, nodding earnestly and squinting slightly. These unheralded young players can outshine renowned veterans because they have meticulously prepared themselves prior to the match. The seasoned players are caught off guard due to the scant information available on these athletes, or perhaps they harbor a sense of disdain towards them. You are not too foolish. You have demonstrated the ability to draw inferences, the coach remarked approvingly. On the football field, particularly in high-profile international competitions, we frequently witness new players astonishingly rising to prominence atop the corpses of veterans. However, when they confidently transition into the next season, many will fade into obscurity, often labeled as flops by the media. The primary reason for this is not that these players lack skill, but rather that their performances do not consistently excel. Their dribbling habits, attacking styles, and even their acceleration have all been meticulously analyzed by their competitors. Consequently, they struggle to deliver standout performances on the pitch. Pausing for effect, the coach addressed Lu Dongdong, who was nodding vigorously. As for your earlier comment regarding world-class forwards, even the finest defenders can find it challenging to contain them. This explanation is rather complex, and you will gradually come to understand it. For now, allow me to outline a few key points. First, every match sees players in varying states of form. Those in peak condition naturally perform better. Second, being labeled as world-class signifies that their abilities have reached an apex, and their moments of brilliance far exceed the ordinary. Many spectacular goals arise in an instant, leaving defenders utterly helpless. Furthermore, as a defender, one cannot afford to make mistakes, whereas a forward might squander several opportunities. As long as they score the winning goal before halftime, everyone will forget their earlier shortcomings. Thirdly, never forget that football is a sport played by 11 individuals. Regardless of your prowess or skills, one person can never contend against a team of 11. Of course, unless your abilities have reached celestial heights, you may dismiss my statement as mere folly. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongdong chuckled softly. As a professional footballer, every coach, even every assistant, and all related materials clearly emphasize this truth. Football is a collective endeavor, relying on teamwork, not individual brilliance. However, this notion presents a paradox. For in many matches, during moments of stalemate, it often requires one player to courageously emerge and leverage their abilities to alter the course of the game. Chapter 84. Power. Defying the rules. This sentiment echoes the coach's words. When your capability is sufficiently formidable, you may disregard all regulations. Well, we have spoken enough. Let us commence our formal training, the coach declared. With a wave of his arm, he pointed to the center of the field, where a hazy figure appeared, radiating a faint luminescence. As it slowly turned, Lu Dongdong's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized the figure as his adversary from this afternoon, and Jin Xiao, the forward of Team A. Is this also virtual? Lu Dongdong asked, somewhat foolishly. Indeed, it is virtual. On this verdant pitch, apart from yourself, all that you perceive and see are merely virtual entities. The coach paused before continuing. The individual you observe, though entirely a fabrication, has been meticulously replicated in terms of playing style, abilities, and various other attributes to mirror your opponent from this afternoon. Furthermore, as a product of virtual construction, this entity maintains an optimal state. Thus, its capabilities will surpass those of your opponent today. Today, you shall employ the defensive techniques I have just taught you to thoroughly contain him. But he is but one person if it comes to face-to-face or tight marking. I still have confidence in my ability to handle him. Lu Dongdong murmured. I have already provided you with a lesson on one-on-one defending. Today, however, we will engage in genuine offside defending. As the coach's words settled, two figures manifested on the opposite half of the field, one notably taller, towering over Lu Dongdong by at least half a head. A figure of moderate stature, with a head of medium-length hair that exudes an ethereal and dynamic aura. They are none other than his defensive partner this afternoon, center back Li Shengli, and the midfield linchpin of Team A, Che Zai. At this moment, Lu Dongdong's mind momentarily blanked, leaving him a loss for words. The verdant expanse of the football field is a manifestation of one's inner psyche. Everything you have encountered or contemplated materializes within this mental realm. Thus, We can effortlessly replicate the memories housed within your consciousness. The players before you possess abilities that mirror those of your companions from earlier today, and once again, it must be emphasized that they are in peak condition. Their prowess can only be expected to strengthen, never to diminish in the slightest. Lu Dongdong listened attentively to the coach's words. Yet his mind was not engaged in contemplating their profound implications. Rather, another thought crossed his mind. If the verdant football field could indeed replicate every player he had ever encountered in their entirety, then through relentless practice on this hallowed ground, he would naturally come to understand the abilities and characteristics of each teammate, thereby achieving an exquisite level of synergy. As previously mentioned, football is a sport played by 11 individuals, when your skills have not yet reached a point of dismissing all rules. Harmonious cooperation remains the most effective means to lead your companions and assist your team in securing victory. Under Coach Ji's guidance, Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli positioned themselves on one side of the pitch, while the midfield linchpin, Che Zai, stood in a distant half, with his teammate, forward Jin Xiu, quietly beside Lu Dongdong. Chapter 85. Simulated Training, Part 1. With the coach's whistle piercing the air, much like the afternoon's earlier session, he began to move incessantly, darting around Lu Dongdong, occasionally sprinting away and then swiftly returning, as if engaged in a playful game. Behind him, the ball under Che Zai's control danced within a realm aglow with blue luminescence, perpetually in motion. As he skillfully maneuvered the ball, he glanced forward, ever prepared to lift his foot and send the ball soaring. Lu Dongdong lifted his head and cast a glance at Li Shengli, who stood parallel to him. He took his place beside Jing Xiu and subtly grasped the fabric of her clothing. This was a tactic imparted by Coach Ji during their previous encounter, a defensive strategy. One must not merely focus on the forwards in close proximity. It is essential to broaden one's perspective and remain vigilant to the movements and passing directions of the opposing midfielders. In a football team, there typically exists a singular pivotal midfielder, the architect of most assists. If one can accurately discern his passing trajectory and timing, one gains a significant advantage in thwarting the forwards. This is because many forwards rely on their instinct and speed in counterattacks, lacking the ability to engage in one-on-one confrontations. As Coach Ji articulated, Lu Dongdong gently nodded, his gaze shifting towards the midfield maestro on the opposite half, Che Zai. Che Zai commanded the ball at his feet, as if he and the sphere were one entity. Wherever he moved, the ball followed seamlessly, firmly within his grasp. He darted back and forth a few times, then lifted his head to survey the field ahead. With a powerful motion, he raised his right foot and struck the ball with considerable force. The black and white sphere soared into the sky, tracing a high arc before descending rapidly, arching over Lu Dongdong's head and heading towards the penalty area behind him. In that fleeting moment, as the ball passed overhead, Lu Dongdong swiftly pivoted, gripping tightly onto Jin Xiu's sleeve with one hand, and forcefully yanked her back, halting her advance. Jin Xiu found herself obstructed by his body, while Lu Dongdong accelerated towards the ball's landing point. Just when he believed the ball was within his grasp, Jin Xiu, who he had momentarily impeded, surged past him, seizing the opportunity and claiming the ball that had settled in the penalty area. Before receiving the ball, she took 3 quick steps, her body slightly leaning, and raised her right leg high, striking the ball with tremendous force. It rocketed forward, propelled by a powerful gust, and flew straight into the corner of the net. How could this be possible? Lu Dongdong paused in bewilderment, gazing incredulously at the scene before him. Stop daydreaming, keep moving. Coach Ji's voice resonated, offering no further explanation. Lu Dongdong turned his head to glance at the coach, then obediently returned to his position. A group of individuals resumed their respective places, and as Coach Ji blew his whistle, the midfield linchpin, Che Zai, once again took control of the ball. He incessantly darted within the luminous blue circle, occasionally lifting his foot high. In the next moment, he executed a swift inward cut, suddenly accelerating, his foot gliding laterally as he burst forth from his original spot. It was merely a feint. Lu Dongdong remained utterly engrossed, his gaze fixed on the vehicle and the serene Xiu beside him. The moment he noticed the vehicle's foot lift, he immediately. Chapter 86. Simulated Training, Part 2. Lu Dongdong instinctively dashed backward, only to be thoroughly deceived by the vehicle's maneuver. With no choice left, he had to return. When it comes to mastering the art of deception, one must be psychologically prepared. Whether facing your forwards or their midfielders as a center back, one must possess the ability to read such situations. However, this skill cannot be acquired through mere words. It requires the accumulation of experience through repeated failures. Nevertheless, I can share a strategy with you. You must learn to judge for yourself. For instance, every individual inherently possesses a sense of balance. Once that balance is disrupted, the ball at their feet becomes uncontrollable. Thus, even the most convincing feint will not cause their body to lose equilibrium. If you can discern this, you will remain invincible. Coach G remarked, "Do you know why you just conceded a goal? It is because you failed to leverage your strengths and instead confronted an opponent's greatest asset with your most significant weakness." The player you are currently defending possesses exceptional speed, yet you have acknowledged that physical confrontation is not his forte. Therefore, during offside traps and defensive maneuvers, you need not chase after him. Instead, use your body to firmly block his path. Employ the defensive tactics I previously taught you. You must make him anxious, provoke his anger, and force him into fouls. Stay alert and continue. As these words hung in the air, the vehicle on the opposite side of the field decisively lifted its foot, delivering a precise through ball. With powerful technique, the ball skimmed the ground and swiftly approached. By the time Lu Dongdong reacted, the ball had already reached the poised foot of Jingxiu. In a fleeting moment, as the ball passed Jingxiu's body, his foot gently nudged it backward. The next second, the agile Jingxiu executed a swift turn, akin to a nimble rabbit, deftly maneuvering around Lu Dongdong and darting forward. Simultaneously, the ball, having traversed between his legs, rolled directly towards the penalty area, perfectly aligning with Jingxiu's sprinting trajectory. When Lu Dongdong realized this, Jingxiu had already surged past him, gaining a significant half-body advantage. Left with no alternatives, he extended his leg to hook Jingxiu's calf, bringing him down forcefully. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the foul. Lu Dongdong's face displayed a look of deep regret as he extended his arm, intending to assist the quietly elegant Jingxiu, who had stumbled on the lawn. However, Jingxiu paid him no heed, rising effortlessly to her feet and brushing past Lu Dongdong, striding directly toward the spot where the competition had commenced moments earlier. Lu Dongdong suddenly recalled that he was not confronting a living, breathing teammate, but rather a mere figment of light and shadow. I emphasize the necessity of heightened focus. On the court, one can never predict the offensive strategy that the opponent might employ next. What is required is adaptability, not the rote memorization of a singular method. Otherwise, one will perpetually be led by the nose by the adversary. Coach G's voice was chillingly severe, suggesting profound dissatisfaction with Lu Dongdong's performance. Lu Dongdong lowered his head deeply, left speechless. Chapter 87, Whispers in the Wind. However, regarding your recent defense, if I were to rate it on a scale of 10, I would assign you a score of 7. As a central defender, when you find yourself unable to completely intercept your opponent, it is imperative to decisively resort to tactical fouls. The loss of a goal is far more consequential than receiving a yellow card, or even a red card. Of course, this match is not a home-and-away Champions League final. Otherwise, the absence of a key central defender would spell disaster for the team. Coach G remarked, "Let's continue." The 4 players on the field took their positions. The forward, Jingxiu, stood before Lu Dongdong, who gripped his shirt with one hand, closely monitoring his every movement while also keeping an eye on the midfield maestro, Zai, on the opposite half of the field. Zai skillfully controlled the ball at his feet, dashing energetically within the confines of the blue zone, occasionally glancing up. Each time he lifted his foot, Jingxiu, standing beside Lu Dongdong, would suddenly spring into action, weaving around Lu Dongdong or sprinting in a direct line towards a designated direction. Lu Dongdong diligently heeded his coach's teachings, remaining steadfastly by his side, consistently occupying the position behind Jingxiu. In an instant, the ball was propelled from the feet of a player, tracing a graceful arc through the air, soaring directly above Lu Dongdong's head. Jingxiu, positioned beside him, surged forward like a cheetah, sprinting across the vast savanna. This time, however, Lu Dongdong did not opt for a pursuit characterized by speed as he had previously. Instead, he followed his coach's advice, stepping forward to position himself firmly in front of Jingxiu. As Jingxiu aimed to circumvent Lu Dongdong, he too shifted his stance, persistently blocking her path. The swift and agile Jingxiu resembled a cheetah tethered by an invisible cord, striving to break free yet confined to a limited space. The ball, descending towards the penalty area, bounced twice on the grass before slowly rolling out of bounds. A whistle pierced the air. "Well done. But you were a step too slow when you intervened. You nearly allowed your opponent to slip past you. Remember this for next time," the coach remarked from the sidelines. Lu Dongdong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and nodded gently. Remember, as a central defender, in addition to your teammates, you have another invaluable ally, your goalkeeper. It is essential to familiarize yourself with the goalkeeper's habits. With proper coordination, you can unleash tremendous power, the coach instructed. Understood, Coach, Lu Dongdong replied, nodding affirmatively. As his words lingered in the air, the coach gestured with his arm, and a luminous figure materialized in the center of the goal behind him. It was the goalkeeper, a fellow team member from the afternoon's match. Continue. That was merely a warm-up. Now we embark on the true challenge. Do not become complacent after a single successful defense, for the difficulties you face will only intensify. Your opponents are far from weak, the coach cautioned. Lu Dongdong remained silent, his hands firmly placed on his hips, gazing resolutely ahead, a fervent flame igniting within him as he silently resolved to reclaim victory on the verdant pitch that evening. Despite the disgrace of having succumbed to a series of foolish mistakes earlier that afternoon, he was determined to triumph. In the ensuing training sessions, Lu Dongdong successfully thwarted Jinxiu at every turn, his positioning becoming increasingly adept and his anticipation of Che's passes growing ever more precise. Time and again, as the ball sailed over his head, he surged forward without hesitation, intercepting it with finesse. As the coach had wisely remarked, football is a round game. One must employ intellect and adaptability on the field, avoiding stagnation, and attacking or defending in the most effortless manner possible. The coach observed quietly, and upon witnessing Lu Dongdong's complete domination over Jinxiu, he blew the whistle. Let us take a brief respite. In the next phase of training, I want you to begin learning how to collaborate with your teammates, he declared, effortlessly tossing a bottle of mineral water in Lu Dongdong's direction. Lu Dongdong, without a hint of hesitation, swiftly unscrewed the bottle cap and tilted his head back, gulping down the water with unabashed fervor. The crystalline liquid trickled from the corner of his mouth, cascading down his neck, which glistened with a multitude of translucent beads of sweat. A brilliant spotlight illuminated him from behind, dazzling like a blazing sun, symbolizing a star athlete gradually rising in the night sky. 10 minutes later, on the court, Lu Dongdong found himself amidst 4 virtual players, each positioned strategically. As the midfield linchpin, he continued to dribble the ball, traversing the area, radiating a blue luminescence, darting back and forth with relentless energy. At times he sprinted with agility, at others he paused to pivot, his right foot lifted high, only to be deftly brought back down in an instant, executing lateral movements with breathtaking swiftness, performing a feint shot that seamlessly transitioned into a genuine feint, swiftly maneuvering past his opponent. Meanwhile, Jinxiu, standing before Lu Dongdong, did not engage in frantic movement. Instead, she remained poised and composed. Lu Dongdong gazed intently at the vehicle in front of him, noticing that the opposing player remained silent for an extended moment without displaying any intent to pass the ball. His gaze then shifted towards the coach, standing at the edge of the court. At that instant, the player controlling the ball abruptly lifted his head and glanced forward, decisively striking the ball with his foot. The black and white sphere spun rapidly through the air, resembling a falling leaf as it soared past Lu Dongdong. Motionless, Jinxiu sprang into action, his shoulder dipping to the left. As Lu Dongdong turned in the same direction, Jinxiu's upper body, which had been inclined, swiftly righted itself, transforming him into a whirlwind as he dashed out from Lu Dongdong's left side. Lu Dongdong silently exclaimed in dismay, realizing he had fallen into Jinxiu's trap. He immediately raised his hands, resolute in his determination to seize the moment, even if it meant committing a foul. However, Jinxiu had already dashed away, leaving Lu Dongdong no opportunity to touch his attire. Jinxiu moved with the swiftness of lightning, racing ahead before the ball could touch the ground. With a deft flick of his toes, he captured the ball, then, without any hesitation, charged into the penalty area. Faced with the goalkeeper, who swayed from side to side on the goal line with arms outstretched, Jinxiu remained composed and executed a precise shot. The stark contrast of the black and white ball skimmed along the verdant grass, rolling directly into the lower right corner of the net. Only after the ball had fully crossed the goal line did the goalkeeper rise and leap in vain. What on earth are you doing? Do you expect me to treat your words as mere whispers in the wind? Chapter 88, Collaboration. As a player, particularly one entrusted with the crucial role of central defender, failing to maintain constant focus is your gravest failure. The coach's tone was frigid, tinged with anger. I'm sorry. Coach Lu Dongdong lowered his head, feeling the weight of shame for an extended period before uttering a phrase that had long since lost its significance as an apology. As a central defender, even if you shine brilliantly for the preceding 89 minutes, a single catastrophic error in the final second will draw all blame upon you. You must cultivate the habit of unwavering concentration at all times, Unless you leave the pitch, you cannot afford to lose focus. Do you understand? The coach bellowed. Understood. Lu Dongdong clenched his fist, responding loudly. Continue. The match resumed, and the 5 players on the field took their positions once more. The midfield maestro, Che Zai, continued to sprint with the ball, darting back and forth in the area, radiating a blue glow. Lu Dongdong stood behind Jinsi, one arm discreetly resting on his clothing. Having fallen for the same trick once more, he cast aside the flicker of pride that had just ignited within him, steeling himself with utmost resolve. As the vehicle continued to carry the ball, Lu Dongdong mirrored Jinsi's movements. Suddenly, a green line appeared beneath her feet, stretching laterally across the court, extending until it met the white boundary lines on either side. Lu Dongdong lowered her head, casting a curious glance, but quickly retracted her thoughts and focused entirely on Jinxiu. She was reluctant to endure another reprimand from Coach Ji. Who could say if this time it was merely a smokescreen devised by the coach? The line indicated the positioning of Yu and Jinxiu's hands. Beyond that line lay the offside area, confronted by a team that favored behind-the-back passes and board offside tactics. I am now going to teach you a simpler method, that is to create an offside trap. The coach's words echoed in her ears as Lu Dongdong listened intently, following Jinxiu's movements without daring to lose focus. I previously mentioned that you must continually monitor the players you are marking, while also keeping an eye on the midfield players or others who pass the ball. Now, I need you to alter your defensive approach. Before each pass made by the midfield player, you should sprint towards the forward you are defending, positioning yourself directly in front of them to spring your offside trap. Do you understand? Yes, Lu Dongdong replied without turning her head. Now, let's begin with the simplest exercise. You go first and keep an eye on a midfield player directly in front. A few seconds later, the player with the ball surged forward, swiftly raising his right leg to strike the black and white ball beneath him. Run forward. The coach shouted immediately. Lu Dongdong, fully concentrated, reacted instantly, taking a step forward and darting past Jinxiu. As she sprinted, the green line on the ground moved simultaneously, her foot gliding over Jinxiu's body. The ball soared from a distance, hurtling towards Lu Dongdong, who stood still like an arrow released from a bow. Just after she had run 4 or 5 meters, a whistle pierced the air. A cold voice echoed across the empty field. Offside, and Jinxiu halted abruptly, hands on her hips, shaking her head in resignation before turning back. The ball dropped from the air, rolling a few meters before being scooped up by the approaching goalkeeper. After this session, the coach had Lu Dongdong attempt several more times. And once he confirmed her comfort with the drill, he said, "All right, let's begin in earnest. Do not regard the earlier success as significant. It was merely the simplest of exercises, intended to familiarize you with the purpose of the green line. You must never forget that the green line represents the offside line. Should you misjudge, it could easily allow your opponent to seize the ball and advance unimpeded toward your goal. Use it with utmost caution when you are certain. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that this green line will continually shift in accordance with your movements, as well as those of your teammates. For instance, while standing on the field, you must closely observe your partner's positioning before making any decisive moves. You must coordinate effectively with them to execute the offside trap. If the 2 center backs fail to synchronize, a match can easily result in conceding 456 goals. Do you understand? Understood, coach. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, casting a glance at Li Shengli not far away. At this moment, they stood on the same horizontal plane, both of their feet resting upon the conspicuous green line. The match commenced. With unwavering confidence, Lu Dongdong took a few steps, only to soon realize a predicament. Determined to execute an offside trap, he closely shadowed the forward, and Jinxiu, ready to spring forth at any moment to ensnare her in the offside snare. However, what he did not anticipate was that Li Shengli, who maintained a parallel position with him, frequently darted behind and then surged ahead, incessantly shifting the prominent green line on the grass, thereby completely derailing his offside strategy. Have you recognized the issue? The coach remarked, a subtle hint of schadenfreude lacing his tone. As I previously mentioned, football is perpetually a sport of 11 individuals. While you can dictate your actions, you cannot govern those of your teammates. Lu Dongdong came to a halt, raised both hands in a gesture of pause, and earnestly inquired, "Coach, what should I do now?" At this rate, a mere casual pass could easily present the forward with an opportunity to score, let alone create a counter-offside trap. It is quite simple. The coach replied, "Collaborate with your teammates and communicate with them." Collaborate, but right now there are no defenders at all. If I maintain a parallel position with her, the player I am meant to guard could seize the opportunity without any hindrance, rendering me utterly ineffective. At this point, Lu Dongdong suddenly paused, glanced at the coach, then turned to look at Li Shengli, his eyes lighting up with realization as he swiftly approached. He came alongside Li Shengli, engaged in a hushed conversation for a moment, and then quickly returned to his original position. "Coach, let us begin." Lu Dongdong raised his hand, signaling an okay gesture. The coach, whose face was shrouded in shadow, revealed a subtle smile as he blew the whistle. The match resumed. Chapter 89. A point scored. As the pivotal midfielder, Che Zai, propelled the ball beneath his feet, he sprinted forward with renewed vigor. This time, the area of his blue zone had doubled, nearly encompassing the entirety of his half of the field. The forward, Njishio, whom Lu Dongdong was tasked with defending, darted back and forth, exhibiting increasing speed and agility. Each evasion caught Lu Dongdong off guard, as if he had transformed into a different player altogether. Engage your full spirit. Everything prior was merely a low-difficulty adaptation exercise. Now we are in the actual training match. The better you perform in this match, the richer your experience will become. The more experience you accumulate, the faster your progression will be, and likewise, the more skill points you will earn. Give it your all, the coach urged. Lu Dongdong remained silent, fully focused on the forward he was defending, occasionally glancing ahead at Che Zai. Positioned at the opposite end, Li Shengli mirrored his movements, running tirelessly, sometimes retreating to the back, at other times charging to the front. As he crossed the green lines on the field, Lu Dongdong raised his arm, calling out loudly to Li Shengli, signaling him to pay attention to his positioning and maintain parallel alignment with him. The players on the field continued to dart back and forth, occasionally punctuated by Lu Dongdong's shouts. In the next moment, the central midfielder, Che Zai, raised his head and, without hesitation, lifted his foot. With a powerful, long pass, the ball spun rapidly through the air, soaring over the heads of Lu Dongdong and Njishio. Descending toward the penalty area, Lu Dongdong and Njishio initiated their movements almost simultaneously. However, Lu Dongdong, leveraging his height, long legs, and superior physical resilience, boldly stepped forward, effectively blocking Njishio behind him with his shoulder. Subsequently, both players swung their arms backward while shifting their bodies from side to side, resolutely obstructing Njishio, who was eager to break free, denying him any opportunity to advance. The exhausted ball descended from above, crashing heavily onto the penalty spot at the center of the penalty area, bouncing high before being securely caught by the goalkeeper, who rushed forward. A successful defense. Yielding 1 point, a cold and emotionless voice echoed across the field. Lu Dongdong, having successfully defended, lifted his head and glanced around before striding back to his original position alongside Njishio. From this day forth, your every training session will be meticulously monitored. You must achieve success in at least 7 attempts within the designated time frame to pass. Should you fail, everything will revert to the beginning. For the sake of your precious time and the upcoming trial assessment, bring forth all your strength and present your best self, Coach G stated calmly. Lu Dongdong cast a glance back at him, his eyes half closed, nodding vigorously. In the second round, the midfield linchpin received the ball and, without any forewarning, lifted his foot to unleash a powerful low shot that surged forward with remarkable speed. The ball swiftly reached Njishio's feet, who deftly extended his foot to draw the ball closer. Lu Dongdong, positioned directly behind him, hurriedly advanced, pressing his chest against Njishio's back, poised to apply close pressure the moment the latter halted to control the ball. Through persistent confrontation, he had come to realize that he could completely overpower Njishio in terms of strength. Facing his relentless pursuit, he was 90% confident he could intercept the ball. In the next moment, to his astonishment, Njishio suddenly withdrew 1 foot just as it was about to make contact with the ball. In an instant, he pivoted with remarkable swiftness, darting past Lu Dongdong like a gust of wind. With his view obstructed, Lu Dongdong could only make a rough estimate of the ball's location, unable to accurately gauge its trajectory. He watched helplessly as the ball zipped by him, yet he did not relent. He yanked back on Njishio's shirt, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The whistle sounded promptly. Defense successful, 1 point earned. That cold, indifferent voice echoed in his ears once more. As the sound faded into the empty expanse of the field, the coach interjected from the sidelines. If this were an official match, your earlier maneuver would certainly warrant at least a yellow card. However, this is merely a training ground, where we prioritize the success of the defense. Nonetheless, You must be acutely aware of the need to control your actions on the field. Whenever possible, avoid incurring yellow or red cards. Lu Dongdong nodded and said, I understand. Although you resorted to foul play to thwart her attack, I am quite satisfied with your defensive efforts. Being prepared with a secondary strategy is an essential trait of a seasoned center back. Always remember, while you exhaust all means to defend against your opponent, they too are tirelessly strategizing on how to elude you. Coach G's voice flowed almost uninterrupted. Thus, football is not merely a contest of physical strength. It is also a clash of intellects. This is why many world-class forwards manage to deliver astonishing moments, even when pitted against equally formidable defenders. They are pushed to the limits of conventional defensive tactics, and only by achieving what others cannot can they break through and score. The third round commenced. The midfield maestro, Shazai, deftly maneuvered the ball forward, advancing directly from the center of the half to the midfield circle. His partner, Njinshio, began to move swiftly, yet Lu Dongdong felt a surge of confidence. As Njinshio shifted, Lu Dongdong also roamed, advancing and retreating, knowing that once Shazai made a pass, Njinshio would inevitably fall into an offside trap. The experienced Shazai, seeing no suitable opportunities, retreated from the midfield circle. As he controlled the ball, facing away from Lu Dongdong, he jogged forward. Suddenly, Njinshio, who had been standing beside Lu Dongdong, darted out, swiftly racing to the midfield circle. Shazai, with decisive finesse, flicked the ball towards Njinshio's feet. Lu Dongdong, perplexed yet resolute, hesitated for merely a second before darting forward. As his designated defender, he was compelled to maintain constant vigilance over his assigned opponent on the court. Chapter 90, a decisive showdown. However, just as he sprinted past Njinshio, she swiftly returned the ball to Shehang. Before Lu Dongdong could reach her side, a gust of wind surged past him, making a beeline towards the midfield position. Lu Dongdong silently lamented his predicament, instantaneously comprehending their intentions. However, he found himself powerless, helplessly watching as the vehicle unhesitatingly lifted its right foot, delivering a ground pass that swiftly and accurately targeted the trajectory of Njinshio, who was sprinting forward. As the person arrived, so did the ball, with Njinshio exhibiting a seamless blend of speed and technique, maintaining an almost uninterrupted pace as he controlled the ball at his feet, charging towards the penalty area like a gust of wind. Perhaps having been suppressed by Lu Dongdong for too long, he did not penetrate the penalty area despite having ample time and space to confront the goalkeeper. Instead, from a distance of 30 yards from the goal, he lifted his foot and unleashed a powerful strike, sending the starkly contrasting ball crashing into the white goal net. Njinshio raised both arms in triumph, roaring towards the heavens, releasing the pent-up frustration within, akin to Lu Dongdong's own simmering anger. The challenge had merely begun. Defensive success yielded a point. Defensive success yielded a point. Defensive failure resulted in no score. Defensive failure resulted in no score. On the expansive field, the match continued. Lu Dongdong initially showcased remarkable performance. Yet, as the vehicle and Njinshio gradually ramped up their efforts, his consecutive scoring was met with 3 successive failures. Now, they had reached the final round of this training match, a round of pivotal importance. If he were unable to secure victory in this round, all the training of the evening would culminate in failure. Should he falter in this assessment, not only would he fail to gain any experience, but his training progress would also be hindered. This was his last opportunity. He needed to strive earnestly. The coach, standing at the edge of the field, remarked calmly. Lu Dongdong, drenched in sweat, glanced up at him and nodded breathlessly. The 10th round of the match commenced. Njinshio approached Lu Dongdong, remaining motionless by his side. On the opposite side of the field, the midfield core, the vehicle, adeptly maneuvered the ball at his feet, sprinting rapidly within the illuminated blue zone. The starkly colored ball seemed to merge with him. Wherever he went, the ball followed. The tall center back, Li Shengli, stood beside Lu Dongdong. As Lu Dongdong had previously shouted loudly, the synergy between him and the vehicle appeared to deepen. Now, he would move in tandem with Lu Dongdong's steps without needing reminders. The two maintained a consistent parallel stance, as the vehicle expertly controlled the ball, racing towards the center of the field. Upon encountering his teammate Njinshio, who found himself bereft of any opportunities, he refrained from making any impulsive decisions and instead opted to pass the ball. He maintained a deliberate control over the ball, meandering slowly while occasionally pivoting, casually managing the sphere at his feet. Lu Dongdong, having been deceived on several occasions, remained unfazed, steadfastly positioned beside Njinshio. The deliberate feints executed by Che Zai no longer held any sway over him, as time inexorably slipped away, witnessing Che Zai's continued inability to release the ball. Forward and Jinxiu distanced himself from Lu Dongdong and proactively ventured into the center of the pitch. Lu Dongdong promptly followed suit. However, this time, before taking a step, he called out loudly to Li Shengli. As his partner in the center-back position, Li immediately sprang into action, positioning himself at the center of the field. This time, if Jinxiu intended to employ the same tactic, executing a 1-2 with Che Zai, Lu Dongdong, even if unable to intercept the ball at the first instance, could count on Li Shengli to swiftly cover for him, ensuring that Jinxiu would not have an unimpeded path. Upon receiving Che Zai's pass, Jinxiu deftly tapped the ball, pivoting to face Lu Dongdong directly. The ball danced skillfully between his legs, and, as an adversary in this match, he had endured considerable challenges from Lu Dongdong, fully aware that his opponent was not easily subdued. Lu Dongdong gazed intently at Jinxiu's face, utterly oblivious to the ball at her feet. His knees were slightly bent, arms hanging loosely, and his center of gravity lowered, adopting a stance that allowed for both advance and retreat. The match had progressed through 9 rounds, and he had gained a clear understanding of Jinxiu's speed. He knew that a mere moment of oversight could allow his opponent to easily slip past him and charge into the penalty area. In the face of such an adversary, as Coach G had consistently advised from the sidelines, one must strike swiftly, decisively, and with precision. One should never recklessly commit unless assured that failure would only result in the ball being outmaneuvered, not the player. Bring it on. Although I conceded defeat to you this afternoon, I am resolute that I will not lose this match. Lu Dongdong swayed his body rhythmically, maintaining the same frequency of movement as Jinxiu. His mind was incessantly contemplating the potential maneuvers of Jinxiu. Would he choose to break through? Or would he pass the ball back, attempting a 2-on-1 collaboration with Che Zai once more? The likelihood of opting for the 2-on-1 seemed minimal. Even if he managed to bypass me, Li Shengli was right behind him. Should he linger even for a moment, he would find himself ensnared in a pincer attack. A forceful breakthrough appeared equally implausible. Having failed several times before, he must understand the slim chances of succeeding in such an endeavor. This was his final opportunity for both him and me. The coach once remarked that while you exhaust every means to defend against your opponent, they too are devising strategies to overcome you. If the Jinxiu before me could truly think like the genuine Jinxiu, he would undoubtedly refrain from pursuing such a foolish tactic. The two players stared intently at each other, neither daring to strike prematurely. After a brief stalemate, sensing no viable opportunity, Jinxiu astutely redirected the ball to Che Zai on the opposite side of the court. Upon sending the ball off, he immediately accelerated towards Lu Dongdong's rear. Having already fallen for the ruse once, Lu Dongdong displayed no hesitation, gritting his teeth and propelling himself forward. Simultaneously, the ever-prepared Li Shengli began to retreat swiftly, aligning himself with the rapidly advancing Jinxiu. At that moment, should Che Zai opt to pass, Jinxiu would find himself caught between Li Shengli and Lu Dongdong in a classic sandwich situation. Chapter 91. Gaining the upper hand, seizing the ball from the opponent, was merely a matter of moments. As the midfield linchpin, Che Zai, with his wealth of experience, quickly discerned that should the ball be passed, it would create no threat whatsoever, instead falling into the hands of the opposing players. He decisively chose to halt and observe. Realizing the ball would not be sent to him, Jinxiu swiftly came to a stop akin to a gust of wind. On this court, he and Lu Dongdong were both players with physical limits. In the absence of opportunity, why engage in futile exertion? Jinxiu paused, and Lu Dongdong, who had been running alongside him, also came to a halt. The two moved leisurely, as if strolling on the court. Li Shengli, in perfect harmony with the situation, turned and retreated to his defensive zone. Che Zai, the midfield maestro, deftly controlled the ball at his feet, gradually making his way back to his midfield. Within minutes, he re-emerged, the ball once again at his feet. Lu Dongdong quietly observed everything before her, contemplating that this was merely a simulation exercise. Although her opponents exhibited a level of prowess in certain aspects that surpassed their usual capabilities, for the most part, they resembled AI characters in a computer game, operating according to pre-established logical frameworks. As the coach had indicated, this was simply a training match, specifically designed for Lu Dongdong to practice defensive tactics against offside plays. The central midfielder deftly controlled the ball at his feet, gradually advancing to the center circle of the pitch. He lifted his foot, feigning a move, But upon realizing that Lu Dongdong was unfazed by his ruse, he reluctantly lowered his foot and dribbled the ball towards the opposite side. Lu Dongdong observed quietly, a flicker of pride stirring within him. However, he swiftly cast aside this sentiment. Allowing one's mind to wander on the court is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. During the afternoon's internal training match, as well as the recent practice game, he had already committed an error on 2 occasions, and he absolutely refused to permit a third lapse. Run. The vehicle, seemingly trapped in a desperate situation, suddenly lifted its head, waved an arm, and shouted loudly. As the words echoed, he forcefully struck the ball with his elevated right leg, sending the distinctly patterned sphere soaring into the sky. His teammate, Juanxio, immediately sprang into action, sprinting rapidly towards the ball's anticipated landing point. Lu Dongdong initiated his run with remarkable speed. However, he did not sprint fervently, for his strike was not directed towards the penalty area behind her, but rather hurtled towards the upper left corner of the field, near the sidelines. This location was a considerable distance of 40 to 50 yards from both the goal and the penalty area, posing no real threat whatsoever. What then was the significance of such a sudden pass? What tactical strategy were they attempting to employ? Lu Dongdong wore a perplexed expression, his instincts heightened. Although his adversaries were mere figments of virtual creation, each one was far from being a fool within the game. Their every action bore significance. His lack of understanding did not equate to the futility of their passes. In the very moment that Jinxiu extended her toe to hook the ball, Lu Dongdong surged toward her side. Discarding all distractions from his mind, he pressed forward, intent on leveraging his height and long legs to apply relentless pressure on Jinxiu, forcing her to relinquish possession. However, having faced setbacks on multiple occasions, Jinxiu was not about to grant him that opportunity. As Lu Dongdong approached, she deftly flicked the ball backward with the sole of her foot, and, as the ball rolled away, she swiftly pivoted, lowering her center of gravity into a stable stance, confronting Lu Dongdong head-on. Upon realizing that the opportunity had slipped away, Lu Dongdong, displaying remarkable intelligence, refrained from recklessly advancing to intercept the ball. Instead, he strategically positioned himself, lowering his center of gravity and letting his arms hang down, adopting a quintessential defensive stance. The ball rolled beneath Jinxi's feet as the two found themselves once more in a standoff. Neither opted for an aggressive approach. Rather, they chose to let time pass, waiting for the other to reveal a vulnerability. Lu Dongdong fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Jinxiu, diligently defending while subtly casting a glance over his shoulder. At present, both of them stood on the left flank of the court, a considerable distance of at least 50 yards from the goalpost of the penalty area. Setting aside the question of whether Jinxiu could maneuver past him, there was also Li Shengli positioned just in front of the penalty area line. In this one-on-one scenario, Lu Dongdong found it difficult to conceive of any effective strategy that Jinxiu might employ to breach his defense, let alone create a scoring opportunity. As time ticked by, a hint of anxiety began to manifest on Jinxiu's face. Lu Dongdong's face remained expressionless, yet within, a subtle joy flickered. When one can instill a sense of unease in their opponent, it signifies the moment they have truly lost control of the ball. This wisdom was not imparted by a coach, but rather by his mentor. Witnessing this scene, Lu Dongdong felt a surge of calm and confidence, his body swaying rhythmically alongside Jinxiu, poised to advance and pressure at any moment. Jinxiu skillfully maneuvered the ball at her feet, then glanced back at the player, Che Zai, who was confined to the other half of the field due to regulations. Despite possessing remarkable skills and formidable offensive capabilities, Che Zai's movement was limited, which constrained Jinxiu's potential and left her to navigate the challenges alone. In terms of morale, Lu Dongdong held a distinct advantage with the support of his teammates. With 5 minutes remaining in the training session, he focused intently, recalling the coach's words echoing in his mind. If he could not score within this time frame, the system would automatically declare him the victor. Lu Dongdong instinctively lifted his gaze towards the large clock at the back of the field, but quickly returned his attention, aware that he should not allow himself to be distracted in such a critical moment. He forced his will to suppress his habitual tendencies. In that fleeting instant, while an average person might falter, he overlooked one crucial fact. The forward he faced was anything but ordinary. Jinxiu, a key striker for the youth team, though not as dazzling as those on the wings, was nonetheless one of the most sought-after forwards in the K2 League. With a blend of speed and skill, she had never been underestimated. At that moment, she made Lu Dongdong acutely aware of her formidable prowess. The ball rolled gently before and Jinxiu suddenly struck it with precision. And in an instant, she vanished from Lu Dongdong's sight. Chapter 92. Trapped in despair like a gust of wind, and Jinxiu surged forward. Her body pressed close to Lu Dongdong's as she made her forceful advance. Lu Dongdong reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately extending a foot to prevent a stumble. In response, Jinxiu had no choice but to leap high into the air. Yet, even as his feet touched the ground, Lu Dongdong, already well acquainted with his formidable speed, swiftly repositioned himself in front of him. It would not be so simple to surpass me. Lu Dongdong stared intently at Jinxiu, completely oblivious to the ball at her feet. As a central defender, his focus was solely on the opponent he was tasked with marking, disregarding the sphere of play beneath her control. To put it simply, the ball could either evade him or not. It was of no concern. Jinxiu swayed her feet from side to side, and the ball, which had initially strayed beyond her command, obediently fell under her control. A sudden smile graced her lips. Arching beautifully, just as Lu Dongdong heightened his vigilance, she sprang into action once more. With deft control of the ball, she abruptly darted past Lu Dongdong's left side. Without granting her any opportunity, Lu Dongdong swiftly retreated a step and then moved laterally to the left, positioning himself directly in her path. Jinxiu's physical strength was no match for him. Should she attempt a forceful breakthrough, Lu Dongdong would undoubtedly respond with vigor. However, what Lu Dongdong failed to anticipate was that Jinxiu, having already committed to a significant portion of her movement, abruptly halted her momentum mid-stride, and in a flash, she reappeared to the right of Lu Dongdong. Her motion was astonishingly swift, as though she had soared through the air. This enigmatic agility caught Lu Dongdong entirely unprepared. Realizing he was about to lose his position, he instinctively reached out with both arms, grasping hold of Jinxiu's jersey. Yet, undeterred by his grip, Jinxiu clenched her teeth and accelerated, akin to a wild stallion tethered by a rope, resolutely breaking free from the constraints with unwavering determination. She extricated herself from Lu Dongdong's relentless grasp. Liberated from all restraints, her previously slow pace transformed into a rocket-like surge as she galloped forward, the ball at her feet racing like a tempest, cutting diagonally into the penalty area. She sprinted furiously, her speed escalating, covering the 50 yards in what felt like an instant, reaching the vicinity of the penalty box. Lu Dongdong gritted his teeth and pursued relentlessly from behind. Meanwhile, Li Shengli, who had occupied the defensive zone, rushed forward at the first opportunity, confronting the swiftly running Jinxiu head-on. Lu Dongdong felt a flicker of hope arise within him. At his current pace, if he could delay on Jinxiu for just a second or two, he would be able to return to his position immediately. With Li Shengli flanking him, their coordinated defense would undoubtedly thwart on Jinxiu, regardless of how swift or skilled he might be. Hurry, hurry! Lu Dongdong clenched his molars tightly. Sprinting with fervent urgency, he pushed his speed to the utmost limit, striving to reach his defensive position even a second earlier. Jinxiu faced Li Shengli, exhibiting no trace of hesitation. With a deft footwork that alternated seamlessly, he advanced relentlessly, employing a continuous cycling motion. Li Shengli, with his head bowed, fixated intently on the ball beneath Jinxiu's feet. Lacking the confidence to intercept, he was compelled to follow Jinxiu's advancing form, retreating step by step. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, Lu Dongdong was instantly engulfed by anxiety, realizing that Li Shengli was utterly incapable of impeding Jinxiu's advance. The opponent could unleash a relentless series of feints to breach Li Shengli's defenses at any moment. As if on cue, the very next second, Jinxiu, executing a series of deft bicycle dribbles, suddenly accelerated, her body darting to the left. With a speed akin to lightning, she surged past Li Shengli with the swiftness of a gust of wind. Li Shengli instinctively extended her foot in an attempt to disrupt the ball beneath Jinxiu. But just as her toes reached the position of the ball, Jinxiu, along with the ball, had already slipped past her, leaving Li Shengli kneeling on the ground. A visage of dismay. With the last defender cast aside, the path ahead lay clear. As an exceptional forward, Jinxiu exhibited no hesitation. Her strides seamless as she deftly controlled the ball, charging directly from the penalty area into the 6-yard box. In her line of sight, apart from the pristine white goal, there stood only the final bastion of defense, the goalkeeper. With unwavering confidence in her technique, she had rarely encountered a situation where she could not handle a one-on-one against the keeper. This goal seemed an assured certainty. The goalkeeper charged forward. Just at that moment, Lu Dongdong's voice rang out sharply. The goalkeeper, stationed in front of the goal line, responded without hesitation, launching himself forward with arms outstretched, a formidable force confronting Jinxiu. Due to the rapid acceleration when evading Li Shengli, Jinxiu, though maintaining control of the ball, found herself propelled by momentum. The black and white ball remaining a slight distance from her. The goalkeeper's sudden advance caught her off guard. By the time she accelerated to reach the ball, the kneeling goalkeeper had already lunged toward her. The diminishing distance and the outstretched arms severely constricted her shooting angle. For an ordinary forward, this would evoke nothing but a sigh of resignation. However, Jinxiu was no ordinary forward. She was among the most prominent and formidable strikers in the K2 League. Confronted with a seemingly impossible angle, she maintained her composure, momentarily pausing before deftly flicking the ball with her toe. Just before the goalkeeper could fully extend his reach, the white ball traced a graceful arc, soaring above the goalkeeper's head and past his outstretched arms, gliding in a beautiful parabolic trajectory towards the bottom left corner of the goal. It was a masterful lob. The ball moved at a remarkably sluggish pace, barely surpassing the speed of an average human sprint. With a single defender present, it would be effortless for them to swiftly approach and easily intercept the ball. However, at that moment, within the confines of the small penalty area, there was only the goalkeeper, kneeling on the ground, his head instinctively tilting back, displaying a countenance of helplessness. No other defenders remained. Chapter 93. Tomorrow Begins, Part 1. The black and white ball gently descended, bouncing softly upon the grass before gradually rolling away along its trajectory. Under the watchful gaze of the coach, standing on the sidelines, and the collective attention of the crowd, it inched closer to the white goal line. This goal had become an undeniable reality, immutable and final. Was everything truly over? Would today, as practice match, conclude in failure? No, I shall not accept this. Amidst the spectators' intense scrutiny, a figure suddenly erupted from the small penalty area, sprinting forward with fervor. Clenching his teeth, the youthful face radiated an unwavering determination. I will not concede. Lu Dongdong strode forward with great determination. At this very moment, he was still a good dozen meters away from the slowly rolling soccer ball. Although the ball moved at a leisurely pace, it was almost certain that before he could reach it and intercept its path, the starkly contrasting black and white ball would inevitably roll into the white net ahead of him. Was his endeavor merely a futile one? Yet, could it truly be dismissed as such? Lu Dongdong was oblivious, and he simply lacked the time to ponder the question. At this moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to exert every ounce of strength he possessed to intercept the rolling ball before it could find its way into the goal. He sprinted with all his might, while the ball continued its relentless roll without the slightest pause. All eyes in the arena were fixed upon the two of them. As time ticked away, second by precious second, Lu Dongdong finally surged to the edge of the goal line, and without a moment's hesitation, he extended his foot, deftly flicking the rolling ball out from the threshold of the goal with his toe. Without pausing for breath, he launched it straight out of the field. The whistle pierced the air, and the vast expanse of the green pitch was enveloped in a profound silence. Lu Dongdong cast his gaze towards the coach standing at the sidelines, behind whom were the forward Jinxiu and his partner Li Shengli, both positioned on the opposite side of the field, intently watching the coach. The coach remained silent, merely lifting his head to observe the center of the field, where a large electronic screen loomed just outside the boundary. After a few moments, the previously dark screen suddenly illuminated, revealing the image of the ball gradually rolling across the goal line. Simultaneously, a foot entered the frame, deftly nudging the ball just before it completely crossed the white goal line. A successful defense, earning a point. That cold, resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears once more. In contrast to the previous feelings of distaste, Lu Dongdong perceived it as the most melodious sound in the world. Joy flooded his face, nearly bringing him to tears. He turned to sprint towards his partner Shengli to celebrate together, but after only a few steps, he noticed that both his partner Li Shengli and his adversaries in Jinxiu and the midfield linchpin Che Zai, their bodies radiating a soft glow, began to gradually blur and fade from view at a discernible pace until they vanished entirely. Congratulations, you have successfully completed today's training, the coach announced as applause resonated around him. Lu Dongdong abruptly turned around, his gaze fixed upon the coach. After the recent bout of physical exertion, he found himself teetering on the brink of exhaustion, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. If I were to rate your performance today on a scale of 10, I could only give you a score of 7.5. However, for that final shot, I shall award you a perfect 10. I admire your indomitable spirit of never giving up. This is the most invaluable attitude that every professional footballer should always remember, the coach remarked. Thank you, Lou Dondon replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, a joyful smile gracing his face. There is nothing that elicits greater happiness than receiving recognition from others, especially when that person is one's own coach. Congratulations, athlete, on successfully completing this training. Your assessment score is an A, granting you a 3-point attribute enhancement and the card, Never Give Up. That eternally indifferent voice resonated in his ears, and upon finishing the statement, it faded into silence. Beside Lou Dondon, a circular black hole materialized, reminiscent of one previously encountered. Within this abyss, an asymmetrical diamond pattern emerged, each vertex corresponding to a distinct attribute: strength, skill, stamina, speed, and agility. Due to your remarkable performance in this training match, you have been awarded a precious enhancement of 3 attribute points, which you may allocate to the abilities you wish to further refine. Be advised, once you have made your selection, it cannot be altered. The coach's voice resonated in your ears. Lou Dondon nodded in acknowledgement. He had encountered this mode once before. After a brief contemplation, he resolutely allocated all his efforts towards enhancing his strength. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Despite his towering stature, he possessed a physical prowess that was incongruous with his appearance, often placing him at a disadvantage when competing for aerial balls against forwards or during defensive maneuvers. It was imperative for him to rectify this deficiency without delay. Your current position is that of a central defender, the coach remarked. In this role, the emphasis lies on physical confrontation. However, you must also bear in mind that while you choose to bolster your strength, it is equally crucial to enhance your speed and footwork. After all, being a central defender does not solely rely on brute force for effective defense. Lou Dondon gently nodded, indicating his understanding. Well, here is your additional reward for this match, a remarkably valuable card. With a pause in his tone, the coach waved his arm, and to the left of Lou Dondon's body, a pitch-black void suddenly revealed a rectangular box emanating an ethereal blue glow. Inside the box were 5 empty slots, with the center shrouded in darkness, subtly radiating a cerulean light. What is it? Lou Dondon inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face. It is a skill card, an exceedingly precious item that can only be obtained as an additional reward through your exceptional performance in each match. What you see now is your card slot, where you can store a total of 5 cards. By loading any card, you will gain the corresponding attributes it provides. The card you have received this time is called Never Give Up, and its attribute grants an increase of 3 stamina points. This means that prior to the match, as long as you load this card, your overall physical condition will be enhanced by an additional 3 points throughout the entire game. Although it is merely a basic level 1 card, it possesses the potential for synthesis and upgrading. If you accumulate enough cards, every 3 can be synthesized into a higher grade card. Should the synthesis succeed, the corresponding attributes will increase. However, if it fails, your card will vanish entirely. Moreover, you must keep in mind, Chapter 94, Tomorrow Begins, Part 2. You can only load 5 cards in total, and these 5 cards must be chosen before the match begins. They cannot be replaced midway. Therefore, you must think carefully before selecting your cards. Of course, this card is currently your only one, so loading it presents no disadvantages. After attentively absorbing the coach's explanation, Lou Dondon curiously asked, "How do I load it?" "Quite simply, by controlling it with your mind," the coach replied. With a wave of his arm, a card shot forth from his palm, transitioning from distant to near, and from large to small, ultimately hovering before Lou Dondon. It resembled a playing card, adorned with the image of a man with his head held high, roaring with determination. His fists clenched tightly. He appeared as if standing on a football field, embodying the boundless spirit of a professional athlete. Lou Dondon, adhering to the methods suggested by his coach, fixed his gaze upon the card before him. In an instant, the card that had hovered in his presence vanished, reappearing in the elongated slot to his left. As he donned the card, he felt an immediate enhancement in his attributes. His stamina surged by 3 points. Behind this numerical transformation, a radiant parenthesis emerged, inscribed with a symbol indicating 3. With that, the day's training reached its conclusion. Until we meet again, the coach's voice resonated. Remember everything you have learned today and engage your mind. On the football field, nothing is immutable. You must understand the importance of playing with intellect, rather than confining yourself to rigid thought patterns. As his words lingered, the coach's figure gradually faded from the sidelines. In the next moment, the entire verdant pitch and the blinding floodlights above began to blur and dissolve from Lou Dondon's sight. The following day, at the youth club, on the lush green turf, a group of players formed a circle, engaged in a game known as circle snatch. This is a prevalent training exercise in football, colloquially referred to as monkeying around. Those unable to seize the ball are left feeling as if they were toyed with like monkeys, exhausted to the point of despair. Currently, it was Lu Dongdong, fresh from last night's training match, who was tasked with retrieving the ball. Initially brimming with confidence and eager to showcase his skills, he stumbled as the morning's formal training session commenced. As a center back, he had allocated all his newly acquired skill points to strength, leaving his speed and agility lacking. His Achilles heel in this game that demanded quick reflexes and nimble anticipation. While his teammates could effortlessly swap out after 4 or 5 minutes of pursuit, he found himself struggling for a full half hour. To alleviate his embarrassment, he had deliberately targeted Li Shengli, who, like him, was a clumsily built player with rudimentary skills. However, to his dismay, Li Shengli proved to be exceedingly clever and adept, effortlessly evading him with each possession and denying him any opportunity to intercept. How infuriating! The towering Lu Dongdong stands out conspicuously within his team, his relentless pursuit of the ball resembling a headless fly careening chaotically about the field, eliciting bursts of laughter from those around him, which further ignites the playful spirit of his teammates. This marks the second day of the club's training match, and most players still harbor a relaxed mindset typical of a holiday. As the newest recruit, he naturally becomes the target of the seasoned players' playful antics, particularly from the swift wingers eager to tease him. The spectators gathered along the sidelines are thoroughly entertained, as if they are witnessing not a mere football training session, but a vibrant street performance. This group of fans has been granted special access, a privilege awarded before the onset of each season, allowing select supporters to engage closely with the players. This initiative not only fosters a positive atmosphere between players and fans, but also showcases the team's strength, signaling that the newly signed foreign players are formidable, and the objective for the season is to achieve greater heights. The ball is deftly passed among the teammates, encircling Lu Dongdong, who, despite his ceaseless running in pursuit of the ball, is unable to seize it. Several times, he nearly manages to catch up, provoking gasps from the surrounding crowd. Yet ultimately, he always misses the ball by mere inches. Initially, each of his failed attempts to secure the ball is met with laughter, even mockery. However, as time progresses, the laughter diminishes, eventually fading into silence. The essence of play derives primarily from the joy it brings, be it happiness, satisfaction, or release. But when the game devolves into a one-sided domination, it loses its flavor. No one delights in tormenting a teammate who is utterly defenseless. Indeed, humanity dictates that one may feel a twinge of cruelty. "That poor lad," one fan remarks, shaking his head in sympathy. What is there to pity? This is almost an annual tradition, a rite of passage for newcomers, albeit one that can feel somewhat humiliating. Another response, "Yes, one must simply adapt. This is professional football, where only those with superior skills can establish themselves, while the less capable inevitably become the jesters of the team." It's a harsh reality. True, but despite his rough technique and slow reactions, I must say his stamina is impressive. After all that running, his legs still seem capable of carrying him, another observes. Indeed, if he maintains such diligence, under Coach Chui's guidance, he is bound to exhibit significant improvement. At the very least, he could become a competent substitute. Coach Chui is renowned as a master of nurturing young talent, provided one can withstand his rigorous training. Laughter echoed as a group of fervent fans engaged in animated discussions, gesturing with excitement under the radiant sun, reveling in the joy that football brings. Yet Lu Dongdong, a participant of the moment, found himself enveloped in a profound sense of discontent, even experiencing a suffocating discomfort. This ordeal had utterly eroded the fragile confidence he had painstakingly built through his recent successes in training. As Coach Ji had remarked, there remained a long journey ahead for him. 20 minutes later, Chui Xianbin, standing at the edge of the field, finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the training session. Along with him, everyone present exhaled deeply, a collective sigh of relief. It was over at last. What had felt like an eternity of nearly an hour spent in a relentless game for possession seemed to stretch on infinitely in their minds. Following the sound of the whistle, Lu Dongdong, who had yet to seize the ball, could no longer endure the weight of his persistence. Chapter 95. Tomorrow begins. Part 2. Lu Dongdong, utterly exhausted, collapsed on his knees on the training ground, gasping for breath. Lu Dongdong felt humiliated. his fists clenched tightly as he pounded the grass with fervor, incessantly berating himself in his mind. It was truly embarrassing. It was utterly disgraceful. Just moments ago, there were several balls he could have intercepted effortlessly, yet he failed to do so. Was it merely a disparity in skill? One by one, his teammates passed by, occasionally offering a sympathetic pat on his head or shoulder. You did well. Although your performance wasn't stellar, your unwavering spirit surely must have touched all the players. The central figure of the team, Che Zai, extended his arm and gently patted Lu Dongdong on the shoulder. Kuai Xiao, who had engaged in a full 10 rounds of sparring with him the previous day, also offered a warm smile. Only the golden-haired winger, with a mocking expression, shook his head derisively. In hushed tones, he uttered some unkind words to a few teammates, prompting a fit of laughter. Naturally, these remarks were far from complimentary. Don't take it too much to heart. That's just his nature. However, if you spend enough time with him, you'll realize he bears no malice towards anyone in the team. Che Zai remarked lightly, casting a deep glance at Lu Dongdong before following the crowd towards the sidelines. Lu Dongdong. After all the players had departed, Choi Hyunbin approached Lu Dongdong, observing the boy drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, feeling a sense of helplessness within. He was well aware of everything that had transpired on the training field. Lu Dongdong's recent performance has revealed numerous shortcomings. His movements are clumsy and his speed is lacking. The only advantage he possesses is his commendable stamina, allowing him to run back and forth tirelessly, never yielding to the laughter of his teammates. However, these attributes are woefully inadequate for the aspirations of becoming an official player in the youth team, to the extent that he might not even qualify to serve as a water cooler attendant. If Lu Dongdong were merely 13 or 14 years old, I am confident that Choi Hyunbin could recognize his potential and, through diligence and determination, assist him in achieving rapid growth. Yet, now at the age of 19, his playing style has solidified, and his entrenched habits cannot be easily altered through mere targeted training. Moreover, Lu Dongdong currently faces a significant dilemma. Coach Choi Seju harbors no fondness for him, and his departure from the team could occur at any moment. Choi Hyunbin felt somewhat hesitant to speak. He was reluctant to utter words that might hurt another. Coach Choi, Lu Dongdong exclaimed respectfully as he rose from the ground. I have a general understanding of your situation. You have 1 month left before the training assessment at the end of the month. Your abilities differ significantly from those of most players, so I would like to dedicate this month to working with you individually. What are your thoughts? Choi Hyunbin said calmly. Coach Choi Seju's perceptions of Lu Dongdong are deeply entrenched. He is currently too preoccupied with transfers and club matters to directly advise Lu Dongdong to leave. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Lu Dongdong is likely to depart the team soon. Choi Hyunbin sees the young man before him as exceptionally diligent, despite the somewhat disreputable manner in which he gained entry into the youth team. Nevertheless, he is merely a young player. Choi Hyunbin hopes to conduct private lessons with Lu Dongdong, imparting some of his extensive training experiences to help address his weaknesses. While this may not secure Lu Dongdong's place in the youth team, it will undoubtedly benefit him if he moves on to play elsewhere. In truth, this matter is not his concern. As someone who has traversed the path of football, he wishes to bestow upon Lu Dongdong the invaluable gift of experience. Football is a passion he holds dearly, and he hopes every young Korean can develop a love for the sport. Upon hearing Choi Hyunbin's words, Lu Dongdong nodded without hesitation. The current training model in Korea is modeled after the established clubs in Europe, and having heard club staff speak privately, he knows that Coach Choi Hyunbin has returned from abroad, bringing with him a wealth of advanced training experience. Such an opportunity is one he would not dare to overlook. And he fully comprehends that the observations made by Choi Hyunbin are entirely accurate. He is indeed at a considerable technical disadvantage compared to a significant portion of his teammates. Just as in the earlier game of seizing the ball, this belief persists. It will only render one a subject of ridicule, exhausting one to the point of resembling a dog, without enhancing any of his shortcomings. However, should Choi Hyunbin provide personalized guidance, coupled with nightly training at the Green Camp field, he possesses an unwavering confidence that may allow him to excel in the upcoming trial evaluation at the end of the month. This time, failure is not an option. For the sake of his parents' hopes and his own future, he must bravely persevere. He is determined to remain in the youth team and embark upon a new chapter in the K2 League. I have a general understanding of your technical characteristics. Are there specific areas you wish to focus on for improvement? Inkvila Choi Hyunbin. While Lu Dongdong scratched his head and replied, Assistant Coach Choi, to be candid, I believe that aside from my stamina, which does not lag too far behind other players, I fall significantly short in other aspects. If possible. What I mean is, as long as it does not inconvenience you, I hope you could provide comprehensive technical guidance. This includes defense, positioning, and anticipating weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Choi Hyun-bin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Dong would audaciously make such a request. Right, you are merely a substitute. Essentially asking for formal lessons. Coach Choi, was my request too excessive? Lu Dong continued. If you find my words inappropriate, feel free to disregard them entirely. My sole aim is to enhance specific skills. I have one essential requirement. I must pass the trial evaluation at the end of the month. I absolutely cannot afford to fail. Why? Choi Hyun-bin inquired, his expression shifting to one of earnest curiosity. Because playing football is my dream. If I cannot become an official member of the youth club, my professional career may come to a definitive halt here. I do not wish for my dream to slip away like this. Chapter 96. Shocking News, Part 1. Thus, in order to successfully pass the assessment at the month's end, I am willing to endure various rigorous trainings and face any challenges. No matter how daunting the difficulties may be, I will overcome them, Lu Dong stated with utmost seriousness. Lu Dong. Choi Hyun-bin found himself at a loss for words. He could not simply tell him that no matter how hard he tried, or how resolute his determination, he would never become an official player of the youth club. This was a stipulation from head coach Choi Se-ju, who could not tolerate players who entered through nepotism. The morning training match concluded as scheduled. A group of team members, drenched in sweat, made their way towards the locker room, engaging in lively discussions about the delectable offerings of the club's cafeteria at noon. Choi Hyun-bin, preferring to linger at the back of the crowd, exchanged a few words before heading directly to the office building of their club staff. He took the elevator straight to the 4th floor. Arriving at the office of the head coach, Choi Suk-ju, knock, knock, knock. He gently tapped on the door before entering the room, only to find Choi Suk-ju on a phone call. Choi Suk-ju raised his arm in a gesture to silence him, pressing the receiver to his ear as he patiently awaited the response from the other end. A few moments later, the call connected. Hello, is this Miss Jang Ura's office? This is Choi Suk-ju, the head coach of the youth club. I would like to schedule a time to meet with Miss Jang at her earliest convenience. He fixed his gaze on Choi Hyun-bin as he spoke. A faint smile of resignation crossed Choi Hyun-bin's face, although he had anticipated the decisive nature of Choi Suk-ju, leading to the swift removal of Yu Dong from the team. He had not expected it to occur so soon. If Miss Jang Ura was available this afternoon, given Choi Suk-ju's character, he would undoubtedly rush over, unless she forcefully declined the meeting. Consequently, Yu Dong's departure could very well transpire tomorrow, or even today. His thoughts drifted back to the conversation he had just had with Yu Dong. Would it lead to misunderstandings, making Yu Dong believe he was intentionally mocking him? Even if Yu Dong did not misinterpret his intentions, Choi Hyun-bin's well-meaning words would ultimately be in vain, as there was simply no time to act upon them. Indeed, throughout life, many events lie beyond human control. Choi Hyun-bin silently observed Choi Suk-ju. In the next moment, he witnessed the latter's exasperated expression as he uttered a brief thank you before abruptly hanging up the phone. Could there be a turn of events? Choi Hyun-bin pondered in his mind. Coach Choi, is there an issue on Miss Jang Ura's side? He inquired cautiously, his mind racing to devise a strategy to persuade the stubborn Choi Suk-ju in the face of Miss Jang Ura's firm refusal. Regardless of one's renown or prowess, one must remember that they're ultimately drawing a salary from others. Those who possess wealth, managing such a large football club, are not merely pursuing dreams. While a small fraction might genuinely wish to contribute to the advancement of national football, as businessmen, they will never prioritize the suggestions of a head coach if it risks displeasing their commercial partners. Moreover, Choi Suk-ju had merely arranged for a player to enter the team through backdoor means. He could easily replace the entire roster with underperforming players. It was hardly a significant matter for him. It all depends on his willingness. In an instant, numerous possibilities flashed through Choi Hyun-bin's mind. Miss Jang Ura had urgent business and had already flown abroad, not to return for a week. The last time I called, his office secretary mentioned that Miss Jang Ura was available in the afternoon. Choi Se-ju remarked in a tone tinged with mild displeasure. So that's how it is. A smile involuntarily crept across Choi Hyun-bin's face, his previously anxious heart now at ease. You seem rather pleased that Miss Jang Ura is not in the country, Choi Se-ju said, suddenly lifting his head to fix his gaze upon Choi Hyun-bin's eyes. Not at all. I simply feel a flicker of joy for Yu Dong. After all, he can remain at the club for an additional week. Pausing for a moment, Choi Hyun-bin continued earnestly. I am indifferent to his presence or absence and acknowledge that, in certain respects, he does indeed have shortcomings. Yet he is merely 19 years old and possesses a passion for football. Being at our club for an extended period can only serve to benefit his future career. As he spoke, he contemplated how this week could provide ample opportunity to assist Yu Dongdong in enhancing his skills and addressing his deficiencies. If you persist in this attitude, I believe you are better suited for the youth team rather than a professional football club. Here, we do not concern ourselves with the age of the players. We prioritize commercial value. Ideally, a solution that satisfies both parties would be the most prudent course. However, reality often presents its own challenges. Choi Se-ju stood up and turned to gaze out the window, surveying the vast club grounds and various facilities. It is understandable that businessmen pursue profit, but we, after all, hail from a background as players and understand the immense effort required to become a professional footballer and the multitude of challenges one must face. Therefore, I shall adhere to my beliefs and offer appropriate assistance and support within my limited capacity. Choi Hyun-bin stated with unwavering resolve. Every time I share these thoughts with you, they never seem to resonate. Perhaps I am too obstinate. Had you been receptive, we wouldn't be having this conversation now. Choi Seho Said lightly, a peculiar smile curving his lips. Coach Choi, are you not the same? In certain respects, you are even more steadfast in your opinions than I am. Otherwise, with your ambitions, why would you choose to coach a K2 league team? You little rascal, you really show no mercy. Do not forget that within the club, I am your superior. Coach Choi, I'm always aware of that. I merely wish to express a principle. In this life, everyone pursues their own aspirations. Just because others may not understand does not make it erroneous. A light-hearted banter ensued between the elder and the younger. Suddenly, Choi Se-ju turned away from the window and strode briskly toward the door. Coach Choi, are you off to have a meal? Choi Hyun-bin followed suit, taking a step forward. Meals are certainly essential. Chapter 97, Shocking News, Part 2. It was now midday. A meal was undoubtedly necessary. However, before dining, there was a task I needed to complete. Choi Se-ju turned around, his expression impassive as he regarded Choi Hyun-bin, stating, I must send the player, who does not belong to the team, back home. With those words, he extended his arm and grasped the oval doorknob. Coach Choi, do you intend to confront Lu Dongdong now and demand his immediate departure from the team? Choi Hyun-bin paused momentarily, then quickly reached out, seizing Choi Se-ju's arm. Choi Se-ju glanced back, aware of the impetuousness of Choi Hyun-bin, who hastily withdrew his hand. Assistant Coach Choi, I comprehend your feelings and your thoughts. However, just as you mentioned earlier, in life, each individual has their own aspirations. It matters not whether others understand. What is paramount is that one believes in their convictions. The youth team is a professional squad in the K2 League, and every player who enters this realm has done so through their own relentless effort and perseverance. Beyond mere opportunity and favorable impressions, they must possess the requisite skills. Lu Dongdong's performance in various aspects is simply inadequate. To be candid, I once considered granting him a chance. However, the facts are evident. On the field, after being outmaneuvered by an opponent, he stood idly by, oblivious to the need to pursue, merely gazing at the spectators outside. Did he think this was a street match? Would his dismal performance elicit laughter and ridicule from the audience? He lacks even the fundamental qualities necessary to be a professional player, and I cannot tolerate such an individual remaining in my team. With a swift declaration, the head coach raised his arm, speaking with a tone that brooked no argument. My decision is resolute. There is no need for further persuasion. Take the time to rest, enjoy a delightful lunch, and contemplate the training regimen you will devise for all the players this afternoon. You must always remember that you are now an assistant coach of the youth team. Your concerns and responsibilities should lie with the players currently on your team, not with one who is about to depart. Having spoken, Choi Se-ju opened the door without hesitation and stepped outside. The sound of footsteps echoed, thud, 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 as he briskly approached the elevator, arms hanging by his sides, quietly awaiting its arrival. Choi Hyun-bin stood at the entrance of the head coach's office, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning, his head bowed in silence. In that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within him, stirring anger and frustration, compelling him to clench his fists until they cracked. After a while, he gradually released his grip and lifted his head, for there were indeed many matters beyond his control. He may feel anger and dissatisfaction, yet he has but one course of action: to choose acceptance. Choi Hyun-bin took a deep breath and stepped out of the head coach's office. Standing at the opposite end, Choi Suk-ju immediately turned to look their gazes locking in an emotionless exchange. Everything that had transpired moments ago felt as though it had never occurred at all. "Please close the door. The elevator has arrived," Choi Suk-ju remarked. As his words resonated, a chime sounded, and the long-awaited elevator finally arrived, its iron doors slowly parting. Choi Suk-ju lifted his foot and stepped inside. Choi Hyun-bin extended his arm, grasping the oval door handle, and gently pulled the door. Just as the door was about to close, a jarring ringtone suddenly pierced the silence, incessantly ringing. It emanated from Choi Suk-ju's office. Choi Suk-ju, having heard the sound, quickly stepped out. Choi Hyun-bin, standing at the threshold, willingly pushed the door open and silently observed as Choi Suk-ju approached his desk and picked up the phone. Once the call connected, Choi Suk-ju placed it to his ear and simply uttered a greeting. He did not speak much, but furrowed his brow, listening intently. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. With a sharp click, he hung up the phone and hurriedly exited the room. He dashed towards the elevator doors, repeatedly pressing the button. A foreboding feeling gripped Choi Hyun-bin, prompting him to rush forward and anxiously inquire, "Coach Choi, what on earth has happened?" Lee Dong-jae was involved in a car accident on his way back to the club today. Due to internal bleeding in the emergency room, he has unfortunately passed away. Choi Suk-ju replied, his impatience evident as he hastily pressed the elevator button. The usually composed head coach's countenance turned gravely serious in that moment. Upon hearing those words, Choi Hyun-bin was equally stunned, his mind blank, unable to believe the reality of the situation. Lee Dong-jae, like On Ki-hyun, was a key central defender for the team. Having been on holiday abroad with his girlfriend, he had not returned to the team for several days. Who could have imagined that this player, only 28 years old, who had exchanged messages with him just the night before, would meet such a tragic end today in a car accident? Life is indeed unpredictable. One can never foresee whether misfortune or tomorrow will arrive first. With a crisp chime, the elevator arrived once again at the 4th floor. Choi Shi-chao and Choi Shin-ming exchanged no words, hastily entering the elevator and swiftly closing the doors behind them. At 1 p.m., in the office of the club's general manager, a man clad in a loose-fitting suit with a slightly balding head sat on the sofa, a cigarette emitting wisps of smoke between his fingers. His forehead creased in a furrow of deep concern. Opposite him sat Choi Shi-zhao and Choi Shin-bin, each wearing a troubled expression. "What are we to do? What shall we do?" The balding man continued to smoke, his lips murmuring incessantly. The ashtray on the coffee table was already filled with several cigarette butts. Choi Shin-bin glanced at the man, then at Choi Shi-zhao beside him, and quietly interjected, "Manager Wu, I personally believe that the event has transpired. Overthinking is futile. What we must do now is confront reality." "Confront reality, indeed. I am fully aware of that," Manager Wu snapped, raising his head irritably. "But now, with the season opener approaching, we have less than a month. Lee Dong-jae is the backbone of our team. With his sudden departure, what shall we do in the league? Losing a central defender, who is the pillar of the team, effectively turns us into a team that others can easily score against." Chapter 98. Wo's Choi Shin-bin was left speechless. At this moment, with Lee Dong-jae's unexpected passing, the club's manager failed to offer a single word of comfort and instead expressed only concern for the team's future performance in the league. Such a demeanor, if witnessed by the current players, would surely leave them feeling disheartened. He opened his mouth to counter Manager Wu, thinking it truly unfeeling to disregard human compassion. Kui Shikao, sensing Choi Xuanbin's intention, raised his hand before he could speak. Addressing the troubled Manager Wu, "Manager Wu, Assistant Coach Choi is right. What has happened cannot be changed. And grievances will not help us now. We must consider how to compensate for Lee Dong-jae's absence. Who can fill the void in our defense? Are there any outstanding players among the main substitutes who could take his place?" Manager Wu, now intrigued, nodded and took a deep drag on a cigarette. "There are none," Choi Shi-zhao replied decisively, shaking his head. "In our team, Lee Dong-jae and Chi Xuan have long been our unwavering starting central defenders. Though our 3 substitute players possess their own abilities, they are not equipped for the rigors of an entire season. Especially considering the established synergy between Lee Dong-jae and Chi Xuan, finding a temporary replacement will not replicate their previous level of understanding. Is Ola not an option? Prior to the transfer, Lee Dong had been a central defender alongside Chi Xuan, and I recall his performance was consistently commendable. Olan's playing style is indeed quite stable, facilitating effective collaboration without any concerns. However, he is now 34 years old, and this season we must contend not only with league matches but also with cup competitions. Given his physical condition, it is unrealistic to expect him to sustain the rigors of an entire league season, let alone engage in battles on two fronts. Manager Wu's eyes widened as he inquired, "What about the new players we recruited this season? How capable are they? Are there any suitable substitutes?" Cui Shizhao shook his head, stating, "This season, our budget is limited and we primarily bolstered the midfield and forward positions. Had it not been for the incident involving Li Dong, our current defensive line would have been entirely competent to handle the season. Thus, most of our selections this season have been young defenders. Their abilities may not suffice to serve as qualified substitutes. What should we do? What should we do? A team lacking a solid central defensive foundation, no matter how harmonious the collaboration in the forward and midfield positions, cannot compensate for the goals conceded. It is unlikely to achieve a fortunate outcome of 4, 3, or 5, 4 in every match." Manager Wu scratched his head vigorously, nearly graying with worry. "Manager Wu, there's no need to be overly anxious. Did you not mention that there's still nearly a month until the opening match? The winter transfer window has not yet closed. I merely need to take advantage of this time to find a suitable central defender in the transfer market who aligns with the team's playing style," interjected Cui Haiyanbin, who had been observing quietly. Although he disapproved of Manager Wu's demeanor, he was nonetheless the assistant coach, tasked with monitoring the transfer market and potential players. It was imperative to offer professional advice when the team was in need. Upon hearing these words, Manager Wu's expression remained devoid of joy as he shook his head, responding, "While that is certainly true, the transfer window will close in just a few days. Finding a player who not only fits our team style, but also possesses the requisite skills within such a brief time frame is no simple task. If the player acquired later lacks sufficient ability, it would squander both time and resources. It would be more prudent to rotate 3 main substitutes instead. Manager Wu, do not be so pessimistic. While your reasoning is indeed valid, do not forget that our coaching staff has been closely monitoring several central defenders." "You have?" Manager Wu's head shot up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Are you implying that you already have a suitable candidate?" As he spoke, he glanced at Cui Shizhao, along with Cui Haiyanbin, did not nod in affirmation. Cui Haiyanbin replied, "Given the sudden nature of the situation with Li Dong, we do not currently have any candidates on hand. However, our coaching staff has always maintained a list of observed players, among whom are several defenders who would be quite suitable for our team." "Yet, what is it?" Manager Wu inquired anxiously. Cui Haiyanbin glanced at Choi Se-ju and, while observing Manager Wu's expression, replied, "A considerable portion of these players has been designated as non-transferable assets for their respective clubs. Whether we can negotiate their release remains uncertain. And there are a few whose prices are rather exorbitant, likely exceeding our budget for this season." Manager Wu rolled his eyes in exasperation, stating, "Assistant Choi, your words are as good as saying nothing at all. I have already made the club's budget clear to you at the onset of the transfer period. The current financial allocation from above is limited. Should we exceed it significantly, I would be unable to justify it to the higher-ups. Please do not complicate my position further." Manager Wu spoke swiftly. Although his gaze was fixed on Cui Haiyanbin, his peripheral vision continuously darted towards Choi Se-ju. It is evident that those who ascend to the role of a club's general manager possess a keen perception, adept at reading situations and discerning intentions. They can readily conclude that Choi Haiyanbin's statement was likely influenced by external pressures. "Manager Wu, both Choi Coach and I understand your predicament. However, the current circumstances are beyond our collective expectations. You yourself have just stated that if we take the field with this lineup, we will undoubtedly suffer grievous defeats at the hands of our opponents. How then can we explain such outcomes to those above us? Moreover, this season, we have already invested substantial funds in acquiring midfield and forward players. To abandon this now would render all prior investments futile," Choi Haiyanbin asserted earnestly, though inwardly he reveled in his own cunning. A graduate of a prestigious institution in Luxembourg, he was, despite being merely an assistant coach, of exceptional intellect. Having been with the team for 3 years, he had thoroughly discerned Manager Wu's character from their very first encounter. Chapter 99. Racing against time, he was absolutely confident that his words would compel Manager Wu to acquiesce. The success of a club is not solely the responsibility of the coaching staff. It is intrinsically linked to the general manager as well. When all parties thrive, harmony prevails. When one falters, all suffer. This, Assistant Choi, are you not presenting me with a dilemma? Our budget for this year is entirely exhausted. I am currently preparing a report for Shantao, and there will certainly be discontent." Manager Wu displayed a troubled expression, taking another deep drag from his cigarette. "Manager Wu, It is universally disliked for others to bear the financial burden. Yet the reality is evident before us. If we do not act swiftly, we are destined for a disastrous defeat. In comparison to the current situation, the complaints we may face will seem trivial. Our coaching staff, and you may even face questions regarding our capabilities. Which of these concerns do you deem more pressing? Cui Xianbin spoke candidly, his gaze fixed firmly on Manager Wu. Cui Shizhao sat upright, his hands resting on his knees, his eyes wandering to the window, as if the events unfolding before him were of no concern. Well, this, Manager Wu said, scratching his thinning hair in frustration, Assistant Cui, Coach Cui, you both have been solely focused on the players' training, seemingly neglecting the club's circumstances. The company above has appointed a new leader, Miss Zhang Yula, the daughter of the chairman, who now holds full authority. With a new leader comes a wave of scrutiny. If we speak out of turn, there will certainly be those who accuse us of squandering funds on our team. Manager Wu, I have heard about Miss Zhang's appointment before, and I have also learned of her exceptional capabilities. Since taking office, although her management has been strict, there have been no issues in her oversight. This proves she is receptive to constructive dialogue. As long as our actions are justified, regardless of what others may say, I firmly believe Miss Zhang will understand our position. Cui Xianbin articulated with conviction. Moreover, Manager Wu, the very reason the upper management established this club was to ensure we achieve commendable results in the league. We are diligently working towards that goal. The situation regarding Li Dongzai was merely an unfortunate incident that no one wished to encounter. If it becomes known that we possess the capability and time to make amends, yet fail to do so, resulting in the team's poor performance, it would signify a grave error in our duties. Comparatively, facing criticism pales in severity against the ramifications of such negligence for both you and Coach Cui. Manager Wu continued to tug at his hair, deep in contemplation. Manager Wu, assistant coach, is absolutely right. As the general manager and head coach of the team, our primary concern should be the team's performance. Li Dongzai's absence will undoubtedly have a significant impact on our defense. If we do not act swiftly while time permits, we risk the team's performance plummeting. This would be a complete dereliction of duty on our part, Cui Shizhao stated solemnly, peering through his bright lenses at Manager Wu. Of course, as part of the coaching staff, we are merely here to offer our suggestions. The final decision rests in your hands. Regardless of your choice, we will support you. However, I must also be frank. Should complications arise, I will inform you candidly. I wish to convey this to you up front, hoping for your understanding should that time come. Coach Cui, how can you say such a thing? We are together in this. Naturally, we are a family, united in our endeavors, Manager Wu lamented. Cui Shizhao remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze back to the window, seemingly captivated by the beautiful scenery outside. Manager Wu, it is almost 2 o'clock, he remarked. If you are still unable to make a decision, Coach Cui and I will take our leave as we have to prepare for the team's afternoon training session, with Li Dongzai no longer with us. In an effort to preserve the team's performance and avoid a dismal outcome, Coach Cui and I must strive to enhance the defensive capabilities of each player. We can only hope that they will excel in every match, aiming to keep our average goals conceded to below 2 per game, Cui Xianbin remarked. With that, he made a gesture to rise. Wait, don't be in such a hurry. There is still nearly half an hour until 2 o'clock, Manager Wu said, glancing up at the clock on the wall. After much hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to ask, Coach Cui, please give me a clear understanding. If we were to proceed with acquiring a competent center back, what would be the estimated expenditure? Turning away from the window, Cui Seju adjusted his glasses and replied coolly, approximately 30 to 50 million Korean won. What? Is it really that much? Manager Wu gasped, his mouth agape. Why such an exorbitant amount? For that price, one could acquire a key player from the K1 League. Are you afraid I might restrict your budget, hence asking for such a steep price? Cui Seju narrowed his eyes slightly, but remained silent. Sensing the tension, Cui Xianbin, sitting nearby, compassionately interjected, Manager Wu, although our youth club is merely a K2 League team, our overall strength undeniably rivals that of the mid to lower tier teams in the K1 League. Naturally, any player we wish to acquire must possess corresponding capabilities. When the quality is sufficient, the price will inevitably be high. Moreover, the transfer window is nearing its closure. Most teams have already completed or are close to finalizing their transfers. If we act recklessly now, we will have to pay a premium to persuade other teams to part with their players. If the price were identical to usual, would you agree to let a key player from your team transfer? Your argument holds merit, yet 30 to 50 million Korean won is not a trivial sum. If I were to immediately request this amount from headquarters, there would surely be gossip. You know well that this group of individuals always hopes we can stretch a single one into two, Manager Wu lamented. Manager Wu, Felix Suabin Smeedit. Only to be interrupted by Choi Se-ju raising his arm. He stated, Manager Wu, we have already provided you with a comprehensive overview of the various circumstances and potential consequences. If you continue to waver and cannot make a decision, there seems little point in prolonging this discussion. Rather than staring blankly and wasting time, it would be more prudent for our coaching staff to contemplate the formation and tactics we should implement this season to avoid a dismal performance. In a single sentence, it was added, now, just give me a straightforward answer. Should we consider acquiring new players this season in the absence of Li Dong? Choi Se-jo stared intently at Manager Wu, awaiting his decision. Choi Hyun-bin remained silent, his face twitching slightly as he forced a stern expression. It was almost certain that, given Manager Wu's timid and risk-averse nature, the acquisition of new players had already become a foregone conclusion. Indeed, after a considerable pause, Manager Wu, after grappling with his internal conflict, finally gritted his teeth and made a decisive gesture. By players, let us do it immediately. He raised his gaze to Choi Hyun-bin and Choi Se-jo, stating, exceeding the budget is far preferable to languishing at the bottom of the league. However, Coach Choi, could you provide a precise figure for this budget, or at least impose some strict controls? For instance, would 30 million Korean won suffice? Upon hearing this, Choi Hyun-bin felt a chuckle rising, but managed to suppress it. Choi Se-jo, with a stoic expression, responded, Manager Wu, the transfer market is not a bazaar where one can haggle. Moreover, with only a few days remaining, whether we can secure a suitable player remains uncertain. If our budget falls short and the transfer window closes, even if we later muster more funds, it would be futile. We must act decisively while we still have time to effect change. Yes, that's correct. Very well. I shall make a trip to the headquarters this afternoon to secure this funding today, Manager Wu replied through clenched teeth. And Choi Hyun-bin promptly followed suit. Choi Se-jo declared, the decision has been made. Let us return to the office and commence the transfer arrangements. Every minute we delay is a minute lost. We must race against time and seize every moment. During this period, I will personally observe the players on the list. If any issues arise, please contact me directly or communicate with Assistant Choi. With that, Choi Se-jo turned and departed. Choi Hyun-bin bowed to Manager Wu and hurried after him. Manager Wu watched the two leave, took a deep drag from his cigarette, then rose and moved to his desk, swiftly dialing a number. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a long whistle sounded, and a group of players, laughing and chatting at the edge of the field, began to gather from all directions. Choi Hyun-bin removed the whistle from his mouth, and, after all the players had registered, he said with a serious expression, before we commence this afternoon's training, I must convey some very distressing news. We received a call from Li Dong's mother earlier today. Unfortunately, Li Dong was involved in a car accident on his way back to the club and has tragically passed away. What? Upon hearing these words, the players, standing rigidly, were left utterly astounded. The initially tranquil atmosphere erupted like a boiling pot, swiftly transforming into chaos. Players began to voice their concerns, seeking confirmation from Choi Hyun-bin regarding the veracity of the news. Choi Hyun-bin raised his hand to quell the murmurs among the somber group of players, his expression grave as he spoke. I am aware of this news, while many, like myself, may feel an overwhelming sense of sorrow. I urge everyone to momentarily set aside their emotions. The reality has transpired, and we cannot alter the past. However, our training and matches must continue. Pausing for emphasis, he continued, Coach Choi and Manager Wu have already gone to the hospital to console Li Dongjae's parents. For the time being, Coach Choi will not be at the training facility. Due to Li Dongjae's absence, we must secure a central defender in the transfer market before the winter window closes. Therefore, I hope everyone will cooperate with my efforts during this period. With a firm clap of his hands, Choi Hyun-bin declared, let us focus. In 15 minutes, our practice match will proceed as scheduled. With that, he blew his whistle forcefully. The players scattered immediately. Although Li Dongjae was their close comrade and his passing was a shocking event, they were, after all, professional athletes. As professionals, they must always remain cognizant of their responsibilities and obligations. Team, after today's match, shall we visit the hospital together? Suggested Choi Jae-soo. As several players followed him to the side where a stark black and white ball lay quietly on the grass, untouched. The players exchanged glances, and Choi Jae-soo stated, Li Dongjae was our friend. It is only right that we pay our respects to his parents. After today's training, let's make the trip. However, we must not delay too long, as the season opener is approaching, and we must be fully prepared. On the day of Li Dongjie's funeral, we will collectively request leave from the coach to pay our tributes. A group of players nodded in agreement, and under Choi Jace's guidance, they began to juggle the ball. Warming up before the practice match. 15 minutes later, the routine afternoon training match commenced as scheduled. This time, as on the previous day, the teams were divided into the blue team and the green team. Team A comprised key players from the youth squad, including the midfield linchpin Choi Jae-soo, defensive stalwart on Ki Hyun, speedy winger, and forward on Jin Soo. Team B was led by Kwang Gu, consisting of substitutes and other players from the youth squad. Lu Dongdong, in accordance with Choi Xiaobin's instructions from the morning, refrained from participating in the training session and was summoned to a secluded corner of the field. To his surprise, he found that his former defensive partner, Li Shengli, had accompanied him. Do not be alarmed, Choi Xiaobin addressed them. The reason for calling you both here is the same. You both possess towering physiques, yet lack physicality, speed, and your technical skills remain rather rudimentary. I hope my efforts will assist you in rectifying some shortcomings and enhancing your abilities. Chapter 101. An impressive resume. Choi Xiaobin stood before the two. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli exchanged a glance, each revealing a bittersweet smile. Although the words spoken by Choi Xiaobin were undeniably true, being addressed so directly in front of others left them, as young men, feeling somewhat exposed. I tend to speak quite candidly on the training ground, so please do not harbor any resentment towards my previous remarks. My intention is merely to ensure that you both clearly recognize the various shortcomings you possess. Furthermore, during the upcoming training sessions, I expect each of you to remain entirely focused. Do not let me repeat a point more than once. Do you understand? Choi Xiaobin declared emphatically. Understood. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli responded in unison, hands clasped behind their backs. I can't hear you. Speak louder. Understood. Still can't hear. A bit louder, please. Understood. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli nearly shouted the words in a fervent chorus. This time, Choi Xiaobin finally nodded with satisfaction. He stood with his hands clasped behind him and circled around the two of them. You both heard the news earlier. Coach Choi intends to secure a competent center back before the transfer window closes to fill the position vacated by Li Dongzai. However, as the transfer window approaches its conclusion, and with most clubs having finalized their dealings, it remains uncertain whether he will be able to acquire a suitable candidate. Hence, this is an invaluable opportunity. Standing before the tall Li Shengli, Choi Xiaobin spoke deliberately. Although the passing of Li Dongzai is indeed a sorrowful event for all, it presents an extraordinary opportunity for you as substitutes. Not all newcomers are adept at adapting within a team. A coach highly values players who can collaborate seamlessly with their teammates and execute tactical strategies. If you strive diligently, there's a possibility that you might ascend to a primary substitute role or even leap into the position of a starting defender. As they listened, a surge of fervor ignited within Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli. Indeed, Choi Xiaobin's words rang true. The news of Li Dongzai's untimely demise represented a significant loss for the team and the club, and it was undoubtedly a painful experience for most players. Yet for them, as substitutes, it meant the absence of a formidable competitor. Even if they could not directly replace him as a starting defender, they could at least take a significant step forward on the path to becoming key substitutes. Choi Xiaobin turned his gaze towards the increasingly intense match unfolding on the field and remarked, in the youth team, and Chi Xuan is an unwavering starting defender. However, the other three substitutes, despite their unique abilities, share one commonality. They are all somewhat older. This season, we face not only the league, but also cup competitions. Given their physical capabilities, it is utterly implausible for the three of them to manage a dual-front battle. Turning back, he fixed his gaze upon the tall and upright figure of Li Shengli, expressing his hopes with the words, "As long as you endeavor and continually surpass your limits, there will undoubtedly be a chance for you to catch Coach Chui's attention, subsequently earning a place on the 22-man roster, representing the youth team in your inaugural official match." Li Shengli stood tall, nodding vigorously with determination. Beside him, Lu Dongdong mirrored the gesture, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. Observing this, Choi Xiaobin displayed a fleeting look of surprise, quickly replaced by a bittersweet smile. It was evident that Lu Dongdong had misconstrued his words, believing that what he conveyed to Li Shengli was equally applicable to him. However, having spoken, he could not directly inform Lu Dongdong that his previous remarks were not intended for him, as his departure from the team was inevitable. The only reason he remained part of the squad was due to the sudden passing of Dongzi, leaving Coach Chui with no time to attend to his affairs. Sighing inwardly, Chui Xianbin took a few steps back, then addressed the two. Well, let us commence our formal training this afternoon. Before we begin, I would like to impart some theoretical knowledge. Such theoretical guidance is virtually non-existent among local teams in Korea. Many coaches and coaching staffs solely prioritize practical match confrontations, whereas this type of theory has become entirely prevalent throughout Europe. Football is never merely reliant on physical prowess. The most crucial element lies in engaging your intellect. Chui Xianbin raised a finger, tapping it emphatically against his head as he continued. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. I am 33 years old, a graduate of the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, where I studied football management and performance. After graduation, I immediately took a position in Eindhoven, serving for 4 years as an assistant in the youth training department. Subsequently, I followed the esteemed coach Van Basten to another formidable team in the Eredivisie, Ajax, where I also held the role of assistant for the youth team. In 2014, I returned to my homeland and became an assistant coach for the South Korean youth team. In 2016, I joined the youth team of Chonggun and have remained in that position ever since. Upon hearing the words of Choi Hyun-bin, Lu Dongdong and Li Sheng felt a profound respect, their admiration growing deeper. They were utterly astonished to learn that the individual before them, Choi Hyun-bin, had previously served at the illustrious clubs of PSV Eindhoven and Ajax. Although he was involved solely with the youth teams, these world-class clubs, particularly in the Eredivisie, are renowned for their unparalleled youth training standards. If they could receive guidance from Choi Hyun-bin, their skills would undoubtedly see significant enhancement. Listening to the fervent Lu Dongdong instinctively clench his fists, he resolved that regardless of the challenges presented by Choi Hyun-bin's training assignments, he would persevere and complete them with unwavering determination. I must clarify that the theoretical knowledge I will share may seem somewhat dry, Choi Hyun-bin stated. However, I have taken the liberty of organizing my thoughts and will endeavor to select vivid expressions. I hope you can listen with patience. Understood, Assistant Choi. Lu Dongdong and Li Sheng nodded earnestly in response. Choi Hyun-bin cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. It is widely acknowledged that the pinnacle of world football resides in Europe. The top tier consists of 5 major leagues: the Premier League, La Liga, the Bundesliga, Serie A, and the Eredivisie. These leagues encompass nearly all of the globe's football stars and have developed distinct styles reflective of their respective team dynamics. Among these, the Premier League is currently recognized as the highest level of competition and garners the greatest global attention. The allure of the Premier League, attracting countless fans, is intricately linked to its intense and vigorous style of play. It is well known that modern football emphasizes a fast-paced, all-encompassing approach. Yet, when one thinks of the Premier League, traditional English football is often evoked. This style is characterized by long passes and aerial balls, utilizing a towering center forward whose exceptional individual ability and physical prowess resemble a tank, bulldozing through the opponent's defense and leaving their goal exposed to relentless attacks. This approach is straightforward, brutal, and remarkably effective. Even today, many teams continue to embrace this style. Certain teams that focus on alternative strategies may resort to this extreme attacking method when opportunities are scarce, often yielding remarkable results. Lu Dongdong and Li Sheng listen intently, nodding vigorously. England has always been renowned for producing strikers, particularly towering forwards who have become legendary. Among them, the likes of Alan Shearer, who made his mark at Newcastle, and more recent stalwarts such as Didier Drogba and Hernan Crespo have left an indelible mark on the game. These players share a remarkable trait. They possess formidable physical prowess, exuding immense strength akin to a javelin that pierces through the opposition's defense, leaving no one capable of resisting their advance. It is no exaggeration to assert that these adversaries are the bane of every center back or those who play in defensive roles. Among the towering forwards, my personal favorite is undoubtedly Didier Drogba. This African colossus from CTE d'Ivoire dominated the defenses of Premier League teams during his era, rendering them utterly helpless. Chelsea, with Drogba in their ranks, adopted a straightforward yet highly effective playing style, often utilizing the flanks with players like Damien Duff and Arjen Robben to ravage the opponent's penalty area, delivering incisive crosses from the wings. Due to Drogba's formidable abilities, even subpar passes from his teammates could be transformed into remarkable opportunities as he adeptly created chances and scored breathtaking goals, all while tightly marked by defenders. Choi Xianbin animatedly remarked, "I have meticulously analyzed Drogba's capabilities, Not only does he possess incredible physical attributes and stamina, but he also boasts exceptional speed. His technical skills, especially when compared to other physical players, are significantly superior. He has the unique ability to convert his teammates' passes into assists, and even when surrounded by defenders, he can leverage his physique and speed to craft rare opportunities. Throughout his tenure at Chelsea, he amassed countless trophies, solidifying his presence in the footballing world. At that time, aside from Chelsea, the most pressing concern for every coach was devising strategies to contain him. Yet, no matter how skilled the defenders, they were invariably rendered powerless in his presence. He stands as one of the greatest forwards in the world, a true benchmark of excellence. Chui Xianbin exclaimed passionately, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli stood with their hands clasped behind them, quietly observing him. It was evident that Chui Xianbin harbored immense admiration for Didier Drogba. Undoubtedly, as a prodigious force from Africa, Drogba fully deserved such accolades. Players of his caliber, those who command global attention, are subjects of meticulous analysis by every head coach and coaching staff, particularly by forwards who rely on their physicality to serve as focal points in their teams. These players inevitably look up to him as an idol. However, for most aspiring players, and for many defenders who study his attacking prowess, Drogba, this extraordinary athlete, remains utterly unreplicable. Countless instances have demonstrated that even the world's elite center-backs cannot contend with him, for his abilities transcend the very definition of world-class. He stands as the premier center-forward in the world, without exception. Yet, one fortunate reality prevails. No player can withstand the passage of time. Even the formidable Drogba must eventually concede to the inevitability of retirement from the mainstream stage. Although he continues to grace the football field, it is only a matter of time before he, like many illustrious predecessors, chooses to hang up his boots, bringing to a close his illustrious career in football. Lu Dongdong could not help but ponder. If he were to one day stand on a world-class stage, facing a striker akin to Didier Drogba, would he possess the requisite skill to contend with such an opponent? As Coach G remarked, being a world-class adversary, especially as a center-back who cannot afford to make mistakes, necessitates a resolute defense against forwards. This type of player is often formidable in their strength. Their unwavering determination ensures that they do not easily succumb to adversity. No matter how daunting the challenges may be, Lu Dongdong suddenly smiled, realizing he might have been overthinking things. Currently, he was not even a primary substitute for the youth team, and entertaining thoughts of competing with world-class forwards like Drogba was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. As his father often said, one must remain grounded to progress steadily and grow. "Do both of you know Drogba?" exclaimed the animated Chui Xianbin, his gaze fixed intently on Yo Dongdong and Li Shengli. Indeed, they replied without hesitation, exchanging knowing glances. As a professional footballer, particularly as a center-back, it would be utterly ridiculous not to recognize the name of such a legendary forward as Drogba. "Have you studied his playing style? His common offensive strategies?" Chui Xianbin inquired earnestly. "In the past, during our time at the club, our coach provided us with detailed analyses of Drogba's match footage. We, as a group of players, also engaged in related offensive and defensive drills," Li Shengli slowly responded. Lu Dongdong nodded and remarked, "We have previously engaged in similar training. Our coach leveraged his connections to recruit a prominent center forward from the Chinese Super League, allowing us to gain practical experience." Chui Xianbin observed the two and, with a solemn nod, stated, Chapter 103, Style, Part 2. "If you two were to defend against Drogba, do you possess the confidence to thwart him?" Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli exchanged glances, each adorned with a wry smile. They swiftly shook their heads in unison, uttering a shared refrain, "We lack confidence." It was no jest. To claim confidence in the presence of such a formidable world-class striker would be nothing short of hubris, inviting ridicule from others. Chui Huanbin appeared to have anticipated their responses, his expression unperturbed as he maintained a steady gaze. He articulated each word with precision. "While the truths you both speak are valid, as your assistant coach, I must remind you of an essential principle. As defenders, the last bastion of the team, it is imperative to harbor a sense of trepidation in the face of even the mightiest adversaries. Simultaneously, cultivating unwavering confidence is equally crucial. On the football pitch, if you lack the belief to thwart your opponent's confidence, then, at the very moment you step onto the field, you have already conceded defeat. Do you understand?" Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli furrowed their brows in succession. Then each nodded gently. Indeed, Chui Xuanbin's words rang true. As a central defender, or more precisely. As a football player, one must possess unwavering confidence to deserve a place on the pitch. Regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, one must throw caution to the wind and never retreat. What does it matter if the striker is world-class? Every day on the football field, new stars emerge, overshadowing the long-established elite players. What? Do my words not resonate with you? Chui Xianbin said, his expression impassive. I nodded. Lu Dongdong paused for a moment, then suddenly grasped the meaning, vigorously nodding and exclaiming, "Have confidence." Li Shengli, catching on, mirrored Lu Dongdong's enthusiasm and shouted in agreement. Chui Xianbin nodded with satisfaction, stating, "The reason I am imparting this wisdom today is that during our upcoming training, you must attack as Didier Drogba would against defenders." Attack? Both Li Shengli and Lu Dongdong looked perplexed. As central defenders, why were they being instructed to practice attacking? Although it is common for many central defenders to advance during penalty or free kick situations, utilizing their height, long legs, and excellent throwing abilities to seize scoring opportunities, such defenders are relatively few. Moreover, this skill is not a requisite for all central defenders. To expect them to attack like Drogba is fundamentally a misguided proposition. Do not doubt my previous statements. What I am about to teach you is indeed about attacking, Chui Xianbin proclaimed, standing tall and enunciating each word clearly. Though your primary role is defensive, you must invariably remember this. Offense is the best defense. Regardless of your position, always maintain this awareness. Furthermore, as a central defender, if you wish to thwart or completely neutralize an opposing forward, you must understand the forward's common attacking strategies. In what scenarios will they choose certain methods of attack? Only by grasping this can you increase your chances of intercepting the ball at their feet during defensive maneuvers. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. The words of Chui Huanbin resonated within them like the solemn toll of a bell at dusk, striking a profound chord in their hearts. Their aspiration was to become proficient central defenders, to emerge as stalwarts of the youth team. Yet, their thoughts were perpetually consumed by the task of intercepting the ball from their adversaries, the forwards, without ever contemplating the offensive strategies employed by these opponents. If they could grasp the various attacking tactics of the forwards, they would naturally devise effective defensive methods, thereby effortlessly reclaiming possession of the ball. Such an elementary realization had eluded them until now. Together, they lifted their heads, their gazes illuminating with excitement, surprise, and hope. 20 minutes later, Chui Huanbin led Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli to another expansive training field. "Now, let us commence our training for today," he declared. "Our session will consist of 3 parts. The first part focuses on intercepting through balls, the second on intercepting long passes, and the third on handling aerial balls." He clapped his hands, announcing with vigor. Before he could finish, Lu Dongdong raised his hand, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Coach Chui, didn't you just mention that we should learn the attacking strategies of forwards? Why are we still focusing on defensive interceptions?" Chui Huanbin chuckled softly and replied, "To become an exceptional central defender, it is indeed essential to understand the attacking styles of each forward. However, before that, you must first hone your fundamental skills. Defense is paramount. If you lack this most basic and vital element, all other strategies are mere theoretical musings." The untimely passing of Li Dongzai ensured that Chui Shizhao could not return to the club until the transfer window closed. During this period, he had ample opportunity to comprehensively enhance the capabilities of Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli. The meticulously prepared lessons he had previously devised were now poised to be put into practice. Lu Dongdong and Li Shiying nodded earnestly, refraining from voicing further doubts. Subsequently, under the guidance of Chui Xianbin, the two positioned themselves at the center of the field. "We shall commence the first segment of training, focusing on intercepting through balls," Chui proclaimed from a distance, standing tall and assertive. The interception of through balls, also referred to as ground ball interception, is a fundamental defensive technique, both the simplest and most prevalent. In defending against such passes, a central defender must possess extensive experience and precise judgment. He must decisively make an accurate prediction before the passer releases the ball, executing a well-timed interception. Although intercepting through balls is relatively straightforward, any lapse or oversight by the defending player could allow the attacking player to receive the ball and surge into the penalty area, confronting the goalkeeper for a potential goal. Thus, it stands as a highly effective and common offensive strategy. In today's session, I will instruct you on how to manage the interception of through balls. However, I must express that, despite this being merely a routine training, I have always favored a system of rewards and penalties. Today, you two will operate as separate teams. alternating between offense and defense. For the defensive side, my requirement is to run 10 laps around the field. Can you accomplish that? Li Shengli and Lu Dongdong exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Cui Xianbin displayed a satisfied expression, declaring, "Let us officially commence today's training, starting with Li Shengli on offense." With that, under Cui's direction, Li Shengli and Lu Dongdong took their positions. One as the attacker and the other as the defender. As an experienced midfielder, one must meticulously observe the movements of attacking players while facilitating the transition from direct passes to assists. Conversely, the defender must remain vigilant regarding the passer and attentively monitor the positioning of the defending players. However, remember this crucial point. A through ball is essentially a ground pass. By maintaining a straight line with your defending player or advancing just before the ball reaches him, you can effortlessly intercept it. Be mindful, however, that with only the three of us on the field at present, it is significantly different from an actual match, where at least 20 players are in constant motion. In such chaotic circumstances, it becomes exceedingly challenging to track from whom the ball is passed. Therefore, as a central defender, you must maintain heightened alertness at all times. With a firm tone, Cui announced, "All right, let us begin. Li Shengli, pay attention to your positioning. Do not remain stationary. The ball will be passed directly to your feet. If you successfully receive the ball even once, you will earn a point. We take turns, each engaging in 10 rounds, governed by a best-of-3 format." Li Shengli and Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously in agreement. Cui Xianbin gently pressed his foot down, causing the ball to bounce up from the ground. It danced upon his ankle for a brief moment as he cast a quick glance towards Li Shengli's intended direction, skillfully passing the ball forward. The black and white sphere, spinning at high velocity, raced along the lush green grass, heading straight towards where Li Shengli was moving. In what felt like the blink of an eye, the distance of several meters was traversed, placing the ball right at Li Shengli's feet. With a mere lift of his foot, he could bring the ball under his control. However, just as Li Shengli halted in his tracks and instinctively extended his foot to stop the ball, a figure surged forth from behind him, swiftly intervening. Before the foot could connect with the ball, the figure dove to the ground, executing a sliding tackle that sent the ball sailing out of bounds. Lu Dongdong rose from the ground, gently brushing off the dirt from his trousers, and flashed a smile at Li Shengli, who appeared momentarily taken aback. This interception of a direct pass had always been his forte back in China, owing to his height and long legs. Furthermore, after years of rigorous training since childhood, he possessed an exceptionally keen judgment regarding such straightforward passes. "Very well, continue," Cui Xianbin exclaimed, nodding vigorously. With a pause, he shouted at Li Shengli, "Don't be foolishly slow. Pick up a pace. Imagine yourself as a striker responsible for scoring. If you can shake off Lu Dongdong, you'll find yourself face to face with the goal. In a one-on-one duel with the goalkeeper, accelerate, think critically, and employ the defensive experience you've acquired. Consider how you can maneuver to evade Lu Dongdong, who is closely marking you, and successfully receive the ball from my feet." Li Shengli nudda fatikali. Cui Xianbin blew his whistle vigorously, signaling the commencement of the second round. Li Shengli resumed his positioning, darting back and forth alongside Lu Dongdong, momentarily breaking free, only to abruptly halt and pivot, sprinting back. He utilized his speed to execute varied changes in direction. Lu Dongdong remained tirelessly devoted, steadfastly positioned behind Li Shengli. Dismissing all distractions from his mind, he focused entirely on enhancing his performance. Cui Xianbin, lightly tapping the ball beneath his feet, cast a few observant glances before advancing a step forward, decisively striking the ball with a beautifully arched pass. The quality of his corner kick was exceptional, its speed remarkable, skimming just above the ground. Yet Lu Dongdong, possessing substantial experience with such balls, did not follow the ball's trajectory. Instead, he maintained his steady pace behind Li Shengli, awaiting the moment when the ball, tracing an elegant arc, would roll to Li Shengli's feet. At that instant, he surged forward, using his body to shield Li Shengli, and calmly intercepted the ball. Indeed, his judgment was astute. "Keep it up." Cui Kunbin nodded in approval, now holding Lu Dongdong in higher regard, recognizing his adeptness in both reading and handling through balls. However, if one were to assume that every interception would come so easily, they would soon face a disheartening defeat. Cui Xianbin cast a penetrating glance at the perspiring Lu Dongdong, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. The three repositioned themselves once more. Cui Xianbin nudged the ball at his feet and called out loudly to the swiftly moving Li Shengli, "Charge forward towards the goal." Upon hearing these words, Li Shengli immediately surged ahead, his lateral movements now accelerating as he raced towards the goal. Lu Dongdong ensured he remained aligned with Li Shengli. Though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind regarding Cui Xuanbin's ability to deliver the ball to Li Shengli's feet through a precise pass, he nonetheless maintained a vigilant readiness. As Li Shengli darted a few meters ahead, Cui Xianbin raised his foot without hesitation, launching the ball with remarkable speed, sending it darting in a straight line, akin to a joyful bolt of lightning, towards Li Shengli. Lu Dongdong instinctively extended his foot, aiming to hook the ball down, but the sphere's velocity was simply too swift. Chapter 105. The Swift Horse on the Flank. However, due to the ball's remarkable speed, his movement lagged by a fraction, leaving him to watch helplessly as it glided past him, rolling directly to Li Shengli's feet. Upon receiving the ball, Li Shengli exhibited no hesitation. He surged into the penalty area and, without a moment's doubt, raised his foot to send the ball soaring into the goal. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Li Shengli raised his arms in jubilant triumph, his face alight with joy. Yet, from a distance, Cui Xianbin raised his arm, gently shaking it, and proclaimed loudly, "That goal does not count." Lu Dongdong successfully defended. "Why does that goal not count?" Li Shengli spread his hands, confusion etched on his face. This particular strike, from his positioning to his control and execution, was flawless, arguably the most exquisite shot of his career. "Because you were offside when I passed the ball," Cui Xianbin replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. Setting aside Li Shengli's brilliant performance, his pass was equally impeccable, showcasing remarkable speed and a perfect judgment of the ball's trajectory. He was entirely confident that Lu Dongdong would not be able to intercept the ball, and the outcome indeed aligned with his expectations. However, what he had not anticipated was that, while he advanced, Lu Dongdong, who had been retreating, suddenly sprinted into the path of Li Shengli just as the ball was played, rendering the exquisite pass futile. Lu Dongdong wore a gentle smile upon her face. The reason she had surged forward earlier, executing an offside tactic, was not due to her awareness of the enticing pass from the midfield, which was utterly unassailable, but rather an instinctive response born from her continuous retreat. All of this was a product of the relentless training she received on the verdant pitch under Coach G's guidance. She cast a glance at Cui Xianbin and Li Sengri before returning to her position. Cui Xianbin refrained from excessive chatter, raising his hands and applauding vigorously while loudly proclaiming, "Let us continue. We have 7 more rounds to go. Li Sengri, let us give it our all." Half an hour later, the back-and-forth training on direct passes and defensive maneuvers finally came to a close. The outcome was unequivocal. Lu Dongdong triumphed over Yang Shengli with a resounding score of 3-0. Yang Shengli, hands on hips and panting heavily, gazed at the victorious Lu Dongdong with an expression of dismay that reflected a year's worth of frustration. He had never anticipated such a result from a match. Cui Xianbin, serving as the assistant coach, wore a look of surprise as well. In his estimation, Lu Dongdong and Li Sengri were evenly matched in skill. Furthermore, strictly speaking, Lu Dongdong, who had entered the team through connections, should have maintained a considerable gap in overall ability compared to Li Sengri. However, today's results were unexpectedly remarkable. Especially in the recent match, Lu Dongdong's several moments of brilliance were not mere strokes of luck, but rather a testament to her inherent skill, as she instinctively executed flawless defensive interceptions. "You two take a 5-minute break. We shall commence the second part of our training." Cui Xianbin cast a deep gaze at Lu Dongdong and spoke. The two exchanged nods and made their way to the edge of the field, picking up discarded water bottles from the grass and tilting their heads back to drink thirstily. As professional football players, the sweat that dripped from their bodies and the water they consumed from the bottles were 2 essential elements of their existence. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the field, the match had entered the final moments of the first half, with a score of 1-0. The youthful A team, composed of primary players, held a slender lead. However, the B team, composed of substitutes and led by the seasoned veteran Guanggu, mounted a fierce resistance, launching several relentless assaults on the A team's goal. Had it not been for the goalposts, they would have already scored. Nevertheless, the continuous onslaught caused the A team's defense to descend into chaos, particularly within the penalty area, where players were tangled and disoriented. After a strenuous effort, a team player managed to intercept the ball, but before he could pass, Guanggu, charging in like a wolf, seized it with a swift kick. Guanggu deftly nudged the ball forward and executed a precise through pass into the penalty area. B team S forward, with his back to the goal, used his physique to shield a team S defensive linchpin in Qi Xuan. Just as in Qi Xuan advanced to apply pressure, the forward attempted a shot while falling to the ground. However, the experienced in Qi Xuan offered no opportunity, springing into action to deflect the rapidly spinning ball away as it left the ground. The ball soared outside the penalty area, prompting players clad in blue-green vests from both teams to surge forward. Seizing the advantage, the midfield linchpin Che Zai was the first to reach the ball. Displaying his exceptional ball control, he remained composed under pressure, deftly maneuvering to evade several B-team players. Just before Guanggu, with fierce determination, closed in on him, Che Zai lifted his head to survey the field ahead and delivered a powerful pass towards the ball at his feet. This was a high, arcing ball, the black and white sphere spinning rapidly through the air, tracing a line against the sky before descending towards the left corner of B-team's half. Che Zai's pass was forceful and swift, causing players from both the defensive B-team and the attacking team to glance up, believing the ball would inevitably roll out of bounds. Though it maintained a rapid, albeit decelerating, pace, hope seemed lost. Yet, they all overlooked one crucial detail. As the midfield linchpin, Che Zai never hurried his decisions. His choice to pass signified that this action held profound significance. Moreover, on this particular field, there exists a young lad possessing unparalleled speed. The ball soared rapidly, evading all judgment, landing beside the sideline, bouncing high a few times before gradually rolling towards the boundary. At that moment, a boy with golden hair frantically sprinted, as if riding a Harley motorcycle on the pitch. Swift as the wind, reaching the ball's side in an instant. With a delicate flick of his toe, he salvaged the ball that was on the brink of crossing the line. Chapter 106. The spirit of competition ignites. Upon gaining possession, he did not pause for even a moment. Like a sharpened blade, he surged forth at an angle, galloping towards Team B's penalty area with fervor. He was the swift winger. At this juncture, due to aggressive pressing, most of Team B's players, including their stalwart defender, Guanggu, were clustered in the center circle, leaving only two center backs remaining. Seizing this unparalleled opportunity, the winger charged towards one of the center backs without a hint of hesitation. As he raced forward, his legs moved in a flurry, executing a series of feints to bewilder the defender. As the distance closed and he entered the penalty box, he abruptly changed direction and accelerated, shaking off the center back in front of him. When another center back attempted a sliding tackle, he remained composed, striking the ball with precision. The black and white sphere glided smoothly along the lush green grass, slipping between the legs of the oncoming goalkeeper and leisurely rolling into the net. From the rapid run, to ball possession, to the sprint, the dribble, and the shot, it was executed in one continuous flow without a hint of unnecessary pause. Compared to the previous display of victory, this performance was exponentially more perfect, leaving spectators in awe. As the whistle signaling the end of the first half echoed, the players of Team A erupted in joyous celebration, raising their arms in triumph as they rushed towards the swift winger still standing in Team B's penalty area. The substitutes on the sidelines also waved their arms in excitement, reveling in the brilliance of the recent goal. As for the disheartened, they were solely Team B, who had conceded a goal. Conceding a goal does not signify much, yet a last-minute decisive strike can be devastating to a team's morale. No one could foresee that in the second half, the disadvantaged Team B would still harbor the confidence to turn the tide. In truth, even they were unaware of it. Lu Dongdong stood at the edge of the field, quietly observing the fervent embraces exchanged among a group of teammates and the swift winger. His heart was a tumult of emotions. The spectacular goal he had just witnessed unfolded before his eyes in vivid detail. As a center back, he could not help but envision himself as the defender who had faltered. If it were he facing the rapid winger, how would he have handled the situation? Did he possess the capability to thwart such a player? Deep within, he incessantly questioned himself, with the answer undeniably clear. No. Even if he could anticipate the winger's path of attack, the true prowess of the swift player lay in his footwork, remarkably quick. By the time one's brain registered a response, and one attempted to intercept with an outstretched leg, the winger had already dashed past with the ball, leaving no chance for defense. Against such players, one is utterly helpless. It echoes the oft-quoted wisdom from martial arts novels. In the realm of combat, speed is the ultimate triumph. In the face of absolute velocity, excess technique, and even the staunchest defense are mere embellishments, as fragile as bubbles that shatter with the slightest touch. As the swift winger and his companions approached the field, arms draped over each other's shoulders, laughter filled the air. The intense battle of the previous 45 minutes seemed to have left no mark on their stamina, as if it had merely been a game requiring little exertion. Should I inform Assistant Shui that I will take the field in the second half? I'd like to give you a proper lesson, the swift winger jestingly remarked, winking at Lu Dongdong as he mingled amidst the crowd. Lu Dongdong cast a deep glance at her, remaining silent. A group of teammates from Team A chuckled softly, while Che Zai playfully ruffled the hair atop the head of the swift winger, smiling brightly as he remarked, "Do not let a single splendid goal make you overly proud." Before the match, you boldly declared your intention to score 3. You still have quite a distance to go. Offering a friendly glance towards Lu Dongdong, Che Zai, along with the group of wingers, departed amidst hearty laughter. Lu Dongdong turned around, watching a group of people depart, his fists slowly clenching. He vowed within his heart that one day, during a training match, he would demonstrate his prowess and completely thwart the swift wingers, ensuring that they would not score a single goal throughout the entire game. No, not even a single breakthrough would succeed. He was determined to thoroughly defend against the agile wingers, making them aware of his formidable skill. Just wait and see. How intriguing. Has his recent goal ignited your fighting spirit? Do you wish to measure your skills against him? A voice, rich with magnetism, resonated from behind. Lu Dongdong turned to find Cui Haiyanbin had silently approached him at some point. Lu Dongdong remained silent, quietly observing Cui Xianbin. Stepping forward, Cui Xian gazed at the swiftly retreating figures of the group on the sidelines and with a smile remarked, "Every year, newcomers arrive, gritting their teeth and vowing to make the swift players on the field regret their choices. However, during my 3 years in the youth team, I have yet to witness such an event. Moreover, amusingly, there have been players who, after failing in their challenges, could no longer contain their frustration and opted for a one-on-one showdown with the swift players off the field, only to be defeated yet again. During that period, the swift players, basking in victories both on and off the field, walked around with their heads held high, looking down their noses at others. Is that truly the case?" Lu Dongdong chuckled softly. Cui Xianbin appraised Lu Dongdong from head to toe, teasing, "You stand a whole head taller than the swift players. If the two of you were to spar, I firmly believe you would emerge victorious. I sincerely hope you can teach him a lesson." Lu Dongdong gently shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Assistant coach, you are overthinking it. No matter the circumstances, I will never resort to violence against him. Furthermore, if victory is to be achieved, I shall do so on the field, defeating him with a beautiful game of football." Cui Xianbin shrugged and said, "I look forward to seeing your dreams come to fruition." Pausing momentarily, he turned his neck and gazed into Lu Dongdong's eyes, adding, "However, as I mentioned earlier, with you being the sole newcomer, aspiring to challenge the seasoned players on the flanks, remember that no one has ever succeeded in doing so. You may not succeed either." Lu Dongdong and Cui Xianbin exchanged a few quiet glances before turning their heads to face forward. Lu remarked softly, "Assistant Cui, I am determined to succeed." Yang Shengli approached with a hearty smile, saying, "Assistant Cui, the time has come. Shall we proceed?" Cui Xianbin fixed his unwavering gaze upon Lu Dongdong's profile. Chapter 107, Go. After a few moments of silent observation, a smile graced his face as he said, "Of course. You embarrassed me in the previous match, so this time, let us both strive for excellence." With a teasing tone, he took the lead and briskly strode toward the other side of the court. Yang Shengli chuckled modestly, scratching the back of his head in slight embarrassment. "Let's go together and give it our all." Lu Dongdong turned his head and gently patted Li Shengli on the shoulder a few times. The two of them followed the footsteps of Cui Xianbin and hurriedly walked forward. "Now, we shall commence the second phase of our training, focusing on intercepting long passes." Cui Xianbin clapped his hands vigorously, gazing at Lu Dongdong and Li Shirley, who stood directly in front of him. Long passes are one of the most prevalent methods of ball transfer in football matches, characterized by their distinct features. Compared to through balls, they can bypass a majority of defensive players, facilitating a broader and more distant transfer. In traditional English football, the tactic of long passes is frequently employed, proving to be remarkably effective and direct. When defending against long passes, the most crucial aspect is to anticipate in advance, assessing the ball's landing point and direction. A single misjudgment can be as detrimental as allowing an opponent to seamlessly execute a through ball into the penalty area, leaving them face-to-face with the goalkeeper, thus enabling an easy goal. After a pause, Cui Xianbin licked his lips and continued, when confronted with long passes, it is essential not only to make accurate judgments, but also to choose the correct method of handling them. The speed of a long pass is far more complex and variable compared to a through ball. If mishandled, even with precise anticipation, the ball could land at the feet of an opponent, rendering all your efforts futile. This scenario is even more severe than a mere misjudgment. For if you fail to intercept, your opponent has already penetrated the penalty area. In the case of a simple misjudgment, you still have a chance to catch up with your rival. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, with their hands clasped behind their backs, nodded gently. Though they may not be the most seasoned or exceptionally skilled central defenders, they had nonetheless undergone over a decade of training in the art of football, rendering them intimately familiar with the nuances of long passes. They had personally grasped the essence of what Chui Xianbin had articulated. Without further ado, let us commence. Chui Xianbin lightly nudged the ball at his feet, raised his gaze towards Li Shengli, and encouraged him, saying, "Give it your all. Let us strive to reclaim a point in this round. Moreover, remember to be mindful of your positioning. Do not fall prey to Lu Dongdong's trap and find yourself ensnared in an offside position once more." Lu Dongdong smiled faintly, while Li Shengli nodded vigorously. The training commenced in earnest. In the first round, as per the previous arrangement, Yang Shengli assumed the role of the attacker, and Lu Dongdong took on the defensive position, embodying the essence of a central defender. Chui Huanbin, clutching the ball, made his way to the opposite half of the field. He blew the whistle with conviction, prompting Li Shengli and Lu Dongdong, who stood in tandem, to spring into action. He juggled the ball momentarily, then suddenly shouted "run," and swung his right foot with force, striking the ball decisively. The black and white sphere soared through the air like a streak of lightning, leaving a long trail behind as it arced over the center circle, heading towards the swiftly advancing figures of Li Shengli and Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong positioned himself behind Yang Shengli, swiftly retreating while casting a glance upwards to gauge the trajectory of the descending ball. As the sphere began its downward descent, he abruptly halted his backward motion and transformed it into a forward sprint, darting past Yang Shengli. The ball plummeted rapidly, and with a determined effort, Lu Dongdong leapt from the ground, executing a kick reminiscent of martial arts competitions. In a breathtaking moment, he struck the surface of the ball, sending it soaring away before it could touch the ground, rolling out of bounds. Yang Shengli, who had been running ahead, slowed momentarily, shaking his head in dismay. "What a remarkable play!" exclaimed Chui Xian, raising her thumb in admiration towards Lu Dongdong. The technique he employed was clearly not a conventional approach one would witness on a football field. It was a feat that only a few could effortlessly achieve. In that fleeting moment, as Lu Dongdong ascended, his arms spread wide like a great eagle taking flight, one leg held in the poised stance of a golden rooster, while the other leg lifted decisively to deliver a powerful kick. His judgment of the ball's landing point and the precision in his execution were nothing short of exquisite, deserving of recognition from all. Even Chui Shizhao, who had always harbored reservations towards Lu Dongdong, would surely find himself genuinely impressed by this corner kick. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shenglin returned to the center of the court, resuming their previous positions. As Yang Shenglin stepped back, he turned his head and quietly remarked to Lu Dongdong, "Did you practice Chinese martial arts in elementary school? The way you soared with that kick just now was truly impressive." Lu Dongdong smiled gently, opting for silence through a smile. "You actually practiced martial arts in elementary school. What led you to suddenly switch to football?" Yang Shengli inquired with curiosity. "To be honest, it was a serendipitous encounter. When I was young, my parents envisioned me as a martial arts coach and never anticipated that I would ultimately pursue a career in football." "I see. Did your parents oppose your decision to play football?" "My mother was initially against it, but eventually, through the subtle influence of my father and me, she consented to my playing. My dad is an avid football fan, and when I expressed my desire to undergo formal training, he wholeheartedly supported me." "You are truly fortunate." My parents, as they continued their conversation while walking, a sudden shout pierced the air. "What are you two doing? Do you think this is a park? Focus. Otherwise, I'll have you running 10 laps around the field." Chui Hyunbin admonished sternly. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli hurriedly offered their apologies, casting aside all distractions to immerse themselves fully in the competition once more. "Run faster, Li Shengli. Are you merely strolling? The defense against your opponent will not wait for you to receive the ball before attempting to intercept it. Positioning. Li Shengli, use your body. Leverage your physicality to impede Lu Dongdong. Do not allow him to effortlessly slip past you. Even though you're currently an offensive player, it is imperative to understand how to utilize your physical advantages." Chapter 108. A transformative change. Half an hour later, the training session concluded. Although Lu Dongdong's performance was not as remarkable as his previous interceptions, it far surpassed that of Yang Shengli. In their 10 rounds of competition, he emerged victorious 7 times and suffered defeat 3 times. "Well, let us take a brief respite for 5 minutes. We shall commence the third segment of our training thereafter. Chui Xianbin sounded the whistle, clapped his hands, and approached the edge of the field, lifting a bottle of mineral water to quench his thirst. Despite being an assistant coach, he had just matched the running distance of both Lu Dongdong and Liang Shengli, fervently speaking without pause, his throat ablaze as if ignited by a fierce flame. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli walked side by side back to the edge of the field, where they found Qi Xuan, the linchpin of the team's defense, standing nearby, her gaze unwavering as she observed them. Beside her were Che Zai, the pivotal midfielder, and veteran Guangu. Your performance just now was commendable, and Qi Xuan remarked, her voice calm. However, as a central defender, you must always remember to utilize your physicality. Your bodies are your most formidable weapons. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli were taken aback, promptly nodding in acknowledgement. To receive guidance from a stalwart of the team's defense is a tremendous honor for a newcomer. You two must strive diligently. The unexpected demise of Dong Zai, though a tragedy none of us wish to witness, presents an opportunity right before you. Guangu took a step forward, raising both arms to gently pat the shoulders of Li Shengli and Lu Dongdong. Having once fought alongside them, he shared a deeper connection with them than with Qi Xuan and Che Zai. After exchanging a few words, the training match resumed, and Che Zai's group turned to leave. Yang Shengli gazed enviously at the departing figures of Endage and the others, contemplating how wonderful it would be to become an exceptional center back like him one day. Lu Dongdong twisted his neck and gazed at him, saying, "Let us go for it. It will surely come to fruition." Indeed, Yang Shengli nodded vigorously. After a brief respite of 5 minutes, they were summoned back to the field by Chui Xianbin, standing before him with heads held high and hands clasped behind their backs. The two listened intently. The training we are about to undertake focuses on contesting aerial balls. As a center back, it is imperative to possess absolute aerial dominance. A center back's prowess is often manifested in this aspect. As the cornerstone of the team's defense, lacking exceptional heading ability would be detrimental to our defensive line. Chui Xianbin addressed Yang Shengli and Lu Dongdong, stating, when vying for aerial balls, the foremost requirement is formidable physical strength. You must assert absolute superiority in your confrontations with opponents, allowing you to handle the descending ball with composure. Of course, as I have previously mentioned, in addition to physical leaping ability and these attributes, the most crucial aspect for a center back is the judgment of the ball's landing point. Only through precise assessment can you seize the initiative before making your move. On the football pitch, circumstances change rapidly. Gaining even a split-second advantage over your opponent can lead to vastly different outcomes. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli exchanged nods. Indeed, as Chui Xianbin stated, as a central defender, particularly in numerous teams, coaches tend to favor individuals of considerable stature and robust physique. Why is such a preference exercised? It is because these types of central defenders possess formidable physical confrontation capabilities, exceptional leaping ability, and absolute aerial dominance, capable of intercepting every ball that approaches the penalty area. Throughout the realm of football, although there are those who are shorter in stature, yet exhibit remarkable technical skills alongside notable fame, the majority of central defenders continue to be selected based on this rigid criterion. Height is an advantage for both of you. However, your deficiencies are equally apparent. Despite your long legs, you severely lack physical strength in confrontations. You may not agree with my assertion, but should you have the opportunity to face off against Qi Huan or a forward who emphasizes physical prowess, you will undoubtedly gain profound insight into this matter. Quick Swambing Goody marked. Coach Chui, we understand. In the last match, we contested headers against Qi Huan and were almost entirely overpowered, Lu Dongdong admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Yang Shengli nodded in agreement, his expression equally remorseful. Is that so? Since you are aware of this, let's proceed with training, and you will gain a clearer understanding of what you need to do. A faint smile appeared on Chui Xuanbing's face as he continued. This time, it will be similar to before, but you two will stand directly in the penalty area. We won't opt for long passes to loft the ball into the area. You will continue to switch roles as attackers and defenders. The defenders are tasked with disrupting the ball, while the attackers must control the ball at their feet for my pass. If you can score directly, it will count as 2 points. Do you understand? Understood. Both replied in succession with nods. Then let us begin. This training session will last longer than the previous two. Remember, playing football is never merely about brute strength and physicality. It relies on your intellect. Understand the principle of overcoming the hard with the soft, rather than opting for sheer force. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli turned and departed, one following the other into the restricted area. Chui Xianbin approached the center circle, placing the ball upon the grass. The training match officially commenced. As both attacker and defender, it mirrored the previous 2 training sessions, with Yang Shengli assuming the role of the attacker and Lu Dongdong tasked with defense. Cui Xianbin glanced at Yang Shengli's positioning and, with determination, lifted his right foot to send the ball soaring. His passing skills were commendable. The ball traced a white arc, ascending into the sky. Upon reaching its zenith, the rapidly spinning sphere, propelled by gravitational force, executed a sharp turn, resembling a shooting star as it hurtled into the penalty area. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli moved almost simultaneously, their footsteps gliding to the left as they executed a precise judgment, positioning themselves at the point where the ball was destined to descend. Yang Shengli, tall and imposing, towered over Niu Dongdong by a considerable margin, his physique even more robust. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, their bodies jostling for dominance. As the offensive player, Yang Shengli held the advantage, his arms slightly retracted, using his back and arms to firmly pin Lu Dongdong behind him. The ball, descending with increasing velocity, approached rapidly. Just as Yang Shengli prepared to leap, Lu Dongdong, previously ensnared behind him, slipped out like a slippery eel from beneath his left armpit. In front of Yang Shengli, she abruptly sprang upwards, her feet thrusting into the air as if she were a sprout emerging from the earth. With a subtle twist of her neck to the left, she forcefully struck the spinning ball, sending it sailing beyond the boundary. Frustration washed over Yang Shengli, his expression clouded with confusion as he pondered how Lu Dongdong could have so unexpectedly emerged from behind him, despite his firm grip on his position. Cui Xianbin observed quietly as Niu Dongdong turned to retrieve the ball that had rolled out of play, a hint of bewilderment crossing his face. Having stood at the sidelines during yesterday's match, he had meticulously scrutinized the performances of all 22 players on the field, forming a comprehensive assessment of their heights and capabilities within his mind. Yesterday, although Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli played as partners in the central defense, and Lu Dongdong was an unqualified player who had gained entry through connections, it was evident that Yang Shengli surpassed Lu Dongdong in overall technical proficiency. Particularly, with her physical advantage, she exhibited a greater prowess in strength awareness compared to Lu Dongdong. However, in today's 3 training matches, including the recent aerial duel, Lu Dongdong, while not completely overwhelming in her performance, showed a noticeable inferiority in technical skill when compared to Yang Shengli. Yet, yesterday, Cui Xian distinctly remembered that in terms of physical confrontation, Lu Dongdong was clearly no match for Yang Shengli. Could it be that Lu Dongdong had not exerted her full effort during yesterday's match? But that seems unlikely. Any player with even a modicum of sense would seize the opportunity to showcase themselves before the coach. Was she attempting to exploit this contrast in performance to leave a more profound impression on Cui Shizhao? If that were the case, then her scheming would be rather excessive. Nonetheless, could Lu Dongdong, with her youthful countenance, truly be such a person? Cui Xianbin wished to dismiss this notion. Yet understanding a person's heart is far more complex than merely knowing their face. One cannot ascertain character through less than 2 days of acquaintance. Assistant Cui, Lu Dongdong forcefully tossed the black and white ball towards Cui Xianbin. Returning from his contemplation, Cui Xianbin glanced at the beaming Lu Dongdong and declared with enthusiasm, "Continue." His gaze shifted to Yang Shengli as he called out loudly, "Utilize your body, maintain unwavering focus at all times, and do not lose concentration until you have completely mastered the ball at your feet. Always remember, the ball is round. Anything can happen." Yang Shengli lowered his head in shame, continuously rubbing the back of his neck. The training match resumed. For the second time, the ball descended from the sky as Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli stood back to back, desperately pressing against each other with their bodies. With gritted teeth, they maintained their stalemate, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on the slowly descending ball. Chapter 109. Hidden strength. As the distance closed, the fierce struggle between the two intensified. Their feet stomped relentlessly on the ground, sweat beads cascading down their faces. In the next moment, the towering Yang Shengli, standing at an impressive height of 196 meters, suddenly stumbled, forcefully pushed aside by Lu Dongdong. Free from all restraints, Lu Dongdong sprang into the air, his tall figure leaping 3 meters high. Just before the ball fully descended, he flicked his head, sending the ball soaring once more. The whistle blew, and Cui Xianbin raised a hand, signaling that Lu Dongdong had triumphed in this round, earning a point. "Lu Dongdong, did you deliberately hide your strength last time? Why do I feel that this time Both your positioning and physical power are significantly stronger than in yesterday's match, Yang Shengli said, a look of frustration on his face. How could that be? Perhaps I'm just feeling better today. Lu Dongdong chuckled. He could hardly confess to Yang Shengli that his newfound agility and strength stemmed from acquiring a system that allowed him to gain skill points through nightly training on the green pitch, enhancing his physical attributes. Although such claims would be met with disbelief from outsiders, he remained unwaveringly confident. He had personally experienced the transformation of his strength, which was undeniably growing. Everything occurring on the green field was not a dream, but a tangible reality. He quietly clenched his fists, preparing to fully utilize all he had learned on the pitch to overpower Li Shengli in the upcoming confrontations. He viewed today as training match as the beginning of his new football journey. Suddenly, he lifted his head and noticed Chui Xianbin standing in the center circle, unwaveringly gazing at him. Their eyes met for a few fleeting moments before Lu Dongdong instinctively lowered his head, feeling as though Chui Xianbin's gaze held a mysterious brilliance, as if he could see through the secrets of his heart. Avoiding eye contact, he pondered, could it be that I have truly guessed correctly? Was it all an act of feigned weakness, a guise to outsmart others on the team? If that were indeed your intention, then the last thing you should do is leverage Miss Zhang Yula to gain entry into the team through underhanded means. Coach Chui Shizhao would never permit such a situation within his ranks. You took a step, the finest move, yet you chose the least deserving opponent. She inhaled deeply, nudging the ball to her feet with a resounding shout. Continue, Li Shengli. Do you comprehend what your advantages are? Harness your strength, cultivate your awareness, engage your mind. Anticipate. After assessing the point of impact, position your body to obstruct Lu Dongdong, denying him the opportunity to leap. As an attacker, no one expects you to jump for the contest. Position yourself. Li Shengli, run faster. Do you believe your opponent will grant you a moment's respite? On the court, you must exert your utmost at all times. After nearly 40 minutes of fierce competition, the training match finally concluded. Yang Shengli collapsed onto the ground, breathless and exhausted. Yet, the fatigue of the spirit far surpassed the weariness of the body, for all three confrontations ended in failure. His performance, or more accurately, his capabilities, were utterly overwhelmed by Lu Dongdong. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Merely yesterday, he believed his skill was on par with Lu Dongdong, perhaps even slightly superior. To his dismay, today's training session resulted in a thorough defeat at the hands of Lu Dongdong, leaving him utterly disheartened. Lu Dongdong, equally drenched in perspiration, stood in place. Panting heavily, he cast a quiet glance at Yang Shengli, devoid of any sense of victory or defeat, only feeling an indescribable exhilaration. In any competition, what brings the greatest joy is not the confrontation with opponents who are significantly weaker, nor is it the challenge against those who vastly exceed one's own capabilities. The most gratifying experience arises from battling an equally matched adversary, where one exerts every ounce of strength and forgets all else. Naturally, achieving success in such encounters would be the pinnacle of satisfaction. After a brief respite, Chui Xianbin approached, surveying both Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli with a discerning eye. He clapped his hands vigorously to capture their attention and stated solemnly, "Today merely constitutes an ordinary training match. Do not become overly preoccupied with winning or losing. Reflect upon your performance in the recent contest. Consider what you executed well and where you fell short. This training session is merely the first of many. Everything has only just commenced. The reason I selected the two of you is due to the comparability of your skill levels. In certain aspects, you excel beyond your opponents. It is crucial that you remember, regardless of how brilliant your display may have been today, it pales in comparison to even the substitutes of the youth team. There is no room for pride. Do you understand?" His gaze settled firmly on Lu Dongdong's face. His words served a dual purpose, to alleviate Yang Shengli's despondency and to remind Lu Dongdong to remain humble and composed. Even though Lu Dongdong had triumphed over Yang Shengli 3 times in succession, he was still a player who could not secure a position even as a substitute in the youth team. There was no cause for arrogance. Although Lu Dongdong's performance had indeed surpassed expectations, it still fell significantly short of the standards he envisioned for a competent team member. Upon hearing Chui Xianbin's remarks, Lu Dongdong nodded gently in acknowledgement. Today's victory, for him, is indeed a significant boost to his confidence. However, he is acutely aware that if he wishes to establish himself within the youth team and succeed in the upcoming assessment at the end of the month, he still has a long way to go. His opponent today was merely Yang Shengli. True pride will only come when he can one day triumph over the formidable Inchichuan, the core of the youth team. Yang Shengli sat on the grass, taking several deep breaths before rising. He glanced at Lu Dongdong and nodded vigorously towards Chui Hyunbin. In the face of triumph, humility must prevail. And in the face of defeat, one must not falter. As a professional footballer, one must possess a resilient heart, refusing to be disheartened by temporary gains or losses, nor to succumb to arrogance. As the three concluded their training, the final whistle blew in another training match on a different field. Unsurprisingly, the A team, composed of the youth team's main players, decisively defeated the B team, which consisted of substitutes and reserve players, with a score of 3-0. The back-to-back matches, both ending in substantial victories, symbolized the stark contrast in skill levels between the main and substitute players of the youth team. It highlights the clear disparity that renders the true K2 league player, Yuhan, unqualified to participate. The B team's players, exhausted and breathless, wore expressions of desolation and discontent. Particularly poignant was the countenance of a B team forward, who had delivered an impressive performance and scored a brilliant goal in yesterday's match. The frustration etched on his face was palpable to all. However, the reality remains that, against the A team's defense, led by the diligent Inchichuan, he had no opportunities throughout the entire 90 minutes. His presence was virtually non-existent. Veteran player Guanggu approached the B team forward, gently patting his back and offering words of consolation. As someone who has walked this path, Guanggu understands the arduous journey from being a newcomer to becoming an experienced player, having endured the trials by fire along the way. Even a prodigious talent must navigate challenges to achieve greatness, and one must recognize that they're not an unparalleled genius. Upon returning today, reflect on your experiences and identify areas where you believe you can improve. Write them down in your notebook, and during our next training session, review them. You will discover that there is much more to learn, Chui Hyunbin advised earnestly. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli nodded gently. All right, let's regroup. The match across the field had also concluded. After a brief respite, I shall return to seek you out. Chui Xian lightly nodded at Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli, then turned on her heel, striding towards the office building of the club's head coach. With Chui Shizhao now elevated to the position of head coach and absent from the club, as an assistant coach, he still had numerous responsibilities to fulfill. At 5 p.m, a group of players emerged one by one from the club's grand entrance after showering and changing. The already affluent Che Zai and the swift-winged Bian Lu, among others, showcased their flashy sports cars as they drove out. As newcomers to the team, none of the fresh faces could conceal their envy. They gazed in awe at the roaring vehicles speeding away from their sight. Fantasizing about the day they might occupy those seats themselves and own a sports car of their own. Stop staring. The more you look, the more disheartened you'll become. You might realize that no matter how hard you strive, you may never reach their heights. A man forcefully inserted himself among the lined-up newcomers. Standing at around 6 feet tall, with slightly curly hair, he appeared to be in his 30s, a key substitute player for the youth team, playing as a central defender named Olin. Upon hearing his words, the group of newcomers displayed varied expressions. Some were impassive yet inwardly resentful, while others scoffed openly, and a few harbored unspoken discontent, their faces betraying a reluctant acceptance. Chapter 110. The unveiling of old matters. Don't spout nonsense here. Just because you can't reach those heights doesn't mean others can't. Don't undermine others' confidence or mislead them. Guanggu stepped forward from behind, casting an irritable glance. As the eldest among the team, even the captain, Che Zhan, had to afford him some respect, allowing him the liberty to reprimand anyone at will. Auni chuckled lightly, waving his hand in apology, indicating to everyone that he was merely joking. As long as you all put in the effort, you will surely have the opportunity to drive luxury cars, date models, and enjoy a life of indulgence. Auni spoke animatedly, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Guanggu, causing him to promptly close his mouth. The group shared light-hearted banter for a while, before bidding each other farewell with cheerful waves. Lu Dongdong crossed the road and approached the bus station, waiting for nearly 10 minutes before boarding the vehicle that would take him back to his residence. Half an hour later, as the bus passed through Hugong, passengers who had been waiting eagerly boarded one by one. Lu Dongdong, seated in the front row of the rear section, lifted his head to scan the surroundings. Yet he was met with an absence of the familiar face he longed to see, leaving him with a twinge of disappointment. He had excelled today, and his heart brimmed with a profound sense of fulfillment. He yearned to confide in a friend. He had hoped to encounter Huna on the bus, but to his dismay, she was nowhere to be found. He speculated that she might have switched to a different shift and, feeling somewhat dejected, lowered his gaze. At that moment, he noticed a pair of elegant legs adorned with striking black high heels striding briskly towards him, and a familiar voice rang in his ears. Lu Dongdong, hello. Lu Dongdong hesitated to lift his gaze, captivated by the girl with dimples who smiled gently at him. Hyuna, noticing his daze, prompted him to move, and he quickly shifted his feet to occupy a seat by the window. As the bus commenced its slow journey, the two began to engage in a conversation, exchanging words intermittently. Lu Dongdong recounted the events of this afternoon's match in their entirety to Hyuna. Hyuna listened with great delight, giving a thumbs up and showering him with praise, which left Lu Dongdong feeling rather bashful. Lu Dongdong, I have a day off tomorrow. How about I invite Choi Si-bin out so the two of you can meet each other? What do you think? Hyuna suggested. Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. Perhaps it's best to let it be. I still feel that this doesn't quite sit right. In our Chinese vernacular, it resembles a semblance of favoritism. I understood the sentiment behind his words. I had a previous roommate who was also Chinese. However, your concerns are rather excessive. Your performance today has been nothing short of exceptional, and I am confident that Choi Si-bin has taken notice, as have your teammates. There is no correlation to favoritism whatsoever. I still feel a bit uncomfortable. Lu Dongdong, truly, there is no need for concern. Brother Choi is a good friend of my brother, and our relationship has always been amicable. You are a new acquaintance of mine, and it is only natural that I introduce you to him. Please do not overthink it. How about this, Hyenya? Let us wait until my evaluation at the club is officially completed, and then we can invite him to dinner together. One of our team members tragically passed away in a car accident, and our head coach has been absent from the club, preoccupied with finding a suitable replacement for his position. Currently, Assistant Choi is solely responsible for the team's training, and he is likely overwhelmed these days. That makes sense? Very well. Hyenya nodded, glancing at Lu Dongdong. She softly inquired, how old was your teammate who passed away so unexpectedly? He played in the same position as us, but he was a key player for the team, which explains the absence of our head coach. As for his age, I am not entirely certain, but I have heard others mention that he was merely 28. Such a pity, Lu Dongdong sighed lightly. Indeed, to depart at such a young age. His family must be heartbroken. Hyenya nodded, her gaze drifting towards the window, taking in the twinkling night scene. The transparent glass reflected her delicate features, accompanied by an unmistakable hint of sorrow. What's wrong? You seem suddenly disheartened, Lu Dongdong remarked softly. Because I thought of my brother. Hyenya turned to meet Lu Dongdong's gaze, saying, my brother also passed away in a car accident several years ago, at the tender age of 28 or 29. And like your unfortunate teammate, he too played football. Oh, Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback, quickly uttering several apologies. It's all right. It happened many years ago. I only feel a tinge of sadness when I occasionally reflect upon him. Hyenya lifted her arm to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Nevertheless, the melancholic expression on her face remained unchanged. Lu Dongdong observed keenly and felt a sense of urgency in his heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, he deliberately diverted the conversation, inquiring, is it because of your brother that you became acquainted with Assistant Choi? Hyenya nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed. My brother and Brother Choi were exceptionally close friends. They played the same position on the field, maintaining a relationship marked by competition yet mutual support. I used to accompany their team to various competitions across the nation. Those were truly carefree days, and just reminiscing about them brings a smile to my face. A blissful smile graced her features as she slightly raised her chin, gazing through the transparent glass window at the distant sky. Curiosity got the better of Lu Dongdong as he asked, what positions did your brother and Assistant Choi play? They both played as center backs, Hyenya replied, turning her head. However, they were widely regarded as a golden duo within the team, instilling fear in all the forwards. Is that so remarkable? Lu Dongdong exclaimed in surprise. Which team did they play for? They must have been quite renowned. His inquiry stemmed from a complete lack of understanding, for if one were to boast, Assistant Choi and her now outdated brother should indeed have been quite prominent within the realm of football. Although Lu Dongdong is Chinese, he possesses a certain level of understanding regarding the football stars from neighboring countries, Japan and South Korea, due to his association with the Asian football community. However, he had never encountered or heard of Assistant Choi and his brother. Chapter 111, Bringing Glory. They are members of a South Korean university, Hyenya remarked. Noticing the look of confusion on Lu Dongdong's face, he chuckled softly and quickly added, you misunderstood my words. At that time, they were not professional football players. but rather players of the H University football team. They were quite renowned within the context of H University football competitions. I see, Lu Dongdong responded, his expression one of realization. After chatting for a few more minutes, Hyenya reached her stop, stood up, waved goodbye to Lu Dongdong, and exited through the back door to board the bus. Through the transparent glass window, Lu Dongdong continuously waved to Xianyao, his fatigue from the rigorous training dissipating momentarily during their brief exchange. Half an hour later, as the bus arrived at its final destination, Lu Dongdong stood to disembark, watching the bus pull into the terminal's parking space. He turned and walked towards the construction site nearby, still illuminated by faint lights. Upon returning to his room, he was greeted by Uncle Wang, who, holding a large stainless steel basin, mumbled through mouthfuls of food, "Welcome back, Dongdong. How was training today?" "I performed quite well. Our assistant coach even praised me," Lu Dongdong modestly replied. "Really? That is splendid. You must work hard. I look forward to the day when I can take our fellow workers to watch your match against the Koreans," Uncle Wang said with a grin. "Please refrain from speaking carelessly. What do you mean by playing against the Koreans? She is currently part of a team in South Korea. Regardless, one must always show respect to their club." Lu's father, Lu Gang, approached, his lips glistening with remnants of food, clearly having just finished his meal. Lu Dongdong chuckled softly a few times and inquired, "Dad, have you finished your meal? Was the work at the construction site exhausting today?" "Surely, there can't be too much to do, right? What is tiring about it? Isn't it always the same tasks? I've long since grown accustomed to it. After a long day, you should hurry and take a hot shower. Otherwise, you'll have to wait forever if you delay." Lu Gang approached Lu Dongdong's bed, snatching a towel that was draped over the iron frame and casually tossing it into Lu Dongdong's hands. "Dad, me fine. Our club always showers in the locker room after training and matches. Aside from a bit of sweat from the bus, I'm quite clean," Lu Dongdong reassured him. "Very well then. Are you still hungry? Would you like something more to eat? The cafeteria staff hasn't clocked out yet. I can ask old Zhang to bring you another portion." "No need for that, Dad. Just sit and relax for a moment. Our club has professional nutritionists who prepare balanced meals for us. They insist that we must finish our meals before returning. The food on the construction site is rather greasy, and even if I wanted to, I shouldn't indulge," Lu Dongdong replied with a smile. "Indeed, old Nyo, you needn't fret unnecessarily. Just sit back and listen to your son recount his tales," he added, as Wang Pengzi, grinning widely, lifted his neck and wielded his chopsticks, swiftly shoveling food from the stainless steel bowl into his mouth, the sound of his chewing echoing around. "Really? Hurry, tell me more." Lu Gang, sitting on the bed, beamed with delight, patting the mattress beside him, urging Lu Dongdong to come closer. He asked, having spent 2 or 3 days at the youth club, "Do you find their training methods differ from those back home?" Lu Dongdong, with a cheerful smile, approached Lu Gang and remarked, "In recent days, our team's head coach has been preoccupied with the acquisition of a new player and has been absent from the club. I have not observed the specific differences, but I sense that the training methods of the youth team, along with the team's facilities, have significantly surpassed those of the previous teams." Pausing momentarily, he mused to himself, such circumstances should be quite normal. After all, the K2 League is, in strict terms, equivalent to the domestic China League 1, which is at least a tier above the China League 2. Moreover, the youth team has consistently maintained a position within the top 4 of the K2 League, akin to a semi-prestigious club in our country. Lu Gang continuously nodded, eagerly inquiring about Lu Dongdong's performance in the team today. Upon learning the details, he excitedly exclaimed, "Dongdong, although your performance today was commendable, it is imperative that you remember to remain humble and not succumb to arrogance. As a newcomer, your primary objective is to exert your utmost effort and strive to pass the evaluation at the end of the month." "I understand, Dad. You can rest assured. I will take care to keep this in mind." With a shift in tone, Lu Dongdong expressed his concern, "Dad, you must also take care of yourself. Don't overexert yourself at the construction site. Once I pass the assessment at the end of the month, I will have a steady income each month. Although the salary may not be substantial, it will be sufficient to support our household. This way, Mom won't have to send money every month, and our lives will surely improve." "Oh, Dongdong, you need not worry about finances at all. Your mother and I have already made arrangements for you. Just focus on playing football, train diligently, and heed the advice of the club's coach and management. If you can truly carve out a niche for yourself in the Korean League, it will bring honor not only to your parents but also to our fellow countrymen." At that moment, Wang Pengzi leaned in, wiping his mouth vigorously with a white tissue, and gruffly remarked, "I don't usually know much about football, but under your father's influence, I have a general understanding of the state of Chinese football. Dong Dong, think about it carefully. If you can make a name for yourself in H country, it would be a resounding slap in the face to those coaches in Chinese football, demonstrating their lack of vision in failing to recognize such a remarkable talent as you. Uncle Wong, you are exaggerating. I am well aware of my capabilities and do not consider myself to be at the level you describe. While there are indeed issues in the development of football domestically, significant improvements have been made in our generation. The only challenge lies in the sheer number of players, leading to fierce competition, Lu Dongdong humbly replied. What matters is not the competition level. What I know for certain is that if you make a name for yourself in the H-Country League tonight, it will clearly show that those coaches who trained you were inadequate, Wang Pongzi insisted. Chapter 112. The Feeling of Excitement. Lu Dongdong refrained from further conversation, fully aware that such deeply entrenched prejudices could not be dispelled by mere words. The three of them gathered around the bedside, engaging in conversation until approximately 9 o'clock in the evening. Reluctantly, they each retreated to their respective routines, with some heading for a shower and others succumbing to slumber. A week later, at 7 in the morning, passengers at the bus station awaited their transport with eager anticipation. Under their hopeful gazes, the bus finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Lu Dongdong followed the throng and boarded the bus. Perhaps due to a delay, this particular bus was unusually crowded, and after some effort, Lu Dongdong finally found a seat at the back. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at Hagong Station, where a new wave of passengers boarded. Among them, a figure caught Lu Dongdong's eye, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He promptly waved his hand. From the dense crowd, a delicate silhouette emerged, and upon raising her head, her face lit up with joy as she hurried over. Lu Dongdong, it's been ages. I thought I might not see you today, she exclaimed, her face radiant with a brilliant smile that conveyed unrestrained happiness. On this somewhat chilly morning, a wave of warmth enveloped Lu Dongdong's heart. I feel the same. I hadn't seen you for the past couple of days and was worried something might have happened to you. At this juncture, Lu Dongdong quickly covered his mouth with his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckling softly as he clenched his fists and offered his seat to Huna. This time, Huna did not hesitate in the slightest and promptly took a seat. Lu Dongdong stood close to his seat, grasping the overhead handrail, swaying his body in tandem with the jolting vehicle. The bus accelerated forward, carrying a multitude of passengers. Lu Dongdong surveyed the boastful face before him from a lofty vantage point and suddenly remarked, "You seem fine, yet I can't help but notice that your dark circles appear rather pronounced. Have you been sleeping poorly these past couple of days? Is it that obvious?" Huna replied, taking a compact mirror from her bag to check her reflection before lifting her gaze and continuing, "I've been on night shift for the last 2 days, finishing work at 7 in the morning. No matter how long I manage to sleep during the day, my body simply cannot keep up." "Ah, I see. I must say, your work as a nurse seems quite arduous. Indeed, especially in our department, where we often receive patients in the early hours. They usually come in intoxicated, having fought with others, or due to unfortunate accidents. There's hardly any time for rest. If your job is so taxing, why not consider switching to something else? You are quite beautiful, and I believe many opportunities should be available to you." Huna abruptly lifted her head, gazing at Lu Dongdong with a smile. "Who says that a girl's beauty guarantees her more job opportunities? Do you really think I rely solely on my looks?" Her expression shifted to one of seriousness, leaving Lu Dongdong momentarily at a loss for words. In the next moment, Huna playfully waved her hand, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor, and said, "I'm just teasing you. You always take my jokes too seriously." Despite her lightheartedness, her tone grew resolute as she added, "Being a nurse has been my dream since childhood. Although the work can be tough, having made this choice, I have no intention of abandoning it midway. Regardless of how challenging or exhausting it may be, I will persevere." As she spoke, a steadfast light shone brightly in her beautiful eyes. Lu Dongdong nodded in appreciation. As a fellow dreamer, he profoundly understood Huna's sentiments. For the sake of their dreams, they exert every ounce of effort in pursuit, fearing nothing, regardless of fatigue or exhaustion. They grit their teeth and forge ahead. They firmly believe that one day they will reach the shores of their aspirations, becoming the individuals they have longed to be. "Huna, keep going. I believe that if you persevere, your dreams will undoubtedly come to fruition," Lu Dongdong proclaimed, raising his fist with fervor. Huna gently nodded, gazing into Lu Dongdong's eyes as she replied, "You too. Let us motivate each other and see who can realize their dreams first. The one who succeeds first must treat the other to a meal. All right?" "Absolutely. Lu Dongdong responded without a moment's hesitation. Hyuna extended an arm, raising her 5 slender fingers before Lu Dongdong. He looked on with a hint of confusion, unsure of her intention. It's a high-five agreement. Isn't this something you Chinese people cherish? She said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. All right. Lu Dongdong quickly grasped the concept and eagerly slapped his palm against Hyuna's, producing a crisp sound. By the way, I work the night shift. How have you fared at the club these past couple of days? Hyuna inquired with curiosity. Just as before, quite well. I have consistently excelled in every training regimen set by Assistant Choi. Yang Xingli is no match for me, Lu Dongdong replied, scratching the back of his head. Puffed. Hyuna playfully rolled her eyes, exclaiming, who boasts about themselves like that? You're not modest at all. Pausing for a moment, her face illuminated with a smile, she continued, however, I believe you because you are truly remarkable. Why do you have such faith in me? You've never even seen me kick a soccer ball, he replied. You may not have seen yourself play, but on the very first night we met, I saw a spark in your eyes, a spark I have also witnessed in my brothers. Those who possess such a glow are invariably exceptional at soccer. There are never exceptions. For deep within them lies a profound love for the game. When someone is passionately devoted to what they do, nothing in this world can hinder their path, Hyuna stated earnestly. Lu Dongdong nodded thoughtfully, her heart resonating with deep agreement. Your assessment training seems to be at the end of this month? May I personally visit your club to watch you play football? Well, Lu Dongdong hesitated for several seconds before candidly responding. I truly do not know whether it's permissible. However, if you wish to attend, I can certainly inquire. At this juncture, an idea struck her, and she smiled as she said, aren't you good friends with Assistant Choi? You could simply give him a call to ask. That would be more effective than asking me about. Chapter 113. Breaking news. That's true, Hyunya acknowledged, nodding to herself, and then suddenly added, but I would like to know whether you agree. After all, what I most wish to see is your performance on the field. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongdong's face flushed instantly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Although she had never experienced romantic relationships or held a girl's hand, it did not imply she was entirely oblivious to the ambiguous hints towards her. The bus arrived at the station. As they reached their destination, Xin Yao stood to bid farewell. The two exchanged glances through the transparent glass window until the bus departed from the platform, at which point Lu Dongdong finally withdrew her gaze. Over the past 7 days, aside from yesterday and the day before when he did not check in with Hyunya, they had virtually commuted together every day. Even during times when training exhausted her, she felt it was the happiest moment of her life. In the youth club, inside the general manager's office, Choi Hyun-bin and manager Woo sat across from each other. One wore a calm expression, while the other bore a troubled countenance. Assistant Choi, a week has passed, and with only 4 days left until the transfer window closes, there's been no progress in your negotiations. Are we capable of completing the recruitment plan? You must realize, I've been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days. My anxiety is overwhelming, Manager Wu lamented, instinctively picking up a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table. Just as he placed one between his lips, he returned it to the pack in frustration. Choi Hyun-bin observed the situation quietly, then spoke calmly. Manager Wu, please try to relax. As you mentioned, the transfer window is closing soon, and most teams have already finalized their rosters for the new season. Attempting to pry a player from their ranks at this juncture is undeniably a complex task. Certainly not something that can be resolved hastily. You must understand that our coaching staff has been working overtime during this period. I understand. But who will understand my predicament? Manager Wu scratched his slightly balding forehead, exclaiming in frustration. Initially, you all insisted that time was of the essence and urged me to apply for funding immediately. I completed the task that very day, despite facing numerous obstacles and being subjected to criticism. Now, the coaching staff merely offers me a vague statement to placate me. Are you toying with me? Manager Wu, your words are rather severe, replied Choi Hyun-bin, sitting up straight and gazing intently into Manager Wu's eyes. During our execution of the transfer plan, Coach Choi Shichao and I clearly outlined every circumstance in your presence. We explicitly stated that the transfer plan might not necessarily succeed. After all, the situation with Lee Dong-jae was unforeseen by anyone, including yourself. We have all exerted our utmost efforts. We can only do our part and leave the rest to fate. Even if you were to eliminate us, it would be of no avail. Manager Wu was rendered speechless, turning his head in frustration, opting to avoid the sight altogether. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Choi Hyun-bin silently observed the clock hanging on the wall, planning to depart precisely at 8 o'clock. Although no promising news had emerged regarding the recruitment plan, he maintained his composure, unlike manager Wu's anxiety. As a professional well-versed in the football market, he understood the profound difficulty of acquiring a core player meeting the team's requirements as the transfer window neared its closure. It is not merely a matter of desire. It requires substantial financial resources to sign a preferred player without hesitation, often at multiples of their value. However, such circumstances are only feasible for affluent clubs and are utterly unattainable for their youth team under manager Wu's oversight. Time ticked away. As the minute hand approached 8 o'clock, Cui Xianbin adjusted his attire, preparing to rise and take his leave when his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He glanced at manager Wu before retrieving the device, discovering it was a call from head coach Cui Shichao. "It's Coach Cui. There must be good news," Cui Xianbin announced. Immediately, manager Wu, who had been lounging on the sofa, perked up, sitting upright, and gesturing for Cui Xianbin to answer the call promptly. Cui Xianbin placed his phone on the coffee table and activated the speakerphone. Minutes later, the call ended. Cui Xianbin slowly raised his head, an awkward smile gracing his face as he regarded manager Wu across from him. Manager Wu, slumped back onto the sofa, had lost all traces of excitement. He covered his forehead with his hand, overwhelmed by a splitting headache. What on earth is happening? After waiting so long for news, we finally secured a decent candidate. Yet the budget has to increase by an additional 5 million Korean won. Where on earth am I supposed to procure that amount? Do you believe that simply urging the coach would grant me access to funds at any moment? Manager Wu lamented, his expression fraught with frustration as he sighed repeatedly. Cui Xianbin, wearing a perplexed smile, pondered for a moment before cautiously responding. "Manager Wu, I empathize with your sentiments. Yet exceeding the budget is undoubtedly a scenario we both wish to avoid. The true market value of this player does not align with the transfer fee proposed by the opposing club. However, the current situation is laid bare before us. Should we decline, it is highly probable that our team's defense will become a sieve this season, conceding an average of 3 to 4 goals per match." He paused. "Speaking somberly, you are the club's general manager, and our coaching staff merely offers plans and recommendations. Ultimately, the decision rests in your hands. Please consider this carefully." As the clock struck 8 and the players gathered on the field, he concluded swiftly, disregarding manager Wu's protests, and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Outside, Cui Xian took a deep breath, grasping the doorknob. Each conversation with manager Wu felt like a torturous ordeal due to his indecisive nature, which was quite exasperating. "Well, this dilemma is yours to ponder, manager Wu. I suspect you won't sleep soundly these next few nights," he mused, glancing back at the closed door with a sense of relief as he departed. With a decisive clap of his hands, Cui Xianbin drew the attention of all present, standing before a group of players. "This morning, I received a call from Coach Cui. He will return to the club tomorrow to commence your training regimen." The players erupted in murmurs, each displaying a flicker of joy. With the season opener fast approaching, how could a team function without the guiding presence of a head coach? "Assistant Cui, could you perhaps share with us which player Coach Cui will be bringing back?" the vehicle curiously remarked. Although the reasons behind Coach Choi Seju's departure from the club have not been made public, it is not entirely a secret. A select few have managed to uncover this information. Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous group fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes fixated on Choi Kwan-bin's face. This was particularly true for the defenders, including the mainstay and Ki Hyun, key substitutes, and other reserve players, such as Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli. The unexpected passing of Li Dongji undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the youth team's defensive line. In anticipation of the upcoming season, Coach Choi Seju recognized the necessity of recruiting a competent center back. However, as professional footballers, each individual harbors the aspiration to secure a starting position within their team. Players in the same position are often rivals in silence, with no one willing to be perpetually overshadowed. Even Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, who are merely substitutes, are certainly unwilling to concede. Choi Kwan-bin hesitated momentarily, scanning the faces of everyone present before clearing his throat and stating, "The specifics of the transfer are not yet finalized, but we are quite close. Since you all seem so concerned, I will divulge a bit in advance." Pausing to gaze at everyone, he continued, "The player we are bringing in is a center back, similar to Li Dongji." Upon hearing this, the players maintained an air of composure, as the outcome had long been anticipated. As for the group of defenders led by Ki Hyun, they were all keen listeners. Choi Kwan-bin elaborated, "The player is quite well known, possessing commendable abilities across the board. He can play both center back and full back, with a notable capacity for delivering quality crosses. Choi assistant, an elder with a weathered face, suddenly interjected, raising an arm. Just tell us his name directly. We can learn about his abilities later. Please, don't keep us in suspense. The group eagerly nodded in agreement, expressing their consent. Choi Kwan-bin offered an apologetic smile, then shifted his demeanor to seriousness, stating he is currently playing for the K1 League at Songnam FC, and his name is Lee Yong-ho. What? Lee Yong-ho? The expressions of Chae Zai and the swift flanker in Ki-hyun, along with several key players, shifted dramatically. A significant number of the newer players displayed bewilderment, shaking their heads and glancing around, hastily seeking clarification from teammates in the know. Chapter 114. It's over. Lu Dongdong was equally perplexed. Having undergone professional football training in China since childhood, he possessed a certain familiarity with H country's football scene. Yet he was largely ignorant of players beyond those of world-class stature or notable renown. Through the narratives of those around him, he gathered that a player named Lee Ronghao had garnered a modicum of fame within H country's league. Throughout his professional career, he had even been selected for the national team, showcasing commendable skills with both feet. However, his sole drawback lay in his advancing age. At 31, he was approaching the later stages of his career. Nevertheless, as a central defender, this age often represents a peak in experience. As long as he could maintain his form and evade injuries, he could easily continue playing for another 2 to 3 years. As the team's defensive backbone, and Chi Xuan, along with Chae Zai and other swift flank players, exchanged a few words about Lee Ronghao before promptly falling silent, their expressions betraying a facade of indifference. Meanwhile, the main substitutes among the central defenders exhibited a hint of gravity, alongside an underlying zeal that they made an effort to conceal, seemingly reluctant to remain mere secondary players. Lee Ronghao's reputation and prowess likely surpassed that of Chi Xuan. However, a 4-year age gap existed between them, and it was anticipated that Chi Xuan would eventually eclipse his counterpart's achievements. Moreover, it was rumored that Lee Ronghao's departure from the national team was influenced not only by his advancing years and intense competition within the squad, but also due to persistent injuries. Over the past 2 seasons at Songnam, he had scarcely completed an entire season without interruptions. Standing beside Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, Guanggu murmured, "Why would Coach Choi choose to recruit such a player?" Yang Shengli responded, his face etched with confusion. Lu Dongdong remained silent, intently listening. Guanggu spoke. Li Dongzai and Chi Xuan are indispensable mainstay center backs of the team. Although a few others have also demonstrated commendable performances, they ultimately lack the same caliber. When facing mid to lower tier teams in the K2 League, their skill level is undoubtedly sufficient. However, to triumph over other formidable opponents in the K2 League, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. Coach Choi, with his wealth of experience, would never take such a risk. He swallowed hard, casting a glance at those around him, and continued. With the transfer window nearing its close, the recruitment efforts of various teams are essentially complete. It is utterly inconceivable to allow our main defenders to be transferred to rivals. I suspect Coach Choi had no other choice but to select Lee Ronghao. This player, after all, competes in the higher-tier K1 League and has previously been selected for the national team of H country. His market value is likely quite substantial, possibly surpassing that of Chi Xuan or Chae Zai, the core midfielder of our team. In summary, finalizing this transfer must have involved a considerable expenditure, and our general manager, Mr. Wu, is probably sitting in his office with a pained expression. Yang Shengli fell into contemplation, while Lu Dongdong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why would the general manager feel such financial strain for a year when bringing in players to strengthen the team's lineup?" You seem to be unaware of this. Guanggu chuckled mysteriously, hesitating for a few seconds before whispering, "I will gradually elaborate on Mr. Wu's matters with you later. Suffice it to say, he is an exceedingly intriguing individual." Lu Dongdong's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued, yet Guanggu seemed intent on maintaining an air of mystery, leaving him with no choice but to suppress his eagerness. "You must all strive diligently. Although Lee Ronghao possesses commendable skills, I personally believe he is unlikely to endure an entire season of competition. If you exert sufficient effort, opportunities to play will undoubtedly arise." Guanggu remarked, "I can assure you that, in their hearts, Aoni and the others are likely determined to usurp the position of starting center back from Lee Ronghao." Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli nodded vigorously, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of anticipation. As professional football players, the desire to take the field as key players is the utmost aspiration for each individual, serving as the driving force that compels them to endure the monotonous and arduous training sessions. Cui Xianbin raised his hands to quell the murmurs within the team. After a brief address, he announced the dispersal of the group. The team commenced a new day of training. As usual, Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli were called aside by Cui Xianbin for their specialized session. The morning swiftly passed, and the group broke up, linking arms and laughing as they made their way to the locker room, eager to indulge in a refreshing shower followed by a sumptuous lunch and a delightful afternoon nap. After taking a shower, Lu Dongdong returned to his dormitory. Although he was merely a trial player, the team had nonetheless arranged accommodation for each individual. It was a double room, yet he occupied it alone. Yang Shengli entered midway, conversing with Lu Dongdong for half an hour before rising to depart for his own room to take a midday nap. Lu Dongdong had just changed into a fresh set of clothes and was preparing to collapse into bed when the sudden ring of his phone pierced the silence. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed an international code indicating a call from China. He answered tentatively, only to discover it was his close friend, Zhu Peng. "Hey, Dongge, how have you been? What are the differences in training methods between Korean football and those back home?" Zhu Peng asked cheerfully. "Why does everyone always ask me that?" Lu Dongdong replied with a hint of exasperation. "To be honest, I feel they are quite similar. And while the facilities here are superior to those of Team XX, let us not forget that the youth team competes in the K2 League, whereas Team XX is merely in the lower leagues. If we were to compare with corresponding teams in the China League 1, I would say the teams in each country are still not on par with those domestically. As for the training methods, they are largely alike. It ultimately depends on the tactical acumen of the head coach. However, I've heard that our coach, Choi Se-ju, was once the head coach of the youth team in each country, and he possesses considerable expertise in nurturing young talent." "Really? If what you say is true, then your head coach must be several tiers above Tianfeng. I truly hope we can have a friendly match with your team someday," Zhu Peng replied, a playful tone in his voice. "Don't tease me. I know your ulterior motives," Lu Dongdong retorted. "Let me tell you, my skills have significantly improved lately. I'm no longer the easily outmaneuvered center back you once knew. Dongge, you have a penchant for humor. You are my superior. How could I ever surpass you? I'm fully aware that you've been intentionally going easy on me. Although you've concealed it well, I understand perfectly." The two friends continued their light-hearted banter, eventually drifting into discussions about the upcoming opening match of the league. Through Zhu Peng, Lu Dongdong learned that their team's goal this year was to ascend to the China League 1. Having recently secured a substantial investment of 30 million and brought in several strong reinforcements just before the transfer window closed, Lu Dongdong could not help but reflect that his ambitious coach, Qian Feng, finally had the opportunity to realize his aspirations. As his mentor, Qian Feng was someone Lu had long admired deeply. He firmly believed that with his previous prowess, Qian would one day evolve into an outstanding head coach, perhaps even fulfilling his dream of leading the Chinese national football team. "Let us persevere, Zhu Peng. One day we shall reunite successfully at Guangzhou Evergrande," Lu Dongdong declared passionately. "Absolutely. If the boss has spoken, as his junior, I will strive relentlessly, even if it means grinding my teeth and crawling forward to join Guangzhou Evergrande. Brother Dong, you must continue to look out for me then," he added. "Of course, no problem." After hanging up, he realized it was nearly 1 p.m., leaving just about an hour before the afternoon training commenced. To ensure he maintained his performance for the upcoming session, Lu Dongdong promptly shed his clothes and lay down on his bed. As a professional footballer, self-discipline is an indispensable prerequisite for their success. At exactly 2 p.m., Lu Dongdong walked amidst the throng in the center of the stadium, clad in proper attire and adorned with a green lanyard whistle. Cui Xianbin had been waiting for quite some time. After a brief roll call, Cui Xianbin stood before the gathering and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "This afternoon, we shall engage in a training match, but this time, it will come with a system of rewards and penalties. The victorious team shall enjoy an additional half-hour of rest, while the defeated team will be tasked with running 10 laps around the field." A collective groan erupted from the crowd, primarily among the players of Team B, who were largely substitutes. In previous training matches, with the exception of the initial day when they faced the first-string Team A, they had been thoroughly outmatched, their efforts yielding little more than minor disturbances in the otherwise one-sided contests. The notion of a training match laden with rewards and penalties was clearly designed to subject them to punishment. In stark contrast to the murmurs of discontent from Team B, the players of Team A, including the midfield linchpin Che Zai, the golden-haired wing sprinter in Jin Xiu, and the steadfast offensive stalwart in Qi Xuan, wore expressions of confident delight, as if victory were a foregone conclusion. Particularly brazen was the impetuous wing player, who beckoned mockingly to the Team B players, boasting that during the match, he would only score 3 goals, merely to showcase a hat trick. The seasoned veteran Guanggu scoffed at this bravado, defiantly asserting that the match had yet to commence and that the outcome remained uncertain, cautioning against overconfidence. However, his words met with scant agreement, as most appeared resigned to the belief that defeat was inevitable. Chapter 115. The New Training Match, Part 1. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli sat quietly, both convinced that the outcome of today's match had long been decided. However, throughout these past few days, they had been engaged in Su Xuanbing's small classroom, and regardless of how poorly Team B performed, it held no bearing on them. With this thought, the two exchanged a glance, each able to discern a flicker of relief on the other's face. Running 10 laps around the field, especially after an intense match, would be a daunting task for a group of physically robust professional athletes. Truly, no one would willingly undertake such a trial without necessity. Su Xianbin silently observed the performance of his team. Once the laughter and commotion subsided, he spoke in a calm tone. Do not rejoice too soon, nor should you be overly concerned. Today's training match must adhere strictly to my tactical approach thus far. Upon hearing this, the raucous team fell instantly silent. Guanggu interjected softly. Fear not, everyone. If we follow the prescribed tactics, we shall have our chance. The core midfielders, including the swift wingers Cha Zai and Jin Xiu, as well as Qi Xuan, wore expressions of gravity. Though they were all key players with commendable skills, football is fundamentally a team sport, reliant on coordination. While individual brilliance can occasionally salvage a team, if a group executes a strategy that starkly contrasts with their natural style, their performance will inevitably suffer. Furthermore, as mainstays of the youth team, they were acutely aware of their team's tactical identity. If Su Xianbin intended to implement the tactics they had always employed, then his remarks would hold no significance. Thus, they were certain that the strategy to be executed today would be unlike any they had ever employed. To assimilate an entirely unfamiliar tactical style and achieve seamless cooperation among 11 players to score within a mere 90 minutes of play seemed an insurmountable challenge. Today's match appeared precarious. Their seasoned minds had already conjured the likelihood of a chaotic tug-of-war, with victory hinging on a fleeting moment of brilliance from a solitary player on the pitch. As professional athletes, they understood the unpredictable nature of player form, akin to a lottery win, where an obscure player might suddenly, without warning, unleash a spectacular strike that could decisively determine the match. In such scenarios, for the losing side, all that remained was a deep sense of frustration. What we shall execute today is... Su Xianbin stood before the team, looking over them as he slowly articulated each word. Wing breakthroughs and long passes. Should anyone fail to adhere to the tactics I have laid out, the match will be deemed a loss. Upon hearing these words, the team erupted into a cacophony once more. Each player from Team B wore a countenance resembling a bitter gourd, while the previously confident Guanggu now bore a grave expression. The tactics of wing breakthroughs and long passes are fundamental strategies that every football team trains in. However, these approaches demand players endowed with corresponding abilities. Unfortunately, within their ranks, there was a conspicuous absence of adept wing players, as well as a lacking figure to serve as the spearhead, capable of receiving passes from teammates behind him. Although the forward from Team B displayed relatively commendable individual skills and physical resilience, he was not a player who thrived solely on brute strength. Rather, he required the support and cooperation of his teammates. What was initially perceived as a bespoke strategy proposed by Cui Xiangbin, which was expected to empower their team, now appeared as a shackle, constraining their already modest capabilities. In stark contrast to the troubled expressions of Guanggu and his companions, the midfield linchpin Che Zai and the speedy winger Qi Xuan appeared relatively unperturbed. The youth team style of play, while not inclined towards direct long passes, thrived on wing breakthroughs facilitated by their exceptional players, providing ample room for their skills to flourish. Furthermore, as key members of the team, each of them possessed abilities and tactical acumen that significantly surpassed those of Team B's players. Adapting to the 50 tactical approach would require merely a modicum of time. This match was still within reach, and the scales of victory were evidently tipping in their favor. What else with the sullen faces? The match hasn't even begun, and you're already prepared to surrender, Cui Xianbin remarked with a playful glint in his eyes, observing Guanggu and the others. The group of players remained silent, merely shaking their heads gently. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli observed coldly, exchanging glances that revealed a shared expression of impending doom. They held little faith in Team B's ability to triumph over Team A. Although, in a certain context, both teams employed the same strategy, rendering the competition ostensibly fair. The members of Team B, aside from a few from Guanggu who could barely hold their ground, were largely ill-equipped to adapt to this approach. Cui Xianbin quietly surveyed the group, a smile gracing his lips as he clapped his hands vigorously and declared, "All right, both teams are executing the same strategy, thus ensuring absolute fairness. While there may be a disparity in skills, have a bit of confidence in yourselves. Who knows, a miracle might just unfold." The members of Team B, however, were too despondent to respond, while Team A wore expressions of smug satisfaction, particularly the audacious winger, who brazenly muttered a few words, clearly convinced of their assured victory. "By the way, before the match commences, I need to make some adjustments to the lineup," he said, directing his gaze towards Che Zai and the others, his finger resting thoughtfully on his chin. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "The midfield and defense for Team A will remain unchanged, but we need to modify the forward line. This time, let us implement a three-pronged attack." Without acknowledging the astonishment on Team A's faces, he continued, "The winger will continue on the familiar left flank, while Jinsu will retreat from the center-forward position to play as a free-roaming striker. We shall also select another forward from your substitutes." His gaze swept across the group, surrounding Che Zai, before settling on a tall, robust man with short hair. "Wang Long, you will take the field as a central striker, a bastion for our front line." "Understood, Assistant Shui," the rugged man affirmed with a firm nod as he stepped forward from the crowd. As for the additional player, Cui Xianbin scanned the group again, his finger pointing towards a man of average stature. "Pei Dongyun, you will serve as a substitute for this match." "Very well," the summoned man replied, a hint of reluctance evident on his face, yet he obediently retreated to the back of the group. The expressions of Guanggu and the others illuminated with joy. A sudden change in the most potent offensive lineup of the team could lead to a necessary adjustment period, potentially resulting in a remarkable synergy or, conversely, a dismal outcome. This presented them with an opportunity, a most precious one. Team A's countenance bore complexities, while Team B wore expressions of delight. In the next moment, Cui Xianbin's gaze fell upon Lu Dongdong and Yang Shini. Just as the two sensed an unusual shift, he addressed the entire team, stating, "For this match, Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli will join Team B as center backs." Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli were momentarily taken aback, while the others displayed expressions of indifference. This was primarily because, regardless of whether the duo was positioned as the rear partners for Team B, they had rarely, if ever, managed to thwart Team A's relentless offensive onslaught. In today's training session, their only path to victory lay in one singular approach, an unceasing barrage of attacks, necessitating the scoring of at least 3 goals to secure triumph. "Very well, let's disperse. We shall warm up for 5 minutes before commencing today's practice match," Cui Xianbin proclaimed loudly. The team immediately dispersed, with players from both Team A and Team B retreating to their respective sides, engaging in various warm-up exercises. Key midfielders such as Guanggu and Che Zai conversed incessantly with teammates standing beside them, secretly strategizing their tactics. After 5 minutes, the practice match commenced with Team B, victorious in the coin toss, securing the first serve. 2 forwards exchanged passes, guiding the ball towards the center of the field where Guanggu was positioned, then promptly dashed across the center circle, advancing rapidly towards Team A's penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Guanggu opted not to charge forward immediately. Instead, he awaited the advance of the left and right fullbacks before determining his direction. He elevated his right leg high, executing a powerful long pass. The ball soared to the upper left corner of the field, where the advancing fullback leapt high, controlling the bouncing ball deftly at his feet before sprinting towards the goal line. Meanwhile, the fullback, who had been retreating to compress the defensive line, swiftly surged forward to intercept the play. However, Team B's fullback appeared to lack confidence in his abilities. Faced with the aggressive defense from Team A, he abruptly halted his advance and passed the ball to Guanggu, who was making a run. At that moment, Team A's half was already crowded, and Guanggu, lacking exceptional ball control skills, barely evaded the pressure from Team A's defenders before once again directing the ball towards the flanks. His teammates had no opportunity to support him. Team B's fullback gritted his teeth and attempted a forceful advance. In Chapter 116, the new practice match, Part 2, utilizing his explosive physicality, He managed to shake off Team B's fullback by roughly half a meter. Just as the opponent extended their foot, poised and nudged the ball out of bounds. He instinctively struck the ball with force towards Team A's penalty area. This pass, born out of desperation, lacked any semblance of quality. The swiftly initiated run by Team B's forwards saw him leap high, yet he could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed over his head. The other forward, positioned at the far post, was even further out of reach, merely observing as the ball crossed the boundary line. A throw-in ensued. The whistle sounded, and Team B's attacking players promptly returned to their positions. Thus, an initially fervent offensive endeavor concluded without any tangible results. While it bore a hint of regret, it also underscored their lack of offensive strategies, merely relying on Chui Xianbin's proposed tactics for breakthroughs along the flanks to score required relentless effort, courageous attempts, and a touch of elusive fortune. Under the referee's whistle, the goalkeeper of Team A launched the ball with a powerful kick, and Chi Hyun, receiving the ball, swiftly passed it to the midfield maestro, Che Zai. Upon gaining possession, Che Zai did not immediately surge forward. Instead, he calmly surveyed the field ahead, dribbling the ball while gesturing to his teammates to make their forward runs. The two forwards of Team B, adhering to their pre-match strategy, closely marked Che Zai. Their objective was not merely to intercept the ball, but to create persistent disturbances, thereby disrupting the rhythm of Che Zai, the team's metronome, and consequently throwing Team A's entire offensive flow into disarray. However, Che Zai was not easily rattled. His technical prowess was exceptional. Faced with the relentless pressure from the 2B team attackers, he remained composed, skillfully maneuvering with deft footwork, evading their advances with remarkable agility. With a delicate flick of his toe, he executed a splendid nutmeg, slipping between the two defenders and sprinting forward. Just a few meters ahead, his gaze shifted to the left flank, where a flash of yellow darted like a sharp blade into the heart of Team B's defense. Positioned centrally, Guanggu immediately called out, urging the right back responsible for defending the middle to retreat. As his voice echoed, Che Zai unhesitatingly lifted his right foot, sending the ball soaring into the sky. The players, unable to reach it, craned their necks, watching the ball trace a graceful arc against the backdrop of the sky before descending behind them. The left back of Team B sprinted desperately, but the speed of the winger was unmatched in the K2 League. As a substitute player, he could hardly keep up. Despite gritting his teeth and straining his legs, he found himself left far behind. Disaster loomed. If the winger secured the ball, he could effortlessly cut across and charge unimpeded into the penalty area. A grim image flashed through his mind. The winger, ferociously advancing toward the goal, skillfully dispatching the ball into the far corner before the recovering center back and advancing goalkeeper could intervene. If that goal were to be scored, it would be a testament to his failure. Yet, he lamented, he had truly given his all. She clenched her teeth and sprinted desperately, suddenly realizing that the black and white ball, which had caused her immense worry, was not heading in her direction at all. Instead, it soared over the midfield and descended into the penalty area. At that very moment, only 4 individuals occupied the penalty box. The last line of defense for Team B, comprised of the 2 central defenders, Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli, along with the agile and skilled Jin Xiao, and the newly appointed forward, Wang Long, positioned towards the back, and Jin Xiao lingered at the edge of the penalty line, closely marking Yang Shengli, who was determined to stay glued to him. The ball's landing spot was right in the middle of the penalty area, where only Wang Long and Lu Dongdong, who was tightly pressed against him, stood. The pass was executed with precision, not aimed at the speedy wingers, but rather directed towards Wang Long, leveraging his tactical value as the focal point of the attack. With a simple yet remarkably effective long pass, he deceived nearly everyone, including the rapidly advancing winger. The ball descended gracefully from the sky, heading directly towards Wang Long and Lu Dongdong below. Wang Long, tall and robust, possessed the quintessential physique of a central striker. He employed his formidable strength to pin Lu Dongdong firmly behind him. The two jostled back and forth. But despite Lu Dongdong's relentless efforts, he could not advance a single step and could only watch helplessly as the ball fell. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, Wang Long would effortlessly receive the ball. In the penalty area, for a forward, receiving a teammate's pass almost guarantees a high probability of converting it into a goal. Presenting a significant threat, Guanggu let out a mighty roar, rallying all his teammates towards the penalty area, hoping his speed would allow him to intercept the ball before Wang Long could execute a shot on goal, thus aiding Lu Dongdong in reclaiming possession. Meanwhile, Jin Xiao, fully aware of Wang Long's advantageous position, surged into the penalty area like a cunning fox with an acute sense of smell. His involvement in the attack could diversify Wang Long's offensive strategies, whether through clever maneuvering or by directly overpowering the defenders to score, a daunting challenge for the already beleaguered defensive players. Yang Shengli hurriedly followed behind, his heart racing with anxiety. As a central defender, no one understood better than he the perilous nature of such a situation and the gravity of the unfolding scene. The ball plummeted from the heights, gradually descending until it landed before Lu Dongdong and Wang Long. The tall Wang Long, leveraging his physical prowess, firmly pinned down Lu Dongdong. The two of them jostled against each other, with Wang Long lifting his head high, his gaze radiating fervent determination. He was utterly confident, having envisioned several possibilities to effortlessly seize control of the ball that was suspended in mid-air. As a forward and a pivotal center, his mission was to assert absolute control over the ball when a teammate delivered it into the penalty area. Moreover, today marked his debut as a starter, and he was on the verge of receiving the ball for the first time. If he could seize this opportunity and breach the opponent's goal, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental triumph for him, significantly elevating his worth in the eyes of both his teammates and the coaching staff, including Chui Quanbing. This time, I shall claim it. I shall take the shot. I will wield my strength and exquisite shooting technique, even against you, a novice defender. Wang Long's heart resounded with fervor as he bent his knees slightly, lowering his center of gravity. As the ball descended to the perfect spot, he leapt high, using his chest to deftly control it. As a quintessential forward, this technique was one he had practiced since childhood, engraved deeply in his memory. Lu Dongdong gritted his teeth, pressing relentlessly against Wang Long's formidable physique with a shoulder. Yet, the towering Wang Long stood firm like an unyielding concrete wall, no matter how hard he exerted himself. His efforts were futile, leaving him utterly exhausted. This cannot continue. If it does, the ball will inevitably fall into the hands of the opponent. Here, in the penalty area, lies the most perilous zone for the entire team. Besides myself, there are no defenders in sight. Should the opposing team gain possession, a mere pivot would allow them a direct confrontation with the goalkeeper, an unparalleled opportunity for any striker. As a central defender, I cannot permit such a scenario to unfold. What am I to do? What am I to do? Lu Dongdong incessantly questioned himself, fervently rummaging through the defensive techniques imparted by Chui Quanbin over the past few days, as well as the various defensive skills taught by the coach on the verdant pitch. As the moment drew closer, the rapidly spinning ball finally descended to a point where both players could effortlessly seize control with a mere leap. In the next instant, Wang Long, poised and ready, leaped into the air, his legs propelling him off the lush green grass, all eyes upon him. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, coupled with remarkable leaping ability, he ascended like a majestic bird soaring into the sky. As the ball fell from the rain-drenched heavens, the distance between them diminished rapidly. A look of joy illuminated Wang Long's face, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. He aimed to capitalize on this unexpected pass from his teammate, aspiring to score a magnificent goal that would resonate with everyone, affirming his worth to the coaching staff. He leapt high, chest out, prepared to meet the swiftly descending ball. Just then, as he was poised for the catch, his momentum abruptly halted. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he sensed a shadow surging from behind him. Instinctively, he lifted his head, only to discover that Lu Dongdong, once firmly behind him, had ascended to meet him at eye level. With unwavering focus, Lu continued to rise, surpassing Wang Long by a head, and with a powerful thrust of his own head, he directed the spinning ball out of bounds. Forward and Jinsi dashed in from the left, the ball racing past her. With her experience, she immediately recognized that intercepting the ball was futile and decisively halted her advance. Chapter 117. A variety of tactics Yang Shengli closely followed, observing the unfolding situation, visibly relieved as he gasped for breath. Lu Dongdong and Wang Long fell from the sky, crashing onto the grass below, one landing above the other. Both sustained significant impacts. However, as a professional football player, such pain had long since become a common occurrence. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly rose to their feet. Wang Long cast a penetrating glance at Lu Dongdong. To outsiders, it appeared that Lu had merely jumped higher, seizing the opportunity to clear the ball. Yet, as the one directly involved, Wang understood the true reason. Lu had discreetly pulled at his shirt as he leapt, momentarily hindering his ascent. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Dongdong launched himself, just a fraction slower, and managed to head the ball away first. The lad's technique was remarkably adept. and during the preceding physical tussle, he had continuously exerted pressure on Wang, nearly knocking him off balance multiple times. Such prowess was not typical of a mere novice. Frustration welled up within Wang Long. In the next instant, his teammates called out, urging him to prepare for the impending corner kick. Without delay, Wang pivoted and hurried into the throng. Lu Dongdong, almost simultaneously, followed closely behind. As a midfield linchpin, he cradled the black and white ball and strode purposefully toward the corner flag. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, he, already well acquainted with his teammates' movement patterns, confidently struck the ball. The black and white sphere traced an elegant arc, soaring over the throng at the near post and headed toward the relatively sparse area at the back, directly targeting Wang Long, who stood out like a crane among chickens. This was a long pass imbued with clear intent, aimed at the team's striking powerhouse. Long before the match commenced, Wang had prepared himself, taking a few lateral strides before sprinting forward. With a powerful leap, he ascended to meet the rapidly approaching ball, directing his head with force. The ball spun with great velocity, hurtling toward him like a comet entering a planetary orbit, destined to converge with Wang Long at just the right moment. He soared high, resembling a magnificent bird, emerging above the chaotic penalty area, towering over the crowd. With his neck craned to the side, the movement of his body was nearly complete. At the moment of connection with the ball, he would unleash his head, propelling the black and white sphere decisively into the net. This goal was already within his grasp. Victory was assured. The players surrounding him instinctively lifted their heads, gazing at him as if he were a deity suspended in midair. The goalkeeper, tasked with guarding goal B, had already begun to dive to the left, fully convinced that no one could thwart Wang Long from executing a header. Time ticked away, each second stretching the moment. To the onlookers, it appeared as though they were witnessing a cinematic scene played in slow motion. Wang Long's body ascended continuously, while the spiraling ball approached with increasing velocity. Unsurprisingly, the convergence of man and ball occurred. Wang Long's neck, akin to a coiled spring, propelled forward, striking the ball with formidable force. The spinning sphere, upon receiving this impact, instantly altered its trajectory and rapid pace, hurtling towards the upper left corner of the goal. Just as the goalkeeper leapt, the ball had already found its way into the net. The crowd erupted in chaos. Within the penalty area, players were left stunned, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. In the next instant, all the players from Area A scrambled to their feet, while Wang Long, having descended from his aerial feat, raised his arms triumphantly, roaring with elation. Channeling both his pride and his fury, a throng of teammates quickly surrounded him, affectionately ruffling his hair and patting his shoulders, showering him with exuberant praise. As a player relegated to the role of a substitute, nothing could bring her greater joy than scoring a goal and earning the admiration of her comrades. Yet, this euphoric moment was abruptly interrupted by a piercing whistle. The assistant referee hastened towards the scene, arms crossed over his chest, signaling that the earlier goal was invalidated. 4. Prior to Wang Long's header, he had committed a foul. An uproar erupted among the crowd, with all the players converging around the referee, vociferously protesting. The players from Team A, the ones who had supposedly scored, were particularly vocal. Meanwhile, the members of Team B, who had initially been disheartened, transformed their demeanor to one of exhilaration, rushing to the referee's side. It soon became clear that the reason for the disallowed goal was Wang Long's blatant act of pushing down the defender, Niu Dongdong, before taking off. Are you certain you didn't misjudge the play? Body contact during an offensive maneuver is commonplace. How can that be deemed a foul? Che Zai, standing before the referee, expressed his dissatisfaction loudly. Indeed, this is absurd. How could you invalidate such a spectacular header? Another player chimed in. I was right next to them. Lu Dongdong fell merely due to a reasonable collision. Wang Long did not engage in any other foul play. I simply nudged him lightly. He must be feigning injury, for it is impossible to fall so easily. This decision is unequivocally erroneous. Wang Long shouted loudly, expressing the indomitable spirit within him. However, despite the fervent explanations from Team A's players, the referee remained unwavering, declaring that the previous goal was entirely invalid due to a foul. Naturally, the players of Team B were elated upon hearing this, while Team A's members displayed their discontent, encircling the referee and vociferously protesting, their emotions escalating. Indeed, the training match resembled a formal football game. The referee's word was final, and such decisions were made for a reason. Everyone disperse, commanded quick swamping. Unable to bear the scene any longer, the players of Team A were indignant, yet As the assistant coach, Chui Xuanbing's authority compelled them to reluctantly acquiesce. The defiant winger attempted to argue in vain, prompting the assistant referee to brandish a yellow card. However, just as it was drawn, the seasoned Che Zhiki forcefully restrained him. After much persuasion, the referee reconsidered and retracted the yellow card, adopting a stern demeanor as he admonished the winger to return to his half. "Well done. I genuinely believe that goal had counted," remarked Yang Shengli, standing beside Lu Dongdong, who discreetly gave him a thumbs up. "Though there's a tinge of dissatisfaction, I must concede that over the past week, you have acquired far more knowledge than I have. If you maintain this trajectory in due time, you may not only rival in Sichuan, but also secure a position as a primary center back." That's a bit exaggerated. To be honest, I was at a loss just now, and I merely recall the tactic Coach Shui had taught us. The physical challenge we faced, if it were in the Premier League, might not have been deemed a foul at all. I was merely fortunate, Lu Dongdong humbly replied. The two exchanged a few quiet words before each retreated to their respective defensive zones. On the sidelines, Chui Xianbing and Niu Dongdong exchanged knowing glances, nodding gently in acknowledgement. I expressed my profound satisfaction with Lu Dongdong's recent performance. As a football coach returning from Europe, Chui Huanbin's football philosophy diverges significantly from that of most domestic coaches in South Korea. He emphasizes the importance of intellect. The body merely serves as an extension of the mind. To excel on the pitch, one must rely not only on experience, but also on cerebral engagement. As a central defender, managing the demands of a 90-minute match is crucial. Even the world's elite players would struggle if they were to sprint incessantly throughout the game. Thus, to avert such exhaustion, it is essential to understand how to sacrifice minimal energy while ensuring the most effective defense in various situations. While terms like simulation may carry a stigma in the football community, for a central defender, it is a necessary tactic to master. Moreover, even in prestigious tournaments like the World Cup, many prominent players resort to such strategies in pursuit of goals. If your actions benefit the team, the means by which you achieve them will go unnoticed. The match continues. Team B initiates the play. Upon receiving the ball, the two forwards promptly pass it back to Guanggu, who anchors the midfield. Although Guanggu's technical skills are not exceptionally refined, he is the most skilled player on Team B. The tactics they employ today focus on exploiting the flanks and executing long passes. However, given the severe lack of high-caliber players on Team B, any attempt at flank breakthroughs would likely result in failure. Hence, Guanggu's strategy is astutely crafted to minimize these attempts, opting instead for direct and effective long passes to leverage the forward's capabilities, hoping for a precious opportunity to score, perhaps with a stroke of luck. Chapter 118, Highlights. If they can take the lead in scoring, they may adopt a defensive strategy to preserve the victory until the final whistle. While some tactical maneuvers may seem ignoble, understanding the necessity of making the right choices in the correct circumstances for the sake of victory is imperative for every player and coach alike. Run. Continue to push forward. Although my technical skills may not rival those of the finest, I am more than capable of delivering the ball accurately to your head. In his heart, Guanggu silently contemplated. He meticulously controlled his feet, advancing alongside his teammates on the flanks. As the players on either side, like two sharp blades, penetrated the territory of Team A, he finally lifted his foot. In an instant, the defenders of Team A sprang into action, with the midfield and the two fullbacks responsible for guarding the flanks rushing back at breakneck speed, closely monitoring the two attacking players from Team B who had breached their defenses. Their positioning was remarkably synchronized, maintaining a precise distance. As soon as Guanggu delivered the ball, they had a 100% chance of effortlessly intercepting it. Due to the complete obstruction of the passing lanes by the opposing team, the only possibility lay in a powerful corner kick from Guanggu, soaring over everyone. However, such an approach would only serve to keep them chasing the ball, rendering their teammates unable to respond. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary speed of a wing player. To everyone's surprise, the corner kick did not reach a fast-moving wing player, but instead arced high into the sky, tracing a white curve before descending to a forward from Team B, who had already reached the edge of the penalty area. This corner was executed with remarkable quality, rivaling the precision of a cross from Showcase. Yet, all players from Team A relaxed, for even if the forward from Team B could easily receive the ball, the opposing team had effectively surrounded him. Unless he possessed divine skills, it was utterly impossible for him to navigate through four defenders. It was not a matter of underestimating the forward's abilities. Such a situation simply could not arise. In the world, only a select few can perform like Ronaldo or Messi. Not every ordinary individual can ascend to their level of greatness. The ball plummeted from the sky, but the forward from Team B did not leap. Instead, he took a few steps forward, turned, and used his back to shield himself against the Team A defender assigned to him. With a gentle touch of his foot, he controlled the ball as it bounced off the ground. All the defenders from Team A, including the steadfast anchor and Chi Xuan, quickly converged on him. He stood silently in the penalty area, unwaveringly focused on the forward from Team B. If the opponent managed to break free from his comrades, he would swiftly move in to execute a second interception, confident in his ability to thwart the forward's advance. Additionally, two midfielders raced over, clearly intent on denying the beleaguered forward any respite and preventing other attacking players from Team B from providing support. The forward from Team B, using his body and shoulders, firmly held off the team, a defender pressing closely behind him. The two engaged in a stalemate, neither able to break through. Observing the approaching defenders from Team A, the forward deftly kept the ball under his foot, his body suddenly sliding to one side. As the defender pursued, he quickly pivoted back, seizing the moment to evade the outstretched foot of the defender. With his head slightly bowed, he glanced at the goal, decisively lifted his right foot, and launched the ball with tremendous force. The shot was powerful and swift. Although Chi Xuan attempted to block with his arms raised, the ball sped past him, hurtling toward the goal like a cannonball. With his view obstructed, the goalkeeper of Team A failed to notice the forward's shooting motion until it was too late, instinctively raising his arms in a futile attempt to intercept. Fortunately, perhaps due to the hurried execution, while the shot had sufficient power and accuracy, it soared high above the goal frame. Nevertheless, this miss left the forward from Team B, head bowed, to kick the ground in frustration, muttering curses before turning to return to his half of the field. The group of attacking players from Team B gradually halted their movements, following the forward's lead back. Standing at the sidelines, Cui Hyunbin observed everything quietly, quickly discerning from the recent offensive strategy that Team B's approach today relied heavily on their forward's capabilities, opting for long passes to minimize breakthroughs along the flanks. Although this tactical choice bore elements of opportunism, even Cui Hyunbin had to concede that it was indeed the most suitable strategy for Team B, given that they were a team composed of substitute players, each with relatively modest abilities. Scoring against Team A's formidable defense would require more than just a modicum of skill. It would require a stroke of luck. Thus, the efficient and direct long ball strategy was perfectly tailored to their needs. Simultaneously, once Team A intercepts the ball, they will not fall into the defensive counterattack of their opponents, thereby granting their own team ample time to respond to the adversary's offensive maneuvers. However, this approach harbors a significant flaw. One might overestimate the capabilities of Team B's forward. While his skills are commendable, they pale in comparison to those of Chi Xuan by at least 2 or 3 measures. The reason for the initial success in the training match, where they managed to score, was not solely due to their strength. A considerable part was attributable to Chi Xuan's unfamiliarity with the style and characteristics of this player, which allowed for an opening to be exploited. It is anticipated that in today's match, Chi Xuan will not repeat the same mistakes and will deny the opposing forward any opportunity to score. He is a distinguished center back, sought after not only in the K2 League, but also in the higher-tier K1 League. His prowess is enhanced when faced with formidable opponents, as their strength increases. So does his own, Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli. I hope the two of you can also surprise me today. I do not expect you to maintain the same high level of performance as in Chi Xuan, but at the very least, I wish to witness several moments of brilliance from you, allowing me to forgive your teammates and gain insight into your growth over the past week. Cui Xinbin's gaze swept towards the players Nu Dongdong and Yang Shengli, who were gradually advancing towards the penalty area, his heart brimming with hope. The match continued. Following an intense but fruitless exchange of attacks at the outset, both teams A and B heightened their defensive strategies, abandoning reckless direct assaults, causing the once fervent contest to adopt a somewhat tedious tone. After a fierce tussle among the midfielders, the ball eventually found its way to the feet of Team A's midfield linchpin, Che Zai. He meticulously controlled the ball, and as the defenders of Team B surged forward to apply pressure from both sides, he swiftly shifted the ball away, accelerating out of their grasp and dashing to the opposite side, where he received a pass from teammate. After several exchanges of passes and movements, the two relentless forwards of Team B, panting heavily, began to ease their marking on him. As the core of the midfield, Che Zai finally had ample time to command the ball at his feet. He glanced forward. The center forward Wang Long, was already positioned near the edge of Team B's penalty area, with Lu Dongdong beside him, maintaining a half-body distance. Their tactical approach today necessitated breakthroughs along the flanks and long aerial passes, with a legitimate center forward on their side. Opting for long passes was undoubtedly the most fitting strategy for them. However, in previous encounters, the towering Wang Long had not established a decisive advantage over Lu Dongdong, and in fact seemed to be slightly at a disadvantage. As the team's midfield cornerstone and captain, Che Zai, with his wealth of experience, understood that blindly choosing long passes, even if they could reach Team B's penalty area, would bear no fruit. Instead, it would only bolster Lu Dongdong's confidence while diminishing Wang Long's, leaving them with little hope for the remaining 60 minutes of the match. Che Zai's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the flanks. A mere glance caused his brow to furrow. The speedy winger, adorned with bright yellow hair and possessing remarkable capabilities to change the game, was surrounded by at least 2 defenders, making it impossible to deliver a pass that would reach her feet, thus wasting opportunities and increasing the chances of interception by others. What should be done? This tactical approach was indeed proving to be quite laborious. Kid Zai pondered silently. In the next moment, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure in his line of sight, and her eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, she lifted her right foot and struck the ball, sending it soaring high into the air with rapid rotation, heading towards Team B's penalty area. Chapter 119. Well done. Once again, a long pass was executed, yet with Wang Long's prowess, it seemed he still fell slightly short in confronting Lu Dongdong. Standing at the edge of the field, Cui Xianbing couldn't help but ponder this, when suddenly he noticed a figure darting swiftly into his line of sight. In the penalty area, the towering Wang Long stood shoulder to shoulder with Niu Dongdong, their bodies pressed tightly together, jostling for position. Wang Long's strength appeared dominant, yet Lu Dongdong refused to yield an inch, making it exceedingly difficult for him to secure possession of the ball. As the ball descended from the heavens, drawing ever closer, and Jin Xiu, stationed at the opposite end alongside Yang Shengli, suddenly surged forward with remarkable speed, almost as if propelled by lightning, just as the ball was about to reach its midpoint. "Pass me the ball," and Jin Xiu shouted, darting into the small penalty area with extraordinary swiftness. In a moment of inspiration, Wang Long, grappling with how to handle the impending fall of the ball, gritted his teeth and leapt high before Niu Dongdong could react, arching his head back to redirect the ball's trajectory swiftly toward the small area behind him. At that moment, Jin Xiu found himself unable to reach the ideal position. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot, poised for a spectacular volley aimed at the net. The execution of this shot was exceptionally refined, as the penalty area was otherwise occupied solely by B team's defenders and their goalkeeper. Any delay, even by a second, would cause Wang Long's brilliant assist to evaporate into nothingness. A direct volley without any adjustments was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. The B team's goalkeeper, sensing imminent danger, raised his arms, lowered his stance, and shifted his weight in preparation for a potential dive. He lacked confidence, fully aware that facing Jin Xiu's one-on-one shot in the small penalty area left him with little assurance of deflecting the ball. In a critical moment, a figure suddenly emerged into view. Though positioned in the air and spinning rapidly, he was still a distance away from the ball. However, leveraging his tall stature, he extended a leg with utmost reach, and, just as the ball was about to land at Jin Xiu's feet, he deftly poked it away. The black and white ball rolled abruptly to the side, landing on the grass, as the fully focused goalkeeper rushed forward to cradle the ball in his arms. Who could this individual be? All players on the field, alongside the substitute players and Cui Xianbing observing from the sidelines, collectively gazed in astonishment. Emerging into their sight was a tall figure, shyly scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Yang Shengli. It was indeed him. A flicker of astonishment appeared on everyone's faces. No one anticipated that, since the commencement of the match, Team A's 2 consecutive lethal offensives would be thwarted by the central defensive duo of Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli. Just last week, this pairing had conceded nearly 6 goals to Team A's attacking line, rendering them a veritable liability. Yet today, their performance was nothing short of exceptional. How could these 2 substitutes have elevated their prowess so significantly in merely 7 days? A collective gaze turned toward Cui Xianbin, who stood at the edge of the field. In the preceding days, Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli had not participated in team training or matches, instead undergoing individual training under Cui Xianbin's guidance. Could it be that this assistant coach had imparted some extraordinary defensive technique to them? Unlikely. Many silently shook their heads. as professional athletes. Their technical styles had already been established. Such a remarkable enhancement in capability within a mere week seemed implausible. The only conceivable explanation was that, akin to their performance in the initial training match, the two young defenders had begun strong but would deteriorate as the game progressed. Once the team faced adversity, these novices, having recently joined, would falter and reveal their vulnerabilities, becoming nearly defenseless. It must be so. Everyone silently mused. Excellent work. Lu Dongdong stepped forward, extending his arm to firmly shake hands with Yang Shengli. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Had I hesitated for but a moment, I would have certainly failed to intercept that ball, Yang Shengli humbly remarked, a smile gracing his face, revealing a trace of undeniable pride. As a central defender and a newcomer to the team, successfully averting such a perilous crisis was a source of immense pride for everyone, himself included. This was no mere chance. It was the result of Assistant Chui's training, which has undoubtedly enhanced our abilities significantly. Lu Dongdong chuckled, turning his gaze towards Chui Xianbing, who stood at the edge of the field. Chui Xianbing subtly nodded at the two of them, his palms positioned vertically, quietly gesturing for them to remain modest and not indulge in arrogance. Niu Dongdong and Yang Shenglin exchanged silly smiles before each retreated to their designated defensive zones. Before departing, Lu Dongdong leaned in close to Yang Shengli's ear and whispered a few words. Let us be mindful of our positions. If my estimation is correct, the opposing team will likely attempt to exploit our blind spots, executing an offside trap strategy. We must not allow them to succeed this time. Understood. Rest assured. I will get my all. Yang Shengli nodded vigorously, casting a determined glance toward the station on the opposite side of the field, her face radiating unwavering confidence. The match resumed. Indeed, as Lu Dongdong had predicted, the central figure of the station, having observed the team's struggles to penetrate the defense, promptly altered the strategy. He instructed the swift and Jinsi to constantly maneuver alongside Wang Long, creating difficulties for both Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli in their defensive efforts. Time and again, as the duo advanced, and Jinsi delivered exquisite and precise long passes. The ball soared above everyone's heads, gliding past both Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli, making its way directly into the penalty area. Wang Long remained stationary, using his body to obstruct Lu Dongdong's pursuit, while the agile and Jinsi surged forward like a thoroughbred. However, each time he managed to break free for a couple of meters, the referee's whistle would sound, indicating an offside. This scenario repeatedly unfolded, prompting the spectators at the sidelines to realize something was amiss. They discerned that Yang Shengli and Lu Dongdong had long since devised an effective offside trap, executing it flawlessly. The central figure of the station quickly recognized the underlying issue. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli were consistently making their forward runs the moment he passed the ball, transforming what should have been a brilliant assist into a futile attempt at an offside pass. Their actions were subtle, yet amidst the intricate movements of Wang Long and Jinsi, they appeared somewhat beleaguered. Yet, each time he lifted his foot to kick the ball, they seized the opportunity with impeccable timing, as if rehearsed meticulously. If this were not merely a training match, one might suspect that the central figure of the station had accepted a bribe from the two, intentionally executing passes lacking in technical quality, thus squandering time and opportunities. The game concluded with Team exerting complete dominance, yet failing to deliver a decisive offensive strike. A group of players trudged disheartened toward the sidelines. While on the other side, Team B's players were drenched in sweat, yet wore expressions of exhilaration. They had managed to hold the formidable main players of Team A to a draw in the first half, a scenario they had never anticipated before the match commenced. As long as they did not concede a goal, they possessed the chance to triumph over their opponents. All they lacked was a stroke of luck. You two did well. You must continue to strive in the second half. However, be cautious. The central figure is no ordinary player. Your consecutive offside tactics will surely reveal their nuances to him. If he seizes just one opportunity, we could be in dire straits. Guanggu spoke earnestly, drawing near to Yang Shengli and the others, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead with a towel. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli nodded in agreement. Lu Dongdong remarked, "Don't worry, Guanggu. In the second half, we will certainly be more vigilant. Both Shengli and I will strive to minimize the offside tactics. Indeed, while such strategies may prove effective, they are not a sustainable approach for Team A," Yang Shengli added. As long as you understand," Guanggu replied. "Your performances during the first half were truly commendable. Continue to excel." After addressing them, Guanggu turned to another group of teammates and proclaimed, in the second half, we shall adhere to our established tactics, continuing with long passes and aerial tactics. Longza, you must remain vigilant. Whenever the opportunity arises, take a shot from distance. Over the past few days of consecutive matches, Onkihian has become thoroughly acquainted with your style. If you opt for a forceful breakthrough amidst the encirclement of him and other defenders from Team B, it will be challenging to seize any opportunities. In the second half, pay attention to the precision of your shots. Your attempts in the first half were impressive, and we merely lacked a bit of luck. The forward, Longza, nodded gently, and the other teammates subtly followed suit, their expressions etched with a mix of determination and exhilaration. They were resolute in their goal to triumph over Team A today. Brothers, when the second half commences, let us unleash our full potential. With Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli performing so exceptionally today. Chapter 120, 1+1 as the attacking midfielders. We must showcase our own abilities to impress them. Furthermore, as substitutes, there is no disgrace in losing. However, if we emerge victorious today, we not only avenge our previous defeat, but also earn the respect of Coach Chui and enhance our reputation. Let's all strive together. With that, Guanggu extended his palm before the group. In the next moment, hands reached out, layering atop one another, producing a resounding chorus of cheers. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. On the other side of the field, this group of individuals was brimming with enthusiasm, and it seemed that the second half would be even more challenging than the first. Onkihian glanced back, squinting as he spoke. Indeed, their midfielders performed rather mediocrely in the first half. However, Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli were like players on fire, unyielding even in the face of adversity. If this continues, it will undoubtedly become increasingly difficult. Many players echoed his sentiments, their expressions reflecting concern. A winger with golden hair immediately expressed his displeasure, saying, "What are you afraid of? In the first half, we were merely testing the waters. We have yet to fully unveil our true strength." Moreover, those two lads consistently exhibit commendable performances at the onset of each match. Today, they may consider themselves fortunate to have not conceded any goals thus far. However, if we maintain our relentless pressure, it is only a matter of time before we find the back of their net. Wouldn't you agree, Chazai? As the pivotal midfielder, Chazai cast a fleeting glance at the speedy winger and subtly nodded, acknowledging the presence of all. In his heart, he could not help but admire the commendable displays of Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli today. Nevertheless, for the sake of the team's triumph, he resolutely refused to allow their prowess to eclipse his own. He addressed the group earnestly. Their performances today are indeed praiseworthy, and their synergy has vastly improved since our last encounter. However, let us not forget that they are merely newcomers to the team, lacking the formidable edge we possess. We shall adhere to our strategy of attack, and eventually, we will breach their defenses. Pausing momentarily, he turned to Wang Long and instructed, upon the commencement of the second half, maintain your position at the forefront. Remember, your objective is not merely to seize the ball for scoring, but to reclaim possession and, when the opportunity arises, facilitate a lateral pass to grant Jinsi a chance to advance towards the goal. Upon hearing this, Wang Long nodded vigorously. Jinsi, however, furrowed her brow slightly and inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Are you suggesting that we persist with the offside trap strategy in the second half? We have attempted to attack 4 or 5 times, all falling prey to their offside snares. Do you truly believe this approach is effective?" Surrounding players nodded in agreement, resonating with Jinsi's sentiments. They had witnessed the consecutive failures firsthand and felt that continuing down this path would lead only to futility, a mere squandering of effort. However, Chazai, as the team's midfield linchpin and captain, had chosen to voice his thoughts for a reason, prompting them to listen attentively. After a brief silence, Chazai scanned the group and continued. Their performance in the first half was indeed remarkable, yet we must remember they are still novices. After tasting success, they may become complacent, underestimating our strength. This presents us with an opportunity. If we seize just one chance, it could deliver a devastating blow to their confidence. He paused, without hesitation, and added, furthermore, unlike us, they lack the experience of seasoned professionals. Their stamina will inevitably wane, and as their energy diminishes, they will be prone to errors. If we persistently apply pressure, we can compel them to reveal their vulnerabilities. A group of individuals listened intently, nodding in agreement, silently acknowledging that the vehicle-mounted system was indeed impressive, instilling them with newfound confidence for the impending second half of the match, alleviating their previous concerns. As the second half commenced, our strategy not only continued to execute the offside trap, but also emphasized the necessity for midfielders to bolster support for the wingers. When the central play was stagnant, we opted for swift maneuvers down the flanks. At this juncture, my gaze shifted towards the speedy winger, and I articulated with precision. During the first half, the central defenders of Team B shone brightly, yet their two fullbacks barely managed to meet the minimum standards. Moreover, their frequent forward surges to execute flank breakthroughs present us with an optimal opportunity to exploit. You must endeavor to penetrate their defense. Once you reach the vicinity of the baseline, Wang Long and Ingencio will be ready to sprint in support. With a decisive nod, my focus rested on Ingencio's face as I continued earnestly. Lu Dongdong and Yang surely both possess towering physiques, albeit with limited speed. Should the central avenues yield no suitable openings, consider drawing towards the flanks to lure one of them out, thereby enabling Wang Long to engage in a one-on-one duel within the penalty area. This strategy significantly enhances our prospects of securing aerial balls and converting them into goals. Furthermore, this approach allows the speedy winger to create opportunities for himself, enabling a potential cut-in. If one of you can unlock the defense, it will inevitably signal the demise of Team B. 15 minutes later, the second half officially commenced. Players from Team A entered the field in succession, rallying with fervor. Let us create surprises today. Our performance will determine our fate. Fear not, for the worst outcome is merely a loss, but victory will earn us the admiration of all, Guigu declared, galvanizing the resolve of all team members. The group nodded in unison, erupting in a thunderous cheer before dispersing to their respective positions. Lu Dongdong, shall we continue with the offside trap strategy? Yang surely inquired softly as he approached Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong lifted his gaze to glance at the players of Team A situated in the opposite half. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, "Since the match has only just commenced, it will be prudent for us to refrain from employing the offside trap. I surmise that Che Zai will persist in executing passes to exploit our defensive positioning, catching us off guard. Of course, the situation may evolve, so be vigilant in monitoring my positioning." Understood. Yang Shengli responded with an affirmative gesture before swiftly turning to return to his defensive zone. Lu Dongdong observed quietly, gradually realizing that, as fellow central defenders, Lu Dongdong had already assumed a leadership role. Much like on a verdant football pitch, as a coach would assert, a central defender, particularly one of world-class caliber, must possess a commanding presence. It is imperative to convey this aura clearly, ensuring that your partner and teammates heed your words with unwavering respect. This quality embodies both a certain charisma and a manifestation of strength. As the match commenced, Team A took the initial kickoff. Following the tactical arrangements established by Chui Kunbin prior to the start of the game, Team A's offensive strategy exhibited little variation. Once again, it was Wang Long, occupying the pivotal center-forward position, who surged forward. Meanwhile, Ingencio, acting as the free agent on the field, positioned himself slightly behind Wang Long, and a swift player on the flanks, sporting a head of golden hair, hastily advanced down the left wing. Lu Dongdong closely followed Wang Long, attentively observing his movements while simultaneously keeping an eye on the other half of the field, where the midfield linchpin, Che Zai, resided. He was filled with anticipation, eager to discern how the team strategist, the very metronome of their rhythm, would respond in the face of his team's struggle to break the deadlock. Would he persist steadfastly or venture down an unconventional path? "Come forth, let the tempest rage even fiercer," Lu Dongdong proclaimed fervently within. Irrespective of the tactics employed by the adversary, regardless of the methods they might utilize, his singular objective today remained unwavering: to resolutely prevent the opponent from scoring. Come what may, over the past week, he had diligently absorbed the training guidance of Chui Xianbin, mastering a plethora of strategies he had never previously contemplated. Simultaneously, on the verdant pitch, he diligently executed the various training tasks assigned by Coach Ji, engaging in seamless collaboration with Yang Shengli, his virtual counterpart. It is no exaggeration to assert that he had completely acclimatized to Yang Shengli's defensive tendencies and movements, which elucidates why, during today's match, he was able to repeatedly synchronize effectively with Yang Shengli, thwarting the opponent's spectacular assaults. Observers might have presumed that each perilous interception and every near miss was merely a stroke of luck. However, he alone understood that he was acutely aware of the defensive choices Yang Shengli would undertake. As a central defender, the synergy between two center backs is pivotal, capable of yielding a defensive prowess that transcends the sum of its parts. This explains why, upon learning of Li Dongji's untimely demise in a car accident, the head coach, Cui Shizhao, was so eager to recruit a suitable replacement for the center-back position. The established rapport between two players, once disrupted, would inevitably diminish the defensive strength, which could not simply be compensated for by a primary substitute or an auxiliary player. Lu Dongdong's mind was flooded with myriad thoughts. Yet the moment he lifted his foot on the pitch, he swiftly cast aside these distractions, immersing himself entirely in the match. In Chapter 121, Scoring, Part 1, in alignment with his intuition, Chazai opted for a reverse offside pass once more. However, he and Yang Shengli had long established a tacit understanding, and they skillfully neutralized several attacks from Team A with their remarkable defense. Their performance finally caught the attention of the substitute players observing from the sidelines, who began to realize that their prowess transcended mere luck. Simultaneously, Cui Xianbin, standing at the edge of the field, exhibited a semblance of astonishment. He had never anticipated that these two substitute defenders, who had previously conceded 6 goals to the opposing team, thereby being deemed ineffective, would demonstrate such remarkable capabilities today, effortlessly thwarting nearly all of Team A's assaults. It was nothing short of astonishing. Particularly impressive was Lu Dongdong. The discerning Cui Xianbin could immediately discern that the dynamics on the field were orchestrated primarily by Lu Dongdong himself, with Yang Shengli merely fulfilling the role of a collaborator. What truly took him by surprise was Lu Dongdong's uncanny understanding of Yang Shengli. Each time they set up an offside trap, Lu Dongdong would invariably take the initiative, sprinting ahead just a few steps, and when Yang Shengli lost his position and was breached, Lu Dongdong was always quick to provide vital support and interception. This was a clear manifestation of the qualities of a defensive leader. This situation was one he had never anticipated. He became increasingly convinced of his judgment that Lu Dongdong had been concealing her true abilities since the moment she joined the team, aiming for a stunning revelation of her talent. Indeed, she had achieved that. At least in her mind, her performance today was entirely different from that of the past. The match continued. Team A made several threatening passes, all thwarted by the defensive duo of Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli. Even when Che Zai delivered a pinpoint cross akin to a surgeon's scalpel, had Wang Long managed to receive the ball, he would have had an easy opportunity to face the goalkeeper and score. However, Lu Dongdong displayed remarkable prowess, intercepting the ball with a well-timed tackle just before Wang Long could shoot, sending the ball out of play. Team A's offense was effectively stifled, and their morale began to wane. In contrast, Team B, which had been on the defensive, saw its spirits soar. Under the impetus of Guanggu, they launched several effective counterattacks. Team B's offensive strategy remained unchanged from the first half. Each time the ball found its way to Long Zhe, he swiftly adjusted and decisively took a shot. His accuracy improved with each attempt. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of Team A's goalkeeper, who thwarted 2 potentially lethal shots, the ball would have already found the back of the net, giving Team B a 1-point lead. However, everyone on the field, as well as the spectators on the sidelines, could clearly see that if the match continued on this trajectory, it was only a matter of time before Team B would score, as offense is the best defense. Relying solely on luck would never yield victory. Guanggu surged forward, executing a sliding tackle that intercepted Team A's through ball. He quickly rose and glanced ahead, spotting Team B's forward, Long Zhe, accelerating forward, closely pursued by Qi Xuan, Team A's defensive linchpin. The two raced toward Team A's penalty area like a pair of majestic steeds. Without hesitation, Guanggu lifted his foot, and in an instant his right foot pivoted inward, sending the ball darting towards the opposite side. An A-team midfielder charged in with a flying tackle, but Guanggu had anticipated this move, effortlessly sidestepping him with a feint. After sprinting a few meters, Guanggu glanced at Long Zhe's positioning. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively struck the ball. His kick was powerful, and the small sphere transformed into a black dot, soaring through the air, racing towards Team A's goal. As the fast-moving Long Zhe looked back, he suddenly halted mid-stride, catching Qi Xuan off guard, who continued on for several meters before finally stopping. Puzzled, he raised his head, unsure why Long Zhe had abruptly ceased his run. Although the ball was hurtling towards them, no amount of individual leaping ability could allow anyone to intercept it from several meters in the air. Despite his doubts, as an experienced center back, he immediately closed the gap, positioning himself closely behind Long Zhe. Regardless of the offensive strategy Long Zhe might employ, he would remain vigilant, ready to intercept the ball or reclaim possession at the first opportunity. His confidence as an excellent center back was cultivated through countless matches. In the next moment, he noticed someone darting past him. This was alarming, and Chi Hyun was instantly taken aback, astonished that another forward from Team B would choose to make a run at this moment, while his teammate, responsible for marking the opponent, was left trailing a good 3 meters behind. Typically, the two central defenders, entrusted with being the last line of defense for their team, would prioritize synergy and possess a profound understanding of each other's positional habits. However, in this instance, one of the central defenders was merely a key substitute player, and due to Lee Dongjae's presence, he had consistently been a steadfast substitute, barring injuries and rest periods. Despite having practiced together with Chi Hyun, he was unable to fully acclimate to Chi Hyun's movement patterns during actual matches. In such a scenario, had it been Lee Dongjae, he would have immediately shadowed the forward without deviation, or at the very moment Chi Hyun turned to sprint back, he would have simultaneously surged forward, creating an offside trap for the forward from Team B. Regrettably, due to their miscommunication, this player surged ahead the instant the ball was released from Gwanggu's possession. And if the ball were to reach his feet, it would constitute a flawlessly executed counter-offside pass. How infuriating! And Chi Hyun inwardly cursed, leaving behind the vigilant Takizawa, and plunged headlong into the penalty area without a backward glance. As a seasoned central defender who had spent 7 years as a key player for the team, he was acutely aware of the prowess of Gwanggu. Although their technical skills might not rival those of Che Zai, it did not imply that his own footwork was crude. The clarity of purpose in such a pass had never failed to meet the expectations of his teammates. This time will be no exception. The pass from Gwanggu was powerful, soaring across the midfield, bypassing all central players and arching over Chi Hyun's head, hurtling directly into the penalty area of Team A. And Chi Hyun's speed was impressive, yet he was a fraction late. Nevertheless, he did not relent. His ample experience revealed to him that the forward ahead, while capable of making contact with the ball, would need to pivot. This presented him with a golden opportunity to intercept the ball. The forward of Team B sprinted swiftly, glancing back at the ball. As it approached the ground, he planted his feet and leapt high, the ball landing squarely on his chest. And Chi Hyun hastened forward, his mind racing with numerous strategies that the Team B forward might employ to escape. Concurrently, he devised multiple methods to reclaim possession of the ball from his opponent's grasp. As the Team B forward descended, and Chi Hyun lunged behind him, his robust chest pressing forward, arms outstretched like a colossal octopus, effectively blocking the forward's path. However, in a twist of fate, the Team B forward unexpectedly propelled the ball with his knee before touching the ground. The ball soared his left, into an open space devoid of defenders. Just as confusion enveloped the spectators, a figure darted forth with astonishing speed. It was the forward Long Zay of Team B, who surged ahead of the slowly rolling ball and unhesitatingly lifted his left foot. Before him stood no defenders from Team A, and the angle for the shot was exceedingly favorable, merely a few yards from the conspicuous white goal. With a modicum of adjustment, any capable forward could effortlessly send the ball into the net. Did he have a chance? A central defender from Team A, sprinting with fervor, let out a fierce shout before executing a sliding tackle, his body slicing through the air like a sharp sword. Although he had lost sight of the forward from Team B, he managed to return in time to thwart Long Zatai's impending shot, arriving just in the nick of time. With unwavering determination, he aimed to bring both the player and the ball to the ground. As a professional footballer, certain circumstances during a match instinctively compel one to exert full effort, even in a mere intra-squad training game and against teammates. The spectators gathered at the sidelines wore expressions of mild trepidation, already envisioning the pain that would ensue when the defender collided with Long Zay, no matter how well protected he was. As the distance closed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Long Zay, lifting his foot high, suddenly maneuvered the ball with deft control, deftly sidestepping the oncoming central defender from Team A. His movement was swift like a gust of wind, cutting at a 45-degree angle straight toward the goal. In Chapter 122, Scoring, Part 2, facing the goalkeeper who had spread his arms in eager anticipation, Long Zay decisively lifted his foot and struck the ball with force, sending it soaring. And Ki Hyun, the stalwart of the midfield defense, rushed forward with all his might, extending his leg in a desperate attempt. Yet the ball's velocity was too great. It sped past before his leg could fully extend. It was a ground shot, the black and white ball racing across the vibrant green turf, rolling toward the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper from Team A made a precise judgment, leaping into action, arms outstretched in a magnificent effort to intercept the ball just before it crossed the white goal line. The white ball rebounded off the goalpost, rolling diagonally toward the penalty area. It was utterly astonishing. A collective breath was held by the spectators at the sidelines, who then exhaled in relief. Choi Hyun-bin, arms crossed, shook her head gently, lamenting the brilliant goal that had been thwarted by the valiant goalkeeper. However, in the next moment, her eyes brightened as she noticed a player clad in a green vest sprinting toward her. It was the very moment the black and white ball rolled slowly across the turf before her. Another forward from Team B, having executed a splendid assist, remained acutely alert. After the goalkeeper from Team A's remarkable save, he surged ahead with determination. The fallen goalkeeper quickly scrambled to his feet, arms flailing as he charged toward the ball. In order to excel as an offensive player on Team B, one must first disrupt the ball before seizing it. Meanwhile, in another direction, On Ji-hyun, who had failed to intercept, scrambled to his feet and rushed forward with urgency. Similarly, another central defender from Team A, having been deceived by Long Zae's feigned shot, gritted his teeth and hastily advanced. The four individuals, with their eyes fixed on a singular objective, aimed to propel the slowly rolling ball off the pitch. Each player varied in proximity to the ball, as well as in speed, the closest were the goalkeeper of Team A and the forward from Team B, with On Ji-hyun swiftly trailing behind. On Ji-hyun's pace quickened, indicating a potential to surpass the two. Although Team B's forward enjoyed an advantageous position, his sprinting prowess was evidently lacking. Despite his determined efforts, his speed diminished. The situation on the field was poised for change at any moment. A group of spectators at the sidelines watched intently, their hearts suspended in anticipation, utterly captivated by the intense and tense atmosphere. The greatest allure of football lies in this moment, where one can never predict what will unfold in the next second. With a sudden burst of speed, the forward from Team B managed to seize the ball ahead of the others. He lifted his foot, preparing to shoot, but On Ji-hyun, along with the formidable central defender from Team A, charged in like wolves, completely obstructing his shot path and leaving him with no opportunity to dribble through. What would he do? The crowd held their breath, instinctively swallowing hard, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama. Would he concede a goal or force a shot? Two monumental questions loomed in their minds. In the next moment, the forward from Team B provided an answer. The onlookers remained fixated, their hearts seemingly gripped by an unseen hand. They hoped fervently that the three defenders from Team A could intercept the ball at their opponent's feet, while simultaneously wishing for the forward from Team B to navigate the imminent crisis and find a way to score. Yet, they all understood that the likelihood of success in such circumstances was exceedingly slim. No one could successfully evade defenders from all sides and shoot for a goal unless they were a world-class superstar. Clearly, the forward from Team B did not belong to that elite category. As the distance between the players closed, just when everyone had lost faith in the forward from Team B, he suddenly stepped back, deftly flicked the ball backward, and with a powerful push of his heel, sent the sharply contrasting ball diagonally away, where it rolled leisurely across the grass, eventually coming to rest at the feet of Long Zae, the forward from Team B. On Ji-hyun, having expended all his energy in his charge, turned to watch helplessly as the ball rolled to Long Zae's feet. In this moment, as the pivotal backbone of the team, he found himself rendered powerless, unable to wield any influence. A group of players standing on the sidelines watched in astonishment, fully cognizant that the tide had irrevocably turned. The impending goal was an undeniable certainty. Indeed, Longza did not squander this precious opportunity. With remarkable composure, he executed a precise shot that sent the distinctly black and white ball gliding along the vibrant green grass, effortlessly rolling into the white goal line. The referee's whistle rang out as expected. The goal was scored. He raised his arms in triumph, signaling that the goal was valid. At the 60-minute mark of the match, the unexpected B team finally broke through, securing a valuable goal. The players of B team surged towards the A team's half, lifting their forward, Takizawa, high into the air, celebrating their achievement. They cheered exuberantly, releasing a long-suppressed breath of exhilaration. On the football field, nothing is more exhilarating than triumphing over an opponent, especially when that opponent is the formidable A team, a powerhouse comprised entirely of the team's main players. They were merely substitutes, a group dismissed by all. Yet, astonishingly, they had scored. The cheers echoed for an extended period. No one could fathom that joy more than they. In stark contrast, every member of the team, including their midfield linchpin, Che Zai, the swift winger, and the defensive stalwart, and Chi Xuan, stood with hands on hips or slumped on the grass, shaking their heads in helpless dismay, their faces etched with frustration and gloom. This feeling was not unfamiliar to them. but it was one they had never encountered in training matches against substitute players. Never. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli surge into Team A's half, their spirits soaring, mirroring the exuberance of their teammates. After a tense stalemate lasting nearly 60 minutes, during which their team faced relentless assaults with little recourse, they finally experienced the exhilaration of scoring a goal. This singular achievement not only altered the dynamics on the field, but also elevated their morale to unprecedented heights. In the ensuing match, these players were resolute in their determination to safeguard this precious goal, employing every conceivable strategy until the final whistle. Victory was imperative today. Now, as the game progresses, let us unite in our efforts to protect this invaluable goal and strive for triumph. No, it is not merely a quest for victory. We must prevail, declared Guanggu with fervor. The players of Team B nodded vigorously, emboldened by his words as they followed him back to their designated half. Standing at the sidelines, Cui Xianbin observed the unfolding spectacle with keen interest, his eyes narrowing slightly. Team B's recent goal was a testament to their remarkable teamwork, showcasing impeccable passing from Guanggu and astute tactical arrangements, culminating in a selfless assist from Team B's forward. Each moment was increasingly breathtaking. Yet, one crucial aspect often overlooked was that this goal was made possible by the flawless synergy of their central defenders. These two players, through their relentless efforts, thwarted wave after wave of the opponent's fierce attacks, safeguarding their goal and granting the beleaguered Team B a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Li Dongdong and Yang Shengli's performances have truly surpassed Cui Huanbin's expectations. The potential of these two players warrants a re-evaluation of their futures. Particularly noteworthy is Li Dongdong, who dominated the confrontation against Team A's forward, Wang Long, exhibiting a calm and collected defensive prowess, while also possessing the stamina to alleviate Yang Shengli's lapses, showcasing the qualities of a defensive leader. Such attributes are not common among every center back. Even the late Li Dongjie lacked this capability. As for the current and Qihian, he has always possessed this trait, yet he still falls slightly short. He lacks a certain assertiveness, an absolute control over the team's defensive line and his fellow center back partner. However, Li Dongdong seems to embody this quality. This invaluable trait could elevate a center back to the ranks of the elite, potentially leading them to greater heights. In the context of the Republic of Korea, there is an abundance of exceptional midfielders and forwards, even several world-class players, each renowned for their remarkable abilities. In contrast, defenders appear to fade into the background. Not only on a global scale, but throughout Korea, there are few defenders whose names readily come to mind. Can Lu Dongdong become such a person? At this moment, Cui Hyunbin found himself contemplating numerous thoughts. As a football coach and a former member of the national youth team coaching staff, he possessed a broader perspective than the average individual. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the players to take their positions, preparing for the forthcoming match. Cui Hyunbin suddenly stepped forward, calling Cha Zai to his side. Leaning in, he whispered a few words, and Cha Zai lifted his head, seemingly deep in thought. Chapter 123. The Clash of Strengths. After whispering a few instructions, Cha Zai raised his head and cast a thoughtful glance in the direction of Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli before sprinting towards his team's half. He approached forwards in Jinxiu and Wang Long, summoning the speedy winger to his side, and quickly conveyed several points. The three exchanged slight nods. As the match commenced, Team A, having conceded a goal, took the first kickoff. All players of Team B, united in spirit and high morale, surged forward. As the referee's whistle echoed, Long Zhe, who had just scored, charged forward alongside his striking partner, relentlessly pursuing the black and white ball. Regardless of which player from Team A possessed the ball, a swarm of Team B players rushed in, fiercely pressuring them and denying any opportunity for calm possession or control. The midfielders of Team B retreated, forming an impenetrable wall. A seasoned group of players recognized that Team B was implementing an iron barrel strategy, employing absolute defense to thwart Team A's ferocious assault, all while maintaining a one-goal advantage to secure victory in midfield. Pass the ball to me. Cha Zai, the midfield linchpin, suddenly dashed forward, raising his arm and calling out loudly to his teammate in possession. Surrounded by two forwards from Team B, an A-team player, nearly losing his balance, managed to poke the ball away just before falling. However, due to his instability, the quality of the pass was lacking, the ball rolling slowly towards Cha Zai, finally coming to a stop just a couple of meters away. Fortunately, all midfielders from Team B had retreated, allowing Cha Zai to conserve his energy, merely pivoting and running a few meters back to effortlessly claim the ball. Long Zhe and his forward partner instantly adhered to him like glue, but Cha Zai, calm and unflustered, welcomed their challenge with his adept ball control, skillfully maneuvering to evade them before delivering a precise long pass towards Team B's penalty area. The ball descended directly to Wang Long Lu Dongdong, tasked with marking him, closely trailed behind, his body immediately pressing against Wang Long's, arms outstretched and knees slightly bent. He persistently harassed Wang Long. This irksome defensive technique was imparted by Coach Ji himself on the verdant pitch. Having tasted the sweetness of success time and again, Lu Dongdong has proven to be consistently effective. Wang Long, filled with resentment to the point of gritting his teeth, does not dare to underestimate his opponent. Relying on his superior physical prowess, he withstands Lu Dongdong's advances, using his chest to halt the ball before executing a feint to the side. He then accelerates, harnessing his strength to swiftly charge towards the flanks. Lu Dongdong felt a subtle sense of perplexity. However, as the central defender tasked with monitoring the opposing forward, he promptly pursued without hesitation. He sprinted alongside Wang Long towards the flanks. At that moment, a swift player with a shock of yellow hair surged towards Lu Dongdong like the wind. His B-team fullback, responsible for the defense, trailed closely behind. Yet due to his sluggish pace, he was left several strides behind. Lu Dongdong immediately discerned Wang Long's intentions, yet he found himself powerless, gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength to intercept the ball from under Wang Long's feet. However, Wang Long denied him even that chance, leveraging his physicality to effectively shield the ball from Lu Dongdong's grasp. As the speedy player surged past him along the flank, Wang Long swiftly lifted his foot and forcefully propelled the black and white ball away, sending it rolling between Lu Dongdong's legs and beyond the goal line. The swift player, akin to a gust of wind, dashed forward at once. With his remarkable speed, he had ample time to seize control of the ball before it crossed the sideline. The instant the ball slipped through Lu Dongdong's feet, an internal calculation prompted him to pivot and sprint without a moment's hesitation. The rapidity of the player on the flank was overwhelming. Should Lu Dongdong fail to intercept at that very moment, the opposing player could effortlessly cut inside, leaving an uncertain outcome for what might transpire next. As for the formidable Wang Long, whom he was tasked to mark, Lu Dongdong had no choice but to rely on the support of the fullback behind him. It was all or nothing. Let's engage in a duel, to ascertain whether I can withstand your prowess at this moment. I am fully aware of your might, but this time I shall not succumb. I shall not permit you the opportunity to breach my defense or to pass the ball from beneath your feet. Lu Dongdong suddenly surged forward to confront the speedy winger, lowering his center of gravity, arms outstretched and knees slightly bent, adopting a defensive posture commonly employed by defenders. His unwavering gaze fixated on the face of the winger, exuding an overwhelming sense of confidence that radiated from his very being. The winger adeptly controlled the ball at his feet, his rapid footwork rendering his next move nearly impossible to predict. Thanks to Lu Dongdong's timely interception, the winger was denied the opportunity to surge directly down the flank. The full-back, left trailing behind, hastened forward, instinctively moving towards Wang Long, who was charging into the penalty area. The physical contest between them was markedly lopsided. At this moment, should a high ball be lofted into the box, the formidable Wang Long, renowned for his exceptional leaping ability and robust physicality, would stand a considerable chance of effortlessly scoring with a header. The only obstacle to this scenario was Lu Dongdong. If he could successfully intercept the ball at the feet of the winger, such a predicament would be averted. However, the winger's breakthrough was currently the sharpest in the entire team, indeed, throughout the K2 League. His potential to be crowned the league's best player was not merely a matter of empty accolades. Few believed that Lu Dongdong, merely a substitute, could thwart his efforts. Even though Lu had performed admirably since the start of the match, the disparity in skill levels was insurmountable. Rookie, I know what you're dreaming of right now, but let me tell you, you are merely indulging in fantasies. Not even An Jae-hyun, should he stand before me, could halt my advance. Lu Dongdong maintained an expressionless demeanor, utterly unresponsive and impervious. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to intercept the ball at the feet of the opposing winger. On the verdant pitch, he had long undergone the rigorous training of Coach Ji, understanding that the words spoken by the winger were merely intended to disrupt his focus, nothing more than idle chatter. A seasoned professional would never allow the trifling remarks of an opponent to sway his emotions. Moreover, Lu was well versed in this tactic and would undoubtedly not fall for it. The incessant prattling of the winger, realizing that Lu Dongdong's countenance revealed no sign of disturbance, quickly concluded that his taunts were ineffective. After exhausting himself with his verbal barrage, the winger fell silent, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. Had he grown weary? If so, then it was time for action. His teammates had already surged forward. Surely, he did not lack the confidence to breach Lu's defense and resorted to such futile banter. Without uttering a word until now, Lu Dongdong suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed intently on the winger, scrutinizing the slightest shifts in his shoulders. In one-on-one defense, a mature defender never fixates on the ball at the opponent's feet. Rather, he observes the trajectory of the opponent's body. A player wishing to alter speed or direction would inevitably exhibit changes in shoulder position. The voice of his coach echoed in his mind on the pitch. The winger, having rambled on and feeling increasingly vexed, was taken aback by Lu Dongdong's retort, his anger igniting. He was the brightest star of the entire youth team, while the opponent before him was merely a newcomer, a rookie center back who had shamefully succumbed to a hat trick during their first training match. Today, this young man dared to utter such audacious words in his presence. Not only could a common person not tolerate such insolence, but the fiery and rebellious winger found it even harder to bear. I guarantee you will regret those words. He spat through clenched teeth, his eyes aflame with fury. I shall surpass you in the most humiliating manner possible, ensuring that everyone remembers today, the day you foolishly attempted to mark me. You will forever recall this moment. I am the man you can never conquer. The chasm between our abilities is one you shall never bridge. The winger continued his tirade, his agitation mounting, his eyes nearly ablaze. You truly are tiresome. If your footwork matched the prowess of your tongue, I might genuinely be concerned. However, I believe that a truly skilled player would never engage in a war of words with an opponent, for he understands that such exchanges are entirely devoid of significance. Lu Dongdong muttered sarcastically, "You, young man, are truly arrogant. Do you even realize whom you are addressing with such words?" The swift horse on the sidelines was brimming with indignation. "Have you finished speaking? What if you haven't? Do you intend to strike me, you insolent brat? You are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance." Lu Dongdong's lips suddenly curled into a cold smile as he fixed his gaze on the eyes of the swift winger and declared, "I have no desire to engage you in conflict. I merely wish to convey that should you finish your words, I shall seize the ball at your feet." Upon uttering the final word, Lu Dongdong glared at one of the opponent's legs and abruptly stepped forward, inserting himself between the swift winger's legs. As he executed his move, he simultaneously shifted his body to collide with the winger using his shoulder. His actions served two purposes. First, to directly snatch the ball from beneath the winger's control. Second, should his attempt to steal fail, to leverage his physical advantage to obstruct the winger's path and thwart any breakthrough. Regardless of whether the swift winger chose to confront him physically or evade the challenge, the outcome was inevitable: failure. The towering Lu Dongdong held a significant advantage in strength over the shorter, more slender winger, who stood no chance against him. Furthermore, even if the winger possessed remarkable agility and quick footwork, he could not evade the impending shoulder charge unless he were endowed with superhuman abilities to vanish in an instant. This maneuver is renowned on the football pitch as one of the most effective yet merciless tactics. The ball may pass, but the player must not. The frail physique of the winger, upon receiving such a collision, would undoubtedly suffer immense pain, although this approach may appear somewhat ruthless toward a teammate. In the realm of football, each individual must exert their utmost effort, employing every permissible means within the bounds of the rules. Football, at times, reveals itself to be unforgiving. "My sincerest apologies." Lu Dongdong silently murmured a phrase, his movements devoid of hesitation. As the two figures were on the verge of contact, the flank horse, rooted in place and wearing a look of astonishment, suddenly shifted to the left with a swift motion. In Lu Dongdong's ears, the triumphant voice of the swift horse on the flank immediately resonated. "Rookie, you've fallen for it. Do you think that a few careless words from you would provoke me? You underestimate me far too much. I am a formidable contender for the title of the best player in the K2 League. Do you even grasp what it means to possess the prowess of a superstar?" With a smug smile, the swift horse suddenly halted its lateral movement, sending the ball forward and dashing ahead with remarkable agility. In an instant, Lu Dongdong was left trailing behind. What makes the swift horse so formidable is his unparalleled speed. Once he accelerates, there is hardly anyone within the entire team, or even the K2 League, who can keep pace with him. Lu Dongdong's defensive blunder opened a clear path toward Team B's penalty area and the goal, allowing him to advance with ease over the span of just a few meters in mere seconds. In that moment, He could either pass the ball or take a shot himself, as no one could impede his progress. A mere novice thinks he can stop me? He truly overestimates himself. The swift winger wore a smug smile, yet as his toes made contact with the rolling ball, that expression vanished, replaced by a look of intense focus and seriousness. As a celebrated star in the K2 League, his brash demeanor was as captivating as his extraordinary dedication to the game and unparalleled football skills, which were pivotal to his success and the adoration of countless fans. Throughout the match, he never underestimated any opponent. The arrogance he displayed was merely a fade designed to mislead his adversaries. Today, Lu Dongdong vividly experienced this moment, though it would cost him a goal conceded. The instant his toes connected with the ball, the swift winger launched it forward with great force, fueled by self-assurance and his speed. Even if the ball drifted several meters beyond his control, he was confident he could quickly regain possession. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ball rolled outward rapidly, and after just 2 rotations, it suddenly soared into the air, revealing an unexpected bump in the lush green turf. The swift winger was taken aback, as such occurrences were rare on the professional football pitch. He had been prepared and sprinting at full speed, but was momentarily halted. Otherwise, he would have barreled past the ball. As he readjusted himself, preparing to hook the slightly trailing ball back in front of him, a foot suddenly grazed the grass, entering his line of sight. Under his gaze, the ball that had bounced into the air was struck with great force. His broad foot made full contact with the ball, redirecting it toward the goal line, where it rolled out of bounds. At the moment the ball was sent flying, a patch of turf was also dislodged. Soaring into the air, inside Team B's penalty area, the A-team players, who had been tirelessly weaving and darting in anticipation of a pass, each gradually came to a halt, their faces reflecting a hint of disappointment. The winger's breakthrough had been spectacular. Alas, the defender tasked with marking him had performed even more impressively. Unexpectedly, a novice player, after conceding a goal due to being outmaneuvered, displayed remarkable composure by executing a sliding tackle, thereby redeeming his earlier blunder. Due to the constraints of distance and perspective, they failed to recognize that the swift kick from the opposing winger was thwarted not only by Lu Dongdong's quick reflexes, but also significantly aided by the slightly elevated grass. Fortune indeed favored him today. Lu Dongdong rose from the turf, dusting off his hands, now covered in mud and blades of grass, his face betraying a lingering sense of trepidation. He gazed at the uneven surface of the pitch before his eyes met those of the opposing winger. The latter's expression was quite grim, having encountered an unexpected turn of events after countless attempts, missing a spectacular breakthrough and a potential goal, a disheartening experience for any player. Their eyes locked, Lu Dongdong offered an awkward grin, eliciting a few chuckles, while the winger remained impassive, snorting in irritation. With the reminder for the corner kick ringing in his ears, he huffed and turned away, striding toward the vicinity of the penalty area. As a shorter player, contesting headers against towering teammates and opponents within the box was evidently a daunting task. Standing outside the penalty area, perhaps there was still a chance to seize the ball should it be cleared. Chapter 125. The mysterious player Lu Dongdong returned to the penalty area, where Guanggu and Yang Shengli approached him in succession, clasping their fists and gently bumping shoulders with him, expressing their admiration for his frequent defensive efforts. Lu Dongdong merely nodded gently, immediately casting aside all that had transpired moments before. For a professional football player, it is imperative to forget both triumphs and failures instantaneously. Before you lies only the current unfolding events. This lesson was repeatedly imparted to Lu Dongdong by Coach Ji following a previous critical blunder on the pitch. Standing at the sidelines, Cui Xianbing, arms crossed, quietly observed Lu Dongdong. He had witnessed everything that occurred, from beginning to end, and even the slightest hesitation following a rapid breakthrough was captured with clarity. Though the distance prevented him from discerning that a bump in the grass had been the cause, he understood that Lu Dongdong's defensive effort was heavily influenced by fortune. Nonetheless, in the recent contest, if one were to score from 1 to 10, he would rate Lu Dongdong an impressive 8, for throughout the match, he exhibited the qualities of an exceptional center back, composure and poise. He remained unfazed by the taunts of the opposing player, and after conceding a goal, he promptly turned and fell to the ground, utilizing his height and long legs to execute a timely slide tackle, clearing the ball out of play. Had he not maintained such keen focus, even the best of luck would not have salvaged that moment. Yet, Cui Xianbing vividly recalled that Lu Dongdong's prior performance had left coach Cui Shizhao with a dismal impression. As he had stood idly by, bewildered, after conceding a goal instead of immediately pursuing the play. Such details and instinctive reactions reflect the professionalism expected of a football player, attributes that cannot be transformed overnight. However, today, Lu Dongdong's response starkly contrasted with his previous display. Had only a week elapsed, one might find it hard to believe that such a dramatic shift could manifest in a single individual. Lu Dongdong, what manner of player are you? Is it merely a facade of feigned innocence concealing your true prowess? Yet, throughout the training sessions of the past week, aside from his commendable performance on the first and second days, particularly during drills involving through balls and aerial duels, Lu Dongdong has exhibited a rather juvenile approach in other aspects of his training. Such shortcomings cannot escape the discerning eye of a seasoned football coach, and Cui Xianbing is no exception. What kind of player could this be? Could it be that he possesses an exceptional capacity for learning, hindered previously by inadequate training opportunities? Otherwise, within a mere week of joining the club, such significant progress would be implausible. Cui Xianbing, unwavering in his gaze upon the focused Lu Dongdong, could conceive of no other explanation. Even if he were to ruminate endlessly, he would never envision that Lu Dongdong, upon arriving in Korea, would suddenly awaken to a football training system, continually evolving even in his slumber. Chapter 126. Beyond redemption under the referee's direction, the chaotic penalty area gradually began to stabilize. Standing at the left corner kick spot, Che Zai observed expressionless, as teammates and the B team's defenders darted around the box. He subtly exchanged a glance with Wang Long. Lu Dongdong, closely positioned beside Wang Long, followed Che Zai's gaze. Tilting his head to glance at Wang Long, he stood half a head shorter and was somewhat lacking in physical confrontation. However, through the rigorous training regimen devised by Cui Xianbing and the nurturing guidance of Coach Ji on the pitch, he was imbued with unwavering confidence in his ability to secure this header. If Che Zai dared to launch the ball towards Wang Long's head, Lu Dongdong was assured that he could clear it with absolute certainty. As a tall central defender, lacking any aerial dominance would be a grave waste of his physical attributes. As a referee's whistle pierced the air, the previously still group of players in the penalty area sprang into action. Some surged towards the near post, others to the far post. Some shook off their markers, leaping into the air, while others resorted to underhanded tactics, pulling attacking players down to the ground. The scene could only be described in 4 words: utter chaos. Lu Dongdong and Wang Long remained unfazed by the surrounding turmoil. Lu Dongdong, anticipating Wang Long's jump, leapt ahead, his head connecting forcefully with the approaching ball. His defensive maneuvers, timing, and positioning were markedly superior to Wang Long's, showcasing an almost complete dominance. Today, engaging face-to-face with a robust center forward, he had amassed sufficient experience, a valuable asset that would serve him well in future encounters with similar strikers. Lu Dongdong's height was already remarkable, and this time, he leaped even higher, seemingly exerting all his strength. However, to his astonishment, the ball launched from the vehicle. Just as it was about to collide with his head, suddenly veered upwards in a bizarre manner, gliding closely along his scalp before swiftly descending and landing in the bottom right corner of the goal. Lu Dongdong found himself suspended in midair, executing a synchronized backward turn with Wang Long, who had leapt a moment later. They both anticipated that the ball would soar directly past the goal line, yet unexpectedly, the distinctly black and white sphere ascended before plummeting rapidly, landing squarely in the lower right corner of the goal. There a figure dashed forth, leaning forward, and boldly thrusting his head towards the incoming ball, colliding forcefully with the rapidly spinning orb. It was Njinsi, a forward blessed with both speed and skill, possessing commendable physical attributes, yet lacking the advantages of height and strength. All the towering figures within the penalty area failed to connect with the ball, and remarkably, Njinsi seized the opportunity for a rare header shot. It was a disaster. Yang Shengli, sprinting in pursuit, instinctively covered his face, utterly unprepared for the devastating blow his team was about to endure due to a mere moment of distraction. However, he found himself 2 or 3 meters away from Njinsi, utterly powerless to intervene, left to watch in helpless anticipation. At this moment, every spectator held their breath. Chapter 127. Fortunate. In this instant, the crowd collectively inhaled, twisting their necks or lying prostrate on the ground, eyes fixed intently on the scene. They watched in silence as the ball departed from Njinsi's head, accelerating towards the goal, aimed at the lower right corner. This was a dead angle for the goal. Unless a goalkeeper was already stationed there, no keeper could hope to thwart the ball's trajectory at this critical juncture. The ball sped towards the right side's dead corner of the goal. Those within the penalty area, along with the players observing from the sidelines, could scarcely imagine anyone preventing this impending goal. Yet, in the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, a figure unexpectedly emerged. With his white goalkeeper gloves, he deflected the black and white ball that had nearly crossed the white goal line. Wow! Expressions of disbelief washed over the faces of all present. Who could have anticipated that the B team's goalkeeper, almost entirely overlooked, would rise to the occasion with such valor, blocking what seemed an inevitable goal? Stop dawdling. Clear the ball. The goalkeeper, arms and legs spread wide, descended heavily to the ground. With a dull thud accompanying his fall, the seemingly frozen group of players, both from Team B and Team A, suddenly sprang back to life, their thoughts reignited. Yes, the ball had yet to go out of play. There remained an opportunity to score. Indeed, the ball had not yet crossed the line. The danger was far from averted. A throng of individuals, with fervent enthusiasm, pursued the direction of the rolling ball. Yet amidst this chaos, a solitary figure surged ahead with remarkable swiftness. Not particularly tall, clad in a green vest, her countenance radiated unwavering focus, and her gaze emanated a profound self-assurance. She was intent on the ball, which had just leaped high from the grass, embodying an unyielding resolve to seize it. It was on Jin-Soo, an exceptional forward, who, maintaining her acute concentration even after the goalkeeper deflected the ball, immediately charged forward. This was the hallmark of a skilled forward. Until the ball had fully traversed the white net and the referee's whistle had sounded, she would not relinquish any opportunity. This is mine. It must be mine. A fierce fire seemed to ignite within her, enveloping her entire being and concentrating its energy in her elevated right foot. With a shot fueled by this fervor, she aimed to strike the ball with such intensity that it might melt away, reducing the goal itself to ash. Her foot ascended high before descending with great velocity, the tip aimed squarely at the ball. This was no mere shot. It was a testament to her formidable conviction as an outstanding forward. Go forth. Let everyone witness my prowess. Her foot connected forcefully with the black and white sphere, which immediately soared forth. The players of Team A were lit with a glow of confidence, their belief in this strike transforming into an overwhelming certainty of scoring. Conversely, the members of Team B appeared despondent, including the previously valiant goalkeeper, who understood that while he might perform exceptionally once, he could never repeatedly thwart the inevitable goals. A flicker of fear crossed the goalkeeper's eyes, yet he gritted his teeth, extending his arms and leaping toward his predicted trajectory. In the next instant, regret washed over him as he realized that on Jin-Soo's shot was not only rapid, but also veering away from the direction he had anticipated. Deceived by her skillful technique, the ball sailed directly toward the goal, entering an unguarded net. This goal was undoubtedly scored. Did the ball go in? Surely it did, as that was the unspoken thought in the hearts of every player, despite some unwilling to acknowledge or accept it. Yet, facts remain immutable, and no one could alter this reality. No, this ball cannot possibly go in. It must not. The thoughts of everyone exhibited an astonishing uniformity, save for one individual, Lu Dongdong. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted with fervor, only to collapse on the ground, extending his foot just as the soccer ball was propelled forward. This unexpected foot appeared like a bolt from the blue, striking the hearts of all present in an instant. Each person, including the one who had kicked the ball, and Jin-Soo, widened their eyes in disbelief. They stood transfixed as the ball was met by the broad sole, akin to being struck by a rapidly swinging baseball bat, leaving a luminous arc in its wake as it soared high beyond the boundary of the field. With his body pressed against the grass, Lu Dongdong managed to rise after being propelled several meters away. The referee's whistle echoed in his ears, and with a decisive wave of his arm toward Team B's goal, he signaled without a moment's hesitation a throw-in. And Jin-Soo silently witnessed Lu Dongdong pass by, astonished that this seemingly inexperienced rookie could repeatedly thwart their team's lethal assaults. He had even coldly denied what should have been an assured goal, facing an open net. It was truly infuriating. Yet, the sole source of solace lay in the fact that this outstanding center-back, who shone so brilliantly, was indeed his teammate. And Jin-Soo cast a deep glance at Lu Dongdong's expressionless face, which suddenly broke into a smile. Then, under the direction of his teammates, he turned away from the bewildered Lu Dongdong and sprinted towards the boundary of the field. Lu Dongdong gazed quietly at the receding figure of Jin-Soo, who was gradually fading into the distance, a visage marked by confusion and bewilderment. Just moments ago, He had thwarted the opponent's seemingly inevitable goal, and at this very instant, one would expect the rival to harbor feelings of anger towards him. Even if not enraged, a smile should not grace their face. What on earth is happening? The passport bore the inscription of 19 years, yet the reality was that Lu Dongdong was merely 17. Unbeknownst to him, his magnificent performance had garnered him the genuine respect of a key player on the team. Lu Dongdong, Lu Dongdong, Guanggu called out loudly several times, finally prompting Lu to turn back. Quickly return to the penalty area. They're about to take a throw-in. Focus and do not let your attention waver, Guanggu admonished sternly, his expression grave. Lu Dongdong suddenly came to a realization, nodded thoughtfully, and cast a glance at the A-team player stationed at the boundary line, responsible for the free throw, before hurriedly sprinting towards the penalty area behind him. As he passed by Guanggu, he noticed Guanggu giving him a thumbs up, his previously stern expression transforming into a smile. Your recent performance was truly remarkable. Keep it up, but do not let pride consume you. Understood, Guang team, Lu Dongdong responded, slightly taken aback, and nodded vigorously before dashing back into the penalty area like a gust of wind. He radiated boundless energy and an overwhelming confidence. As a professional player, nothing exhilarated him more than earning the respect of his teammates, aside from excelling on the field. Come on, let the storm rage even more fiercely. In the 75th minute, Team B was awarded a corner kick. All the tall players, including Lu Dongdong, made their way into the A-team's penalty area. Should they score again, the outcome of the match will be settled. Che Zai communicated briefly with Chi Xuan and waved at Choi Hyunbin, who was standing at the sidelines. Already alerted, Choi immediately nodded and beckoned the two substitute players, who had completed their warm-up, to enter the field. The two A-team players currently on the pitch, Wang Long, a towering center forward, and a midfielder, also approached the sidelines. Both sides exchanged handshakes and embraced, completing the substitution ceremony. Lu Dongdong, if you do not manage to seize the first touch, quickly fall back. The two players they just substituted in are both speedy forwards. They likely intend to exploit our counterattack, Guanggu whispered in Lu Dongdong's ear before swiftly turning and evading the player marking him. Darting towards the opposite side of the penalty area, Lu Dongdong turned his head, squinting his eyes as he glanced at the two substitute players who had just entered the field, stationed just outside the penalty area. They immediately shifted their steps towards the outer edge of the box. With his tall stature and long legs, he was not considered slow among those of similar build. However, when faced with speedy attacking players, particularly the swift wingers, if the opponent managed to gain possession of the ball, they could easily leave him far behind. It would indeed be a pity if they conceded a goal, allowing the score to be equalized. He raised his arm, making a subtle gesture to his teammate stationed at the corner flag, who was responsible for taking the kick, then quickly sidestepped the A-team defender who was marking him, mimicking the style of Guanggu, and dashed towards the opposite flank. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and the B-team player in charge of the set piece, after assessing the situation in the penalty area with unwavering focus, decisively struck the ball into the sky. Instantly, chaos erupted within the box, bodies tumbling in disarray. Although the B-team was well prepared, the A-team, composed of seasoned main players, maintained a firm grip on the situation. And Qi Xian, the core defender, was the first to leap and head the ball away from the penalty area. Ready for action, Che Zai surged forward, executing several feints to shake off the approaching B-team defenders before decisively passing the ball laterally toward the sidelines. Chapter 128, Still Fortunate. The newly introduced player for the A-team, upon receiving the ball, sprinted toward the center of the field with remarkable speed. As a fresh addition, his energy was abundant compared to the fatigued players who had already battled for 70 minutes. Within mere seconds, he left several B-team defenders behind, racing like the wind into their half. With his hair whipping in the breeze, he dashed forward, but Guanggu, determined to defend, swiftly positioned himself. The A-team player attempted several feints, but, realizing he could not deceive Guanggu, promptly shifted the ball elsewhere. The black and white ball returned to the feet of Che Zai, who occupied the midfield position. Lu Dongdong, a tall and heavy-set player, happened to return just then and, seeing Che Zai only a step away, instinctively moved in closely, extending a leg in an attempt to reclaim the ball while his opponent was distracted. However, as a midfield maestro, Che Zai was not so easily dispossessed by Lu Dongdong. With a deft flick of his foot, he guided the ball smoothly beneath him, lowering his center of gravity and adopting a poised stance ready for a sprint. Lu Dongdong, undeterred, extended a foot once more. At that moment, The resounding roar of Guanggu echoed in his ears. Do not concern yourself with the ball beneath your feet. Return swiftly. Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment, retracting his outstretched foot and, without glancing back, dashed towards his designated defensive zone. Observing Lu Dongdong's rapidly receding figure, the driver internally lamented the missed opportunity, yet maintained his original stance and adhered to the predetermined strategy, delivering a powerful kick to the ball, sending it soaring into the air towards the left flank of the field. There, a player, propelling himself forward with fervent strides akin to pedaling a bicycle, surged ahead at breakneck speed. The onlookers could not discern his face, but they distinctly remembered his striking yellow hair. The speedy winger slightly lifted his foot, effortlessly controlling the descending ball while maintaining his rapid pace. In the next instant, his body came to a sudden halt, causing the B team's fullback, who was gritting his teeth and sprinting desperately, to rush past him. The B team's fullback had not anticipated such a maneuver from the winger, prompting him to abruptly dig his feet into the ground and clumsily pivot to chase back. However, how could the renowned winger of the K2 League, feared by numerous teams, let such a precious opportunity slip away? Before the B team's fullback could close the gap, the winger deftly maneuvered the ball, cutting across it and charging into the B team's penalty area, leaving his opponent in despair. The formidable adversary approached like a razor-sharp blade, wielding unparalleled speed. Lu Dongdong, positioned closest to the action, had no choice but to hesitate for just a second before abandoning his responsibility to mark the newly introduced team forward and swiftly advanced. If he did not immediately reposition himself, given the winger's prowess, once the opponent penetrated the small penalty area, they would have the option to pass or shoot, making them even more difficult to thwart. His judgment was astute, and his timing impeccable, as he successfully intercepted the aggressive winger, halting him at the edge of the penalty box. Lu Dongdong refrained from taking impulsive action, positioning his feet slightly apart. This stance served a dual purpose. It not only mitigated the risk of the opposing winger attempting a forceful breakthrough, but also hindered their ability to deliver a swift pass to the forward left behind him. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his choice. However, as long as he could delay the winger for a few precious seconds, his fellow fullback, lagging behind, would have the opportunity to swiftly retreat and provide support. Thus, he aimed to thwart the winger's incisive advance, rendering it futile. "Rookie, it's you again. Did you really think you could impede me?" The winger, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze on Lu Dongdong and proceeded to unleash a torrent of taunts. "In this team, within the entire K2 League, no defender can withstand my prowess. Your earlier success was merely a stroke of luck, nothing more." Lu Dongdong, as before, remained silent, yet the tension within him had significantly eased. His intent was not to seize the ball at the feet of the galloping player on the flank, but rather to afford his teammates the precious moments needed for defensive repositioning. The more animated the flank player became, the more it aligned with his own desires. "Youngster, do you dare to admit the truth? The only reason you managed to block my advance was sheer luck. You stumbled upon a fortunate stroke of chance that led everyone to believe you had successfully defended against me. You ought to express your gratitude to me. For this unexpected turn of events has altered everyone's perception of you, leading them to regard you as a concealed master of skill." Lu Dongdong furrowed her brows slightly. As a newcomer to the team, gaining the recognition of her teammates was undoubtedly a coveted aspiration. However, upon hearing the taunts from the flank's swift horse, her emotions were inevitably stirred. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Dongdong instinctively heightened her vigilance, discerning that this was undoubtedly a trap, a deliberate attempt by the flank's swift horse to disrupt her focus. True to form, as soon as the words left his lips, the flank's swift horse, having caught the subtle shift in Lu Dongdong's expression, grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming teeth, and smugly declared, "You've fallen for it." With a nimble flick of his foot, he sent the ball rolling forward. Lu Dongdong reacted swiftly, closing her legs, yet she was still a fraction late. Fortunately, just before the ball completely passed through her feet, it struck her heel, altering both its force and direction. Although the change was slight, for a professional player like Lu Dongdong, who was fully concentrated, it was more than sufficient. She pivoted with remarkable speed, her arms swinging back and slightly expanding sideways, effectively occupying more space with her back to thwart the flank's swift horse's forceful advance. Indeed, a mere 0.1 seconds later, she felt a powerful collision against her back. The force was considerable, yet for the towering Lu Dongdong, especially after having channeled all her training points into strength on the green pitch, it was well within her capacity to withstand. At the moment of impact, her arms, which had been hanging down, immediately retracted inward along her spine, effectively blocking the flank's swift horse, who had attempted to dart in from behind, like a fish struggling in a basket. Desperately fighting for freedom, but finding the exit firmly sealed, all efforts were futile and in vain. The flank's swift horse was entirely thwarted, and the A-team's forward, previously left behind by Lu Dongdong, rushed towards the rolling ball with urgency. As noted by Guanggu, compared to Wang Lan's clumsiness, this forward possessed remarkable speed. Though it could not rival that of the flank's swift horse, yet it was comparable to Ingenio's swiftness. However, despite his speed, the distance between Lu Dongdong and the ball was still far too great. He lunged forward, extending his foot to poke the ball towards his goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, having just made a significant contribution, did not commit a blunder akin to the top 10 worst moments in football videos. Instead, he effortlessly and securely cradled the ball. Consequently, all of the team's attacking players could only dejectedly retreat to their half. How infuriating! A patch of turf was propelled into the air, and the fleet-footed winger, adorned with a mane of golden hair, stamped his feet in frustration. His entire countenance could be described as a portrait of utter despondency. Rookie, you cannot rely on fortune to favor you every single time. The winger lifted his head, glaring at Lu Dongdong through the expanse of air, his eyes seemingly ablaze with impending fury. Lu Dongdong's emotions were profoundly intricate. Although he had successfully thwarted yet another lethal assault from Team A, a feat that undeniably brought him a sense of joy, it was evident that this defensive maneuver was significantly aided by fortuitous circumstances. The series of coincidences was sufficient to make any attacking player seethe with frustration, especially one as headstrong and arrogant as the swift winger. What could Lu Dongdong possibly say? Nothing at all, for he finds himself in a peculiar predicament. As he faces the speedy winger, they're not only rivals on the field, but also teammates within the same club. Moreover, he is a newcomer, while the winger is an established veteran, having already carved out a reputation for himself. Out of respect and reason, Lu can only choose to remain discreet. Thus, he instinctively shrugged his shoulders and extended his hands, offering a resigned expression in response. However, to his utter astonishment, the impetuous and audacious winger interpreted this gesture as disdain, indifference, and provocation, igniting a torrent of anger within him. You scoundrel, don't think that just because you've thwarted my 2 attacks by mere luck, you can act superior. You are nothing but a clumsily skilled novice, and I could easily vanquish you in an instant. The winger abruptly closed the distance, confronting Lu Dongdong and forcefully shoving him with both hands. Lu Dongdong, taken by surprise, staggered back 3 steps without uttering a word. Immediately, Yang Shengli and others rushed forward, shielding her from harm. This unexpected scene on the court instantly captured the attention of everyone present, prompting several players from Team A to sprint towards the position of the opposing player on the sidelines. The match, which was set to proceed normally, was abruptly halted. Standing at the edge of the court, Cui Xianbing crossed his arms, his brow furrowing in concern. Incidents of violence on the court were not uncommon, stemming from various causes. However, occurrences during an intra-team training match could have significant implications, particularly regarding the unity within the team. Chapter 129, Conflict Part 1. Moreover, the current situation was particularly troubling for him as the assistant coach. Despite standing on the sidelines, someone had the audacity to disregard his authority and resort to physical confrontation. This was a blatant challenge to the coach's authority. Nevertheless, the situation was only beginning to escalate, and he chose not to intervene immediately, opting instead to observe quietly with a furrowed brow. Players from both teams, A and B, gathered together, encircling the central figures, Lu Dongdong and the opposing player. Perhaps due to prolonged frustration from ineffective offensive attempts, the players of Team A were brimming with pent-up anger, coupled with the blatant provocation from the opposing player. The atmosphere became charged with hostility, igniting the fury of Team B's players. What started as mutual attempts at de-escalation swiftly devolved into shoving and accusations, the tension thickening palpably. The potential for an all-out brawl loomed ominously. Enough. Are you all just looking for trouble? A figure strode forward, extending robust arms to push aside those blocking the way. Some, unwilling to back down, attempted to retort, only to realize it was Che Zai, the team's central midfield core and captain. Their anger was suddenly quelled, and faced with Che Zai's fierce gaze, they promptly lowered their heads like chastened rabbits. And Qi Xian, the team's defensive stalwart, quickly approached from behind to assist Che Zai, further dispersing the crowd of players. As key members of the team, Their stature and influence were such that no player dared defy them. This exemplified the unwritten rules of the locker room. Although Guanggu was incensed as a seasoned player, he understood precisely what actions were appropriate and which were not. Under the guidance of Che Zai and Qi Xian, he stepped in to pacify the agitated players of Team B. The tense atmosphere promptly began to ease. Yet, the opposing player remained relentless, glaring at Lu Dongdong and continuing to taunt her. Enough. Do you want to be benched by Coach Chui directly? Regardless of whether Lu Dongdong's defense involved an element of luck, every time she let go was executed with precision and without any foul. If you're dissatisfied, seek to reclaim your dignity through the game of football in the time to come, rather than sulking and making a scene here. Admonished Che Zai without a hint of mercy. The winged horse, known for its rebellious and flamboyant nature, yet endowed with exceptional talent, stands as one of the star players of the youth team, showing little deference to anyone. However, in the presence of Che Zai, the captain, whose popularity and prowess overshadowed him, he felt compelled to yield. Faced with Che Zai's loud reprimand, the disgruntled Lu Dongdong shot him an indignant glare before promptly lowering his head. Thus, the tumult was decisively quelled. Do not forget, the match is still in progress, Che Zai bellowed, turning around to survey the players surrounding him. The members of both teams exchanged glances before one by one retreating. Che Zai, alongside Qi Xuan, led the winged horse away. As they approached the center circle, he cast a glance at Choi Hyunbin, who stood by the sidelines with arms crossed, and offered a subtle nod. Choi Hyunbin reciprocated with a gentle nod. Chapter 130. The Conflict, Part 2. Choi Hyunbin nodded in response, his gaze laden with significance as he looked at the winged horse, then shifted his attention to the waiting referee, signaling for the match to resume. Since the uproar had only just begun to brew and was swiftly quelled, the referee imposed no penalties on the involved parties, the winged horse and Lu Dongdong, merely delivering verbal warnings to each. The sharp sound of the whistle pierced the air, and the game resumed. Initially, a minor foul belonged to Team A, but due to the referee's ruling, the ball was awarded to Team B. Do not overthink it. Physical altercations are a commonplace occurrence on the field. The winged horse has a spirited disposition, and in time, all will be well. There is no malice intended. When defending, do not dwell on it too much. Simply continue to perform as you did before, Guanggu said softly to Lu Dongdong before turning and jogging back to his midfield position. Lu Dongdong watched as the figure of Guanggu gradually faded from view. Turning his head, he exchanged a knowing nod with Yang Shengli, who stood on the opposite side. Setting aside all distractions, they channeled their entire focus into the match. The forward from Team B surged past the midfielders of Team A, and, just as another player from Team A closed in, he deftly flicked the ball to the left with the tip of his foot, sending it directly to his partner. Longza skillfully controlled the ball at his feet, facing on Kihian, who stood with arms outstretched and knees slightly bent, adopting a defensive stance. He refrained from making an immediate attempt to break through, aware of the opponent's considerable experience and skill. In a one-on-one confrontation, he lacked the assurance of success. At that moment, he was still 10 meters away from Team A's penalty area, having retreated to the sidelines to receive his teammate's pass, which left him with a less than optimal angle and position for a shot. If he were to attempt a goal now, the risk of sending the ball soaring into the air or into the easy grasp of Team A's goalkeeper was significant. Currently, Team B held a one-goal advantage, and without a clear opportunity, it was unnecessary to squander their shooting chance or relinquish the hard-won possession to their opponents. Realizing this, Takizawa chose not to initiate an attack immediately. Instead, he repeatedly nudged the ball back and forth between his feet, deliberately delaying time to provide his teammates with ample opportunity to advance and support him. As the core defender of a youthful team, Kihian, with nearly 100 matches to his name, was acutely aware of the dynamics on the field and the challenges they faced. Perceiving the opponent's intent to waste time, he made a decisive judgment and took the most prudent course of action, stepping forward assertively to extend a foot and hook the ball away from his rival. With less than 10 minutes remaining until the match's conclusion, if they wished to avoid humiliation, they needed to score at least one goal within this limited time frame. Every moment was crucial, and they could not afford to squander it. If you do not initiate the attack, then allow me to do so. And Qishuan extended one foot, maintaining his center of gravity while remaining acutely vigilant against Long's attempts at a forceful breakthrough. He was well aware. Chapter 131. Intense Counterattack, Part 1. And Qishuan was fully cognizant of his every strategic move, as long as he could stay close to Long's body. Even if he could not successfully intercept the ball at his opponent's feet, he would resolutely resort to fouling tactics, bringing his adversary down and compelling the referee to award a free kick. Although they were perilously close to the penalty area, and if the opponent were to gain a free kick, it could pose a significant threat to their goal, most of Team B's players were substitute from the youth team. Aside from Longza and Guanggu, who possessed relatively refined ball skills, the remaining players exhibited rather rudimentary technical abilities. Even Guanggu, as a defensive midfielder, lacked the capability to directly convert a free kick into a goal. The threat from free kick crosses was also minimal, with an 80% chance of easily defending against them. In comparison to the fleeting nature of time, this risk was entirely justifiable, and Sichuan's body bore down like a towering mountain. Although Longza's physical resistance was commendable, it paled in comparison to a central defender who thrived on physicality, and Sichuan was among the finest in that regard. As soon as he approached, Longza instantly grasped Sichuan's intentions. However, at that moment, his body, pressed from all sides, began to tilt uncontrollably to one side, and losing the ball had become an imminent reality. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure clad in a similar green vest, rapidly charging from the back. Without a moment's hesitation, Longza, before succumbing to gravity, braced himself against the ground with his arm and executed a rather awkward yet unorthodox pass, poking the ball ahead of him. Due to the immense pressure exerted by Sichuan and the rapid pace of the situation, his kick appeared rushed, and he failed to strike the ball squarely, causing it to roll erratically toward the direction of his swiftly advancing teammate. Fortunately, in that area, there were no players from Team A, and his running companion adjusted his foot,